he's coming out.
Now is the moment for Britain to choose its future, and we will have a general election on the 4th of July.
6 weeks of campaigning now done. A day of voting nearly over. The likely winner of the general election just an hour from being revealed. So the question is, will it be Rishi Sunak, Sir Keir Starmer, or neither of them? Who will be standing victorious in Downing Street tomorrow? They don't yet know, we don't yet know, but we'll find out tonight on Election Night Live. Good evening and welcome to Election Night Live. There's less than an hour to run until the polls close, an hour until we release the exit poll, an hour until we find out who's likely to govern Britain for the next 5 years. The parties are battling to see which leader will step through the door of number 10. But we've beaten them to it. Throughout the night, we'll be here in the heart of a digital Downing Street. We'll bring you all the results of the general election as they happen. And we'll discover who'll be walking into the real number 10 as Prime Minister tomorrow. For the next hour, there's only one number that matters, the countdown to when we can release the broadcaster's exit poll. Our Sky News team, including our data editor Ed Conway, are part of that. And neither you nor I will know what they know right now until the magic moment at 10 o'clock. It'll be our first big indication of the winner of this election and the scale of any victory. With me on this journey will be a fantastic team of political heavyweights. Look who's here, my trusty wing woman. What would I do without her? Our political editor, Beth Rigby, right beside me throughout. No bathroom breaks, sorry. Just the other side, Trevor Phillips, a man who's seen his own fair share of election nights, imparting lots of sage knowledge later on. And for political heft, you don't get much better than the Mayor of Greater Manchester and my very good friend, Labour's Andy Burnham, and the former leader of the Scottish Conservatives and Beth's very good friend, Baroness Davidson. Welcome to you all. Are we all set?
Yeah.
Excited?
Yeah. Totally, yes.
Yeah? Any nerves?
A few.
I mean, I'm always nervous on election
thrilled.
night. Just it's thrilling, isn't it?
It's so thrilling. Honestly, I'm so excited. I could scream. We're all following all the parties and players tonight, right across Scotland, Wales, and indeed Northern Ireland. And all of those results will be here at the bottom of your screen. There you go. Your one-stop shop for information about who has won what and when. So not long now until the counting begins and the results start coming in. Since 7 o'clock this morning, millions of people up and down the country have been casting their vote and still are. Earlier, the leader of the Lib Dems, that's Sir Ed Davey, voted alongside his wife in Kingston and Surbiton in south-west London. The Green Party co-leader, Carla Denyer, cast her vote in Bristol. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak voted alongside his wife in Richmond in North Yorkshire. And the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, also accompanied by his wife, was seen bright and early at a polling station in North London. Well, my colleagues Anna Botting and Mark Austin will be with the Conservative and Labour leaders tonight as they hear their own results and also the results of the election. To Anna in North Yorkshire in just a moment, but first to Mark, who's standing by in North London for us. Hi, Mark. What's the atmosphere like where you are?
Yes, good evening, Kay. As you know, we can't get into the politics of all this while the polls are still open, because them's the rules. But there's a real buzz here, and I should say we've had quite a lot of politics anyway in the last 6 weeks. What I can tell you is we're in Holborn and St Pancras in North London, which pretty much consists of most of the London borough of Camden. It's where Sir Keir Starmer is standing. Sizable constituency, quite interesting, takes in parts of Covent Garden, parts of Bloomsbury, also contains 3 of the great railway stations of this capital city. St Pancras, of course, but also Euston and King's Cross. Sir Keir Starmer has been MP here since 2015. The seat was held from way back in 1983 to 2015 by the great Frank Dobson, key figure in the Labour Party, who had been elected back in 1979 to a predecessor constituency, Holborn and St Pancras South. Dobson, incidentally, was one of the longest-serving London MPs until he stood down in 2015. Now, as I say, a real buzz here. Tamara Cohen is with me. Set the scene for us.
Hi, Mark. Well, it's here in the shiny new offices of Camden Council that we will get our first glimpse of Sir Keir Starmer as the results start to come in and the outcome of this election starts to become clear. We can see the counting staff all here setting up around us, and I can tell you that as polls close, Keir Starmer will be holed up with friends and family, no doubt a few close advisors as well, taking a few quiet hours before he heads down here. It has been an exhausting campaign of dashing across the country. He will be coming here, and we expect a result here just after 4 in the morning.
OK, thanks very much indeed. The optimists are saying between 3 and 3:30, but it does feel as though it's going to be 4 a.m. That's what most people are saying. For now, let's go up to North Yorkshire and Anna Botting.
Yes, Mark, thank you very much indeed. Well, Rishi Sunak has now been Prime Minister for 618 days up to this polling day. He's standing in the seat of Richmond and Northallerton. I nearly said again, but it is in fact a new constituency, marginally changed in that boundary review and one of the largest by landmass in England. Centred on the market town of Northallerton, where we are now, including the picturesque and historic Richmond. Notably, Catrin Garrison is also in this constituency. Mr Sunak would always joke that the National Farmers Union would remind him that there are more sheep than constituents amongst the moors and dales here. Mr Sunak first stood in Richmond in 2015, taking over the seat, in fact, from William Hague, another Conservative leader. So what are his plans for the evening? Let me bring in Darren McCaffrey, our political correspondent, who's followed Mr Sunak throughout the entirety of this election campaign. What's he been up to today, then, Darren, and what are the plans for the night?
Yeah, very good evening, Anna. Well, he, of course, voted very early this morning, actually, at around 7:30. He turned up at his nearest polling station with his wife, was there for a couple of minutes before he returned back to his constituency home, and he spent the day with his family there. Maybe even had his famous election pie, which he told us about yesterday. He's got pork and Stilton and Branson pickle supplied by his local butcher. But tonight he'll very much be with his closest advisors, awaiting that exit poll in just under an hour's time. As you say, though, this is a large rural constituency. It is somewhere where to get the boxes into this count centre and to get the ballots counted takes a bit of time. And also there are 13 candidates standing here, 13, which I think is a record at any seat tonight across the country. So we're not expecting a result until around 4 a.m, the wee small hours. So you and I and everyone else are going to be here for quite a while.
Yes, obviously he has a large home here. He has got his family alongside him, waiting for that exit poll, no doubt. Worth just noting as well that Yorkshire and Humber, this electoral region, is the only one in Great Britain unchanged in terms of the number of seats in that boundary review, 54 in total. As Darren said, around 4 a.m. is when we're expecting the result here. And Kay, no doubt we'll see Mr Sunak arriving at this count before that.
OK, fantastic. Thanks very much indeed. Team, it's going to be a long night, isn't it? And we can't really talk about the politics, as you know, so far. So I've already warned the team that we're going to have a bit of a trivial pursuit, aren't we? Already? Yes. Are you ready?
Didn't warn me about that.
When do you think the highest turnout was ever? Post-war?
It's 1945.
What, 92? OK, we'll come back to that one. Exactly 10 p.m, we'll reveal the results of the exit polls. None of them were right. Produced Sky News, the BBC and ITV News. It should give us our clearest indication yet of how this election is going to play out. For the first time, our data editor, Ed Conway, is inside the exit poll bubble, where the polling is being crunched by a team of psephologists from Sky News, from the BBC and from ITV News. He has more now on how the process works.
It's the first big moment of election night, eagerly awaited by political pundits, broadcasters and you at home. The first indication of just how well or badly the main parties have done, of how the political landscape in this country is changing, and crucially, of who will be walking into number 10 the following day as Prime Minister. But after 6 weeks in which we've been, frankly, up to our eyeballs in surveys, what makes this poll, the exit poll, quite so special? Well, exit polls, first off, are very accurate, sometimes down to a margin of only a few seats, and partly that's down to how they're carried out. Commissioned by the broadcasters, Sky News, BBC, ITV News, carried out by Ipsos UK. They have got interviewers at polling stations around the country, 133 of them this year, mainly chosen because of the battlegrounds you've got there, the party competition, and the current and the historic data that's captured at polling stations, along with previous results in those constituencies, helps to build up a picture of any changes in voter behaviour. And that change in the vote share, that and other data is then pored over by statisticians and political scientists in a sealed room in London. Ingredients for one of the most accurate projections of the election results. So, shall we have a look back at how close it's been in the past? Starting with this, 5 years ago, 2019, that, of course, in that election, Boris Johnson's majority was just 6 seats off. And then you can see, look, bit of an upset back in 2015 when the seat numbers suggested a hung parliament, not quite over the line there. But look at this, David Cameron scraping through with a thin majority. Overall, though, it's worth saying, it has been very close historically. I want to just show you 2010. Look at this. That's what the exit poll was suggesting, and just look at the eventual results. Bang on. Now, shall we take a look at how it actually works on the ground? It's finally election day. You know the drill. You head down to your local polling station. Maybe it's a leisure centre, or maybe it's a church. And here we go. But if you're lucky to be at one of those 133 polling stations around the country, there might be something else.
Hello, hi, I'm from Ipsos. If you could replicate how you've just voted inside on there and pop it in the ballot box for me.
Once you have collected all of your ballot papers, what happens to that data?
So the interviewer will sit down on a bench somewhere, get all the papers out of the ballot box and read them through on the phone. And that's how we enter the data into our systems and are able then to process it and send it over to BBC, ITV and Sky News teams to analyse.
Electronically fed?
Yes, through a secure pipeline.
The data comes through to us. We'll model the change in the vote at each of those polling stations, and we'll try and look for patterns in that change.
It's presumably very secret.
Well, our phones are taken away from us. There are security guards, so we don't communicate with the outside world at all. We just talk to each other. And so it's a very strange feeling as people are still going to the polls, already having a sense of what the result will be.
Secure pipelines, sealed rooms, sounds quite mysterious, doesn't it? But as we've just heard, there is a science and a finely honed art to all of this. And this year's exit poll might be one of the most anticipated yet.
Just over 45 minutes to go. Ed Conway there. Right now, Ed and representatives from the other broadcasters will be getting their final briefings about what the exit poll has revealed. What they're told can't be broadcast until 10 p.m. Ed joined the psephologists in central London earlier this evening and sent us this before he went inside.
I can't tell you exactly where I am, but I'm about to head into the exit poll bubble, the lock-in. There have been so many surveys, so much speculation about this election, but all of that is about to come to an end. This is the result, the poll that really matters, followed by the real thing. And after 10 o'clock, I'll be there in this cab to bring you a little bit more detail.
And after 10 tonight, you'll be able to find out what the exit poll is predicting in your constituency. Just scan the QR code. Here it comes below me on the screen right now. I never know which way to point. I knew it would be the other way. There. Scan that QR code. One of the many constituencies we'll be following tonight covers the towns of Grimsby and Cleethorpes. Sky News has been focusing on what matters to voters there during the course of the election campaign. And Sarah Jane is in Grimsby tonight. We had a bit of a chat via text last night. I said you should be given the free person of the city. You've been there that long.
Well, I don't know about that, Kay, but we'll angle for it live on Sky News, shall we? See what comes of it. Yes, we're in one of the many new constituencies that are in place for this general election. Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes, one of them. The result here expected at around 3 a.m. And as you said, we've spent a lot of time in Grimsby and Cleethorpes here on Sky News, getting to know the area, getting to know the people, finding out what they want on this election. And you joke about me getting the freedom of Grimsby and Cleethorpes. Our national correspondent Tom Parminter has been here a lot more than I have. And you were actually joking with someone earlier, Tom, that you're going to have to start paying council tax if you're here much more. Almost. But talk to us about this constituency and what we've learned here over the last few months.
Yeah, this part of the North Lincolnshire coast has almost become a second home through the course of this year. And we've put the people of Grimsby and Cleethorpes at the very heart of our reporting, front and centre, really. And it's got a really incredible backstory, this place, with the fishing industry. But these are all towns that are really in need of a better, brighter future. We've spoken to so many people, the young, the old, everyone in between. We've spoken to those who are doing okay and those who are really, really struggling at the moment. And we've met apathy, but we've also met a hell of a lot of people who want to have their say. And that's been shown throughout the year on Sky News. And it's something that has been incredibly important to us, to give that voice. And so here we are at the point of the day in which the final votes are being cast, dogs are being walked home from polling stations, and soon, with a very long night ahead, those votes will be counted.
Yeah, just under 45 minutes until the exit poll is released. It's the calm before the storm here, isn't it? We're back in Grimsby Town Hall. We were here for a leaders' event earlier on in the campaign, and we were talking to the returning officer earlier, weren't we? And just a little detail for you. There are lots of coloured pegs on the table.
There are.
And they use those to sort of separate the votes. But the returning officer was saying, actually, there's a lot more colours needed this year because there are so many other parties and independent candidates.
Yeah, it's a big job. Lots of people, lots of volunteers who love this moment of a campaign when finally they get to help this process of democracy. It's a big moment.
Yeah, there's a lot of people pacing the corridors outside, getting their steps in, waiting for those boxes to fly through the doors. And Tom, thank you. We will be here in the seat of Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes throughout the night here on Sky News into the early hours. We're going right through till 7 a.m, aren't we, Kay?
We certainly are, SJ. Looking fabulous. I'll chat to you throughout the night. Thanks very much. Thank you. Highest turnout post-war?
Oh, hang on, got to get to mine. I'm so ready for this.
It's going to be a long night, this, isn't it?
It's 83.9% in 1950.
Very good.
So
Is
you
that
were
written in
close.
front of you?
That's in my election guide
That Isla put together for you.
that Isla Glaser put together. We should give her a shout out because she's a legend.
Should. Who is the
I'm
oldest
just going to look at
person
your notes.
to ever have lost a seat and the youngest person to ever win one? You'll know the youngest person to ever win one.
Was it Murray Black?
There.
Yeah.
And I think it's my great friend Dennis Skinner was the oldest.
He was. I was going to ask you how old, but that's just not. That's just
83.
87.
Wow.
87. I know this. You were shouting it at home to him, weren't you? He wasn't listening.
All the best, Dennis, if you're listening.
Not as much as he used to shout out in the Commons. Those, like, he used to time them just perfectly. It was like a pebble dropped in a pool, wasn't it?
Brilliant.
Yeah, he was super.
Yeah,
You're watching Election Night Live here on Sky News. In a moment, we'll be in the constituencies racing to be first to declare this very evening. It's going to be quite the night. And with the clock kicking down to 10 o'clock, we're getting ready to see who's on course to take up residency in Downing Street and take ownership of this very famous feline. Evening, Larry.
I'm Martin Brunt, and I'm Sky's crime correspondent. My most memorable story was, and still is, the disappearance of Madeleine McCann.
Please, please do not hurt her. Please give our little girl back.
We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news.
For detectives, the first 48 hours after a murder are crucial in the search for clues. The public expects them to find Jill Dando's killer soon. The British detectives are planning to meet forensic experts, academics, and even witch doctors.
I remember the grimmest case, the Soham murders of schoolgirls Holly and Jessica. I felt I can't undo what's happened, but I can help explain it.
Ian Huntley was arrested and charged within a fortnight of the murders.
I've never murdered anyone. I've never raped anyone. What am I in jail for?
The parole board has to decide if Bronson needs to be kept locked up for the safety of the public. My biggest challenge was to persuade a jailed diamond thief to answer my letters. Martin Brunt, Sky News, at the Old Bailey.
Back to Election Night Live. Let's check in with our countdown clock, and there it is. Whew, less than 40 minutes to go now until the polls close and we can reveal the result of the broadcaster's exit poll. It may well reveal who will be taking residency in the home of the country's most famous cat. Larry's been living in Downing Street since 2011 and actually has an official title. He's Chief Mouser to the Cabinet Office and has his own entry on the government's website as well. Now, there's one thing that's certain about election night, and that's the countdown to 10 o'clock when the polls close and we can release the broadcaster's exit poll. After that, it's down to the thousands of ballot counters across the country to see when we'll know the result. Last time, the first declaration took place at 11:27 for Newcastle Central. That meant they pipped rival Sunderland by 2 minutes. Tonight, we're expecting Sunderland to still be battling to declare first, but they could be pipped by another northeastern constituency of Blyth and Ashington. Other seats which could declare early tonight are Basildon and Billericay. That's interesting, we'll tell you why. And also in the south of England, the seats of Swindon North and South, also very interesting. The first seat to declare in Scotland in 2019 was Rutherglen and Hamilton West, and we're at the Rutherglen count tonight. In Wales, it was Caerphilly, and in Northern Ireland, it was North Down. So, who will be first to declare tonight? My colleague Gillian Joseph is in one of the biggest contenders, and that is Blyth. Hi, Gillian.
Hi, Kay. Yes, I am. Blyth and Ashington. They're hoping to take the crown, to be the first to declare this evening. But there are 3 other counts where I'm at this evening in Northumberland. That's North Northumberland, Cramlington and Killingworth, Hexham, and obviously Blythe and Ashington. Now, North Northumberland is a new seat, became a new seat after the boundary changes in the last Parliament, and it's one of the largest seats in the country, very rural, sparsely populated, a population of about 72,000. Cramlington and Killingworth, that's an ex-mining area. Fun fact for you, the pop star musician Sting, he was once a school teacher in Cramlington town. I think his subject was history, if memory serves me correctly, and it was at the St Paul's Roman Catholic School. That is a fact. Also, Killingworth famous for George Stephenson, the engineer. He made his name in Killingworth. We have Hexham, which is a big rural area. Main industries there, agriculture, forestry and manufacturing. And it's home to England's first purpose-built prison. And there are also some Roman ruins, some remnants of Hadrian's Wall in this constituency. And finally, Blythe and Ashlington, again, a new seat, a former mining and shipbuilding constituency. It's the 139th most deprived constituency in the UK. Up to probably about 30% of people have never worked in this constituency. But again, tonight, Blythe and Ashington are hoping to take that crown for being first to declare. We think at around 11:30, but definitely before midnight. They're very, very confident, so we shall see.
OK, so we'll be watching those early declarations very closely indeed, and of course many others as well, so we're very much looking forward to that. Let's hear from some of them right now, should we? Our political correspondents Beth Rigby and Matthew Thompson are in Clacton, and in Chessington in southwest London. Our chief political correspondent John Craig is in Farnham in Surrey. And on we go, our communities correspondent Becky Johnson in Birmingham, our Wales correspondent Dan Whitehead is in Cardiff. We're everywhere, and our senior island correspondent David Blevins is in Belfast. Where should we start? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's go with Gurpreet.
Good evening, Kay. I'm in Clacton on the Essex coast. This is a strong Brexit-supporting part of the country. 73% of people here voted to leave the European Union back in 2016. Around a third of residents are over the age of 65. And they were the first to elect a UKIP MP back in 2014 in a by-election after Douglas Carswell defected from the Conservatives. Since 2017, however, this has been a Conservative hold. Votes will be counted here at the Clacton Leisure Centre for two constituencies, Clacton as well as Harwich and North Essex. And we can get the first of those declarations around 3 in the morning.
Welcome to the King's Centre in Chessington. Now, it's not quite a world of adventures, but it is the venue at which the count for the constituency of Kingston and Surbiton will take place. A constituency won, at least at the last two elections, by Sir Ed Davey, the leader of the Liberal Democrats. Now, will he pick it up again, or will any of his no less than 7 challengers have done enough to unseat him? Sir Ed himself voted here in the constituency earlier this morning and then spent some time with his family, but we're not expecting him here at the count for a few more hours still. Now, back in 2019, the result here was declared at just after 3 in the morning. And again tonight, we're expecting the result some point between 3 and 4 a.m.
Well, 20 miles or so down the A3, welcome to the heart of the Surrey stockbroker belt, where more homes sell for more than £1 million than anywhere else in the UK. It is an area that has been represented by Conservatives in Parliament since 1910. Classic blue wall. Now, votes in 2 new constituencies, that's Farnham and Borden, and Godalming and Ash, will be counted here at the Edge Leisure Centre in Hazelmere in the borough of Waverley. The 2 constituencies here have been created out of the former South West Surrey seat. Now, that's been represented in the past by Harold Macmillan's son Maurice. He was a member of Edward Heath's cabinet. And Virginia Bottomley, who served in John Major's cabinet. It's one of the most affluent parts of the UK. In both of these new constituencies, 3 out of 4 residents own their own home. 90% own a car. It's even claimed that life expectancy here is well above the national average. They are counting Godalming and Ash first. Result of that predicted for round about 3:30 a.m. and then it's Farnham and Borden.
Good evening from Birmingham, where at times this evening it's felt a bit more like a disco than an election count because they've been testing the sound system with music. But behind me you can see the vote counters starting to come in, and we're going to need dozens of them. They're going to count the votes from 9 constituencies right across this city here tonight, 8 of them being defended by Labour, 1 being defended by the Tories. Of course, Birmingham, the second city, vibrant, multicultural, has one of the largest Muslim populations in Britain. So that will be something to consider as we see the votes, the results start to come in. Now, they're taking it pretty leisurely here this evening, actually. I'm told they're not even going to start counting votes until 11 o'clock, so we're buckling in. We're here for the long haul, but thankfully, I'm reliably informed the coffee shop is staying open all night.
Well, good evening from the capital, Cardiff. On this side of the Severn Bridge, you can see that the counters here in Cardiff are starting to come into one of hundreds of leisure centres across the country being used tonight. There are 4 declarations for the Cardiff seats here, and we are expecting a big night in Wales, not just because of the results, but also a real change at this election because of the number of seats, thanks to the boundary changes. The number of MPs representing Wales in Westminster from tomorrow is falling by 20%, going down from 40 to 32, 8 fewer seats. So that is something to keep an eye on. Some 2.3 million people in Wales eligible to vote in this election. Many of those will, of course, voted already through postal votes, but half an hour or so left of the polling stations being open. We're expecting those first results in Wales to come in around 2 a.m.
Well, here in Northern Ireland, we do things a little differently. There are 5 main parties, 2 of them unionist, the Democratic Unionists and Ulster Unionists, 2 of them nationalist, Sinn Féin, and the Social Democratic and Labour Party, and Alliance, which doesn't designate as either unionist or nationalist. We've got 18 constituencies, and don't underestimate their significance. Remember, it wasn't very long ago that a party from Northern Ireland held the balance of power at Westminster, and it is the vote share between those unionists and nationalists that will shape the debate about the future of this place. It hasn't been the busiest of polling days, and that's because Northern Ireland's schools closed for summer last Friday, and lots of people had already voted by post before heading off on holiday. But those votes are very definitely in the mix as the counting gets underway here very shortly.
OK, great. Thanks very much indeed, everybody. Thank you. Back to you shortly. And tonight, Sky News is live at constituency counts covering the length and breadth of the country. Check this out. Here you go. Wow. Almost 200 declarations. We're in Stornoway in the Outer Hebrides, all the way down to Truro in Cornwall. We're live in Belfast in the west, all the way over to Dover, I should say, in the southeast. We'll be bringing you the results as they come in and analysing what they mean. Just down here to the left is Wigan. I've had it put there especially. Which one has caught your eye?
Oh, there's my beloved Lee Sports Village on Lee and Atherton.
Atherton,
Can I just correct your correspondent as well, who said Birmingham second city? It's
I
the
know,
third city.
Yes. After
London's
Manchester.
the second city. Obviously. I mean,
anyone you're picking out?
Yeah, I think there's going to be some interesting results coming. I know we're not allowed to talk about them, but the Aberdeenshire 2 there, the Aberdeenshire North and Murray East and the Aberdeenshire West and Kincardine that you've got up there are both going to be very interesting results.
OK, we were asking if there's a tie, what happens?
I think that what happens is they check it, they recount 1 million times, but then eventually the returning officer draws they draw straws.
They either draw straws or toss a coin. Or if you're in Scotland...
You can cut cards as well.
I don't believe it.
You cut cards?
Sure you can. I'm sure I've seen it
I
done.
don't.
Sure I've seen it done.
We'll fight about it during the break. Coming up next on Election Night, live here on Sky News. In a moment, we'll hear more from our special guest this evening, the Greater Manchester Mayor, there he is, Andy Burnham, and the former Scottish Conservative leader, Baroness Ruth Davidson. And we're still counting down to 10 o'clock and the exit poll, not long to go. Going to be right back. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to Election Night Live here on Sky News. With us throughout the night tonight to help us interpret the results of this general election are the Mayor of Greater Manchester, Labour's Andy Burnham, and the former leader of the Scottish Conservatives, Ruth Davidson. Good evening.
Good evening.
You were wondering how we would fill the first hour, weren't you? Flown by.
Oh, I know.
Absolutely flown by.
I was worried whether I could do an all-nighter at my age, but maybe I can. Maybe I can. And Ruth, I did the mistake, the schoolboy error of questioning your knowledge of Scottish politics.
You did. And what we're going to say, that's never going to happen again.
It won't happen again, I promise you.
You can make a mistake once, just don't ever make the same mistake twice. That's what it is, Andy.
Yeah.
You
You've not
can
just let
cut
yourself
playing
down, you've let the whole city down.
I have.
Before we hear from them, well, a little bit more, a little reminder of their political pedigree.
I have very much pleasure in declaring Ruth Davidson the duly elected leader of the Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party.
I'm the leader of the Scottish Conservative and windblown Unionist Party.
Can we bring the white cat in now?
Yeah, that's what I want.
Therefore, I declare that Andy Burnham is duly elected as the Mayor of the Greater Manchester Combined Authority.
Nice to see you.
And you as well.
Thanks for
You
coming.
okay?
Yeah.
In life, you know, maybe things happen for a reason, and I think I have ended up in the right place.
Do you mind holding on to him? And we'll go in a vote, we'll come out and see you when we get back. But do keep following me, at Ruth Davidson MSP. And make sure that you use hashtag #YesSheCan. So, thanks. Let's do this.
Warm up. How are you? Right. What a schoolboy error was that?
Great to be joining the team, and I hope I don't prove to be one of the kind of signings that my football club are prone to make. I hope I can be a bit better addition to the squad than that.
Snacks on election night, what are we all going to have?
You need some sweet and you need some savoury and you need some salt. So I quite like prosciutto or Parma ham.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, am I bringing the jelly babies or are you to get through the night? Answer came there, none. Did you bring any?
No, I did not.
Good job I did then, isn't it? There you go. And have you brought
Plenty of red ones.
Do you know, some nice people at Sky put 4 packets of 6 slices of room, so I think I'm probably good for about a month, maybe, or we can share it around. Yeah. You can have as much of my Parma ham as you like. Yeah.
What's your top tip for getting through the night?
Adrenaline.
Adrenaline.
And I've got some Haribos.
Nice.
Down
You
here.
can even see it.
I know, I did that on purpose.
Other sweeties are available.
Oh, yes, sorry. And I've got nuts and Diet Coke. And I've got UK.
And chocolate.
That's all I need.
I've got chocolate as well.
Chocolate.
Yep. OK, we're being whizzed along, so let's move on and hear what you said when you came in yesterday. We had a chat with you, didn't we, yesterday about things that stood out for you in previous elections and what you're most looking forward to as far as culinary delights are concerned. Here we go. So we've got a very, very busy night ahead of us. There have been many elections in the past. What's your election night routine?
When I was standing as an MP, it used to be go late to the polls. My team always used to say, have you not voted yet? But I always used to like to walk down sort of 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, just to get a feel for how the day had been from the people around the polling station. And then I have to admit it, I'd always then pop into the off licence because you know what it's like when you've been a candidate. When you get back from the count, you've got to do something to switch off, haven't you? It's a case of win or lose on the booze,
What was your
I'm afraid.
tipple?
Huh?
What's your tipple?
Oh, it was just lager, you know, but...
Can somebody make a note of that, please?
Yeah. You have to do something, don't you, just to... when you get back. So, yeah, it was uniquely draining thing, isn't it?
Yeah, so when I was leading the party in Scotland, obviously we would do all of our own stuff that we needed to do. We had to organise when all the leaders went to the polls as well, so you'd coordinate the photo that like you weren't all in the same place at the same time. I'd take the dog along for extra points, you know, because it's wall-to-wall on the television because they can't do any
Dogs
other
at polling stations.
Dogs at polling stations, hashtag.
yes.
Yeah, I love a bit of that.
Yeah.
And then on the night itself, I'd be in kind of central office and we'd be watching everything come in. I'd go along to my own count if it was an election that I was standing in. And obviously in Scotland we have lots of elections for the Scottish Parliament and the local elections, and as well as Westminster. And then you kind of go along to one of the big counts, and the way some of it works there's sometimes 4 or 5 seats that get counted in a central place. So in Glasgow or in Edinburgh or whatever, go along to one of those and then do all the media rounds. So I would tend to be up right the way through the night. But you know, there's something about it, like win, lose or draw.
Did you enjoy it?
Loved it. I mean, I absolutely love the drug of politics, and even though there's bits of the job...
Do you miss it now? Or?
There's bits I don't miss at all, and my lifestyle and being able to, you know, be at home for my family and my child and everything makes such a difference. But there's the only kind of FOMO I get is election campaigns. I actually don't miss being in the Scottish Parliament.
Did you ever find...
I love campaigns. I love them.
The worst bit was always the Friday after any election, because... You're just a little bit more tired and a tad more emotional, maybe, and a bit frayed at the edges.
A bit more grumpy.
Yeah, but then you're...
It's the crescendo.
But then you're out there in the middle of the glare, and it's, in many ways, when you've got to be more at it, you know, in terms of your kind of focus.
I always had a bit of an emptiness, because you have such a crescendo and you can't...
Yeah.
You don't have time to think, never mind breathe, during a campaign. And then it all leads up to this one day, and you know, I was always... kind of a worker on polling. So I'd go around different polling stations, I'd do phone canvassing, I'd do everything, do all the get the vote out stuff myself, because I wanted to, I didn't want to be idle. And then when it hits, like even if you've been re-elected or even if you've done well, like, I always had a sadness because it was over, and there's an emptiness, and it's just this loneliness almost of having a really close team that you work with, and then it's gone.
What about when the returning officer, because we'll have plenty of those.
Yep.
What about when the returning officer is about to tell you, even though you've seen the piles, you still, there must be that little bit of butterflies.
Oh, yeah, it kind of, though, comes earlier in the day, Kay. It's kind of, when you wake up, you think, are people actually going to go out and put a cross by my name? And it's hard sometimes to believe that people are going to do it, and you just think, God, I just can't imagine that's going to happen. So all day you just have this mad worry about the weather, are people going to turn out, or then you're worrying about something else and then something else. But then finally you get to the count, and that's when it's all right, actually, when you see, isn't it? That's the
There's
bit
a calmness about it.
Yeah, that's when you feel OK.
Top 3 highlights.
I think getting first elected is always up there. Yeah. So I got elected in 2011 in Glasgow as a Conservative, so that was not a stick-on. You know, that wasn't a given. That was quite a tough gig to do, and we didn't know if we were getting over the line till right at the very end. It was very close. I think 2016, the Scottish Party overtook Labour, became the official opposition. We more than doubled our number of seats and did stuff nobody thought we could do, including me. I didn't see that result coming in, so that was a pleasant surprise. And individually getting people elected, so some of the candidates that I really wanted elected.
Best 3 for you? Standout rather than best.
Standout is the 2005 election, which had been a difficult sort of parliament and came to the end of it. And my daughter Annie was born 10 days before polling day, so I just have vivid memories of it. It was really hot at the time, just going between Warrington Hospital and then back out campaigning. And but then, yeah, to be at the count with her, because she came, was already 10 days old or whatever, that stands out. And then
So the baby and the dog?
Double brownie points. I tell you what.
I was brownie points everywhere.
I mean, that is amazing,
It was.
Newborn baby, like, that's all the points.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then it was into becoming a minister right at that election. So that's the one that sticks out. And as Ruth said, the first time you're elected, exhilarating, isn't it? Yeah. For that first time when you kind of, oh my God, I'm going into Westminster, and you know that then experience of those days when you then go down and then you walk into the Commons for the first time. You can't believe how small it is, but I can always remember sort of almost hyperventilating at that experience. You know, just the kind of overwhelming nature of it, and that awaits many people on whatever side as we go through the next few days.
So I just need to write a list of what you want to get you through the night on election night.
Are you
I'm doing the list.
In charge, are you?
Yeah.
You're going to be...
I've said lager was my... But is that allowed in the Sky News?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is the Monday Night Football studio.
Exactly.
Surely there's lager. It must be everywhere around
here. You can have whatever you want.
Do you know, I'm going to be a bit more teetotal, which is not necessarily in my nature, but I'm going to go for the caffeine.
Wait till you get back to Spain.
Yeah, I'll have a Diet Coke, thanks, if that's doable.
All of their needs have been fulfilled, I sincerely hope.
Absolutely.
OK, now we've got a couple of seats that particularly or a couple of areas that are particularly of interest to you. Obviously, Lee and Atherton. And we're going to go to Glasgow.
For a whole bunch of seats all get counted in the same room at the same time.
About 6, is that right?
Something like that, yeah.
Let's ask Connor. He's there for us, Connor.
Hi, Kay. Yes, Scotland's biggest city here in Glasgow, and you're absolutely right. 6 seats being counted here. The excitement is building. The ballot boxes will be arriving through the doors on the stroke of 10 o'clock tonight. But it's not just the story here in Glasgow, it's the bigger picture across the country. 57 seats in total across Scotland are up for grabs in this election, and we'll bring you the full story first, clearly, on how that picture may or may not change in the coming hours, all the way from the Western Isles right the way down to the Scottish borders, explaining what it means for Scotland and clearly across the UK as well. We're expecting the first Scottish result probably around 1 o'clock this morning. And we'll bring it to you as soon as we have it.
Meantime, Shingy's standing by for us as well in God's own country. Hi, Shingy. Tensions mounting there, I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure, Kay, and it's good to be here. First thing to mention is the seat has been expanded to include Atherton, which used to be in the Bolton West constituency. And Lee's last result in 2019 was a bit of a seismic shock, really. It saw the seat change hands to the Conservatives for the first time. Labour had held the seat since 1922. And like a lot of the communities that are coming out of the kind of post-industrial phase, the last mine here closed in 1992, they've had to reinvent the economy here. And a large part of that, I heard Andy mentioning earlier, is the Lee Sports Village where I'm standing. It's home to the Lee Leopards Rugby League team, as well as Manchester United's women's team and academy. And I think that, as well as the fact that this is one of the largest towns in England without a railway station, will be fresh on voters' minds as they finish putting in their ballots. So all of that is of interest. The declaration is coming in at about 1:30 a.m. tonight.
OK, lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks both. Very close now to the moment the voting stops and we can reveal the exit poll. I can feel the tension from this side of me.
Tension here.
Yeah.
I'm feeling quite tense
I know,
now.
I've got it.
Can you feel it, my energy?
Yeah, I can. I'm from this side as well.
You've got that glint, Kay. Like, I think you're going to... sorry, Beth, I think you're going to do naughtiness tonight. I think you're going to say something or maybe just, I don't know, just... push something out that you're not 100% sure of.
Live on Sky News, please do not swear.
No. But I can tell when you're feeling it. You're feeling it tonight, aren't you?
I'm very excited.
Trevor.
Yeah.
I'm just getting very frightened because I know she's not going to do anything to you, but I'm sitting really close, right? I want you to understand, Beth. I'm easily alarmed. I'm an elderly gentleman.
I'll treat you gently, Trevor, don't
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the world is very different this year, 2024, to the time of the last election almost 5 years ago in 2019. No pandemic, no war in Ukraine back then, as Boris Johnson won victory for the Conservatives. This was what the country looked like after the election 5 years ago. An electoral map which delivered a majority for the Conservatives, with Labour a very distant second. Many of these constituencies have altered shape and size since then because of boundary changes. And that's not the only change. A huge roster of well-known faces is stepping down as well.
Well, some breaking news for you now. And the former Prime Minister Theresa May has told her local newspaper that she will not be standing in the next general election.
Former Prime Minister Theresa May is the biggest name leaving Parliament voluntarily. She's among 75 Conservatives who are not running for re-election. Also standing down are the former Deputy Prime Minister, that's Dominic Raab, Michael Gove, who's served in Cabinet under 4 Conservative Prime Ministers, and the Health Secretary during the pandemic, that's Matt Hancock.
Everybody comes into this place wanting to make their country a better place. I've tried my hardest to do that.
34 of Labour's MPs in the last Parliament are not running again. They include the veteran former minister, Sir Ben Bradshaw, and the Conservative defector, Natalie Elphicke. And also 2 of Labour's most experienced MPs, the first female Foreign Secretary, Dame Margaret Beckett, and the Mother of the House, Harriet Harman.
When you discover that the Prime Minister was only 2 years old when you were first elected, you realise it is time to move on.
The smaller parties are also losing some of their biggest names. The SNP's former leader at Westminster, Ian Blackford, is not standing again, nor is the SNP's Mhairi Black, who became the youngest ever MP when she was elected in 2015. Meanwhile, the Greens are losing former leader Caroline Lucas. So whatever tonight's results, with a total of 132 MPs not standing again, the makeup of the House of Commons will feel very different.
OK, it's time to take a very deep breath. The broadcaster's exit poll is nearly upon us. It's carried out by Ipsos UK on behalf of Sky News, the BBC and ITV News. It's questioned thousands of people in 133 locations across the country on how they voted today. I can certainly... Andy's taking his jacket off.
I'm really nervous. For us, because we've been out for so long and it's been tough, and I know, obviously, I've seen hundreds and thousands of friends in the Labour movement. I just know all the people, they're just, I don't know, everyone's...
All watching us, waiting for the exit poll.
Yeah, and it's a big, big moment, actually, in the history of the country, really, isn't it? This is a big moment, isn't it?
Trevor?
Yeah, it's a very long time since I had a spectacularly unsuccessful political career, but I remember this moment, you two have been in it, where actually you're waiting, you just don't know what's going to happen. People who think they're going to win are just praying.
It's hard though, Trevor. I was in Ed Miliband's shadow cabinet in 2015 and we thought we'd done OK.
Yeah.
And the deflation when that came, and it was like, oh, and then you've got to go to your count.
But it's a thing that happens before, because if you think you've got a good chance of winning, what you're praying is, please don't let anything go wrong. If you think you're going to lose, you're still you're hoping something. There's a miracle. Give me this one miracle. So there are people all over the country who are in that sort of suspended state. And by the way, there's also the people who put their names in as paper candidates, and they might actually get elected. That's the worst thing, because then they've got to explain it to your family. All sort of lives are going to be changed in the next
And that happens
hour.
more often than you think. So it happens at Westminster, but because we have list systems in some of the devolved administrations, that happens a lot, because people that don't win first past the post, other people come in off of lists. And I have literally had to try and get candidates out of their bed to get to account because they didn't think they were going to win. And because of some machination, it happened, and they were asleep because, they were never going to make it. And the party's ringing them, and like, get out of your bed, get to the leisure centre. I know of a different party where somebody was manning the tills at Tesco when they got elected and they didn't know. It really was a big, big change. And then how do you tell your wife?
Don't know about an exit poll and what it actually means. We've talked you through it. How accurate are exit polls, though? In 2010, the Conservatives predicted to be the largest party with 307. That number was exactly correct. They are more and more accurate all the time. It is a projection at this stage, but it's enough to make you anxious.
Very, yeah. But hopeful. This is for us, for the Labour Party, the Labour movement. This is a really, really big moment to come back in one Parliament. Given the scale of the defeat last time, it could be huge for us. So obviously we're just waiting now to see. But I actually feel that this would be a big moment for a lot of young people in the country as well. I just want to just say that quickly, Kay. There's a lot of people under 30, perhaps more likely to vote for Labour, who've only ever had negativity on a night like this. They've only ever had a kind of terrible experience. There's been rough times that they've been introduced to politics. Tonight, for them, could be their best, most uplifting night. I hope so, but we'll see.
Beth Rigby?
I'm very excited.
I can see that.
And when I wasn't a political journalist on television, I would sit and watch exit polls, and I would watch it all night. So I am so excited about this. The exit poll is the moment where the die is cast, and then from that, the story of the night unfolds, and it's the most
England playing against Slovakia,
thrilling,
isn't it?
exhilarated. I think, yes.
It is a national moment. So little we do now. We have to do it at an exact time and an exact place, and that we get to share it with all our neighbours. But something like this really does happen, and all these WhatsApp groups around the country will be going mad, talking about this.
We're almost there, guys. Trevor?
Taking up Andy's point, we don't know if there's going to be a change in government, but if there is, I think it will be the first time anybody under 45 will have voted in an election where there's been a change of this kind. So it's momentous.
It is momentous.
It's momentous.
And you've been told not to put your glasses on by your mum until after the exit poll.
They're going on soon.
Yeah.
The mad thing is, I thought you would know by now, Kay, but the thing is that no one does know,
Did you see he
they?
brought the bit of paper over? And I said, don't give it to me.
Okay.
Because I want to enjoy the moment when everybody else is doing it at the same time. You know, and so if you're watching at home, I don't know. It's so exciting. As Beth was saying, I have no idea what the result is. What I do know is in 2 minutes' time, just a little bit over, we'll know exactly, as far as the exit poll is concerned, what has happened. And somebody who's been in that for the first time ever is our Ed, of course. He will leave where they have been crunching those numbers very shortly. We've got a cab for him specially. Beth's not even looking at me anymore. And he will be heading this way to let us know exactly what happened when those numbers were being crunched. So the campaigning is over. The leaders and their foot soldiers can do no more. Starmer, Sunak, and their main players will be anxiously awaiting the results of our exit poll. Will it be a clear majority? Will it be a narrow lead? Or will it be a hung parliament? Will it fit with the expectations outlined in previous polls over the last 6 weeks? Could it provide us with a narrative for the night based on what we have seen before? 133 polling stations around Britain have been asked to duplicate their ballot. They did. This is what's happened, ladies and gentlemen. The exit poll 2024.
Whoa. Oh my God.
You can see Ruth's face in just a second. You can see how Andy has reacted.
Brilliant.
A Labour landslide and then some. Conservatives on 131 seats. Labour 410 seats. The Lib Dems on 61 seats. What a campaign he has had. Ed Davey, as I was saying to the team just yesterday, his midlife crisis coinciding with this election campaign, and it looks like he's potentially secured 61 seats for his party. As far as the SNP is concerned, I don't know how you describe it in Scotland, but we'd say in Lancashire, it looks as though they've been absolutely battered. And look at the numbers for Reform, potentially up to 13 seats. That's where some of the Conservative votes from last time will have gone. Beth Rigby, I was giving you a moment. Go.
Yeah, that is an incredible result. If you think that Starmer said he had to climb a mountain, he has scaled Everest there and taken off into orbit. Looking at that, that is implied majority. If this is correct, and it's only a prediction of 170, it would be the second biggest Labour majority ever, only slightly behind Tony Blair in 1997. It is an incredible result when you think Labour in the last general election had its worst performance case since 1935. They were written off. They were consigned to perhaps a decade or more out of power. It is, I would say, a landmark moment. It's been half a century since any Labour leader won a majority, the last one being, of course, Tony Blair. There's a whole generation of people who won't be able to remember a Labour government, and that is a consequential win because Keir Starmer wanted a decade of renewal. He might have it.
Okay.
For the Tories, just to say, that's the worst performance ever. That is worse than Balfour in the Liberal line side in 1906. Look at Reform. look at Lib Dems. The subtext of this is not just the implosion of the Tories, but the rise of the other in this general election.
Let's see the reaction when we said Labour 410, a majority predicted of 170s. The Conservatives properly getting a drubbing. Reform, as Beth was saying, potentially on 13 seats. This is how our experts reacted when they first saw the landslide.
Oh my God.
You can see from his face in just a second. You can see how Andy has reacted.
Brilliant.
And Labour. Let me put some meat on those bones for you, should I? Because we're going to be talking about this throughout the night. The exit poll suggesting Jeremy Hunt will become the first Chancellor to lose his seat at a general election, a possible gain for the Lib Dems in Godalming and Ash. Also possible Lib Dem gains, Alex Chalk, Justice Secretary in Cheltenham, Lucy Fraser in Ely and East Cambridgeshire. She is, of course, the Culture Secretary. Other Cabinet Ministers the exit poll suggests are likely to lose are Grant Shapps, Defence in Welwyn, Johnny Mercer, the Veterans Minister. The exit poll saying it's too close to call for
Richard Holden,
Basildon and Billericay. An early declarer that as well. Could be first Penny Mordaunt in Portsmouth. You're running out of people who could potentially be the next leader. Victoria Atkins, the Health Secretary in trouble in Louth and Horncastle. Steve Barclay, DEFRA.
I say good every time you say.
No, you can't. You can't. Play nicely. We've got a long way to go. Mark Harper, Forest of Dean. Transport, Mel Stride, Work and Pensions.
He's put in a shift this election campaign. That poor bloke's never been off the telly, has
Have
he?
a look. Which of those are you surprised at?
In terms of, well, I'd be in terms of the pictures up there, I looked at Rishi Sunak and thought you were saying he was going. I said I would actually be pretty surprised if Richmond went. We'd be in real trouble. I think it was well trailed. I think if Tonbridge goes, that's a likely Conservative hold. I'm pleased to see that in terms of Tom Tugendhat. Too close to call. I mean, it's funny. Beth and I were talking before we went on air, and the word coming out of Central Office was that we could be below three figures in terms of seats. There was a chance. So actually 131. While, I mean, there's no dressing this up. This is a massacre. It is a massacre. They've actually, if this is right, pulled a few back from where they thought they were. They've pulled a good few dozen back from where they thought they were, because there was 80 that we thought we had, with another possible 40 to 60 in play. And we seem to have got most of the upper end of that. But we were hearing the same thing, weren't we, Beth?
Yes, we were.
OK, Trevor.
Yeah, look, the fact that it is not a huge surprise, these numbers, doesn't make it less momentous. I mean, this is very big, and Beth's given some of the numbers. I think the thing that will be interesting to see as the night goes on is what we see from the smaller parties. Because the real question, I think, here is going to be, is this a thumping Labour victory, or is it really a massive defeat for the Tories? Because I think what we...
Is it not both?
Well, you can have both, but the point is, what has caused this? And the question is, has Nigel Farage and Reform divided the vote on the right to the extent that it's allowed Labour to amass this great number, or is there truly enthusiasm for Labour? We don't know. We'll see how it goes on over the night. But I think that the numbers we should also be looking at are those numbers at the end there. I mean, Lib Dems, big result. I think it's probably close to their best.
I've actually...
Since the 80s or 90s?
They got 62 in 2005, and they went back to 57 in 2010. And you will remember they were the coalition years with Cameron and Clegg, and then after that they were massacred, taken out.
And the thing is, look at...
OK, guys, hold that thought a second. Ed Conway was actually in the room. Ed, you saw the reaction here. What was it like where you are?
Let me just first of all go through some of the data points here, because I was there at the exit poll when these numbers were being put together, and so, I have a bit of kind of extra colour I could perhaps give you on the numbers. First off, just the scale of what we're looking at. We have never seen an electoral collapse like this. So looking at the change in the share of the vote specifically, what the Conservatives have experienced in terms of the fall in their support has been worse than anything we can see going back decades, possibly ever. It's worse than the Lib Dems collapse in 2015, which up until now was one of the most historic collapses we'd ever seen. This is worse, and it's happening to the governing party, which again is something that might be unprecedented. There's so much that's unprecedented about this. It looks as if it's going to establish the record of the swing. So looking at the overall swing from Conservative to the Labour Party, it looks like it's potentially going to beat Blair, although we'll have to see when those numbers come in. Obviously, the majority itself, around 170. Conservatives themselves, a number of Conservatives MPs on track for being basically the worst in the history of the Conservative Party, at least the modern Conservative Party, the worst I've seen going back to 1830s. So there are just record after record that have been broken. But one thing that ties everything together is people have gone out there, according to the exit poll, and I should say all of this is what the exit poll is suggesting. It does have an excellent record, but we do need to see whether it's borne out by the results that we get in constituency after constituency. But everything suggests people were out there essentially voting in constituencies around the country against the Conservative Party. And that question of how much support Labour have, well, looking at the share of the vote, looking at the implied share of the vote from what we know from the exit poll, it implies a share of the vote that's lower than Jeremy Corbyn received in 2017, considerably lower. So a lot of people will ask, does this mean support for Keir Starmer, or does it mean that people just simply wanted to vote the Conservatives out? The Reform Party doing better than so many people had expected, with 13 seats up, obviously from 0 as a new party. But even more significantly, their share of the vote looks like it's greater than the Liberal Democrat share of the vote, and the Lib Dems have come away with 61 seats. So Reform having an enormous impact on this election, partly in terms of destroying a lot of the Conservative support, partly in terms of getting some of those MPs. But broadly speaking, that message that the Conservatives were trying to give, vote Reform, get the Labour Party, well, that's precisely what's happened. As for whether this is a supermajority or not, I think that's one of those arguments. Final thing I would just say, the SNP, this is a story that might well be, dwarfed by this UK narrative in terms of the UK House of Commons, but the SNP facing a cataclysmic collapse in their MPs in Scotland. So some extraordinary stories, Kay, but we'll bring you more data, more charts in the coming hours.
I know you're heading this way, and we'll come back, and you'll be with us very shortly indeed. Looking at the screen now to the left, that's Blythe. They would like to be the first constituency to declare in 2024, but wanting to beat them to it is Sunderland. We are going to monitor that for you. But before all of that, let's bring in John Redwood and also Sir Robert Buckland. I think it's fair to say to both of you gentlemen that the Conservatives are used to winning elections. If the exit poll is to be believed, not tonight.
No, indeed, a very bad result for the Conservatives. Not a surprise, because all the polls have said Conservatives will do very badly. This latest exit poll is not at the disastrous level where we're not even going to be the official opposition, but it's still an extremely bad result for the Conservatives. And I do buy into the line that I think the public were very angry. They'd felt let down by the government over various things. They were unhappy about the handling of COVID and lockdown. They were unhappy about the tax level. They were unhappy about the number of migrants coming into the country. They were unhappy about the inflation, and they were just passing a judgment on the government. And they've ended up with a very distorted parliament, a parliament with a very flattering majority to the Labour Party, as it's probably got relatively small share of the vote compared with past practice, but it's also the result of a big split in the vote of those who disagreed with Labour between Reform and the Conservatives. So those two parties have ended up with very few seats.
Sir Robert Buckland, whose fault is it?
Well, look, I think, first of all, the mistake that we must avoid making as Conservatives is to blame the electorate. The electorate is always right in its decisions, and we've got to respect the scale of this likely defeat and then learn from it. It's going to take some time to come back from this. I was a candidate in '97, and I know what it feels like to taste bitter defeat. I think the time for recrimination is not now. I think a lot needs to be looked at in terms of the cumulative build-up of events that led to this whole-scale rejection of the Conservatives. I think it would be a mistake for people in my party to jump to a conclusion that somehow allying with Reform would be the way forward. It seems to me that the Conservative Party has got to rebuild the coalition of support that it painstakingly created in 2010 and then renewed in 2019 in order to stand a chance of forming a government in the near future. This is going to take a long time to recover, Kay.
Looking at the exit poll, we're being told that if it is to be believed, you're going to lose your seat to Heidi Alexander.
Yeah.
Well, that's politics, Kay. I've lost before. I've won 4 elections on the trot. I'm used to what defeat looks like, and I'm prepared for it. But I'm not. My political life is not over. I feel a bit like Tony Benn tonight, that I be leaving Parliament to spend more time on politics. I've got causes dear to my heart, such as autism, disability, justice, that I will be fighting for just as hard outside Parliament as I used to in Parliament. So I'm ready for whatever the electorate throw at me. And I treat victory and defeat like those two imposters just the same.
Bit of Kipling.
Paraphrase Kipling.
Yeah, indeed so, Beth.
And John, the party will be, if this is correct, reeling from this. It is a really terrible defeat. You've nearly lost 2/3 of your seats, if this is correct. How do you think the party can even begin to rebuild? What do you want to see come from this?
Well, I think there will need to be a reshaping, and there will need to be careful choice of personnel. We don't yet know who has lost their seat, so it's too early to speculate. I trust that Rishi Sunak wins his seat and he will carry on for an interim period while the party thinks through what it would like to do next. There will need to be a new chairman of the 1922 committee anyway, because the outgoing one has retired from Parliament. And that's quite an important post in these circumstances. There needs to be a leader of the new team of MPs assembling when Parliament meets, because they will have a very big role to play in deciding who's going to lead them going forwards, what kind of a party it's going to be, what lessons we learn from what is likely to be a bad defeat. And there will be a clash of ideas, because there's been a big argument about ideas going on over the last 5 years.
But John, when you see Reform potential on 13 there, do you think the party needs to tack to the right with a future leader, or stay in the centre ground?
I think it needs to tack to popular and credible beliefs that people will support. I don't think this right-left thing means very much. And I do think people responded badly to the inflation, to the failure to control our borders, and to the way that COVID was handled and the result.
I just have a different take on it, John. I mean, I remember the Conservative Party when I went into Parliament. It was a different party than this one that stood at this election. You've got to decide now whether you're a wholly owned subsidiary of Reform, because that's what you've become. And I think you're one of the people who've dragged it in that direction over the years. Sensible people were pushed out, pushed away. Ken Clarke, Rory Stewart, Theresa May. This is, you know, you may as well be Reform, and you should be owning this is the worst result in the history of the Conservative Party.
Sorry, we're nothing to do with Reform. And if you look at the senior figures of this government,
Pale version of them.
If you look at David Cameron as Foreign Secretary, and you look at Jeremy Hunt as Chancellor of the Exchequer, and you look at Rishi Sunak, this was a very moderate, conservative, balanced ticket. And unfortunately, the 5 years had not gone well for the public, and so we got the result we did. But you're quite wrong about where we are.
Does the centre-right exist in the party? I don't see it.
Of course it does.
I mean, I think this is a classic case of we had an election where you need groups of people to vote for you, and there was groups of people that we were actively putting off from voting for us. We upset pensioners by making the cut to national insurance over income tax. We upset mortgage payers because of the Liz Truss year, put hundreds of pounds on lots of people's mortgages. We upset young people with the idea of this national service, which we then dropped halfway through the campaign. We upset Remainers by being the party of Brexit in 2019. And we upset Brexiteers this time around because we promised them that immigration would go down and it went up and Brexit happened. So how do you cobble together a group of people that are going to vote for a party if you don't have a coherent narrative of what the last 14 years look like, if you've broken your promises to them in several respects, if you run probably one of the worst campaigns in living memory, and if you have also lost your reputation for competency in government and for sound money. I mean, without these coalitions, I mean, it doesn't matter if you're on the right of the party or the left of the party. If you upset all these groups of voters, you're never going to win. So, you know, this was a defeat that was long in the coming.
Well, I think Ruth and I understand our party.
Yes,
it was a result of bad government.
You've got a question for Bob Buckland.
Yeah, I just wanted to put to Rob Buckland, who I interviewed several times. Rob Buckland, the basic problem here is that the electorate clearly didn't really know what Conservative Party they were voting for. And if what Ed Conway says about the potential share of the vote, which is that Reform had a really substantial share, maybe not the same level as Conservatives, but close enough, isn't the problem here that the Tories have got to decide what are they here for? The coalition that Boris Johnson put together in 2019 has just split apart. So what is the answer now? What Tory party do you want people to vote for?
Well, Trevor, I'd love to see what the projected share is as well, because it may well be a horrible sort of inversion of what happened in the 80s when the left and the centre-left was split and the Conservatives enjoyed big majorities. And their choices were made then by the Labour Party to stop veering to the extreme left of British politics and to come back to the common ground. But, you know, John Redwood is right about this. Left and right, you know, isn't really where we should be debating. What we should be talking about is generational politics. And my big concern is that we did not have a compelling offer to younger, aspirational people who want to own their own home, who want to have a stake in our society, who want to believe in a future that is more hopeful than the past. I don't think we had anything really constructive to say to them, rather than more than steady as she goes, the economy's coming right. We've got to go away and think carefully about recapturing that spirit of optimism, of aspiration, and of representing that sense of progress that I think encapsulates the best of conservatism, and that national sense that the Conservative Party represents all parts of our country. We've got a long road to come back now.
Can I ask you a question? It's Andy. Can I just ask you a question? Don't you think, though, the Conservative Party changed? I watched it happen when I was in Parliament. It felt like Brexit took the soul of the old Conservative Party, and all of those people, like yourself, a bit pushed away, and it left one strain of opinion dominating everything, and that you lost your balance, it felt to me, at that point in time.
Andy, I'd say this. I think, you know, I'm a keen student of Labour history as well as Tory politics. I would say this. I think Brexit really sucked a lot of the energy out of what other areas of policy. I think because it took so much of our concentration and our governmental time, and I was a minister right through that process, I don't think, frankly, there was enough time to do the deep thinking and then the action needed on issues like housing and aspiration.
OK, guys, we're going to have to move on. I'm so sorry to have to interrupt you there. Thank you very much indeed, Sir Robert. Thank you. Suggestions that Sir Robert Buckland in Swindon South may well lose his seat to Heidi Alexander of the Labour Party. Ed Conway winging his way to us. He'll be with us very shortly. Indeed, managed to pick him up there. He will be heading our way very shortly to give us a flavour of what was happening.
He got Ed, his own Sky News copter. as if he's going to the palace for dissolution. That's amazing.
I know.
That is the biggest.
No expense spared.
Oh, that's a huge move there for Ed.
You should see what your treats are later on. Let's have a look at the Big Beast graphic, should we, and see who could well be in trouble. There you go. Richmond and Northallerton, Beth, likely Conservative hold. They'd be in a lot of trouble if they weren't. Hertsmere, who is the Deputy Prime Minister, of course, likely to hold his seat as well. But we move along to Godalming and Ash, which, of course, is Jeremy Hunt. The first time ever that a sitting Chancellor would lose his seat. Braintree, we can see the Home Secretary likely to hold on to his. But a possible Labour game with Welling and Hatfield. We'll go through some of the others for you a little bit later on. Johnny, the Plymouth Moor View, Mark Austin is standing by for us at the Labour camp in North London, Holborn and St Pancras. They must be thrilled, Mark. Hi.
Yeah, hi, Kay. Well, if that exit poll that you've just been showing is anything like the reality, then the civic officers here in Camden are about to witness something pretty spectacular. Keir Starmer will be here in a matter of hours, I mean, it's a given that he's going to win here. His majority is 27,000 or so, 64% of the vote last time, so he should win here. But the exit poll predicting great things nationally means that Keir Starmer, former human rights lawyer, former director of public prosecutions, leader of the Labour Party for 4 years or so, is going to walk into this building in a matter of hours, knowing full well that his life and the life of his family is about to change in the most dramatic way. Labour Party members have already been celebrating here as your exit poll went up there. And here they are receiving the news from the Sky News exit poll. Tamara Cohen is with me, so, well, a good night for them, and certainly a big night for Keir Starmer.
Absolutely. We will see Keir Starmer here at this count for the first time tonight, walking in here in the knowledge that he is almost certainly going to be Britain's next Prime Minister. After all these weeks of campaigning where you felt every day that Labour couldn't quite believe that it was happening, they now know almost for certain that they have won a landslide majority of the order that no one has since Tony Blair won one from opposition 27 years ago now. And they've seen a Conservative implosion that we can see in those opinion polls there. And he will be coming here to thank the people who have voted for him to put him in this position, but also will be talking, no doubt, about the job he has done in transforming the party. We heard tonight from Pat McFadden, who's a close ally of Keir Starmer, has been coordinating the campaign, and he says the transformation of the party since he took it over, having had its most devastating defeat for 80 years. He took it over when a lot of people said it will be the work of many, many years to get them back into contention. He has turned it around in just 5 years, and now the hard work of governing will begin. I think we'll get a sense of that when he appears here tonight. Yeah, and it could be hard work, because I can't remember an opposition leader coming into government with quite such low popularity ratings, but we'll talk about that in the coming hours as we wait for Sir Keir Starmer to get here. With that, back to you, Kay, in the studio.
Yes. Yep.
That's really exciting.
OK, for now, thank you, David Lammy, Shadow Foreign Secretary, until this evening, is joining us. Now, it's good to see you, David Lammy. Thank you for taking the time. You must be thrilled. How confident are you that you will be going into the Foreign Office by the end of the week?
Look, Kay, this is my 8th general election. The exit poll, of course, will cheer on many people that voted Labour across the country, but in the end, we won't know the full result until 3-4 o'clock this morning. I think what we're seeing is what I picked up on the doorstep, that in the end, people recognise that Keir Starmer changed the party. Did I say Keir Starmer? Maybe that's what we should now call it. Keir Starmer changed the party and now want him potentially to change the country. That's what they're voting for. They're voting because they recognise that after 14 years of the Conservatives, our public services are nowhere near where they should be. Inflation is higher than it should be. Cost of living is high. We've got sewage in our waters. For all of those reasons, they're up for change, and they're up for that Labour manifesto, which I hope, of course, is a winning manifesto. This is a long way from where we were in 2019. When I said to Keir Starmer, when he decided, and I encouraged him to run to lead our party, that it would take 10 years, I was wrong. He said we could do it in 5.
David,
he said about change
thought.
the party, and it looks like he
David,
might be
hold that thought. I'm
on the
going to
cusp
come back
of
to you in
doing
just a second, because I do want to pursue what we're talking about with the Foreign Office. But before that, Angela Rayner, Deputy Labour leader. Will she be Deputy Prime Minister? Is it going to rain on your parade, or do you think you are going to be the Deputy Prime Minister?
I hope not, but I'm glad you cut David short so I could nip in. I mean, look, the exit poll is encouraging, but obviously we haven't got any of the results yet. You want to see your film crew behind it. I'm getting soaked. I feel really sorry for them. But, you know, the exit poll is, in Manchester. Who knew that it rains in Manchester? But the exit poll was encouraging for us tonight, but obviously we've not had any of the results yet. And, you know, Keir has done a tremendous job in transforming the Labour Party and putting forward a programme for government that the country can get behind. And after 14 years of the chaos and the scandals and the decline that we've seen under the Tories, I think they're getting, you know, punished for that. That's pretty clear in the polls as well.
Angela, it's Andy here. I feel homesick looking at you under that umbrella. But I just want to say, I mean, David's right, we don't know yet how people have actually voted, and we're all going off an exit poll. But I just want to say, on behalf, I'm sure, of many, many people, not just in the Labour movement, but across the country, thank you to you for leading from the front in this campaign, and to you, David. I mean, whatever happens, we know that the Labour Party's back in tune with the country. And I just want to say, you know, well done to both of you for leading us through this campaign.
Can I jump in? Andrew Rayner, it's Beth.
Thank you, Andy. Can I just...
Go on, Beth. No, Beth wants to ask you a question, Angela. I know we've only got you for a short time, not least because you're in the pouring rain.
Andrew Rayner, it's Beth Rigby here. You were there in...
I'm loving the rain.
You were there in 2019, the worst defeat since 1935. If this poll is correct, Keir Starmer has now just delivered or will deliver the second biggest Labour majority since Blair. Can you actually believe it? Surely this is beyond your wildest expectations.
Well, to you, Beth, and to Andy's point, I just want to first of all say thank you to those people that have voted for Labour. And if the exit polls are correct and accurate, then it's an incredible honour for them to put their trust in us, especially after the 2019 defeat, as you say. To get even a majority of one, we'd have had to have had a swing bigger than that of Tony Blair's in 1997. So it is encouraging, but you know, I want to say to the people of this country that myself and Keir and the rest of the shadow cabinet are putting themselves in the service of them. We understand that. We've seen the self-service under the Conservatives. We understand the weight on our shoulders, and the mandate is you better deliver for us and put us first. And I say to the people of this country, I will always put you first, and I will fight really hard every day to turn things around. We know how difficult it's been for people, and we'll work really hard to, you know, get people's faith back in politics and to turn that page on the decline and the chaos that we've had.
OK, David, we are going to come back to you in just a second. Angela's got to go shortly, so do bear with us, if you will, because I know that Ruth has a question for Angela.
No, I was just going to ask if the poll is right and if there's 409 colleagues joining you on the green benches, how do you manage that as the deputy leader? You've obviously got your own mandate in the party, and there'll be people there that never expected to ever become MPs. They were paper candidates in the best tradition of serving the party because they were asked to. How do you make sure that you get a team that fights at all levels and doesn't descend into sort of rats in a sack? I know from my own party it can happen quite quickly, and in the Labour Party there's plenty of factions too.
Well, we were very clear when Keir and myself took over that we had to have a high bar for our candidates, and we didn't accept that any of them would be paper candidates. We've seen, even in this election, what happens when candidates fall below the standard that we'd expect for people that want to be MPs, and we've taken decisive action since Keir's been the leader and I've been deputy to make sure that people understand the standards we expect from them, and also the work ethic that we put the country first before the party, and that's what we've gone out to the country and said, and that's what we expect to deliver across the whole of our members of parliament. And I've been up and down the country in my battle bus, and I've seen our tremendous calibre of candidates and the thirst that they've got and the understanding of what a privilege and an honour it is to represent your constituents and to do it diligently, and that's what we'll be expecting from any member of parliament who carries the banner of Labour.
Angela, I know you've got to go, but I just wanted to ask you about how you feel this evening. Obviously, everybody's very excited at this stage, but how do you feel about losing seats potentially to Reform and the Greens?
Well, I'm encouraged by the exit poll, as I say, and if you look at where we were in 2019 to where we are now, Keir has transformed our party and put a programme for government, which I think, you know, the polls are showing that hopefully people have supported us in that. And I've been an MP and had the privilege of being an MP for 9 years now, and it's horrible being in opposition because we've not had the opportunity to change the country.
Well, answer
and
my question,
you know,
though,
if
Angela,
the polls are correct and if I'm re-elected, yeah, I am answering the question in the fact that I think that, you know, we've put a programme for government forward that I hope the country can get behind and has got behind, and then the work starts tomorrow and us delivering for that. And
I'm only using first names for tonight.
That's where our priorities are. I think if you look at the...
I said I'm only using first names for tonight, guys, because after that we're back to, back to normal after tonight. But congratulations. I know I've got to let you go. Thanks very much indeed. Trevor wants to ask...
Angela.
Yeah, Trevor wants to ask David a question. Thanks for your patience, David.
Hi, David. Trevor Phillips here. If the exit poll's right, you're going to have over 400 seats. And one of the great traditions of the Labour Party is gigantic expectations. And with that number of seats, how do you think you're going to be able to manage the level of expectation that waiting lists will be reduced to 0 by Monday, that there will be breakfast clubs all over the place by next Wednesday? That's going to be part of the issue for you, isn't it?
Well, look, Trevor, some people said that the manifesto should have many more promises, and we were very clear that it had to be fully costed. It was measured, it was balanced, it was what we were picking up on the doorstep, so 6,500 teachers dealing with antisocial behaviour, economic growth and stability, absolutely centre. The climate challenge and GB energy, that was the promise. Those were the first steps. And so we were very careful at making it clear to people that we actually want 10 years of renewal. I think the public understand that the country's in a mess. It's in a mess. They know this, and they know that turning that around will not happen overnight. And as to the large numbers of MPs, look, I remember the 1997 intake. It was a large intake of MPs. It was disciplined. It was coherent. It was very clear, the mission that we had at that point, and we governed for a significant period. So I think that with a large intake, we can do that again. But I should just say, of course, this is an encouraging exit poll, but a poll does not translate to votes. And I would say there are lots of marginal seats out there. And that will also be a story of tonight, I'm quite sure. And so there is a margin of error, I suspect, in those polling numbers that could go either way. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, to take it past the election result and onto governing. Sorry, it's Ruth Davidson here, David. This is going to be a centre-left government in a world where a lot of our allies seem to be moving further right. I mean, it looks like the Democrats are in trouble in the States. I know that's a patch that you know well. In terms of what we're seeing in the elections in France, in terms of some of our other European allies. How would you, as the potential future Foreign Secretary, be making sure that you're building alliances across these countries when Britain is looking as if it's going to be moving left just as everybody else takes a step right?
Well, look, there's a tide, I think, that begun in our electoral politics. It begun really after the crash of 2008. It does mean that you have to have an offer for working people. And the truth for our party is, notwithstanding the exit poll that you were predicting, if we do not deliver for working people, then we will be out. And nationalists will be on our tail. That is the lesson that we see across the world. And it is because there are significant parts of the community who feel that they've lost out. The offer for them is not as good as it was for their parents, particularly young people across our country. Mortgages beyond reach, they can't get a home, public services they can't rely on. For a number of reasons, people need us to deliver for working people.
OK, just before I let you go, David Lammy, thanks again for your patience. I'm just hearing that if the exit poll is correct, Dougie Alexander is going to be back in the Labour Party, back in government if he wins in Lothian East. He's going to give you a run for your money to be Foreign Secretary.
Douglas Alexander is a dear friend and actually a neighbour of mine.
Doesn't stop him taking you on.
I have seen the tittle-tattle.
He's a neighbour. He says he lives in the
some
seat in Lothian
parts
East.
of the right-wing media, but I've got to tell you that in preparing potentially for government, preparing for NATO, preparing for the European political community, with war in Europe and huge problems in the Middle East, this is a very serious role. Of course, I'll serve wherever Keir Starmer wants me to, but I do fully expect to be Foreign Secretary if we get across the line.
OK, David, we will let you go. As I said, first names for tonight while we're all relaxed. But by next week, we're going to be very formal again, whether you're Foreign Secretary
Thank you, Ms. Burley.
or not. Thank you very much indeed.
Well done, David.
David Lammy, thank you. Thanks a lot. Bear with me, guys. Just want to tell people what's happening on the screen as you're looking at it. So we've got Newcastle, Sunderland in the middle, Blythe to the far
Come on,
left.
Sunderland.
And these are the three
I always want
seats.
Sunderland to beat Newcastle.
These are the three seats that are racing to try to be the first to declare. Beth Rigby?
Just picking up on what David Lammy said, I think one thing to watch out on these results is Labour thought that they might win dozens of seats on very small majorities with low vote share. And I think one of the stories of the night could become that Labour have a massive majority on a lower vote share than in the past. And this is the wide but shallow scenario for Starmer, in which he knows, and his people will talk to you about how they know people have voted perhaps to get the Tories out, and that's it now, so they have to win the votes. And they're very cognizant that if they do want that decade of national renewal, they're going to have to work very hard. It could be a very short honeymoon for this Labour government, despite this massive potential electoral success tonight.
Everywhere in the world, there are nationalist populists and popular nationalists.
We're going to lose Stuart Hosey if I don't go to the okay. We'll come back to you in just a second. Don't go, Stuart. You're defending 48 of the country's 57 seats. Our opinion poll, our exit poll, forgive me, is saying, oh, you'll be lucky if you've got 10 by the end of the evening.
Well, that certainly makes very stark reading. There's no question about that. The caveat I would add is it is only an exit poll. The boxes are being opened and counted now. Let's see what the result looks like at the end of the day. However, you'll be aware the polls at the start of this campaign suggested we might be returned with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seats. I think the key message to me from all of this is the overwhelming motivation of the vast majority of the public was to simply get the Tories out. And all of the other policy matters, austerity, Brexit, cost of living, that stuff was just swept away by a determination to get the Tories out. And if the exit poll is correct, and it is only an exit poll, it would suggest that many people have decided Labour were the best vehicle to do that.
Ruth Davis has got a question for you.
Yeah, on these results, though, Stuart, this is not getting the Tories out in Scotland. The Tories would hold on to a significant number of their 6 seats in Scotland. Going into this election, it was SNP party policy that John Swinney espoused that if there was a majority of seats went SNP, that was a mandate for independence. Given that it's very clear, if this poll is anywhere near right, you've got a long way to go before you're anywhere near a majority. Does that mean there's no mandate for independence? Will somebody senior in the SNP finally say that there is no mandate to seek independence?
I think, Ruth, pretending that 2 seats is somehow a victory in Scotland is a pretty shallow thing to do. And in terms of a mandate for independence, I think you and the viewers know there is one in the Scottish Parliament. But the key thing isn't an election. The key thing is persuading the Scottish people that independence is the best thing to do. And if there's a lesson to be taken from this, whether this result is replicated at the end of the day or not, it's to double the efforts to make the cogent case and persuade the Scottish people that independence is the best way forward.
Stuart Hosey, hang about. Week after week, your spokespeople, Stephen Flynn, your Westminster leader, Swinney last week, said exactly what Ruth Davidson has just said, that if they get a majority, then that is a mandate for a second independent referendum. If the exit poll is right, you're not even near, you're barely in a minority. Wouldn't it be graceful now to say, actually, the Scottish people have spoken, that is not what they're interested in. What they're really interested in is good governance. Shouldn't you now actually live by your own words?
I think good governance is what every government of any colour in any parliament should strive for. I wouldn't disagree with you about that at all. The other thing, though, where I think we might differ is the job of the Scottish National Party is to campaign for independence, to make the cogent and compelling case for Scottish independence, and we'll continue to do that.
After week,
if you
lose in this vote, you won't pursue it. And now you're still pursuing it.
Sorry, I don't think anyone said we wouldn't pursue it. We need to make a more cogent and more compelling case. But I think by the same token, pundits need to understand the compelling motivation for it would appear almost the entire electorate in this UK election. It was to get the Tories out. That looks like that's going to happen, and they're going to be absolutely hammered. And if it is the case that even independent supporters in Scotland took the view that voting Labour was the best vehicle to do that.
I'm going to jump back in if I may, because this is obviously a chastening night for both our parties, mine across the whole UK, yours across Scotland. In terms of Labour, we've heard from some of their senior figures saying that they understand that this was a vote against sitting governments. It wasn't necessarily a vote for them, and that they still have to win the love of the country. They might have borrowed their votes, but they haven't got the love. Would you agree with that analysis that actually this has been a vote against long-standing governments in two parliaments, and actually not necessarily a huge popularity contest for Keir Starmer?
I would agree with the latter part of that. I think the enthusiasm for Labour and its austerity programme has been very, very limited indeed. And of course, it is now Labour austerity and Labour Brexit are likely to be no longer Tory austerity and Tory Brexit. In terms of voting against the Scottish Government, this is a UK election. We have a Scottish parliamentary election in 2026. That's when the second part of that will be tested.
Okay. We must leave it there. Very good of you to take the time to join us, Stuart Hosey. Thank you very much indeed. A couple of other things from the exit poll you may be interested in. Ladies and gentlemen, looks like the Greens are likely to take Bristol Central, which is Thangham Debonair's seat, and also Brighton Pavilion, as you would expect. And Lee Anderson apparently suggested to lose in Ashfield, a Labour gain, suggested in the exit poll.
Yeah, Thangham Debonair will be really disappointing. I spoke to someone very senior in the Labour Party yesterday, and they said they were really fighting hard to try and save that seat. She was up against Carla Denyer, who is the joint leader of the Greens, and Thangham Debonair is their culture secretary, would be the culture secretary, so that is a massive blow. But they'll be really pleased if the Greens can hold Brighton Pavilion, because they had a big Caroline Lucas, the former Green leader, who has they had a big. There was a big challenge in Brighton. So if the Greens can pick up both those seats, they'll be very pleased with that. But it's a blow for Labour with Thangham.
OK, bear with us, guys, because we will come back to you all. It's a long night. Don't be so disappointed, Trevor. I will come back to you, I promise. Because we can't keep a lady waiting, and Sarah J. Mee is standing by for us this evening in Cleethorpes. Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes. It's a new seat notionally. Talk us through what's going on there.
Hi, Kay. Yes, counting here in Grimsby Town Hall got underway just after 10 o'clock this evening. Over my shoulder, you can probably see teams of people busy counting away with their thimbles, or as I've been told, they're called counting combs in this scenario, counting out all the votes behind us. Got some hours to go. Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes, as you said, one of the new constituencies in this election. And Grimsby and Cleethorpes have been our target towns here on Sky News in this general election campaign. We spent a lot of time here finding out what the people in this area want from their politicians in this next government. With us, our national correspondent Tom Parminter, who spent a lot of time here as well. And Tom, it's worth unpacking what this area is all about. We're in an area that, 70% of people voted to leave the EU, and this is seen as a fierce battleground tonight between the Conservatives and Labour.
And
another party as well bring into the mix, as we just saw from some of those figures. This is a really fascinating battle in this corner of Lincolnshire. It's quite feverish down there, isn't it? Real buzz in the room in this grand old setting in the town hall here in Grimsby. And we've got a really interesting fight on our hands. It is a seat that you would look at that exit poll, you'd look at the Labour landslide and think it's very likely to go back to Labour. This is a new constituency. It's the merging of two towns into one constituency. Grimsby, which has always traditionally been Labour, went Tory in 2019, and Cleethorpes, which has always, or generally, has been more Conservative leaning. So those two towns coming together will give an indicator of where the country's at, and we've seen from the exit poll where the pollsters think the country is at. And the most likely outcome is that Labour take this seat tonight, which would mean Melanie On, who used to be the MP for Grimsby, getting her old job back, or a new constituency, but effectively her old job. But we've seen that the reform predictions are really buoying the candidates and the activists down in the hall here who are marshalling the tables here, looking at all the votes. I can see the reform candidate just down there. He's a young guy, used to be a Tory councillor. He switched allegiances to Reform. And what we've seen out and about in Grimsby and Cleethorpes throughout this year is that, yes, there's a huge hunger for change. Is there a great appetite for what Labour have been offering with Keir Starmer? I'd say it's a muted appetite, really. People want change. Do they really want what's on offer? Is there a great feeling of euphoria here? No, there isn't. And there has been this idea of protest votes, kind of a real statement from people just fed up with the whole political system, how it feels like it's let people down so badly over the last few years.
Well, the exit poll is saying that Grimsby and Cleethorpes is a likely Labour gain, but as you said, that exit poll also showing a Reform likely to gain 13 seats. Could it be an upset here within one of them? The exit poll saying that it's likely to turn Labour here later on tonight. We're expecting a result at around 3 o'clock in the morning. Kate, we'll speak to you later.
OK, lovely. Thanks very much indeed. I'm not going to ask you anything because you've got a mouthful of food. Already, she's got the Cracker Barrel out, haven't you?
Yeah. Gone early.
Yeah.
Cheese and crackers, yeah. Done it.
Exactly. So, the exit poll, well, the man, I was going to give you a few more facts, but the man who knows everything there is to know about it
Not true.
is here.
I mean, it was pretty extraordinary.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I heard, I was in the cab and I could hear the reaction on the desk when the numbers came through, but we were going through those numbers for a while, and also kind of looking at some of the charts and the historical context. So can I start with
Please.
some charts? Is that all right?
Oh, I love
Is that
a chart.
allowed?
You just
There are many. There are many. But here's the thing. OK, Shall we start with some of the constituency stories that we're hearing about? You know, we were wondering about who the big scalps might potentially be implied by the exit poll. And one of them is, of course, let's bring it up, actually, Jeremy Hunt. And one of them is Jeremy Hunt. Yeah, there you can see him there. And if I just bring up some of the statistics, we'll stick on Jeremy Hunt because we're going to bring up those statistics of what is implied by the exit poll in his constituency of Godalming and Ash. You can see it just down there. OK, so this is last time around. 53% share of the vote for Jeremy Hunt. 53%. Remember that number? And now look here. 32% is implied by the exit poll. Now, this is, they say, a possible Lib Dem gain, OK? But it's actually a bit closer than a lot of people would have expected, looking like 37% for the Lib Dems. So looking quite plausible that we will, tonight, in the next few hours, witness history in terms of the Chancellor, a sitting Chancellor losing their seat. But let's just see, OK? Because what we're going to do is we're going to look through each of the results as they come through and give you a sense of whether it's kind of above, below, in line with the exit poll. And that's going to be one to watch, although that's coming up later. And Portsmouth North as well. Can we find Penny Mordaunt? So Penny Mordaunt as well, facing a real challenge in Portsmouth North. There she is, down south in Portsmouth North. And what you can see here is really kind of interesting, because this is even closer, OK? So last time around, 61% Conservative vote in Portsmouth North. 61%. Look at the blue. And now look in the exit poll, 28%. Just look at the complete collapse that you're talking about in many constituencies around the country, although in this case, it's a bit too close to call, OK? And you've got different dynamics going on that we can talk about. You know, there's a Brexit vote, it's different areas with mortgages, a lot of people with mortgages, kind of those areas with more people with mortgages tending to vote against the government. So you've got the reversion from what we saw at the last election with that Brexit vote, but you've also got a mortgage story happening post-Liz Truss. Is it the kind of Liz Truss hangover? But I just want to, I mentioned a few charts to you, and I want to just show you this one, OK? This is a bit of a historic one, OK? We'll start with what the exit poll is suggesting here. Conservative seats, 131. And now this line goes back a long way. I want to just follow that line through the 90s, the 70s, the 50s, the 20s, through into the 19th century. We've never, ever seen the Conservative Party get down to these kinds of levels before, not since the invention of the Conservative Party, the period of, the Corn Laws, Peel, all of that. There has never been another result that's like that, if the exit poll is right. So we might be about to experience history from that perspective as well. I mean, if these numbers are right, it's historic in so many different dimensions, and we haven't even talked about the SNP. But what about the Labour Party? This, too, is another one of those charts to focus on, because, look, there's the Blair landslides, OK? And again, the higher the bars are, the more seats in Parliament. There's those Blair years. 97, of course, the one to beat, kind of around about close enough to 420. And here, 410, well, it's about in line with that. And, of course, it's an exit poll. We'll have to see what the numbers do. Could be a little bit higher, could be a little bit lower. But, again, we have rarely seen, apart from those Blair years, anything that's quite close to that. Look, that's Attlee there in the post-war election. So an extraordinary night for the Labour Party. But here's what's striking, OK, and we're going to tease this out. Even though the number of seats is really high, the share of the vote is not as high as you might expect. That's what it looks like. It looks like it's even lower than Jeremy Corbyn recorded in 2017. Final thing to say, OK, historic majority. So here, we're just going through, and in a sense, you can kind of ignore this because this is national government. So just look at how high these bars are. This is how high majorities have been throughout history, going back all the way again to the 1830s. And look how much higher that is than Boris Johnson, first of all, OK? So you've got Boris Johnson there, 2019, and there is potentially Keir Starmer, although we'll have to wait and see. And then looking back, it is very rare to see a majority this high, but that is potentially what Keir Starmer has just earned. And those are the numbers from the exit poll, OK? But we are going to get through actual figures as they come through from constituency to constituency. And what we'll be doing is we'll be comparing those and giving you a sense of whether this is the number to focus on.
OK, we're on the telly, Beth.
I know, so I'm getting my highlighter. Because the reason I'm getting my highlighter
is to wield it,
right?
It's no, because you talked about 2017 and the Labour vote share then was 40%.
Yeah.
And I remember at the time I was just saying to Kay, that was considered really, really impressive from Corbyn. It actually meant he stayed on, didn't it, Andy?
Mm-hmm.
So to get that size of majority on under 40%
And it's considerably lower. It looks like it's considerably
lower.
lower.
What does it look like, or can you not say yet?
We can't really say.
But I thought
it suddenly makes Theresa May look a lot better. She got 42%, you know?
Actually told an interesting story because the Labour share is hardly up. But what has actually happened is that 61% has been divided between the Conservatives and Reform.
There you go.
And it's these light blues.
That's the story of that.
It's the light blues that we're going to spend a lot of time looking at, aren't we? Because this is what's... It may be that Reform have only picked up, was it 13 seats in the exit poll? But it's just how much they're splitting.
You need to shush.
It's how much they're splitting the vote. It's how much they're splitting.
We're too excited.
We're ungovernable already.
I think you'll find you're not. But what I can tell you is that there are 3 seats that are hoping to be first to declare. One of them, Gillian's with us, being Blythe and Ashington. And Gillian, I was told by one of our psephologists that the man that time after time got Sunderland South to declare first has now gone to Blythe and Ashington instead to try to get them over the line to be the first to declare. Is that right?
Yes, the man you are talking about is the one and only, the very famous Bill Crawford, who is the election counting guru. Gold follows him wherever he goes. He's got the Midas touch when it comes to the speed of counting. He was at Sunderland, who had the crown for being the fastest to declare. He then moved to Newcastle who then took the crown from Sunderland, and he is now in Blyth and Ashington tonight. So the prediction is that Blyth and Ashington will be the first to declare at, the prediction now is 11:15. We sort of heard 11:30 previously, but Ballancouters in the north have taken this, just this competition to be first as a bit of a sport. That's their sport, to make early declarations. So in 2019, Newcastle won the race to be the first to declare in the UK at 11:27, followed by Sunderland and then the old Blyth Valley constituency. They came in third. In fact, they probably would have been first had it not been for a recount. So they absolutely believe that they can do it this evening at around 11:15. So just to tell you a little bit about the history. So Sunderland, they were the winners between 1992 and 2015. That's before rivals beat them in the last two elections. That's spurred on by the wonderful Bill Crawford. I did speak to him a little earlier on. He's a bit camera shy, but his tactics, he says, are to use really enthusiastic students who get those boxes and run them in. They make it their mission to actually get them in first. The acting returning officer told us today, though, that accuracy is going to be the key rather than speed. But I suspect that Bill can do both. Says that he can, and we believe him. So the prediction, again, is to be first to declare here at Ashington and Blyth. Also to say who else is in the running, obviously Sunderland. We know that actually Newcastle this year are saying that they're not in the race, but I hear some rumours that might be to throw some people off the scent. So they might still be in the race to declare first this evening. So Sunderland South set the record in 2001 to declare first. That was at 42 minutes. 45 seconds. As we say, Newcastle overtook them. So tonight we're looking at Sunderland, Basildon and Billericay and Blyth and Ashington. Who will be first? 11:15, we think. Okay.
Okay, fantastic, Gillian. Thank you. I very well remember being in the Skycopter hovering above Sunderland in 2001 when they did. When giving them a run for the money, though, potentially Basildon and Billericay, which is the home, he would hope, Richard Holden, who up until this evening has been the chairman of the Conservative Party. 1 in 3 chance of holding on, though. If he loses, he could lose to Labour, just over 50% chance, we're told, potentially to Reform, who are, by any measure, according to the exit poll, having a sensational night. Joining us now, David Bull, Deputy Leader of Reform. Hello, good to see you.
Hello, very good evening to you.
Good evening, good evening. I remember chatting to you just a couple of weeks ago, or maybe 3 weeks ago. Wildest dreams coming true?
Well, absolutely. Look, if this is right, it really is an historic night to win 13 seats for a start-up party. And as I discussed with you, we're only 4 years old. So that would be an incredible result for us, actually. But also, what we're looking for is not just the number of seats, but also the vote share. And we believe that our vote share is much higher than the Liberal Democrats. We believe it's double that of the Liberal Democrats. And we believe, even though that is the case, we will actually get only a quarter of the seats. And therefore, if that is true, then people around the country will be saying our political system is broken and first past the post simply isn't fit for purpose.
OK, I just wonder how you might feel, and we chatted about this at the time a couple of weeks ago, David Bull, about your party splitting the vote with the Conservatives, and as a result, a lot of Labour seats, a lot of voters deciding that Labour would be the best for their constituency, and putting forward plans which you wholeheartedly disagree with.
Well, I mean, I think the Conservatives managed to split themselves in half. As you know, it's not one party, it's 5 disparate parties pulling in different directions. We went out there with a contract for the people. It was really positive. It was fully costed. This is what we put before the electorate, and they like what we said, and that's why we have so many votes. But I think the whole point about this is the beginning of a movement. This is a ground-up movement, as I said to you before. This is a political revolt. It's also a 5-year plan. plan. If we can go from nothing 4 years ago to winning 13 seats, imagine what we can do in 5 years' time. And I think that's the really exciting message to people around the country.
David, it's Beth Rigby here. I saw Nigel Farage at your big rally over the weekend. He had in the past talked about a reverse takeover of the Conservative Party. Now he says he doesn't want anything to do with them. What about you?
Well, look, I think once the dust settles and we realise how many seats we've won, we will then reassess the situation. Look, the point is the Conservative Party simply isn't Conservative anymore, and we're offering a far more Conservative offering to people who naturally might have been Conservative voters. So we need to look at that. But I think actually what we'll see is more people coming across from the Conservative Party to us. I've heard also anecdotally people Tory voters went to the polling stations and stood there and were about to put a cross in the Conservative box and thought, I just can't do this, and voted for us. I think a lot of that has happened around the country. Also, the shy reformers. So when the pollsters ask people, how are you going to vote, they don't necessarily tell the truth. And we saw that, as you remember, Beth, in the Brexit referendum result, where actually I think the political classes were caught completely off guard by the result. And we're seeing it again.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, David. Why do you think people don't want to say that they vote reform?
Well, I think the thing is that actually it's no one's business but the individual concerned. But I think also because the connotation sometimes... Well, you and I spoke about this the other day, that the connotation sometimes from other people is, oh, you can't possibly vote for that party. Actually, we're a common sense party that believes in low tax, low regulation and high growth. We also say that immigration needs to come down. And there's the resonance for people around the country.
Is it not something... Sorry, let me just ask this, Beth. Is it not because potentially some of your candidates for Reform UK have talked about the country would have been far better off if it had taken Hitler up on its offer of neutrality?
Well, Kay, you know as well as I do, the election caught all political parties off guard. As you know, we had to expedite the process to get 620 candidates. Look, I said we will not tolerate any homophobia or anti-Semitic abuse or Islamophobia. And once we find any of those candidates who behaves in a really inappropriate manner, they are out of the party. Now, in the cold light of day, once again, once we regroup, then obviously we will then thoroughly vet every single candidate going forward. But we're 4 years old. We're 4 years old. We're an upstart, start-up party, aren't we? And so I'm really thrilled with what we've done, and that's thanks to Richard Tice, who has kept the party going over the last 4 years, and also Nigel Farage, who, as you know, he can attract an audience.
David, can I just go back to what you said about reassessing whether or not you would do some sort of tie-up with the Conservatives or reverse taker of whatever it might be? When you look at that potentially having 13 seats, does that change the game for you in terms of how you think reform might influence the future of Conservative politics in this country?
Yes, I do. I think it caught the Prime Minister. I mean, the Prime Minister was trying to swat us away like we were an angry fly, and he thought that actually if he attacked us the whole time, then we would disappear and not get any seats at all. But actually quite the reverse has happened. So the more they attacked us, and I will include some of the press here as well, the more they attacked us, our support rose because there is a sense of British fair play. And I think the British people didn't like what was going on. Now, I think as we go forward, it's also possible that those people who see themselves as Conservatives will naturally come across to us. So we have to see, and time will tell.
Indulgence, David, if you would. Here comes some quick-fire questions. Trevor, to start with.
You said you're a movement, but actually you're a one-man party, aren't you?
No, we're not.
Till Nigel Farage came back, you were nowhere.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Trevor. Absolutely ridiculous. It's been me and Richard Tice for the last 4 years. We've got some great candidates there. We're going to see Ben Habib doing hopefully very well in Wellingborough, Rupert Lowe in Great Yarmouth. We've got amazing candidates all over the country. And Nigel is the icing on the cake. He's the great performer, and that's what we needed.
Have you told him that that's what he is? It's just the icing on the cake?
I tell him that all the time.
Ruth?
The exit poll suggests that 3 of your 13 seats will come from Labour, including Barnsley North, which is Dan Jarvis. In terms of your own internal work, does that sound right to you?
Yeah, it does actually. So we thought we were taking Conservative voters, but also Labour voters as well. And of course, these are the Brexit supporting heartlands of the United Kingdom. So the Red Wall, I think, very much coming over to Reform UK. As you know, I was an MEP in the northwest of England. I think many of those seats may well come over. And so this is actually appealing across the political spectrum and saying this country is broken and this country needs reform.
We are going to have to let you go in just a moment or two. I just wonder how you are. You know, it's great on the night, and I'm sure we'll hear from your leader throughout the course of the evening. But, you know, unless you work with another party, you've got 13 seats, potentially.
Well, I think also we're the true voice of opposition. We'll see what happens.
not.
But with people like, if Nigel gets in, if
Tories
Richard
are the
gets
true
in,
voice
if
of
we have
opposition.
great
If you look at our
characters...
exit poll.
No, but the point I'm trying to make is actually there'll be a new voice in Parliament, and also we will see how the political system shifts. I think the Conservatives are destroyed. I think that party will be no more going forward. And I think you're going to see
10 times your seat. Calm down. It's a good night for you. It's not a brilliant night. Calm yourself, will you? Don't get carried away.
Well, let's just go back. Let's go back. A couple of weeks ago, if you'd said we will get 3 seats, I would have been ecstatic. So to get 13 is extraordinary.
It's still 10 times less than the Tories, potentially.
Well, we're 4 years old. They're hundreds of years old, and you should know better, Ruth.
So is it going to take you hundreds of years to get to the same number?
No, of course it isn't, Kate. Absolutely not. We're going to do it in 5 years.
Right.
130 in 5 years.
Yeah, 2029.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
2029, you'll see Nigel as Prime Minister.
Yeah. Would you like to take a small wager on that?
Yeah.
Okay, how much?
We'll talk privately.
Will he be the leader of the Conservatives or Reform? That's my question.
I've actually given up my job as a fortune teller.
Have you? Yes. It's good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Really good to talk to you.
Thanks a lot.
Can I just pick up a point coming out of it? Because obviously, I don't agree with much that Reform have to say. But I do think David has a point about proportional representation, because I think we may well be discussing this quite a lot coming out of this campaign. I remember in 2015 in Lee feeling the vote for UKIP and knowing it was getting quite big. And what was it, 4 million or so votes, and they got one seat. And I remember, you've got to not look at this tribally first and foremost. You've just got to think, is that healthy in a democracy? Because I think some of the frustration people felt in 2015 was then expressed in 2016 at the referendum. And I think that was something that, I really kind of felt in my constituency. But I do think now, coming out of this election, when we look at the share of the vote, and I don't know what share Reform are going to get, but I think finally, because obviously you've got Conservative voters now leaning to a party. The Conservatives are always in the blockers on proportional representation. I think the kind of opinion is changing. Labour at the grassroots has changed on this issue. I think proportional representation could become quite a big deal in this Parliament.
Hold that thought a second. Just want to say that if you're looking at the screen behind us there, we have got Sunderland, Horton and Sunderland South, and also Blythe and Ashington, both vying to be the first. Look at that young man there on the right with his little rosette. Love it. Both vying to be the first to declare that we're being told they are less than 10 minutes away. Less than 10 minutes away, Beth.
Just to pick up on what you were talking about, Andy, in the Reform rally that I went to in Birmingham, 5,000 people turned up and they sold tickets 72 hours before. It was a big, big rally and it felt very energised. Farage talked a lot about this, about saying that if they get massive votes, millions of votes, and few seats, they will come in and he will bang the drum for electoral reform, as you're talking about.
The problem is,
the thing is, the Labour leadership are just not going to do that, are they?
It's
just not going to happen.
The reason I'm raising it is just because the debate is going to change. But the problem Reform have got is a lot of the people who've left the Conservatives to go to them have been die-hard opponents of proportional representation.
But you can flip that both ways, because up until now it's been a middle-class obsession, because actually people that care about what's going on in the communities don't get up in the morning and think, I know what we're going to do, electoral and constitutional reform is top of my list. That's why you join the Lib Dems. That's not why you want to get into government, particularly. And suddenly we're going to see a whole bunch of middle-class lefties that wanted this suddenly say, do you know what, actually, let's not, because
I
it's...
think you've got it wrong.
Because it's
I think you've got it
that.
wrong. I think people are getting frustrated that they're not represented in the system, and I think this is growing a lot, actually. It's growing more than the political class. It's growing more than the political class realise, actually.
Okay,
and I think it's undeniable.
Let's bring in the Deputy Chair of the Tory Party, Ben Spencer. He's in our Westminster studio, the first official voice to react to the news that basically you've been totally battered.
Well, good evening. Firstly, clearly, if the results of the exit poll are true, it's a very bad and disappointing night for us, and we need to think very carefully about what's happened. I mean, I was going to say not a single vote's been counted yet, but I guess I'll probably get into trouble with Sunderland and Blythe for saying that. But, you know, it is only the exit poll. We need to wait until every vote's been counted, and then we see what the position of all the parties are.
Come on, you're going to be absolutely battered. And Richard Holden, who was basically parachuted into what was considered to be an incredibly safe seat, Basildon and Billericay, the forecast is that he's toast. You could find yourself as chairman by tomorrow.
Well, as I said...
declaring, hold that thought, please. Sunderland declaring.
Sunderland win. Great.
Can I have you, please?
OK.
I am ready to declare the result for Horton and Sunderland South. I, Patrick Melia, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Horton and Sunderland South constituency is as follows. Richard Peter Bradley, 1,723. Chris Bernicle, 5,514. Paul Edgeworth, 2,290. Bridget Maeve Phillipson, 18,837.
Yep. So Bridget Phillipson, Shadow Education Secretary up until this evening, has won very easily there in Horton and Sunderland South. And more to the point, Horton and Sunderland South are the first constituency to declare.
Big vote for reform.
Look at the reform result, though. Let's bring in the Deputy Chairman of the Conservative Party again. I mean, knocked into third place handsomely there. Why did you not get Farage to be part of the fold? Bring him into the fold, because you haven't, and as a result, you're going to pay a heavy price.
I would like to invite...
So I wouldn't support Nigel Farage being brought into the Conservative Party at all. But what I would support is...
Let's hear Bridget Phillipson come back to you again. Bear with me.
People have spoken. And if the exit poll this evening is again a guide to results across our country, as it so often is, then after 14 years, the British people have chosen change. They have chosen Labour, and they have chosen the leadership of Keir Starmer. Today, our country, with its proud history, has chosen a brighter future. The British people have decided that they believe, as Labour believes, that our best days lie ahead of us. Hope and unity, not decline and division. Stability over chaos. A government powered by hope, by the belief that tomorrow can not just be different from today, but better. A government of service, a government with purpose, above all to change our society for good. A government determined to build a Britain where background is no barrier, no matter who your parents are or where you are born. Determined to tear down the barriers to opportunity which hold back too many of our children. That is Labour's purpose, and the result today speaks to the trust the British people have put in our changed Labour Party. And after 14 years as your Labour MP in opposition, I am so proud to be part of a party which has tonight not just won the trust of people here in Houghton and Sunderland South, but of the people across Britain. Labour will honour the trust that you have placed in us. I will honour the trust that you have placed in me. And I will work every day to deliver the promises that Labour has made and the better future that we, each of us and all of us, deserve. From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Reaction from the panel in just a moment. Just want to...
And lastly, I want to say thank you to all of the people who've worked hard to organise and secure today's election and counted the votes this evening.
OK, let's just bring in Ben Spencer just to react to that result. Forgive me for interrupting you twice, Mr Spencer, Deputy Chair of the Conservative Party. Just looking at those numbers, you were in third place behind Reform and you had half the vote of Reform. You've got to do something if you're not going to be wiped out as a party.
Well, so firstly, congratulations to Bridget Phillipson on her election. Going back to your previous question about the situation with Reform, as I said, I wouldn't support Nigel Farage coming into the Conservative Party, but what I would say to people who support Reform and to candidates, and I know there's a lot of disillusionment in terms of how people feel, if, like me, you are against racism, you're against bigotry, you're against misogyny, and you think we should stand up to Putin, there's a place for you in the Conservative Party.
It's Andy Burnham here, Ben. I think what you've just said I agree with, but surely that's what the Conservative Party has to do more. The Conservative Party had voices on the centre-right who would do all of the things that you just said. Isn't the problem that you've been following Reform in their wake, and isn't that why you've kind of lost a sense of purpose?
No, that's very much not what I've get on the doorstep. So during this election, I've spoken to hundreds, if not thousands, of people living in the Runnymede and Weybridge constituency. And the message I get very clear is that people are fed up of Westminster politics. They're fed up of the arguing. They're fed up of the psychodrama. They want politics out of the news. And there's too much politics, is what I hear.
Well, you wish. You wish, Mr Spencer. I mean, they may be getting, you may be having less politics in your life. The exit poll is suggesting that it's too close to call in your seat of Runnymede. You could well lose to the Liberal Democrats, and Reform have taken something like 15% of the vote. I bring it back to the point that you need to, in some way, bring Reform into the fold with the Conservatives if you're not going to find that you will be sliding into oblivion.
So we absolutely need to bring all voters to supporting the Conservatives, and that's not just Reform voters, that's Lib Dem voters, that's Labour voters. People who don't vote for the Conservatives, I think we should very much listen to their views and think about what we've done, which hasn't secured their support this time round. And I don't think that is something that is only impacts Reform. I think it's across the board.
I think one of the things that's really interesting, Kay, is that you're saying that the Tory party has to absorb Reform as a party. I actually don't think that's true, and you would never have said when Labour lost some seats and the Lib Dems were going up that the Labour Party had to absorb the Liberal Democrat Party. So I think what we'll see tonight is, yes, Reform will have taken a huge chunk of voters, previous Conservative voters, away. We will also have lost voters to Labour. You will also find that Reform will have taken voters from UKIP, from the Brexit Party and from the Labour Party.
Before we get into... Ben, can I just ask you, what do you think the mistakes of the campaign were? How did it turn out this way?
How long have you got?
Look, as I said, what I hear on the doorstep, what I've heard in Runnymede and Weybridge from voters is a huge amount of disillusionment with Westminster politics in general. At their core, many people believe in Conservative values. They believe in low taxation. They believe in a small state.
Worst result ever.
But what they say to me is they think that politics isn't working and they're fed up. They're fed up in the past few years. They're fed up with the challenges. And one of the messages I've had, again, from a fair few people is, we know that we're in a difficult situation and we get it, and we understand that many of the challenges that are here today that we're facing, for example, all the situation with the previous high inflation, which we've now got down to normal, we recognise that that is part of the impact of COVID, the weaponisation of energy prices, the war in Ukraine. But what we want to see is, a very much... we don't want to see the arguments in Westminster. We want to see a clear focus on that. And I think that's been the challenge.
Bear with me, because Trevor does want to come in, but we've just crunched the numbers in Horton and Sunderland. 13 points swing from Conservative to Labour. Conservative vote down 19 points. Labour up 6.7. Reform up 13.4. Trevor?
That is in the essence here, isn't it? That you first got to, if you wanted to deal with the problem you've got, you first got to recognise and acknowledge what it is. In the result that Kay's just quoted, essentially, your vote halved, Reform's votes doubled. Surely the first thing you've got to do is to acknowledge that fact and try to understand what happened.
So, with respect, Ed, so the first thing we need to do is we need to see all the results come in so that we can judge the discussion in terms of what's happened, not based on one constituency,
and
but
the
on
exit
many.
poll.
Each constituency is a different electoral context with lots of contextual factors which will be related to the campaigns that candidates are running, their reputation, their delivery for local people. In my constituency, I campaigned very hard on improving rail services, supporting our schools, getting better protection from flooding, enhancing access to NHS services, dealing with air and noise pollution and fighting against the ULEZ expansion. Every constituency will have different contextual factors. And so I hear what you're saying, you've got to look at the results and you've got to analyse that. And I suspect there's going to be plenty of analysis tonight and much more for the weeks to come. But what I do think it's reasonable to say, let's not just base it on one constituency out of 650. We need to look at the whole piece.
I need clarification on something from that results, because you said that the Reform vote was up 13.4%. The Reform has never stood there before. So what are we using as the base? The Brexit Party base. Yeah. Now, in that constituency, UKIP also stood a candidate. So is that the combined vote of the Brexit and UKIP candidates in Horton and Sunderland South, or is that just Brexit and it's not the combined vote?
Last time, Brexit Party took something like 6,000 votes. The UKIP had a few hundred. This time...
They had 800 and something. They had 1,000, so it takes up to 7,000. So it's gone from 7,000 to 11,000
Farage's team's got 11,500. So it's more or less doubled. And the Conservative Party vote, which was 13,000 last time, is down to 5,000 something.
It's gone from 7,000 to 11,000. So it's a rise, but it's not,
I've got an answer from Myla, our psephologist.
Okay.
That means election expert. She says Reform is benchmarked to Brexit Party, so that's how they've done it. In UKIP, so
they're not counting any of the UKIP seats in 2019. So we're going to just for the purposes of going forward.
Also UKIP. No.
So they're just using a straight transfer from what the Brexit Party had in 2019 compared to what
the thing is, Ruth, we can get technical about it, but the basic point that I was trying to make is that if the Conservative Party wants to deal with what's in front of it, it's got to recognise and acknowledge and say, this is what has happened.
Have we said no? Mr. Spencer is still there. We'll just one more word from you, sir, and then we will let you go. I know it's a long night ahead, and good on you for coming forward to talk to us, because we were struggling to find somebody from the Conservative Party to come and give us the first analysis of the results. Is it as bad as you thought it was going to be?
Look, clearly it's disappointing results. I look forward to seeing tomorrow what the final figures are going to be, and respect the verdict of the British public in terms of how who they want as their MPs. But like I said, I think we need to see once we get more constituencies through to get a better sense in terms of what's going to happen. But obviously, as things stand, it's a very very disappointing result, and it's going to put Keir Starmer and Angela Rayner into power, and all the consequences that's going to have.
OK, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Thank you.
OK, can I say,
you can in just a second. I just want to tell people that we're waiting to hear from Blythe and Ashington. They are going to declare in just a moment or two. We're being told that the candidates are gathering there. As far as Blythe is concerned, It was third to declare last time. This is Nigel Farage in Clacton. We'll be talking to him. We have been told that we will have a slot to chat to him a little bit later on. Boundary changes in Blyth have split it into two, so it's now Blyth and Ashington. The Labour candidate is Ian Lavery, who was MP for the now abolished Wansbeck 2024 constituency. He was the Labour Party chair under Corbyn and is a former president of the NUM. That's Blyth that we're looking at. Let's have a look at Clacton. There we go. Nigel Farage arriving in Clacton. If the exit poll is to be believed, he is likely to gain this seat for the 8th time of asking of being an MP. Let's bring in Gurpreet, should we? He is an MP and he wants to get into there.
Yeah, and the counting, it's underway behind me here at the Clacton Leisure Centre, where Nigel Farage will be arriving in the next couple of hours. He's currently enjoying himself in the local Greek taverna, as you can see in those shots. He will no doubt be buoyed by this exit poll, which suggests he will win here. And if that does happen, it will be no small feat. It will involve overturning a Conservative majority of close to 25,000. But there has been a huge amount of enthusiasm for him here. I've been following him on his rallies in Clacton, very much the heart of the Reform UK campaign. It was, of course, the first and one of the only parts of the UK to elect a UKIP MP back in 2014 after Douglas Carswell defected from the Conservatives. That was a by-election. And if Nigel Farage does win here, it will be a huge moment for him. He has tried 7 times to become an MP. 7 times he has failed, despite the outsized influence he has had on British politics, becoming the face of Euroscepticism in Britain over the past 30 years. When I asked him yesterday what success would look like, he said this wasn't just about taking seats or taking votes from the Conservatives. It was about winning seats. It was about creating a bridgehead in Parliament. And if the exit polls are to be believed today, it looks like that might be achieved.
OK, for now, thank you. Of course, he's not an MP yet, but the exit poll is suggesting that it would appear that Nigel Farage, as I was saying, 8th time of asking, could well be an MP as a result of the 2024 general election. Also keeping an eye on Blyth, as I was saying, explaining to you who some of the candidates are. They had hoped to be first. Horton and Sunderland have beaten them to that, but they're still counting Ian Lavery, former Labour Party chair under Corbyn and for a while under Keir Starmer as well, hoping to take that seat, keeping an eye on it for you. Have you got any charts for me?
Got a chart.
Excellent.
Got a chart. And just shout at me if Blyth comes up, OK, and I'll get on. I know,
no doubt.
I know my place. But for the time being, Houghton and Sunderland South, I said that we would check what the exit poll was saying and whether these numbers as they come in are in line with it. So that gives you a sense of, is that big number we've just been talking about likely to be the eventual result? Is it going to be close? Well, this is interesting. Exit poll here, OK, 46% Labour, result 47%. So I would say, as polling goes, that is pretty close. That's pretty close. OK, Reform, the exit poll said 34. In the end, 29.1%. So close, but a little bit weaker. Interestingly, the Conservatives, the exit poll said we're going to get 6% and actually ended up with 13.8%. So the Conservatives doing a bit better in Houghton and Sunderland South than the exit poll suggested. But the big picture, exit poll, 46%, result is like that. So the result, the exit poll does look like it is kind of in line with where we are in terms of that very first result. But we're going to do this and we're going to give you a sense of whether that number is borne out by the actual results, which is kind of what we want to know about, isn't it? But so far...
Stay on that graphic because Ruth's not happy.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to call you Mr. Swanky because you've got all the swanky kit that's there. You've got the swanky graphics, you have the swanky helicopter. It's absolutely amazing.
It's a
but
team job.
What's really interesting about this is that it's understating, the exit poll seems to be understating the Conservative vote and overstating the Reform vote in here. Now, whether that's played out across the country...
Not much, but yeah, the Tories, 6% versus...
Now, in Scotland, we have something called shy Tory syndrome, whereas in our darkest days, a lot of people that voted for us wouldn't say that they voted for us.
Well, that thought Blyth is declaring.
Blyth
is declaring.
I'd like to invite the returning officer, the High Sheriff of Northumberland and candidates onto the stage for the declaration.
OK, just moving on to the stage, as you can see, as I was explaining to you, Ian Lavery would hope to be the MP for this constituency. He was the former Labour Party chair under Jeremy Corbyn, and for a while, as I said, under Keir Starmer, Sir Keir Starmer as well, who we are yet to hear from, but I'm sure we will very shortly indeed. Oh, nice hat, madam.
Love it. Mr. Bridgman, returning officer for the Blyth and Ashington parliamentary constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Ian Lavery, Labour Party, 20,030. Maureen Levy, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,121.
Let's keep an eye on the reform.
Steve Leyland, the Green Party, 1,960. Mark Peart, Reform UK, 10,857.
Like it's an easy win for Labour. Just
Stephen
let's finish it off with
Anthony
the Lib Dems.
Salidas, Liberal Democrats, 1,433.
Easy win there for you.
Yeah, I'm really pleased for Ian. Ian really
49%
deserves
for Labour is the
that
exit
result.
poll projection.
Yeah, it's a very strong result that for him. And I'm sure, you know, he will absolutely be delighted, and actually that bodes well for us in the northeast. So really, really pleased to see that. Obviously, Reform coming second again. Yeah. But then we just had what Ruth was saying before, that the exit poll may be overstating Reform and understating the Tories. So we need to see that result now, don't we, in relation to the exit poll?
But what's interesting here is this is very clearly Reform being in second place, and this could be a story of the night. This could actually be a big story coming into the next election in 5 years' time, of it if it's no longer two-party races. But
it's voting reform needed.
Potentially, if you're going to bang that drum, then you crack on. I'm not entirely sure that it will, but I think that could be interesting.
Poll for you, Ruth, if
Of course.
I may. And then 27% is what the exit poll was predicting for Reform, and it's bang on.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
Right, OK.
But the Tories were predicted to get 10%, and they've got 50% more.
So the shy Tory syndrome may be a feature of this evening, but it's about whether that matters in seats where they're never going to win. Is a bit more irrelevant. Where it matters is in seats where it is in the balance. So if you look at kind of vote efficiency, is this shy syndrome, if that's what we're going to call it, and I'm going to start that for tonight and we'll see if it kicks off. If that happens in the seats where there maybe is only 3 or 4% in it, could we then see that Tory number creep up a bit?
Yeah, I think we've actually, the Brilliant Island and her team are going to be keeping track of Reform's second places, because that is, of course, Nigel Farage's strategy. He more or less said it to us when, I think he said it to Beth, he said it to me, that actually he wants to get a platform for 2029. If they can get enough second places, that's what they're about. And I'm looking at the share here, which is, they've got 26.9%. Brexit Party in 2019, share was 8%. Yeah. They've tripled it.
There's a broader story as well, just to broaden it out a little bit, though, because bear in mind, go back to 2019, the big theme of that election was the Conservative Party is now the party of the north of England. You know, they were the force
levelling
now,
up
and,
all that.
you know, levelling up, and you know, all of the promises that were made. What we've got here are two results where they've come a poor third from having done well in seats across the north. And you know, this, I would say, this is a devastating result for them from that position. And I think what the results are reflecting, just quickly if I can make this point, is the con that they perpetrated on the north of England in saying that they would level up and then not doing it.
They didn't come back to you.
But then also just how people feel.
I'm sorry, Andy. I think that's nonsense. The vote in 2019 was about Brexit.
With respect to you, don't understand how people feel up there. You cannot. Your party can't come up to our place and say, "We'll give you a northern powerhouse 10 years ago," and then come to Manchester for their conference and don't even talk to me or anyone else and just rip up HS2
Don't even
in
get
our
going on
face.
HS2, trust me.
You can't do that to the north of England and not expect a consequence.
Yeah, cannot say from these results that this isn't about Brexit. Hi, Steve, for the Labour Party.
Betrayal of the north of England.
Hi, Steve. Your reaction when you saw this exit poll at just on 10 o'clock?
Oh, thank you so much.
OK, let's just try and get that microphone up. Could we please, Steve Reid, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Shadow Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Secretary up until now. Talk to me about what position you might fancy in the new government.
Well, you know, we've got to wait and see what happens with the real votes. We've had 2 of those in. The rest of it is just an exit poll. But those 2 votes we've had showed big, solid wins for Labour. So that is starting to authenticate the direction of travel that we saw in that exit poll. So that's very encouraging and very positive. But we've still got a long night ahead of us before we know what the result will be.
Yeah, I was asking you your reaction. Did you punch the air like Andy did when you saw the exit poll result?
Well, I was sat down in the atrium downstairs from here, so I didn't. I mean, it was good. It's what you want to see if you're a Labour Party supporter, if you want to see this country change, and it fitted with what I felt going up and down the country, that this is a country crying out for change. And whereas, you know, the last general election in 2019, people just didn't like and couldn't trust Labour. This time, Keir's changed the Labour Party beyond all recognition, and people are putting their faith in the Labour Party. This is about who is winning these parliamentary seats, not who's coming second and third. And it's Labour that's won the 2 that we've actually had. Yeah. And it looks like it's going to be a good night for the Labour Party, but it's a long night ahead. Yeah. There's a lot of marginals in there. I don't know how they're going to fall.
Did you think that Jeremy Corbyn couldn't win in 2019, and that's why you stood by him, or how did you feel about that?
Well, I didn't think Jeremy Corbyn was going to win in 2019. I knew the Labour Party needed to be changed from top to bottom. I also knew that Keir Starmer was the man to do that, which is why I backed him from the very first. But he's done it. To have gone from our worst result in 85 years to what you are projecting tonight, and even if that's not absolutely right, what a turnaround. Who would have thought you could make a change like that in less than 5 years? I didn't. I doubt anyone else on the panel thought that Keir Starmer could do this, and yet it looks like he may well have done that. This is a changed Labour Party, and people who are sick and tired of the broken promises of these Conservatives over 14 years are putting their faith in Labour from the 2 actual results that we've had so far tonight.
Steve Reid, it's Beth Rigby here. Just in terms of the projected result, it looks like you will be picking up hundreds, dozens of seats, but that support could be wide but shallow, in that you are benefiting as much from the implosion and rejection of the Tories as you are from any success of Labour. Are you concerned about how you govern a country where you have a mandate that could be on a lower vote share than in previous big landslides, but also on quite a timid manifesto? Do you recognise that you're going to have to work really hard?
Well, I don't really see how you can project a Labour landslide and then try and make out that that might be bad for the Labour Party.
I'm trying to make the point that you might have dozens of seats that are very marginal that you've taken with low vote shares, and I think your leadership recognises that that could be an issue for you.
I think the point is that I wouldn't have thought we would have been in a position to form a government when we lost the last one with our worst result for 85 years. The turnaround has been amazing, and it has happened because of how Keir has changed the Labour Party from top to bottom. Instead of fighting ourselves internally, something the Tories are still doing, we turned out and put the country first, and the country is backing us because of that. Now, there are a lot of marginal seats out there, but in many cases, some of them will be seats that have never voted anything other than Conservative. I've been door-knocking in some of those seats. It's a big thing for people to shift from the party they voted for their entire lives to a different party. So I'm not surprised there are marginals. But if Labour is winning those seats, that is because enough people in those seats want to see Keir Starmer lead a Labour Party, a changed Labour Party, so he can go out and change the country. And Keir's been very clear about how he will do that. No over-promising. The first steps that he outlined are simply the first steps in a journey that could take 10 years to undo the damage of 14 years of catastrophic failure from the Conservative Party. So I think he's quite right to outline it in that way.
Well, I just wanted to say, Steve, obviously I've been in your position in a shadow cabinet. I know how hard it is. But what I've observed is a really disciplined Labour campaign, probably the most I can remember. You've got to go back to the campaign of the 90s. So it's not a question, really. I just wanted to say, proud of you all. Well done. And I also think, all of this, I don't know whether you agree with me, this sort of scaremongering about a supermajority in recent days. It's embarrassing, really, that you've got ministers conceding and scaremongering about the size of their defeat. Would you agree with me now that we have got an opportunity here to make change real, because there's not going to be things stuck in Parliament and the psychodrama that the Tories have put us through in the last few years? Isn't this result a real mandate for change, and presumably you're ready to get cracking?
It is a mandate for change. You're dead right there, Andy. And I mean, the Tories were talking about anything other than their record, because their record is indefensible. And what the public have voted for tonight, it looks like, from the results we've had so far, they want change. And Keir's been absolutely clear with me and the rest of the Shadow Cabinet. If we win the trust of the British people tonight, then delivery is what he wants to see. People voted for change. People will get change.
Steve, I'm determined to make you smile before I let you go, given that it looks as though you've got a landslide and you've not cracked a smile as yet. You posted a moving tribute to your dad on Father's Day, who you lost 2 years ago. He'd be quite proud of you this evening, wouldn't he?
Oh, I really hope so. I'll be thinking of him at the count tonight as well, because he would have been there and he would have loved to have been there. He was Labour from birth, and he would have been so happy to see a Labour government get elected. And, that's a moving moment for me.
OK.
Well, I'd be proud of you. Well done, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve Reid. Thanks very much indeed. Ed, standing by, Ed?
OK, I mean, you saw the exit poll numbers. You were discussing them just a moment ago, looking obviously very good for the Labour Party, looking very good for Keir Starmer. We just had a number through, didn't we, in Blyth and Ashington. And I want to do what I did with the last result that we saw, comparing the exit poll, which are the numbers here. And again, it's just vote share that we're looking at here. Exit poll, 49% Labour. What was the actual result? 49.6%. Basically bang on when it comes to these things. Reform, the exit poll said 27%. The actual result, 26.9. I mean, one decimal place. Who's counting? But this is interesting as well. Look, Conservatives, and we were talking about this a second ago, weren't we, Ruth? Conservatives, 10% in the exit poll. Actual result, 15.2. So might it be actually that the Conservatives might do a bit better than the exit poll is suggesting? Well, maybe, but here's the thing, OK? We've just heard from two constituencies that are quite similar, Sunderland South and Houghton and Blyth and Ashington, around the same area, similarly kind of a strong Brexit vote. So there are similar kind of demographic patterns there. I think the question is whether we see that pattern of the Conservatives actually outperforming the exit poll in the result. The question is whether we see that elsewhere around the country. And that's what we're going to be looking at. We're going to hear from Billericay in a moment, I think. James Cleverly there. And we're going to see what happens in each of these constituencies. But so far, exit poll looking very good as these things go.
Basildon and Billericay, I think, is Holden.
Holden.
That's Holden.
Richard Holden. Yeah. He's the...
Where's James Cleverly?
Braintree
in Essex.
Go on, ask me another... No. You wanted to pick up on that.
Oh, yeah, I think so. It's hard to make a trend out of two results, but I think one of the things to look out for is when you get to one of these seats, like Penny Mordaunt's down in Portsmouth, where people know that it's a tight race, because people in these seats know that it's, a wide race and they can vote for basically whoever they like and Labour is going to get in, which is not to take it away from the hard work that Labour teams do there. So is tactical voting going to play a part in these tight seats as well, where people perhaps lend their vote to a party they don't usually vote for in order to get a result or get someone out? Which
that question is rhetorical. Rhetorical, no, because we've got to go to Ian Lavery.
I really wanted to finish my point that Andy shouted me down on, because I didn't get to it.
I don't want to shout you down, but you've got 30 seconds.
Yeah, OK, my point was, when we're talking about longer-term trends, what we see, particularly in Brexit voting areas in the north, where we saw a big change in 2019, a big change back, is Brexit won't always be the prism in politics. This year will be the first year in Scotland that independence isn't the prism, and Labour's going to make big gains in Scotland because of it. But I didn't get onto that. But Brexit will become less.
We feel betrayed by promises made.
And we'll come
less
back
of an echo.
And we will come back to that. But we must go to Ian Lavery, who is the new MP for Blyth and Ashington, with Gillian.
30% of the vote there.
Yes, thanks, Kay. We have the newly elected MP, Labour MP, the newly elected Labour MP for Blyth and Ashington. Ian Lavery joins me now. Thank you very much for speaking to us. very interesting speech that you made following on from that declaration. You talked about the Prime Minister, erstwhile Prime Minister, being richer than the King, and that has to change, and that is something that Labour is bringing here, change.
That's absolutely right. You know, one thing that happens on elections, you get out there, you get it, hopefully lots and lots of streets, knock on lots and lots of doors, you speak to lots and lots of people. Lots of people have the same view as yourself, different views. Obviously, people have opposing views, but you begin to realise and recognise really what is happening, you know, out there. And there's so many people desperate for change, and that's why, you know, hopefully looking at the exit poll and looking at, you know, my result tonight, we'll see you know, a handsome majority for the Labour Party. People are desperate for change, and the Labour Party will deliver, particularly for working people, with change.
How are you going to deliver for working people? It's quite a depressed area. Some nearly 30% of people have actually never worked in Blyth and Ashington. What are you going to do for them tomorrow?
Well, I think the most important thing is tomorrow I'll start work immediately, and we'll be looking. We need to be investing in good, well-paid, secure jobs in the area. That's basics to ensure that people get that opportunity. There's too many people have worked, been better employment, and haven't been able to gain employment for quite some time. There's people, young people, not getting equal opportunities when they're leaving school. We need to be looking at. We need to look at child poverty in the area as well. The whole country is ridden with child poverty, and as I said in my speech, you know, we are the 6th richest economy in the world, and we're not feeding our kids. To get people a good start in life, the Labour Party have said that we'll be introducing breakfast clubs as a start to make sure that kids are nourished. You know, I think that's very, very important. I think free school meals for children as well is something that we need to look at, and we need to make sure that people get an equal opportunity. Why should people in different parts of this country have a life expectancy of 10 to 15 years more than people in my constituency here in Blyth and Ashington? We've got to get to the roots of this, and we've got to make sure that change means change.
Very quickly, how worried are you by the fact that Reform came second, as they did in Sunderland? What does that say to you?
Well, it doesn't concern me at all. I'm concerned about the Labour Party having this, for the first time ever, this new seat, Blyth and Ashington, a good, really good majority to work with, and we'll deliver for the people. I'm not interested who's second, who's third, who's fourth, who's fifth. I'm just focusing on what we can do, and I'm now, for the first time in my life, we'll be in government. We can change things.
OK. Ian Lavery, thank you very much for speaking to us. And Sunderland Reform coming in second, as they did here in Blyth and Ashington, and also Sunderland declared first. So this year they won. Okay.
OK, thanks very much indeed. It's getting spicy this side of the table, and it's not even midnight. So John Redwood has very kindly agreed to come back in to try to stop these two fighting with each other. And Joe Johnson also is joining us too. What is it that's getting underneath your skin?
Ruth is kind of saying that everything in the north is through.
Brexit
Is the thing that everyone...
I said there was a significant amount, because
I'm
saying got 27%.
The promise of levelling up was the big promise at the last election, and the north feels quite betrayed. Some of those 2019 Boris voters who were Labour voters, the results are showing us that they're not prepared to go straight back to Labour. They've then gone to Reform because they're protesting a lot of things, and it's not a Brexit issue. Is all I was saying.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's not solely that, but I'm saying that the Brexit view that people had, so not how they voted, but the prism which shook up politics, and it changed people from the way in which they traditionally voted. Because in 2019 we saw a huge number of people leave a party for another party. That's a big thing to do. Is like the lens of independence that we had in Scotland that took us 10 years to get past.
Joe Johnson, what do you think? It's all your brother's fault.
It certainly is.
Look, I think it's hard to imagine a worse outcome than the one delivered by this campaign, to be honest. I mean, I'm stunned by Reform's arrival as a major force in the land. I don't think that would have happened. Look at it. Reform is getting 80% more votes than the Conservatives in Blyth, more than twice as many in Sunderland. This is a dramatic development. It's quite possible to imagine that Reform will be coming second across vast swathes of constituencies in the Red Wall, in the northwest and northeast and the Midlands.
Beth?
Joe Johnson, it's Beth Rigby here. In terms of the exit poll, your old seat, Orpington, which has been Tory since 1970, is too close to call at the moment. Firstly, what's your reaction to that? And secondly, do you think that the Conservative Party, with these results, with the rise of reform, is it facing an existential threat here, Joe?
Well, Orpington has always been a marginal in tough Tory times. My predecessor, John Horam, hung on to it with a majority of 269 in 2001, I believe. And, you know, these are very tough Tory times, so I wouldn't be surprised if Orpington were on a knife edge. That said, it's a massive change from where Orpington was in 2010, 2015, 2017, 2019, when the Conservative candidate was getting in excess of 63, 64, 65% of the vote alone. So huge shift away from the Conservatives, if that is indeed the case. As for the future of the Conservative Party, you know, these elections do raise really important issues as to whether it's a sensible thing for the Conservatives to try and be reform light and expect that to be a winning political strategy. It doesn't look to be on the evidence of what we're seeing today.
Yeah, it does look as though Orpington, according to the exit poll, if it was to follow those lines, it would stay Conservative. Only just Hornchurch as well and Ruislip, the only 3 seats to stay Conservative in London, huge swathes of the capital, where the Conservative Party will have no influence anymore.
Yes, I mean, look, the Conservatives are in danger of being drummed out of the capital of this country, and that's a terrible indictment of their appeal to metropolitan, open-minded, liberal voters. And the Conservatives have got to appeal to people who live in our big cities. What future is there for a party that is going to abandon our big metropolitan centres? I don't see it. I think it's really important that the Conservatives stay open-minded, try to appeal to the centre ground of British politics, as they did in 2010, in 2015.
Joe, though, it's Beth again, do you accept that you are making the argument that Andy Street made when the Conservatives just lost the West Mids mayoralty? He said the party needs to stay in the centre ground, the centre right. It needs to do that to appeal to younger, more diverse communities. But you acknowledge, don't you, that after this result, your party will be looking the other way. Your party, if anything, will be tilting to the right. You accept that, don't you? You see that that's the reality.
Well, that may well happen, Beth, and I think it would be a big mistake. I think the Conservative Party does its best, does best when it does appeal to all kinds of voters in the centre, and also those who are attracted by traditional Conservative messages around tax and law and order and being strong on defence and those kinds of themes. But I think it is important that we remain open as a society and are open-minded and liberal and outward-looking. And I think that's what's turning off young people in their droves at the moment. And I think when you look at the percentages of young people, those between ages of 18 and 30 who are supporting the Conservative Party at the moment, it's single digits. And that has to be a wake-up call.
But Joe Johnson, I mean, the brutal truth is, in 2019, your brother won a majority of what, 80?
Yeah.
And that was partly by absorbing the people who are there tonight, as far as we can see, beginning to vote reform. In fact, Nigel Farage was so satisfied with the offer that was made by the Conservatives that he stood down his candidates. Wasn't that a situation in which what you actually did was postponed the choice that you have to make as a party, and you're paying the price for that tonight? And you are going to have to make a choice, aren't you?
No, I don't think so. I think it's possible to occupy many squares on the political chessboard at once. What I think the big mistake is to be a sort of reform-light kind of party that apes the policies and attitudes and mentalities of reform without really being sort of fully emotionally, intellectually committed to them. I think that's the mistake, because it doesn't come across as authentic.
Okay. I know, John Redwood, that you want to come in. Thank you for being with us this evening. Are you echoing what we're hearing there from Mr Johnson?
No, I'm not. I mean, I think that the main problem was the cost of living crisis, allowing the inflation, not disciplining the Bank of England, then allowing taxes to go up to pay for the colossal bills of a rather overextended COVID lockdown. I think that was the big thing that drove people away from the Conservatives, because we'd promised lower taxes and successful economy and didn't deliver it. And then I think the other big letdown for voters, some of whom have gone off to reform, was a very clear promise to reduce overall migration, mainly legal migration, from the 200,000 level, which was already quite high, putting pressure on housing and access to housing for young people, for example. And instead, we trebled it. And that was obviously thought to be a very big letdown. And I think the new Labour government has got to understand that if they want to solve the problem of the long waiting lists in health, and they want to solve the problem of access to housing, rented and for purchase by young people, you cannot accommodate 600,000 or 700,000 extra people every year, much as you might like to.
John, just going back to that, when you look at the legal migration figures from the last 2 years of freedom of movement before the UK left the European Union, and then you look at the last 2 years of the Conservative government, they are massively bigger.
Yes, that's what I said.
I mean, the reason I'm reading is you were a massive backer of Brexit.
Yeah.
Do you think that part of this election result is that the public are saying to the Conservatives, you promised us things on Brexit and then you betrayed us, and that Brexit hasn't been a successful project, and now you are being punished for it?
Well, of course, that's part of it. As we just said, a lot of Brexit voters wanted control of borders. They weren't ideological about it, but they felt in the pressure of their communities that too many people were coming in, and there were these problems over public service access and housing access and price of housing and all the rest of it. And they were also worried about downward pressure on jobs, because a lot of the people invited in were to take jobs on very low levels of wage, and I and others have always wanted a higher wage, higher productivity, local labour economy. And that was very attractive to Brexit voters, and then they felt that hadn't been reflected in government policy. So, of course, that was part of the diversion, and quite a lot of people in the Labour movement understood that. They didn't want lots of cheap labour being brought in under permit. We need to do better at those 9 million people who are of working age, many of whom, with the right support, right training, right incentives, might be able to get a job.
But, John, isn't the point, though, that the nature of migration to this country has changed because of Brexit? When we were in the EU, people in their 20s would perhaps come from Poland or Romania and spend a little bit of time, then go back. But now people are coming from much further afield. They need to bring dependents with them. And haven't you just not been honest with people about the whole migration challenge? You know, you've kind of played politics with it, really.
About it.
The reality
I've always
of it...
said, why don't we have tougher criteria so we don't have so many legal migrants? And the government then adopted that in January, but it was a bit late by then.
But the problem being, though, that there were huge vacancies in the economy, and you've just...
Yeah, but you have to work away at those
in a mess, haven't you, on
with the potential work.
Issue.
Yes, but you're not listening to me. If you put the wages up and help the companies with productivity, you would solve that internally. 9 million people of working age who are not seeking work or have not got a job is a very large number of people. Now, some of them are really badly ill, and they should just be looked after by the state, of course, and some of them have caring responsibilities which cannot be
you're avoiding my question.
But
hasn't the nature of migration changed in that people are coming from further afield, they're bringing dependents, and that's not something you're talking about. You, Brexiteers, have brought about this huge increase in net migration.
No,
you try and blame everybody else.
I didn't bring about any of that.
But it was your decision.
I was always a voice for having tougher controls on migration, and the government has moved towards that early this year. I think it would have been better if we'd had a later election and they'd have shown more progress and shown the public that the workforce would adjust.
Isn't the truth now,
we solved the problem with drivers, for example.
I thought Joe Johnson was speaking really clearly, and what I was saying before should be more in touch with the centre ground. That was the Conservative Party that I used to see in Parliament. I think, isn't the reality, the big mistake, you were talking about mistake, Joe, before, I look back at it and think, all of your failure to back Theresa May and her deal, that was your big mistake. because that has led then to
I
a
think
lot
your
of the
views
chaos.
on the Conservative Party, you don't understand the nature of the Conservative Party, or don't understand the nature of the rupture with the public mood.
Well,
that
you
we're
clearly don't understand it. Look at the state
tonight.
of you tonight. If you understand it so well, why are you in this mess tonight?
Well, because they made a series of mistakes, which some of us were chronicling at the time, and it was very sad
Liz
to
Truss,
watch.
I've not heard you mention her mistakes. You seem to back her agenda. She made some massive mistakes.
I did
But she
not
was
back
your
her
low
budget.
regulation, low tax.
She did not accept the advice on the budget I suggested, which had a far smaller deficit than the one she actually ran with.
John, can I ask you a question?
Include Joe as well, please.
How do you... Oh, sorry, Joe. Sorry. How do you see parallels between what's happened to the Conservative Party in this election, between what happened to the Conservative Party in 1997 and the divisions within the party in the major years? And
Well,
the way
I see one obvious bigger parallel in that, which is that was an economic problem as well, just as this was mainly, I think, cost of living, failure of levelling up, people's big squeeze, COVID, Ukraine war, inflation, however you want to explain it. The major collapse was because he wrongly put us into the European exchange rate mechanism, something I urged him not to do, and he ignored the advice. And the ERM was deeply damaging and created a recession. And that once we'd had the recession, we were finished.
It was also about huge divisions in the party over
Well, that
Europe.
became the story which Labour put out later. But actually, if you look at the
I
polling,
mean, Major had
the
a
polling
confidence
cracked.
vote over it.
No, the polling cracked when it was obvious that the economic policy was a disaster.
OK.
And
Joe
then it
Johnson,
never
do you want to come in
recovered.
on that?
Joe, do you think that Conservatives have been punished now for Brexit?
Yeah, look, I mean, Brexit was the flagship policy of the Conservative Party, and it has to own the fact that it's been executed in a completely shambolic way, with no clear plan, no strategy for how to make a success of it. And by and large, the British public, when asked whether Brexit was a good idea,
Sunderland
thinks it
Central,
was a
please. Sunderland Central.
OK, here we go.
For Sunderland. I, Patrick Melia, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Sunderland Central constituency is as follows. Lewis Malcolm Atkinson, 16,852. Chris Einon, 10,779. Rachel Sarah Featherstone, 2,993.
Number up there.
Niall Dane Hodson, 3,602. Greg Peacock, 5,731.
Wow. Yeah.
The number of rejected ballot papers...
Yeah, the same pattern as Trevor was saying that we have seen in the previous two seats.
Conservative and
that
Reform is
have
quite close.
Declared. I'm not sure they're that close there,
close.
if I'm right in saying that, Trevor.
No,
Half
I mean,
the
actually,
vote.
I haven't been able to look back and see what it was last time, but I suspect it's the same pattern as previously. Can I just pick up on John Redwood and Joe Johnson's discussion? I mean, John Redwood, you've just been saying, I counted the number of times you said, I said this, and
Let's look at
they
those
ignored
figures
me.
on the screen
Okay.
as we're chatting. Look at that.
Oh, yeah, here we go, yeah.
21% down is the Conservative vote. Reform up 15%. Labour bang on the same.
Yeah.
React to that for me, please, if you would, Ruth Davidson.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've seen in the last two seats. 3 makes a trend. That is a trend there. And I think this is something that we've spoken about on the programme, which is while the exit poll shows that Reform's going to get 13 seats, and that was more than anybody was predicting coming into this, if we see that they're in second place, in a clear second place, and swathes more seats across the country, that's going to be a pretty big challenge to the Prime Minister for calling an election, I guess, at this time of the year when Nigel Farage was able to come back. It would be an October-November election. He'd be over in the United States, probably, we would expect. It's also, I think, what a number of your Conservative commentators have been saying today, which is this is an election for a government that's been in power for a long time, where they are being punished. So the Tories are being punished across the country here, with votes going everywhere.
OK, must thank John Redwood, also thank Joe Johnson. Gentlemen, it's almost the witching hour Time to go. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks a lot. We are heading over to Ed Davies' seat, actually. And I think Matthew Thompson's there for us. Hi, Matthew, a way to go yet until we get the results from where you are. But I wonder how they're feeling about just looking down at the exit poll suggesting the Lib Dems would have 61 seats.
Yeah, it'll be a few hours yet before the declaration happens here in Kingston and Surbiton. But clearly, the Liberal Democrats are looking at that figure of 61 seats, and they're pretty pleased with it, let me put it that way. Officially, Sir Ed Davies on the record as saying that he's humbled and that they think that they're on course for a record election result. Another source said to me that it's been a fantastic night, or at least it looks that way. And then slightly more candidly, another source told me that if you'd told them 3 months or so ago that they would get 61 seats, frankly, they'd have bitten your arm off for it. So look, they are pretty happy, although they are also saying, look, it's just a poll, all the usual caveats, and they'll wait and see exactly where they end up. But it's looking like a pretty good night for the Liberal Democrats. 61 seats, incidentally, wouldn't actually be their highest ever total. The highest ever total was 62 back in 2005. But what it would be is a gain of 53 seats from where they are at the moment. Nominally, they're defending about 8 seats. So to get 61 is a gain of 53 seats. That smashes their previous record of gains for an election night, which is back in 1997 when they gained 28. So that just shows you. And that was actually a few days ago, that was suggested, that 28 seat gains number was suggested to me by a couple of very senior party sources as the sort of lowest level they were aiming for. And they've nearly doubled it. So they've done very well. If they, again, caveats that the exit poll is correct, I think there are a lot of very happy, smiley faces in yellow tonight, let's put it that way.
OK, thanks very much. Thanks a lot. Just to let you know, Newcastle Central, we are expecting them to declare in just a few moments' time. Hold on a second, just looking at count. Honestly,
no.
By 7 o'clock, I don't know what.
We'll be tired by then. You'll be on your own.
You'll
then.
be
We'll
all
say no.
tired by then. Newcastle upon time, waiting for them to declare. Meantime, Ed, we're coming to you, and then we must come back to this gentleman before he bends my ear any further. Go on.
All right, OK. It's another quick one. These ones are quick ones because there's a lot going on, isn't there? But we just want to compare again. Sunderland Central. We just had the number in. Exit poll said 50% for Labour. Result 42.2, so a bit lower. Not massively, but nonetheless. Reform basically bang on, 28, 27%. So Reform in second place, but more or less in line with the exit poll. But again, look at the Conservatives. Exit polls said they were going to get 8% in Sunderland Central. In the event, they got 14.3%. So each of these results, these numbers are looking pretty good. Certainly, we'll take an average and we'll give you a sense of how that average is working out. But one consistent thing, only 3 declarations so far, is the Conservatives doing a wee bit better than expected. Lib Dems actually doing a little bit better as well. But back to a chart I just showed a moment ago. The question is this: what does it portend for this trend here? The exit poll suggesting the Conservatives are going to have the lowest number of seats going back decades, not just 1950s, 1920s, all the way back to the 1830s. So does the fact that some of those numbers are coming a bit better than expected, does it mean this line is a little bit higher? And how much of a solace is that for the Conservative Party? We'll have to see, because so far, those results that we've seen, that one that I showed you a moment ago from Sunderland Central, this is only, well, look at the map here. We've only had 3 results from 3 areas that are geographically quite similar, but also have similar kind of demographic features. So areas in the northeast that voted very much for Brexit, areas in the northeast that have relatively high deprivation levels, areas that were traditionally seen as part of the Red Wall. What's happening to them now? We know that the numbers are more or less in line with the exit poll, but the question is whether that is also kind of reflected across the rest of the UK. So that is the question we're going to be asking. I'm just going to put this chart back here because I know you've got a new guest, and I don't know if your guest might want to talk about this chart.
Well, I don't know. We'll see.
Because your guest likes charts, Steve Baker.
Steve Baker, of course.
What do you make of this one? Can I ask?
Well, I mean, it's devastating, isn't it? It's devastating and an extremely difficult night for Conservative Party, for Conservative MPs, staffers who are going to lose their jobs. And for those of us who believe that Conservative government's best, we think this is a very difficult time for the country, but obviously Labour are entitled to another view.
Is that an existential crisis for the Conservative Party?
No.
Lowest seats, since the Corn Laws, potentially?
No, I don't think so. I think it's worth bearing in mind that it wasn't so long ago that Labour MPs were splitting out of the Labour Party and trying to form their own grouping through the independent group. And people like Keir Starmer stayed within the Labour Party and decided to save it, and indeed they did save it. So I think we live in tumultuous times thanks to social media and so on.
Yeah,
and, it's not the end.
Labour, even in 2019, worst performance since 1935, they picked up 202 seats. On these figures, you are nearly losing 2/3 of your seats. It is...
It's a devastating...
How can that not be an existential threat to the party?
Well, it is clearly a devastating result for us tonight. There's absolutely no doubt about it whatsoever. But if you're saying existential in the sense of not coming back from it, no, I would reject that.
OK.
What do you put it down to?
I think that it's a combination of events, human frailty, and overwhelmingly social media and WhatsApp. Social media and WhatsApp has so massively accelerated the public debate that the moment that something kicks off, it's so easy for an agitator
That affects every party, though, not just...
Oh, well, and good luck, then, because you're the first Labour politician, Andy, as I would expect, with great respect for you, to spot that Labour's going to have this problem.
Well, we already do. I'm already in a position where we're running something, so we all have to deal with it, but to blame it's like uniquely aimed at you, I don't think that is true.
We've been in power during a period where suddenly all MPs are on WhatsApp, and I think if you have this enormous majority, you're going to find a lot of Labour MPs who feel they don't have any influence and are treated like...
Isn't it more, if we're off, and I'm not saying this to rub people's nose in it, but I think objectively, with the 3 Prime Ministers we've had, this has been the worst government of our lifetimes. Would you agree with that?
I got into politics because I felt that our settlement within the EU was illegitimate because the Labour government put through the Lisbon Treaty, which was the constitution for Europe, precisely to avoid getting a democratic mandate. I got into politics because of the Iraq War and Labour's complicity in extraordinary rendition, which is torture. And because you guys rode an enormous... You guys rode an enormous credit boom which tripled the money supply and led us into the devastating global financial crisis. So when you ask me, is it the worst government in history? No. 1997's Labour government.
Can I jump in the middle between you two?
Yes.
I'm going to stop you here. And I think that there is an element of truth in that the scrutiny and the way in which information is given has completely changed. Even since I started in politics, 12 years ago, it's completely changed, and social media has changed it, but it's changed it for everybody. But I think the problem is, Steve, that as a government, we haven't delivered enough for people. We lost our credibility for competence because we've had 5 Prime Ministers who seem to have taken a kind of anti-papal view of just...
Sir Robert Buckland's
OK.
Here we go.
See what's happening.
Of course, Heidi Alexander up against him, former Labour MP. Let's see.
Declaration of the election of a Member of Parliament for Swindon South. I, Sam Mowbray, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Heidi Alexander, Labour Party, 21,676. Robert James Buckland, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,070.
Goodness me.
Martin Costello, Independent, 472.
As well, but Heidi Alexander almost double the vote of Robert Buckland, who was the sitting MP.
2,539.
And the Reform vote?
Catherine Kozidowski, Reform UK, 6,194.
Of the Conservatives. Heidi Alexander is declared the MP for Swindon South. Be returning to Parliament is the correct phraseology that I should be using. The exit poll had suggested Labour 44%, Conservatives 27%, Reform 17%, no Brexit candidate in 2019. Of course, that is how it is looking. Conservative 25 points down, Beth.
Yeah, that was a target seat. Keir Starmer has made many a visit to Swindon. That was their 55th target. So when you're looking at an exit poll where they're heading for a majority of circa 170, you would expect Swindon South to go. Steve, I have to say, your seat in Wickham also looks
absolutely.
like it could. Do you think you're going to lose your seat tonight?
I'm widely expected to be swept away in this tsunami, yes.
How are you
didn't help yourself, though, did you, by going on holiday?
I'd got all the work done that I needed to, and I'd encourage Sky to interview my chairman at the count later.
How are you feeling, Steve?
I feel great, but the people I feel sorry for are the staffers who are going to lose their jobs, who don't deserve to lose their jobs. And, I employ 6 at the moment, and they're not all full-time, but I employ 6. They deserve to continue their service to the people of Wickham, and they're not going to be able to if I'm swept away.
You had wanted to potentially run as the leader.
Well, I made there was a private speech which leaked. These things happen. As a result, it went into the press. But I'm very, very clear.
Never alone with a microphone, Steve. First rule.
Well, I calibrated my remarks so that they could be leaked, and it's a question of the timing, which fell into somebody else's hands, not mine. But as I say, I'm expected to be swept away in this tsunami. Many of your viewers will rejoice at it, I'm sure. Others
Are you not
so
feeling quite? I mean, you're very sanguine at the moment, but do you not feel quite angry about how the party has been run over the past 4 to 5 years? That has meant that you are going to get swept away in this massive swing to Labour.
I know what, Beth. I am not angry. You and I have gone a long way through the last few years, haven't we? And, I've 14 years of this. I've been involved in the main issues of the day repeatedly. I'm in all the history books, and it's just a matter of fact. It's been a hell of a 14 years. If it's time for me to go and do something else for my life, I can assure you I did not ask anyone to vote Conservative for my sake. If I lose, it will be the best thing that could happen to me and my wife.
You're being admirably clear-eyed about this, but can I just take you back to something that you said earlier on? Are you genuinely saying you think this is to do with social media? Are you saying there's nothing deeper going on here?
Oh, yeah, there definitely is. I mean,
okay,
I tweeted out.
What is it?
Earlier, I tweeted out a set of references, which I scheduled them because I knew I'd say it on the BBC, and I'm happy to say it here. What's going on, I believe, which is much more likely to explain the turmoil in North America and France as well as here, is we've spent 50 years as Western welfare states living far beyond our means and paying for it in the end with cheap credit. As I said to Andy moments ago, the money supply tripled when New Labour were in power, from 700 billion in 97 to 2.2 trillion in 2010, a great rush to destruction. And then since then, we've had a categorically different monetary environment, and that's what's wrong with the economy. The post-Bretton Woods social order is blowing up. We can't afford to live like this.
Yeah, I get the economics point, but I'm asking...
Well, do you know what, Trevor, to hear you say that...
Why are you getting punished tonight?
Trevor, to hear you say that makes me so happy, because this was the substance of my maiden speech. I've done the documentary, I've done the book...
You don't have to make a speech again, just
if after 14 years, I can say live on TV what I've just said and you just accept it and move on, thank God, because we might actually avoid the default of the welfare state, which is otherwise coming.
I'm sorry, this isn't about Bretton Woods. This is about whether people that are living in Methil or Sunderland or Surrey or anywhere across the country feel like they're better off now than they were before, feel like they had a government that was actually competent, that actually did what it said it was going to do, that actually delivered, that had a plan, that we were able to espouse as a party, Steve, what the last 14 years have been about. And every single leader that's come in has, to a greater or lesser degree, wanted to give themselves some clear blue water to their predecessor, has undone what they've done. We didn't give our candidates a clear story to go to the electorate with. We didn't say what the Conservative Party was anymore, what we stood for. We should have spoken more about our values and spoken a lot more about how we can deliver. We were all over the place. We ran a shambolic campaign from start to finish. Mm-hmm. We couldn't settle on what the campaign was even supposed to be. You know, in many ways, this kicking could have been a lot worse than we're seeing tonight, and it is bad. And I'm sorry that you've lost your seat, and I feel so bad for everybody.
I haven't lost my seat yet. We'll find out.
No, but if it happens...
You know as well as I do that Conservative economic policy is limited government, low taxes, balanced budgets and sound money. None of those things have we had for a very long time. So whatever our problems may be, they're not to do with having Conservative economic policy.
Just a second, Andy, because I do want to ask him about the spectre at the feast, and that is Nigel
Farage. Should he be accepted into the Conservative Party?
No, I've already said no. Look, I represent, or have represented for 14 years, an extremely diverse constituency. About a third of the British Muslims in Wickham typically vote for me. So when Nigel Farage recently went out and said some comments, in fact, you took him up on some comments as well.
He said it to me.
Indeed, he did. He said those comments he made
Let's
to you.
not repeat them, please.
I called him out on. And, you know, we can't have within the Conservative Party somebody whose treatment of sensitive issues is so clumsy and offensive to people. It's just not acceptable.
Steve, when you look, though, at what's happening with the Reform vote, you can see the trend where the Reform Party is coming in second and the Conservative Party is being pushed into third.
Yeah.
You know all too well, you've managed your party, you've been an operator, you know all too well that the pressure for the next leadership race will be that there is a need to win back Reform voters, and it will tack to the right and it will point that in that direction. Do you not think?
I think that there's a great deal of sense in what your analysis, because of course there is. The challenge for the next leader will be how to deliver a centre-right party and policy platform which appeals to the obvious coalition of voters who are there for the taking. What's happened here is that I don't think there's been a huge appetite for Keir Starmer's Labour. That's not what people have told me on the doorsteps. I don't think that's actually what's seen in the polls. People have just got fed up with us. But I think the rise of Reform really shows us that there is a coalition to be built here on the centre-right.
Steve, I've been credited you for coming on, by the way, and facing it in the way that you are. But, you know, can I just really get to the heart of it from your point of view? You were a big architect of Brexit. Do you have no regrets about how that's played out? Do you not think you should have backed Theresa May's deal?
No.
Well, people feel worse off because of because of the disastrous Brexit that you've done.
Well, I've talked a bit about the monetary stuff and what's the underlying long-term trends, and I'd encourage anybody to look at the links I've tweeted out. If I'd backed Theresa May's Brexit deal, the Tory party would have split catastrophically, and we would have had this kind of wipeout.
The country might be better, though.
Well, we would have had this...
I bet you the country would be in a better
hang on,
place.
You've asked me a question, I'm answering it. If we'd had that kind of wipeout in front of Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell, and I bet you wouldn't like a Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell government, they would have wrecked this country catastrophically. It would have been probably irrecoverable in all of our lifetimes.
Can I ask you a really personal question? Because you've had one of the more interesting journeys
ask.
of any MP on any party, I think, from the kind of Brexit hard man to talking about...
Yeah, that was a mistake, but yeah.
Well, but talking about some of the ways in which your views have changed, the way in which you hold yourself now, the way in which you've had to practice mindfulness and other things because of...
I don't think I don't practice mindfulness. Who said that?
Sorry, you've talked a lot about the pressures
I've
that you've
talked once
had.
about the pressures, and that was to help other people. And, you know, I've had several people shake me by the hand and say I saved their life by doing it. So I'm very glad I did.
And that's why...
But I don't practice mindfulness, and I don't bang on about it.
Sorry. OK. But in terms of some of the journey that you've had...
So I reject the notion that I've had a journey. I don't think anything different today from before. What's happened is, unfortunately, I came to prominence at a time of great turmoil in the party, and it was necessary for the reasons I've just given to defeat Theresa May's deal. But I've always had the same warm disposition to the people of Europe, the same willingness to compromise and build deals. When I took over the ERG after the referendum, I actually built it to unite the Conservative Party. There were people from all wings of the party in it. Unfortunately, it went south because the deal just wasn't acceptable. But, you know, I recommend Tim Shipman's books to anyone until I write my own. Should I be swept away? I'm sure there'll be a series of books you can all enjoy.
Steve, just about being swept away as well, how damaging was the Truss administration for you? Because when I look at your seat, someone's just pointed out that 38% of households in Wickham, I grew up there, so I know this area really well, have a mortgage. Did it hurt you, Liz Truss? Did you feel a step change in your constituency over the budget, the mini-budget, interest rates, mortgages?
Wickham is a place where people who work hard very often struggle to make ends meet, and they might be on £50,000 a year, and as their mortgage goes up, it means they're not taking a holiday once a year anymore with the kids. That's the sort of thing that I will hear. And I'm very, very conscious in Wickham that the median pay is about £35,000 a year, and the median house price is about £350,000. It's because we live in the London fringe, but
I was asking about Liz Truss and the damage.
But I'd say that as context to answer you very directly. I think in the course of this, I've only had one person say to me directly that their mortgage soared because of Liz Truss. And I think if you look globally, there are other countries which saw interest rate spikes for which Liz Truss was not responsible. So it's a thing which deserves a more detailed analysis than we've got time for.
I wonder if I might be able to ask you this, Steve, given that you're teetering on the edge of losing your seat, sadly, for the people that work for you, as you said. How do you feel now, looking back at your Brexit reputation, given that your seat was very much a Remain seat?
Well, Wickham District was bigger than Wickham Constituency. I'm afraid this has been one of the banes of the conversation. And Wickham District had a result, and you couldn't extract Wickham Constituency's result from the figures. But this really is OTOs, because we had a national result, and yet it wasn't legally binding. But everybody understood that if they voted that the UK would leave the European Union, then we would go outside the structures of the EU. So, yeah, it's been very painful, but I still would maintain that even for my angriest Remain voters, if I'd voted for Theresa May's deal and allowed it to go through and split the Tory party in front of Corbyn and McDonnell, everybody would have been...
As opposed to not split, you did split the Tory party.
Well, hang on a minute.
Because all those Rory Stewart, Dominic Grieve, David, they were in the Tory party and they were all pushed out, so you did split it.
Alas, and it was their choice. But what I would say...
No, you did split the Tory party.
No, you can't get away with this. The main outworking...
You made it. It went from a centre-right party to a right party. That's what happened, because you split it.
No, the main outworking of my work on Brexit was that we won an 80-seat majority. And shortly, 2 years ago, I became a minister, and I'm very proud of the work I've done in Northern Ireland, even as that is a hard compromise for Eurosceptics and Unionists. But it's just a matter of fact that the main result of my work on Brexit was that the Conservative Party won an 80-seat majority, and the main reason that was squandered was COVID.
Washington and Gateshead South just returned a Labour hold on that seat. Trevor, you wanted to come in?
If I can take you back to tonight, Swindon
Sorry,
South...
Trevor, one thought. Reform second in Washington and Gateshead South again, picking up 15%. Same pattern again, as you said. Trevor, I interrupted you. Go on.
No, it's. I think it's a confirmation that something definite is happening in this kind of seat. But I wanted to just take you back to Swindon South, which is not unlike Wickham in some ways. It's in the orbit of London and so on. The interesting thing about Swindon South is that it's got a lot of jobs. New big financial services outfits open there, young people moving in. These are the kinds of people that in the past you would have thought, upwardly mobile, aspirational, professionals, would have been Conservative voters. Now, it looks like you've lost those people. What happened?
Well, if the Conservative Party doesn't stand for freedom, then it stands for nothing. I've said it, I'm sure, several times. We've ended up not standing for freedom. We've stood for a technocratic managerialism, and that's not who we are, and it's not what works.
Is that what you mean? You're talking about Rishi Sunak there?
But everybody knows that I've been a Conservative who, as we've already discussed, has often criticised my party. It's ironic that we're both sitting here. We've criticised our party from different perspectives. But I regard myself as a classical liberal in the Conservative Party. And one thing we haven't had for 100 years is classical liberalism. And that's really what's damaging our economy and our society.
OK.
It was we were all trying to live at everybody else's expense, and it's ruinous.
We must let you go, but thank you for taking the time to join us. Thank you. Washington and Gateshead.
Manchester Liberal.
Washington and Gateshead.
Right.
South, 1 in 10 adults are in poor health. Almost a third of adults in Washington and Gateshead South have never worked, which is well above the national average. So that's the demographic for you in Washington and Gateshead South. Heading up to Glasgow in just a second. But before that, watching Election Night Live here on Sky News, the headlines for you so far. The broadcaster's exit poll has predicted a landslide victory for Labour. Sir Keir Starmer is expected to win 410 seats.
Phillipson, 18,837.
Labour's taken the first seats of the night, with Reform coming second in many of those seats. Bridget Phillipson there taking her seat. And it's looking like a bruising night for the Conservatives, who are predicted to win just 131 seats. So Robert Buckland becomes the first Conservative to lose his seat to Labour in Swindon South, losing to former Labour MP Heidi Alexander. And Sir Ed Davey's creative campaign appears to have worked wonders for the Liberal Democrats, who the exit poll says will take 61 seats in the House of Commons. Bad night for the Conservatives, equally bad night, some might say, for the SNP, predicted to win just 10 seats. Connor standing by for us in Glasgow this morning. Hello to you, Connor. 10 seats is the prediction.
Kay, this is a grim night for the SNP if the exit poll is to be believed. Let's remember the SNP has been huge in Scotland, the most dominant political force north of the border for more than a decade, has won every election in that period. And this will be the first time, if the polls are to be believed, that will not happen for the first time in a very, very long time. Now, I've been speaking privately to some senior SNP sources, and they are saying, look, this is bad for us. It is worse than we were potentially expecting. 10 seats was at the lower estimate. Potentially around 20 would have been a good night. What's going on here? What are the voters thinking? Well, clearly the SNP's been in power for close to 2 decades here in Scotland. It's still mired in that police investigation examining its funding and its finances that has had the arrest of its former leader, Nicola Sturgeon. She was released without charge as well. And clearly it is not really pushing the case forward for independence. It's been in a really tricky position, not able to further that cause because both Labour and the Conservatives at Westminster have said no, they will not enter any more negotiations on that. Now, I think what's interesting from the SNP camp tonight is the narrative coming out. They're trying to push this away and say, look, this was the SNP supporters swinging behind other parties, swinging behind Labour because they were the only party who were going to be able to kick the Tories out of Downing Street. Interesting because given their manifesto said page 1, line 1, that independence would be front and centre. So rather than the SNP recognising actually that the independence question is maybe heading for the back burner just now, they are flipping that on its head and saying actually this was an election about getting rid of the Conservatives. How will that hold, and will that be the position of John Swinney going forward? Look, this is a really bad night for the SNP, but here in Glasgow the polls are suggesting it could be a flip from all SNP seats, 6 seats, flipping that on its head with Labour taking control of this city once again. It's a huge night across the UK, but the Scotland story should not be underestimated. This is potentially an abysmal night for the SNP, a once dominant political force. And what does this mean for the question of Scottish independence? Another final thought from me, a senior source from within John Swinney's inner circle has said, look, we may only be getting 10 seats potentially here in Scotland, but we'll revert back to this so-called mandate from the 2021 Scottish elections at Holyrood, where the SNP was the biggest party. So already there's a bit of manoeuvring around the question of independence and where that debate will go next.
OK, thanks very much. And Rutherglen likely to be the first seat to declare north of the border. I know we're going to go to Ed in just a second, but I know, Ruth, you want to come in. SNP could lose seats to Tories as well as Labour, and the exit poll suggesting Labour could become the largest party in Scotland for the first time since 2010.
Yeah, I mean, I think from the poll, and we'd certainly seen particularly the way the votes stack up across the Central Belt, which is where most of the seats are, that even if there had been a tie in terms of vote share between the SNP and Labour, you would see Labour getting a lot more seats, so they would move into being the biggest party. It looks from this as if they've actually got quite a sizable vote share increase. I would just give one caveat, though. One of the authors of the exit poll that happens is the psephologist Sir John Curtis. He is saying that there is some uncertainty about the poll forecast for Scotland and some of the numbers that are in it. So we might just have to take that with a little bit of a pinch of salt. Okay. And members of the party in Scotland, the Conservative Party in Scotland, spokespeople have said that it is, quote unquote, and this is a direct quote, bollocks, that the party in Scotland is going to put on a number of seats, doubling their seats in Scotland. My analysis would agree with that. We're not going to be winning seats like Aberdeen South, which are projected. We're probably going to come third there. We're not going to be winning Stirling. But if we hold what we had, that would be a good result for us there. So in terms of the Scottish picture and the exit poll, It was 5 or 6 seats out last time in 2019 because of local variances on the ground. We just want to do some caveats with this here, and I think we need to see some of the results coming in.
So if you do hold what you've had, given that Douglas Ross says he doesn't want to stand, do you fancy being the leader again?
Not a chance. My partner would kill me, and then she'd divorce me, and then she'd kill me again.
I'm glad about that, because you were very good when you were the leader. Can I just say, the story of the night, though, just very quickly,
Yes.
Kay, if I might.
Please.
Is that governments are losing because they're unpopular. And obviously there's a lot of truth in that, both UK government, the worst of our lifetimes in my view, but also in Scotland, where we've just had, obviously, something of a meltdown in the SNP. But that is not the whole story. In Scotland, I need to say that Anas Sarwar, I think, as Labour leader, Scottish Labour leader, has done a phenomenal job, quietly, building back support for Labour. I think his role really, if the exit poll is to be true, and the SNP are back down, the heyday of the SNP is over, Anas Sarwar deserves huge credit. That has required the most enormous political skill to build Labour back in the way that he has. It's partly due to his personality, the way he works, but I just think I need to recognise Anas's role, because if these results come through, it's a big vindication of his work.
I need to bring Ed in. Ed?
It's actually interesting what Ruth was saying. Definitely when it comes to Scotland, you know, you've got these kind of confidence bands when it comes to the exit poll. So the kind of range that it could possibly be in. And when it comes to Scotland, the range is bigger than for other parts of the UK, just because there's just a lot of uncertainty there. However, it could actually be worse. It could actually be on the downside, even worse on the downside for the SNP. We just have to wait and see, and that's one of those evolving stories. But one thing I did want to show you is, should we look at Swindon South, just down there? So Swindon South. Because we had a result there that was really interesting. Obviously, you see Heidi Alexander kind of coming back into Parliament, Robert Buckland out. But if we look at the backstory here, we've been doing this with all of these constituencies so far, comparing the exit poll with the eventual results, and so far it's looked pretty good. There's what the exit poll suggested would happen in Swindon South, 44% Labour. In the event, 48%, so a bit better. Conservatives, 27%. In the event, well, 26.9, so again, that's kind of bang on. And Reform a little bit weaker in Swindon South. 17% was the expectation. It turns out to have been about 14%. But broadly speaking, take all of these results together, and actually the exit poll's looking pretty good, to be honest with you. And what's significant about Swindon South, OK, same constituency, is it's a very different demographic story to the story that we're seeing there in the northeast that we were talking about a moment ago. And so the fact that we're seeing that reflected elsewhere, the fact that we're seeing that the exit poll looks pretty accurate elsewhere, again, it makes you a bit more confident that those numbers we were talking about, those landslide numbers you probably heard about at the start of the programme, that they look pretty good, as does this. This is a really striking chart, OK? This is showing you swings at general elections, OK? And what we have here is a kind of broad swing. Actually, I shouldn't say that's not quite the exit poll. This is the swing that we have implied by the results that we have so far, about 12.5% or so. And just look at how high that swing is. As I say, it's not the exit poll, this is the result swings, but one presumes it's kind of in the same kind of ballpark. About 12.6%, which would be basically unprecedented in the post-war period. There is nothing else in terms of the swing. Even this is the famous Blair swing of 1997, is not as big as what we are potentially witnessing right now. As I say, that's from the results that we've got so far, but we know those results are kind of not that far off, not that inconsistent with the story that we heard about from the exit poll. So already, you know, you're seeing it, Kay, in the actual numbers as opposed to the exit poll projections.
I'm hearing Labour not potentially doing quite as well in Wales as they are in other parts of the country.
That's exactly true, yeah. So you see some of that kind of reversion, so seats that were previously Labour, that then went Conservative in 2019 are kind of going back. But the effect is not as marked in Wales. And that's definitely what the exit poll says.
Bring in Dan Whitehead, who's standing by in Cardiff for us. Dan, hi.
Yeah, evening, Kay. Really interesting hearing from Ed there about that impact in Wales. We're yet to get any results here, but it is looking like, looking at the exit polls, that red wall that went blue in 2019 is going to go back red, especially in North Wales. One interesting point, the Welsh Secretary, David T.C. Davis, we've just been huddled around on the phone with him. He is the candidate for Monmouthshire. and my colleague Thomas Evans has just been on the phone.
Central declaring Newcastle Central.
Hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Newcastle upon Tyne Central and West Ward is as follows. Ali Afe, Liberal Democrat, 1,946. Francis Lazok, the Conservative Party, 4,228. Ashton Hector Muncaster, Reform UK, 7,815. Chi Onwurah, Labour Party, 18,875.
Like Reform second again,
John
Andy
Pearson,
Burnham.
Green Party candidate.
Yes,
Labour
I mean,
winning.
that is certainly the story in the north of England, and this is where Ruth and I have had a little bit of a, bit of a discussion. I think what it reflects is people who perhaps were Labour voters, voted for Boris in 2019, feel very disillusioned with everything, I think, and I think a lot of people who are voting for reform in the north of England are doing so for that reason. They kind of feel like they don't maybe have a political home at the moment, and obviously Labour's job is to win those voters back, which I believe we can do. I think the opportunity that we've got now is to do real levelling up. We didn't see it in this Parliament, but with the government absolutely
but your vote's down
committed
13%.
to growth. Well, it is, but look at that. It's a good win. It's a 10,000 plus majority. That is a good win.
Yeah. Just on reform.
We've got a real opportunity with the government committed to growth to bring that growth to all parts of the country, particularly the North East, which, to be honest with you, is the most neglected part of the country. And this is, again, the point that Ruth and I were talking about. It's that, I think, that people feel really angry about. The North East doesn't have the infrastructure. It doesn't get the fair treatment. You've got the highest levels of poverty in the North East of England. I think they feel more aggrieved at the government we've just had than anywhere else in the country.
Yvonne Ridley, I'll come to you in a second. Yvonne Ridley, Gaza question there. Independent.
This is coming through from Labour sources that their data is suggesting reform will not win as many seats as the exit polls suggest. They're saying they'll get less than 13 seats. So that's from Labour sources who obviously are crunching their own numbers.
That might be right, but the thing about this is that Chi Onwurah last time had a 57% share. This time it's 46%. Reform is up from about 6-7% up to 18%. I mean, the point here is that this is a North East pattern. I think I have a feeling it's quite specific. Yeah. The point is that people are leaving the Tories, but they're not coming to Labour. They're going to Reform. I think that's a very clear
certainly
pattern,
in these early stages.
and that should tell us something.
OK. Mick Lynch is here.
Good evening.
Everybody would recognise you, of course. We saw you in the wide shot. Even in a wide shot, they'd know who you were, Mick. It's great to see you. Thanks for taking the time. You sat down. We said, how's it going? You said, well, it's looking better.
Well, it's looking better than the Tories winning. I'm just determined to see the Tories crushed tonight. That's what I want to stay up for. There's particular favourites that I want to see go down. I've got no shame in saying that.
Have you got a list?
I've got a long list, yeah.
Go on.
Well, it
Mark
starts
Harper
with
will
Grant
be one of them,
Shapps,
yeah.
Mark Harper and a few others, because I think they've done the country a disservice and they need to go. And I think that's what the public's going to do. But I think your points about Labour's fairly flat vote in the North East is because the manifesto and the offer is not bold enough. It's a fairly vanilla proposal that we've been put. People have been getting away with this Ming Vase stuff, but you can't carry a Ming Vase through 5 years of government. You've got to be bold.
Mick, do you not think that part of the reason that they're getting as big a majority as it looks like is precisely because it was a Ming Vase? They didn't do anything too radical and bold in the manifesto in order to try and build a wide coalition of voters.
It could well be. I accept that point, that they ran a very careful campaign and didn't want to get offside with anyone's views. So if you don't displease as many groups as possible, you may end up garnering a few votes. But in traditional Labour heartlands, they're not harvesting 60-70% of the vote, which you'd think you'd be getting if people were really behind your programme. Now, that doesn't mean they won't be able to do anything. I'm hoping they will do. They're making good offers on the future of the railways, for instance. But on big issues in working class areas, council housing is what we need. They keep going with this term, social housing. I want people like Andy to be able to build tens of thousands of council houses under direct council control. I think an offer like that would have been very bold in areas, traditional working class areas such as the ones you're seeing coming out. That's simply not appealing to people.
Do you think that Labour, if they do get this sort of size of majority, should become more radical and bolder in government and perhaps go beyond what they promised in the manifesto?
The government's got to meet the
that's
needs of the
exactly
day.
what
And
they said they won't do.
At the moment, the economic plan is not going to meet the needs of the country. So if you go to any part of the country, there is an infrastructure need. Andy's talked about it a lot. Our railways need restructuring. Our health service needs investment. The fiscal plan that they've got will not equal the task that's in front of them. Now, Attlee had this problem. We were in a much more perilous position, and he was bold. He wasn't from the left of the party, he was from the right of the party, but he carried through a very bold and vigorous programme. And they've got to do that year upon year, hopefully for the next 10 or 15 years. That's what I hope for. But you've got to keep being bold, otherwise it will swing against you.
So is your message to Keir Starmer tonight...
bring in Margaret Hodge.
If that's your majority, be more radical?
Be as
Let me just bring in Margaret Hodge and then we'll come back. She's standing by. She's been very patient. She's in the studio. There she is. Hi.
Hi. Sorry I couldn't be with you, but I'm listening to the conversation.
It's good of you to join us. Thank you very much indeed. What's your view? What's your analysis of what we've seen so far this evening?
Well, let me just say something about the what's emerging on the results, because we are seeing a lower turnout. And we're seeing a bit, Labour is doing brilliantly, and I'm obviously really excited about that. But we are seeing a lower turnout and a little bit to reform. And I think it'll get me to Mick's point, because I think what that reflects is how there really is no trust in politics. We've known about that for some time. I did some work after the 2001 general election in my own constituency at that time, Barking, because we had a low turnout. And what came out of it was focus groups and things that I did, was that people were not voting, not because they were apathetic, but because they were angry. And what we're seeing now is anger with a Tory government for all the way that they've behaved with impunity, lying and, giving contracts to their friends, giving peerages, honours, all those things to their mates. That has led to huge anger and distrust. Now, we've come in, we've been absolutely clear in our manifesto that we'll only do the things that we can within the funding that we have available. And I think the worst thing we could possibly do to
people aren't saying this, they're really bored with the offer.
Mick, can I just say this? The worst thing we could possibly do is say, we've got this great big majority. We're going to break trust with what we said in the manifesto and immediately, unfunded promises, put up taxes. We're not going to do that. We're going to work slowly. We've all got a whole list of things that we know need doing in broken Britain, but that's why we've talked about a decade of renewal. We've got to work at it as quickly as seriously as we can and build that growth. And just one more point, then I will shut up. Recently, I saw the figures. Of what, for example, we take in tax and what we should get in, and they've gone up. So there's a £40 billion gap between what HMRC takes from us and what people owe HMRC. If we could just get behind that and close that gap, which I think is really doable, that is just one of the ways that we can bring more money into the public purse for public services.
This is what's wrong with this election. We cannot just keep having elections about tax where the agenda is set by the Daily Mail and the Telegraph. The Labour Party of all parties must set a vision. And what the people in Sunderland couldn't do in this election is make a list of what Labour is going to do in working class communities on the council estates. So if you look at the rolling back of the Green Revolution, they could have described that as a way of renewing our inner cities, renewing the council estates, getting people cheaper energy bills by refurbishing the housing stock. That's the kind of message that working people want to hear. And they cannot list, most people I've met will not be able to list what the Labour Party is actually going to do for the working class people of this country.
Margaret?
Can I come to two things? First of all, if we put in more, it would either be in higher taxes, higher borrowing, or unfunded promises. And let me just give you the vision. Let me just tell you what just in those first steps, think of a child, a baby's born, we've said we're going to have 100,000 more places in nursery. That baby goes to primary schools, we've said we're going to have breakfast clubs. That child goes to secondary schools, we're going to have 6,500 more teachers. They then go on to apprenticeships, that's going to be grown. And finally, we are going to have 1.5 million more homes for young people. That is a vision. That's a vision. That is a vision.
These houses will be in the hands of private landlords who are the problem, and they won't be in the hands of councils such as and authorities such as Andy's. That's the message that Atliad in 45...
You're just so negative, Mick.
I'm not
You're
negative.
just so negative.
I'm
This
not
is going to be
negative.
this
I'm
is a
feeling
brand
upbeat
new...
because we've got rid of the Tories. But you've
negative.
got to have something to fill the vacuum, and that's why you're only getting 48%, where you should be getting
Let
70%.
these guys slug it out a bit. Go on, Margaret, go on.
Well, I just think, you know, who has said that the 1.5 million houses that we've promised to build will not be affordable? I completely agree with Mick. Well,
They're not affordable.
don't.
You look at any development, they're selling
hang on a minute. We don't know how many. We don't know how many will be.
Owner. The council should be the landlord, not these developers.
Actually, housing associations or council, as long as it's social landlords, at a price people, no, they haven't.
Yes, they have.
Prices people.
Ask anyone who's got to buy a house association flat.
Mick, can I just say this to you? If you're a person in housing need, what you want is a decent home at a price you can afford. If that is provided by a housing association or by a local authority, that doesn't matter. What matters is that you get a decent home at a price you can afford. And for you, you're putting
No, you can't.
This is fundamental.
Very much
Housing associations are
fascinated to hear a party that is going to
developers.
literally have a landslide, and you're arguing about what you want it to look like.
Well, that's what politics is about, isn't it? Arguing about the future and working out what you're going to do. If you just go into a bland, vanilla election campaign, you'll get working-class communities that are not coming out.
We won.
That's what's happening.
We're winning. Arguments on the right for arguments on the left.
I think there's something in the middle here, though, because Margaret is saying 1.5 million homes, which is the commitment, Margaret, isn't it? And I support that. But that is to build homes at the level we've not built since the 1970s. And the reason why we were building 300,000 homes here in the 1970s is because we had a huge council house building programme. So I'm going to come in and say, I think I'm in the middle of the two of you here. I actually think this will be a radical housing policy, to be honest with you, because I'll be knocking on Angela Rayner's door, Mick, and saying straight away, in Greater Manchester, we will get you up to the rate of building homes, but a big number of them will have to be council homes.
Andy, a politician like you will come up with clever answers, like make the pension funds, the occupational pension funds, come forward with innovative bonds that are backed by the government, that doesn't have to go on the government borrowing requirement. Nobody is coming forward with bold plans like that we are going to restructure our towns and cities in favour of working people, rather than putting them in the hands
I'm saying, Mick, is
of commercial
it's
developers.
Implicit in the huge ambition that they're setting in the manifesto around housing. And Angela's talked of an ending homelessness unit in the Cabinet Office. We're really ready to get stuck into all of that. So the truth is in the middle of both of you.
Somebody who's keen to get stuck in even more than all of the rest of you is Rachel Reeves. She could well be the Chancellor by tomorrow morning at number 11 Downing Street. There she is. Can't take the smile off her face. Good evening. Thoughts when you saw the exit poll drop?
Good evening, Kay. Well, if the results unfold in the way that the exit polls suggest, then Labour are on course for an historic victory. But it's still early hours yet, and we'll see how the results unfold as the next few hours go by.
It might be short-lived, the celebration, though, because by all accounts, there's no money.
I'm under no illusions about the scale of the challenge that I will face, that Labour will face if we get the opportunity to form the government tomorrow. The severity of the inheritance from the Conservatives is truly awful. But we will get to work in starting to rebuild our economy, returning stability to the economy, and improving our health service and our schools after 14 years of chaos, division and decline. We will get started in that work of rebuilding our country for the better, turning a page on what has gone before and starting a new chapter for Britain.
Rachel Reeves, it's Beth Rigby here. Just before you came on, there was a lively discussion between Mick Lynch and Margaret Hodge about whether a big majority, should this poll be correct, means that you, as perhaps the first female Chancellor this country has ever had, will be under far more pressure to be more radical than perhaps you would have been had you had a much smaller majority. Do you, one, recognise that this will be a live issue and problem for the Labour Party? And two, what's your reaction? What do you want to say to people that think you should go faster, further, bolder?
If we win tonight, it will be on the manifesto that we fought this election on, to bring stability back to our economy, to bring investment back to our economy and start reforming our economy, reforming the planning system, the New Deal for working people. But I think everybody recognises the huge scale of the challenge that will face any incoming government after the damage done by the Conservatives. Debt, almost 100% of GDP, taxes at a 70-year high, the first parliament on record where living standards are lower at the end than they were at the beginning. We can't promise to turn everything around straight away, but we will get to work in starting to rebuild our economy, bringing growth back to our economy and starting to turn around public services that have been so neglected by this Conservative government.
How much time do you think that the electorate will give you to try to start to turn the supertanker around?
Well, let us get started. We still don't have all the results from the elections. Let's wait to see how that unfolds. But whoever forms the next government, whatever composition it takes, the scale is huge. But we are ready for it.
Yeah, but my question remains the same, Rachel Reeves.
I am ready for that challenge.
Yeah, my question remains the same, Rachel Reeves, which is how long do you think you have?
Well, look, we've said that when we are looking for a decade of national renewal to reform our public services, to bring the growth back to our economy, to improve living standards. But we want to get started work straight away. Our first steps on bringing stability back to the economy, 40,000 additional appointments every single week in our National Health Service, recruiting 6,500 teachers into our state schools. Those are the first steps that we will take if we are privileged enough to form the next government as we start to turn our economy and our public services around.
You're going to have to change that record. I think it's a foregone conclusion now, given what we've been looking at. Andy Burnham's here.
Well, it's just to say, like I've said to other shadow cabinet colleagues, Rachel, if the exit poll's right, you know, we're so proud of you. And I know I'm speaking for Labour, people across the country and those who voted for us today. And we thank everyone who has voted for the party. We're ready, as you know, to help. In Greater Manchester, we're growing faster than the UK economy. We look forward, if you're up for it, to signing a growth plan and really getting moving on building those new homes, bringing those jobs in. You saw Stockport with me, didn't you, a couple of weeks ago, and you've seen how we're bringing a town like that to life. Can you see the Greater Manchester model kind of going further, deeper and going to other parts of the country?
Well, it was great to see the work that you're doing, Andy, with the Mayoral Development Corporation in Stockport, building that new housing that we desperately need, the commitment from an incoming Labour government to build 1.5 million homes in the first term of a Labour government, but also the investment that you're putting into transport as well. So we want to work with our mayors, with you, Andy, also with Tracy Brabin here in West Yorkshire and the other mayors right around the country to make sure that we are starting to turn our economy round. And I want to work in partnership. I want to.
I thought you were going to ask her for money for
unity, not division.
I nearly started bidding for money, but I think I'll leave that a couple of days. But I just think there's an interesting point, actually, that means election 24 is different than 97 if we are to see an incoming Labour government. In 97, there was no infrastructure in the regions. And that government sort of had a couple of years where it couldn't really do anything and the regional development agencies were set up and they weren't great. That's the difference between that election and this one. I think expectations probably are not as high, which is probably helpful from your point of view, Rachel. But at the same time, there's also a big infrastructure in the city regions that are ready to build the homes for you, ready to reform transport, as I'm doing in Greater Manchester. So there's a big opportunity to drive delivery and growth very quickly indeed. And as you rightly say, all the mayors are ready to do that with you.
He wants money.
Rachel,
he wants money.
Monday will come to that, not today.
Rachel, are you going to be...
Well, I know what Andy wants, a partnership, a partnership approach with mayors, local governments and central government working in partnership to start rebuilding our country, build the homes we need, the transport infrastructure that we need. I've been in opposition now for 14 years. I'm ready to get going in the huge task that we have ahead of us, and the missions that we set out in our manifesto are now national missions, and we want to work in partnership with the whole country to start delivering that reform.
OK, Beth and then Ruth.
Just quick question, Rachel Reeves, just on getting ready. Are you ready to become the first female Chancellor? And if you are, what should the public, what should viewers expect from Labour in the first couple of weeks in terms of kick-starting this growth agenda that you say you so desperately have to get in order to improve public services? We're going to see a new house building plan before the month is out. Can you give us any idea of what you're going to do in your first few days?
Well, we sought a mandate at this election to grow the economy, and that is what I'm going to get started on doing. Reform of our planning system is clearly essential to build the housing we need, the transport infrastructure, the energy infrastructure. And on a personal level, if I am appointed by Keir Starmer as the Chancellor of the Exchequer, I will be the first female Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Yeah, I think that's
and I
nailed on.
see with that both the huge privilege but also the responsibility to ensure that our economy works for everybody, including women who have borne the brunt of austerity, who are paid less, earn less than men, and our policies like the free breakfast clubs, the additional nursery places, closing the gender pay gap will be crucial
another
to
strong political woman come in, Ruth Davidson.
Yeah, I was going to ask Rachel. I mean, one of Keir Starmer's mantras throughout this campaign has been, I have changed the Labour Party and now I'm going to change the country. Actually, one of the bigger changes has been with the business community, and that has largely been down to you and your team in the Shadow Treasury team. In terms of when you started as Shadow Chancellor, not long after we finished with John McDonnell and others, I mean, how much work have you had to put in to gain trust of the business community, and how much do you want to continue the journey that you've done? Because I personally, from an outside perspective, from an opposition perspective, would say you've probably done more than anybody, including Keir, to change the view of the Labour Party in this country over the last 5 years.
Praise indeed.
Well, we've campaigned as a pro-business and a pro-growth party, and that's how we intend to govern. The partnership approach to try and unlock that private sector investment, which is crucial to improving our productivity and growth performance. So working in partnership with business to ensure that we bring wealth and prosperity to all parts of the UK with more good jobs, paying decent wages right across Britain. That's what I want to do. And of course, we have to work in partnership with business if we're to achieve that.
OK, just one last thought before we let you go. I know you've got a busy night ahead.
I also didn't say no, Keir changed the party.
OK, we'll leave that hanging. David Lammy we had on the programme a little bit earlier on, and there is some suggestion that given that Dougie Alexander is likely to win the seat back up in Scotland, they'll be vying for the post of Foreign Secretary. Who would you prefer?
Well, it's up to Keir Starmer to appoint his top team. And if he becomes... Well, of course, but Keir Starmer has done more than anyone to turn around the Labour Party. He has, in the last 4.5 years, done something which I don't think many people believed was possible in December 2019, to ensure that Labour could be a viable political force again. He's done that. This is his moment, and he will, tomorrow, if he becomes Prime Minister, appoint the cabinet that he chooses.
OK. Good to talk to you. Thank you.
Great to talk to you too, Kate.
Yeah.
Thank you. I
think early priority for investment might be digital infrastructure in Leeds, I think.
I think you might not be wrong. Just hearing that Jeremy Corbyn's arrived at his count in Islington.
Been told that's too close to call at the moment
by my
Labour
sources. That's what we're hearing as well. His team is saying they're in with a shot, but the exit poll saying otherwise. Our learned friend to my right saying too close to call. We'll have to wait until they declare around about 3 o'clock in the morning.
I've got an update for that, actually, from a Labour source. It's literally just come in. It's looking difficult for us in Islington North. So that's the latest I've got.
For Labour or for the,
It's looking difficult for Labour in
Okay.
Islington North. So that's suggesting that perhaps
Corbyn
might take it. So first I had too close to call.
Yep.
Half an hour later I've got it's looking difficult for us. So let's see.
Let's see. Let's see. Somebody who is feeling pretty confident given the exit poll. That is Nigel Farage. This is what he said.
It's midnight. There are two results in from the northeast of England that put Reform on 30% of the vote. That is way more than any possible prediction or projection. It's almost unbelievable. And what does it mean? It means we're going to win seats, many, many seats, I think, right now across the country. But to watch the TV coverage, it's almost comical. There's not a single representative on there from Reform UK. Mainstream media are in denial just as much as our political parties. This is going to be 6 million votes plus. This, folks, is huge.
Just to clarify, Mr. Farage, if I may, and I'll be chatting to you later on and I will correct you then, you said no Reform people have been interviewed by the media this evening. I think you'll find that we did we not?
We did, extensively.
Yes. Mr. Bull was his name? Mr. Bull, I think his name was.
Thank
you.
Forgive me.
Thank you. Andrea Ledson's joined us. Hello.
Hi, Kay.
Goodness.
Devastating night for the Conservatives, and obviously we need to regroup. We're going to have to rethink. We're going to have to do it quickly. I think there's a very clear message for us from lots of people who, certainly from where I've been around the country, well, it's that we've not been properly Conservative enough. And I don't actually think, in the end, we'll see huge enthusiasm for Labour. But I think a lot of people are very angry with the Conservatives. I think Reform have done very well out of it because they've been a protest. I think a lot of Conservatives have gone to Reform in lots of areas. And we're going to have to rethink. You know, it's fantastic that we live in this democracy. You know, just 5 years ago, everyone was saying, oh, Labour's going to have to wait 10 years before they even get a chance at government again. But here we are, just 5 years on, and the people have spoken. And it's great that they can do that. And there's a smooth transition of power, as there will be.
What does not being Conservative enough mean? Coming to you in a second, Trevor.
So, you know, there's lots of things. People feel we've not dealt with the issues that concern them. Migration, I think, has been a big issue, something that the Reform Party has benefited from a lot. People are worried about the sharing of scarce resources, the cost of living, the number of people they feel are arriving unfairly to this country. There's a lot of people who have concerns about frankly, the turnover of leadership in the Conservative Party. I think a lot of us will agree that that kind of turmoil is not helpful to government. But also, I think, you know, since 2010...
We've got a Prime Minister who's a Brexiteer who also wanted to put people on planes and send them to Rwanda.
Yeah, absolutely, but it didn't happen. And yeah, no, I completely agree. He's a Brexiteer. I'm a Brexiteer too. But the fact is, government is very difficult. We've had some incredibly difficult issues to deal with over the last 14 years. And actually, in a lot of areas, you know, we've got higher employment, 4 million more people are in employment now. We've got huge achievements in net zero. We've got fantastic, over 5.5 million new apprenticeships for young people,
Andrea,
2.5 million new homes.
So you're reeling these things off, but the country feels broken.
I don't disagree.
It feels like Conservatives have broken the country, broken the railways, broken the water system, sewage everywhere. That's how it feels to people. They wouldn't recognise you reeling off those achievements. Everyone just feels this country's gone backwards under the Tories.
I agree that's how people feel, and that's why, as I say, we need to regroup and rethink. And it's very clear that in this great country of ours, the people will speak, and I think we will see much more frequent turnover of governments because government is increasingly difficult.
OK. Trevor and then Beth.
Yeah, I mean, let's not be too abstract about this. You say the people have spoken, and they've said one thing: we don't fancy Tories much.
Yeah, yes.
And the other thing they've said is we like look of reform rather than going to Labour. I mean, it's possible that actually the combined Labour and Tory vote this time will be the lowest for more than a century. What do you think is going on there, and what do you have to do about it?
Yeah, so that is something for the days and weeks and months ahead. But it's absolutely right. It looks very early, very early hours, but it does look as though Reform, that party of protest, has really touched a nerve with people who are sick of an incumbent government that they feel hasn't met their requirements. They don't have enthusiasm for Labour. I have huge concerns about Labour myself, but it does look as though the surge in Reform has been enough to significantly give Labour a huge majority. I think there's a lot of questions for Labour about what they're going to do with people's taxes, with the country. How are they going to make things better? And I think voters have felt the same. They've concluded the same. They don't see Labour having the answers. So they're voting for Reform as well. Can somebody else do it?
400 and... Hold on a second, Andy.
Not to take away from it,
Hold on a
Andy,
second,
but
Andy.
it's
Just
not
let me say Gateshead
enthusiasm
Central
for
and
Labour.
Wickham are Labour hold, Beth.
Can we just go back to the campaign and let's just go back to where the party is? Because on these projections, it's the worst performance.
Devastating, yes.
For 2 centuries plus. You were furious about the election being called when it was called, weren't you?
Personally, I was. For very good reasons. As a health minister, I just launched this dental recovery plan, which is way better than Labour's offer. I was about to launch a progress update on the family hubs and Start for Life, an absolutely integral part of what I see as a way to really improve our society. So for me personally, I felt there were some things I was desperate to get out the door. So yes, I was angry, but equally, I do completely understand this is a very personal decision for any Prime Minister. The timing has to weigh up all sorts of different considerations.
You wanted to put in a resignation letter, didn't you? Didn't you want to ask him to...
I'm not going
You're not going to
there,
say it on...
Have a look at this, Gateshead Central. I mean, look at the 21% down, Nicholas Oliver, and look what's happening with Reform. This is Gateshead Central and Wickham. Labour's vote down a little bit as well. Tories are fourth there. Look at that. Tories are fourth in Gateshead Central and Wickham. More than just regrouping, you're going to have to give serious thought about what you're going to do about Reform.
I totally agree. I mean, that is for the days and weeks ahead, is to consider how is it that, in effect, we have led to people voting for what is a protest party. It's come out of nowhere. There've been all sorts
really.
of...
It's the Brexit by any other name.
Yeah, well, possibly, except that what we have seen is some pretty horrible comments and views expressed by some Reform candidates. We also had a Reform candidate just in the last couple of weeks reverting back to the Conservatives, saying that they wanted to back the Conservative. One, exactly, one. But nevertheless, the fact is that their vote was not a hard vote. It wasn't a very clear manifesto. There's all sorts of pledges that, a bit like the Lib Dems, people think, well, we can safely vote for them because they're never going to have to...
I agree with you, Andy, what you've just said. I do agree with what you said. But shouldn't you, therefore, have sort of taken Reform on a bit more than you did? It felt to me, watching from the sidelines, that you were kind of frightened of them and you wouldn't sort of call them out as Conservative MPs. Is that a fair point?
I think it's a fair point. In hindsight, we should have gone after Reform much more in the early days. But genuinely, again, that's hindsight. And I think at the time, the plan was to really make the appeal on the grounds of what the Conservatives have to offer. And as you know, a lot of the campaign was about, we will cut your taxes, Labour will raise your taxes. So there were some very clear dividing lines between us and the traditional party of opposition. And so, yes, I think in hindsight, we will be thinking, wow, we should have gone after Reform voters much more than we did.
Well, I mean, I was going to ask whether it was that wise, looking at the trends, to come on and dismiss Reform in this way. But I want to ask you about a specific question about your own constituency. According to the exit poll, it looks like it will have gone. And one of the interesting things about your
We should say former constituency, which is why you're sitting here.
Yeah, is that it's 10th in the list of mortgage holders. I mean, a lot of people own their own homes. And I noticed one name that hasn't been mentioned tonight is Liz Truss. Now, to what extent did the Truss interregnum really lead to punishment for the Tories tonight?
So, first of all, my hopes are very high for South Northamptonshire. It's a fabulous constituency. We've been very busy this weekend. We've got the British Grand Prix there just coming up. I was talking to some constituents and their friends in the pub just this evening, having just voted. And people there were saying, we're sticking with the Conservatives, but you do need to change. So that is very clear to me. I have high hopes. We had a great candidate there. But to your point about is Liz Truss, has she been a big factor? I think undoubtedly yes.
Yeah.
I think actually what Labour have done very well is to somehow make out that the whole cost of living crisis, you know, the impact of Putin's invasion of Ukraine and energy bills going through the roof was all about Liz Truss's mini-budget, which isn't true. And the Bank of England quite clearly, when I was on the Treasury Committee, made quite clear that that was a blip. The Liz Truss mini-budget was a blip. But Labour have made absolutely fair enough. They made great political hay out of that.
Lib Democrats, it looks as though they're projected to do very well this evening, potentially 61 seats according to the exit poll. We've just had some new images in of the man himself.
A Liberal Democrat.
A Liberal Democrat. And my goodness me, what a campaign he had.
Yeah, he's lost a bit. He must have
He's not, why isn't he in a puddle?
The night is yet young.
I think he may have a new nickname in the House of Commons when he gets back, because we like giving people nicknames, don't we? When we're in the Commons.
We do.
I think people will refer to him from now on as the Honourable Member for Alton Towers.
I've also been told, actually, from Lib Dem sources that they think they're going to take Esher, which is Dominic Raab's former seat, and also Harpenden, which has been Conservative for a century. Andrew, I wanted to ask you something about, you've talked about learning lessons in the future direction of the party. You obviously stood for leadership yourself. You also backed Penny Mordaunt and ran her leadership campaign. What do you want for the leadership of the party for the future? Do you think if Penny holds her seat, it should be her? Where do you think the party should go, Andrea?
So, obviously, the night is yet young, literally and figuratively. There's a long way to go before those sorts of considerations. I mean, I'm a big fan of Penny, as you rightly say.
Seat.
And that is one key question. You know, I went to help her for a day and she has a lot of support. There's a lot of people who are rooting for her, who are trying to make sure she does get over the line. I do think it will need to be someone from the centre-right. I think our country is a country of thoughtful and honourable people who are extremely tolerant until pushed. And clearly, in recent months and possibly years, they have been pushed. They have felt pushed. But centre-right is where we
being told I have to let you go.
But the exit poll seems to be underestimating, doesn't it? There's a shy Tory thing going on, so maybe Penny Mordaunt might be.
Yeah, I've got to let you know.
Might be okay, but
we'll see.
Got to bring some cheer.
We'll find out. We'll find out. We'd love to talk to you for longer, but we have to let you go. I'm told. Thank you very much indeed. It's great to see you.
All the best.
Great to see you too.
Thank you. 9 seats up for grabs in Birmingham. Undoubtedly, most of them will be Labour, given what we're looking at with the election, with the exit poll, I should say, but we'll have to wait and see. Gaza, a big issue there. Becky standing by. I know that you've got lots of questions as far as that is concerned, Trevor. Hi, Becky. 9 counts, I think, in Birmingham. Talk us through what's happening at the moment.
Yes, the vote's still being counted here. We've not been given a sort of estimated time of first declaration, although we are expecting Birmingham Ladywood will be the first constituency that we'll get a result for. And that's been a really interesting contest when we talk about the effect of Gaza and the views of Muslim voters going into this election. Look, the political parties, particularly Labour, were aware that their policy, the failure, as seen by many Muslim voters of Labour, to call for an immediate ceasefire has hurt them. They saw that in the local elections in areas where there are high Muslim populations. The share of the vote for Labour went down in the local elections, and so they knew that going into this contest, some seats that would be what you would imagine as safe Labour seats would potentially prove difficult, and so it has proven in Birmingham Ladywood. Now, that is the seat of Shadow Justice Secretary Shabana Mahmood. Now, last time around, 2019, despite the fact it was a Tory landslide, she won 80% of the vote in Birmingham Ladywood. That should be a completely safe seat, but actually it was one of the seats, one of the 16 key seats seen as Labour to be ones to worry about because of this issue over Gaza, because of high Muslim populations, and one of the seats that they've ploughed a huge amount of resources into to try to keep that seat for Shabana Mahmood, a key ally of Keir Starmer. Now, I'm hearing from Labour sources they think she will have done it, but they think it's going to be close, and that's because we've had a man, Ahmed Yaqub, who's come in as an independent candidate. He's well known, he's a local lawyer in the area, he's got some problematic views, some people would say. He was recorded on a podcast seemingly joking about violence against women, something that he's apologised for. But he is well known and he has managed to garner support, very specifically campaigning on the issue of Gaza. So that's going to be a really interesting one to watch. And I think particularly the percentage of vote for Labour and whether that suffers in areas where we have a high Muslim population, such as Birmingham Ladywood.
Hi, Becky. Yes, that issue seems to have become a very big one. By the way, Kay's just stepped out for the moment, so I now have all the power. So let me ask you about the issue in Birmingham. There are, I think, 7, 8, 9 constituencies which are amongst the top constituencies for proportion of Muslims. Is that something that they are talking about in the count tonight?
Absolutely. And look, we know, I mean, Jess Phillips, another Birmingham MP, Birmingham Yardley, she had to step down from the shadow cabinet and over Gaza. And that's because she knows that for her constituents, she knew that a large percentage of them are Muslim and a large percentage of them were unhappy with the stance that Labour was taking on Gaza. And that's why, you know, Birmingham is traditionally a Labour stronghold. We are expecting Labour to win certainly the 9 seats that are being counted here tonight and win one of them back from the Tories, Birmingham Northfield, that went Tory in 2019. But we're not expecting them to win the same share of the vote as they won last time, despite the national picture being reversed. And that is because we are expecting Muslim voters to punish Labour. We've got a couple of other independent candidates, as well as Ahmed Yaqub, who've been really out campaigning hard on this issue of Gaza, and we're expecting those candidates to take votes away from Labour. So although those seats will probably go Labour, they may win a smaller share of the votes than they did last time around in some of these Birmingham constituencies.
Thanks, Becky. The boss is back.
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah. You said you had all the power. I think
Trevor will not be speaking for the rest of the week.
I'm now frozen.
Yeah. It's been great seeing you, Trevor. Bye, Trevor. Bye, Trevor. Meantime, Ed is here. I've got the Percy pigs, by the way. Crack them open.
I can hear. It's worth looking at the map, isn't it? Because we've had this concentration of results so far in the northeast, of which Gateshead, I think, is the most recent. There it is there. But we've also had the result down in Swindon as well. So we are starting to kind of get a little bit more variety. But for the time being, we've only got a small number to go on. But so far, the exit poll really does. And those numbers, you know, you're seeing them on your screen coming up, and you're kind of perhaps wondering, are those actually borne out by the results so far? The short answer is yes. The short answer is so far, they are definitely, you know, the results we're seeing are within the realms of what the exit poll was suggesting. So, for instance, Gateshead Central, OK, the exit poll, this is all the exit polls projections, 51% for Labour, a little bit lower on the result, but I think, you know, that's kind of within the realms of what you might expect, within the realms of error. 45% is the actual result. That's the actual result over there. Reform, 18% said the exit poll turned out to be 21.4, so a bit better. In some of these exit polls, actually, Reform doing a little bit worse than the exit poll, some of the results. Lib Dems more or less bang on. Conservatives a little bit better. And interestingly, if we look kind of around those different areas, you're seeing kind of some deviations in some of the patterns. So, for instance, in Gateshead, we can also look at some of the demographics here. And again, when we kind of take some of those facets, these are the kinds of things, basically, in the exit poll. These are the kinds of data points that a lot of the modellers were looking at to try and work out whether there's any patterns. Well, definitely, when it comes to the Leave vote, that is one of the things that's been borne out here. But final thing I just want to kind of underline, have a look at this. This is just, again, showing you the exit poll numbers, but giving you a sense of what it would mean for the picture of the UK. And what we've done is we've taken all those hexes. Each of these represents a constituency across the UK. I know it's not geographically accurate, but it gives you a bit of a sense of where these constituencies are. And broadly speaking, look, that's what we're talking about if we're talking about Labour having 410 seats, so getting towards that Blair majority, well over the line that the Labour Party would need to get to, well over that line. And the Conservative Party, really a shadow of its former self. If you see it there, there's the Conservative Party, 131 seats based on the exit poll. And as I say, these exit poll numbers are looking pretty accurate. And one way we can do that is by looking at the results versus what actually happened. And again, here's a little sneak preview of that. OK, we've had a few constituencies so far. There's Newcastle, there's Washington, there's Swindon South, there's Sunderland Central. And this is just tracking the reform vote in these constituencies versus what the exit poll was suggesting. And actually, in these constituencies so far, at least, Reform doing a wee bit worse than the exit poll suggested. Remember, the exit poll talking about 13 Reform MPs by the end of this process. And broadly speaking, they're not doing quite as well in the actual results. But like I say, it's early days, and we're talking really about a small number of constituencies. And as we get more constituencies, we'll update that. And I want to show you that as well later on for the Conservatives. We'll show it to you for the Labour Party as well, because the trends matter. The trends matter.
I'm just being told by Isla that the Reform is second and the Conservatives under 20% in all of the North East constituencies so far.
That's exactly it. And I mean, looking, for instance, so that was Gateshead. We'll bring Gateshead back up. Just these are the actual numbers. Just look at those numbers. I mean, what we are seeing is potentially a redrawing of that map, with the Conservatives down in fourth place and Reform there with 21.4% in second place.
Can I tell you something else while I've got you? South Shields, same pattern.
South Shields as well. I didn't load that on before.
I know, because it's only just come in.
That just come just now?
So it's breaking news for you. South Shields, Labour winning, Labour hold, I should say. Reform second, the Conservatives into fourth place, very much like we see in both of them. Beaten by the Greens. Ed Davey is just arriving at his count. There you go. As we were saying earlier.
I sort of expected him to jet skiing or like fall out of the sky or bungee jumping or have like a rocket trail or something. I'm a little bit disappointed in that, to be honest.
I think it's fair to say he's had a good campaign.
How looking, do you think?
Apparently the turnout there just below 60%.
So I've got drippage.
But the turnout for Keir Starmer, Keir Starmer, 54%.
Low for both, I would say, but you'd think Farage with the big gatherings to have a turnout of lower than 60%. I wouldn't have predicted that. I'd have predicted much higher.
One of the things that we keep getting in is you'll see us on our phones. It's not because we're rude or that we're not listening to each other. It's because we've got lots of information coming in all the time. And one of the rumours that is doing the rounds is that there's actually a bit of concern that Labour might be being run very close in Normanton, which is Yvette Cooper's seat. So that would be one of the former, she's the Shadow Home Secretary.
Pontefract.
No, sorry, Pontefract.
That was Ed Ball's seat.
Sorry, but in terms of the seats here, Barnsley South, Normanton, Pontefract, Castleford are ones where Reform are running.
Disagrees with that, I must tell you.
Good. Well, it'll be interesting to see.
It will. Let's have a look at this one behind us. Where is it? Lee. Can you see?
Oh, come on, Lee.
Yeah, let's go right there. And Shingy, here it is. Shingy's right behind me. I can see you, Shingy. I'm waving. You can't see me.
Hi, Kay. Well, just an update in the sense of looking at the declaration here. So it's going to come a little later than expected. It'll be about 2 a.m. We're expecting 1:30 a.m. So we're about 30 minutes from the declaration here in Leigh. It's interesting here because of that seismic shift we had in 2019 with the first ever Conservative MP being elected here, the first time Labour had lost here since 1922. Today, the polls are projecting that Jo Platt, the MP who lost her seat that night, will win and win comfortably. We obviously know that she served as an election agent for Andy Burnham in one of his election wins, and that his majority the last time he won here was around 15,000 votes. They're looking at a strong majority again tonight if the polls are correct. And I also just wanted to reflect on why that was a seismic victory. This is a former mill town, a former mining town in and around that Red Wall area, which obviously collapsed last time, but it looks like it's being rebuilt at least in the northeast. Another national trend that I think is worth talking about is that Reform vote. So here we've been talking to the Reform candidate and his team. They sound quietly confident that they can sneak into second place and that the Conservatives will fall into third, which obviously suggests that they're having, just like they are across the country by the looks of it, having parts of their vote share sliced by reform. This is, of course, a Brexit voting seat. They voted for Brexit here in 2016, so that's linked to that complex mix of factors. But a headline here is we're expecting Labour to win the seat, perhaps with reform and an interesting subplot coming second here.
As about half an hour delay, Andy is being told.
I used to declare around 2. So
She used to
for
work
me,
for
that
you?
was normal. I predicted.
She was one of your aides?
Yeah, Jo's brilliant. And, you know, the great thing is that she lost in 2019, but has dedicated herself to a community project of actually bringing an old mill back to life, and she's done it brilliantly. And I think that says something about her. You know, sometimes politicians are in and then they lose and they're out. She really deserves to win, Jo. She's a
Anna
great
Turley,
friend.
another one, actually. Anna Turley
You've
trying
got
again
to
for
respect
Redcar.
that, haven't you? When you've lost, but you stick around and you rebuild. So Anna as well, Jo, I think that's a really commendable thing.
Yeah, we've seen just a few moments ago.
Can I?
You can, go on.
I've just got this from a Lib Dem source saying that they now believe they've won 47 seats, beating their 1997 result. An astonishing night for the Liberal Democrats.
But that undershoots the
That
exit poll, doesn't
undershoots it by
That's
quite a lot,
61
doesn't it?
is
Yeah.
what...
Yeah, but I mean...
so far.
Yeah, so far. Yeah, or...
Although projected so far.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying.
Anyway.
Okay, we're keeping an eye on that, because look who's joined us, John McDonnell. Hello.
Hello.
If only you guys could have done this in 2019, then, you know, you'd have been in a much better position from a standing start where Keir Starmer is now.
Too right. Yep, but let's
Well,
rejoice.
thanks for joining us.
Let's rejoice about getting rid of the Tories, shall we?
Yeah.
That's good enough for me at the
And
moment.
Yeah, well, it's great to see you, John. We just had an interesting conversation, Mick Lynch and Margaret Hodge. I like me, you'll have read the
Harmonious, I'm sure, was it?
Oh, extremely so. You know, there's just a little bit of difference there. But I think the messages of the campaign sometimes haven't reflected some of what's in the manifesto. Do you look at our manifesto and see good things like renationalisation of railways
Yes,
and
yeah.
building of council homes?
Yeah. I can see shades of the 2019-2017 manifesto in parts of it, definitely.
Foundational document.
You're trying to tempt me, aren't you?
John, as Andy, what I didn't say was, as you two were having this discussion, you and Margaret, sorry, not you, Mick and Margaret were having this discussion, a senior Labour figure texted me and said, more seats does not mean more money. The point being that even though the majority is going to potentially be very big, it does not change Labour's position on tax, spend, investment. Are you intensely relaxed about that, John?
The situation is this. They're going to have, I think, the most toxic inheritance any Labour government has ever had. That's the first thing.
True.
Second thing, they've got a limited programme that they've campaigned on, the 6 policy areas. They'll implement those. But the reality is, within about 6 to 12 months, they'll have to recognise that they'll need to be a lot more radical. And they can be. I think they can be. And it would only require elements of some... I'll just give an example.
What does that look like?
Well, I'll give you an example. One of the key issues that's come up on the doorstep with me in my constituency, and I don't think mine's much different from others, 30% of our children are in poverty in my constituency.
Child benefits.
Child benefit, but also the 2-child limit has got to go,
Yeah.
you know? So there's issues like that I think they'll shift onto, because it's almost inevitable if we're going to really fulfil the mission of a Labour government.
OK, so this is interesting.
And I just explain while we're looking at Ed Davey, and then we'll come back, because it looks, well, definitely, the Lib Dems have had their first gain in Harrogate and Knaresborough. Former Andrew Jones Transport Minister
Former
losing.
Conservative stronghold.
Exactly so. And those are how the numbers are looking. Labour fourth, look at that. I mean, is that tactical voting? Looking at that right there, what do you think?
What we're seeing right the way across the country is people are just voting to get rid of the Tories. And they're doing it in whatever way they think is appropriate. And I think that is tactical voting.
But, John, if we could go back to what you just... Because this is interesting, because you obviously are on the left of the party. There's a big chunk of MPs or candidates to be MPs potentially on that side within the party. Just what you're saying is that in 6 to 12 months, you think that the government will have to become more radical. You want to see them scrap the 2-child cap on benefits, which Keir Starmer very clearly in the interview I did with him said he would not do, and that extended to the entire...
Currently.
That extended to the Parliament.
Yeah.
Beth,
so you're here to, in a way, just put down a marker, aren't you, about what you expect from them as time goes on?
I think it's not just me. I think the whole of our party will expect more because things are so bad out there. And what I think people will expect is to, yes, let's get this first wave of policies implemented because you'll restore confidence then and trust in the government being able to do these things. But then let's be honest with people about how bad things are, and therefore there'll be a second wave of policy discussion. There always is, even under the Blair government. If you remember, they had that first 2 years where they held by the Tory budgets. After that, it then became much more radical. And Gordon Brown in particular took on the issue of child poverty.
Beth, the thing you need to remember is the radicalism may come from devolution because we're making a pitch to say, look, let us try things that might then be, you don't have to make a national change. We're saying give us more devolved control of the DWP budget. We'll get more people into work.
£1.5 billion.
We will save money and get more people into work. That's that's the radicalism that may come.
The vehicles are there now to do that, which we never had before.
One more thing, and then I will. Just in terms of this, so John, are you suggesting that if necessary, you do think that Rachel Reeves should raise some taxes around some of the grey areas that they haven't ruled out in order to, for example, cut or increase the child or get rid of the child cap?
I agree. I agree that the importance is to get growth back in the economy. But I also know how tough that is. So just a 1% growth in economy would bring in about 14 billion. That's how much tax revenue it would bring in. So, yeah, you've got 14 billion to spend once you get that growth. In the meantime, in my constituency, there are a large number of people living in poverty. We've got a housing crisis, and our public services have been run down after 14 years of austerity. So I think inevitably what will happen in government, people say, well, we'll recognise the scale of the problems, and they will have to review after that first wave, as every government does, where we go next. And I think that will be about growth, but it'll also be about redistribution.
Makes sense, John, but...
Guys, let me just interrupt. I do need to interject on occasion to say that Gillian Keegan looks as though potentially is going to lose her seat to the Liberal Democrats. And that's in Chichester.
There'll be a lot of cheering in the schools of England, I would say.
She'd had 60% of the vote in 2019. The latest we're hearing is that potentially she's going to lose her vote to the Lib Dems. Trevor, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, the 1997, the Blair government, you're completely right. Things changed, but they actually came in with some quite a radical programme. Bank of England independence didn't tell us until day after, but Sure Start, minimum wage, Human Rights Act,
education. Remember?
So they actually came in with quite a radical prospectus. That's not true about this Labour administration, is it?
That's true, and I think many governments get radicalised in power as well, and I think that's inevitably going to happen with this government. Otherwise, this is my fear, and we've seen it with the rise of reform. Reform will breed off disillusionment, and we can't disillusion people. Otherwise, we'll go the way of Germany, France and Italy. That's why it's important to recognise and be honest with people about the scale of the challenges, of course. And saying to people, now, let's prepare for the second wave of policy making this government will inevitably have to undertake, and that will have to be more radical.
How long are you going to give them before you start holding their feet to the fire?
I think this is really interesting, Trevor, because I think John is an incredibly important voice that's going to be in there. If the size of the majority is as big as this, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Keir Starmer from all different wings of the party. Now, one of the problems our party had, particularly near the end, was part of it was cows. So the Brexiteers kept asking for more of the One Nation guys and the ERG, and the One Nation guys got timider and more timid and more timid and more timid. Actually, you need balance so that if Keir wants to do something or not do something, he can say, well, you guys are asking for money for this, but this other set of people are saying we can't do that. So this balance between kind of Rachel Reeves and her Treasury
team... The broad church approach.
Yourself, exactly, the broad church approach. As you go through a parliament, that gets tougher and tougher to do. What's really interesting listening to you now, John, is how you're framing this as the money has to come in first. Now, as sort of almost the greybeard, the kind of mystical leader of that left caucus, you are going to be an absolutely pivotal voice for Keir to keep largely on side to do this. So it'll be really, I'm going to find it fascinating to see how he navigates the eddies and currents of his party and the role that somebody like yourself is going to have in that.
Don't exaggerate my role. We've got a huge young generation
I
of radicals that have come
the Gandalf of the British left.
Well,
I love it.
There's a whole new generation of radical socialists that are in Parliament now, incredibly creative. But I think Keir's going to have to govern a broad church approach. That's the first thing. And I think we need to be preparing for that second wave of policy making because the crisis is so deep. On the doorstep, what came across is that broken Britain concept. Nothing works. The NHS in crisis. In schools,
only 10 seats declared, and he's already working on the second phase of policy. You're playing 4D chess, and Keir doesn't even know it yet, John.
The point is, Keir Starmer doesn't have to govern the Labour Party as a broad church in the sense that he has a majority potentially big enough that he can ignore the left of the party.
But we shouldn't be talking about...
But you do accept that,
yes,
don't
but
you?
you shouldn't be...
You would have been better with a narrow majority.
Yes, but the scale of the problems that we've got, we're not going to be able to overcome them in one period of office. We've got... By the time you get to that second year, you're staring down the barrel of another general election. So you've really got to be producing then, and then also giving people hope of what a second period of office would be. And the point that Andy's making, the vehicles are out there now. Give them the resources and we can deliver.
And I think the point that's being a bit missed in the conversation is the manifesto has more in it than any of the manifestos I stood on when I was in the New Labour. Rail.
Wait a second,
though. Wait 1 second, though, Trevor. You know, rail. One second. We never touched rail in those. You know, we never went near it. Just look at it now. This manifesto is talking of renationalisation. The energy market, Great British Energy, that is to be shaped. That is holding out the possibility of locally owned energy, cooperatively owned energy. That is exciting. The housing stuff we've talked about. I think there is more in the manifesto. They've not talked about it perhaps as much in the campaign, but there is lots of stuff there that will allow us as mayors to work with them and shape it and actually, I would say, bring through stuff that the new Labour government should have done something about and didn't. For instance, re-regulating buses, which I've done in Greater Manchester. Now everywhere can do it in our manifesto. These may never get the Westminster attention or the kind of political world's attention, but these things really matter on the ground. And I think it's a manifesto that actually goes further, certainly than the 2001, 5 and 10 ones that we stood on.
OK, can I just say that may I just say that we're waiting for Nuneaton, first seat in the Midlands, classic bellwether seat. This one, wait and see. Marcus Jones, of course. Also waiting for Basildon and Billericay. We were expecting that to come shortly after midnight, 2 hours later or thereabouts. Still waiting for that. That's important because it's Richard Holden's. Our first Conservative hold has just dropped as Rayleigh and Wickford, the first Conservative hold, Rayleigh and Wickford. Just telling you about Richard Holden, who is the chairman of the Conservative Party. 1 in 3 chance of not holding on to that seat is what the bookies were suggesting. Waiting for, what else are we waiting for? Broxbourne. That is quite late as well. Not sure what's going on there. Labour has gained Stroud and also held Jarrow and Gateshead East. So that's an update. And also waiting for our first seat in Scotland as well. SNP, according to the exit poll, likely to very badly with possibly as low as 10 seats. So that's the update where we are so far. Nuneaton, no boundary changes, declares relatively early. Still, it's 2 o'clock. Relatively early, depends on your view. Labour should gain it. It was Labour 1992 to 2010, as you were. What was your point that you were making?
That was ages ago. I've nodded off.
But when you look at, I mean, in all honesty, when you saw the exit poll, and you realise that, you know, your party was going to be the party of government potentially for 2 terms. Did you look back at 2019 and think, you know, if we played it a little bit more middle of the road, then we could have been in government already?
I was the person they always sent out for the exit polls, you know. So in 2017, I went along. And again, everyone thought we were going to be crushed then. And we came level with Theresa May, basically. I had a Tory minister beside me. I can't remember who it was, but his face completely drained. I thought I was going to have to do compression on him or something like that. You know? So they're tough. Then in the 2019 one, it was just all Brexit. It was just a nightmare. No matter what we did, we couldn't change the dial in the discussion, so it was Brexit. And our party was divided over it. Realistically, that was the problem with us, you know. But again, my view is this, and that you might think I'm wrong. This is cumulative defeat by the Conservatives. First of all, austerity, biting, and Osborne and whatever. Then Boris Johnson comes along, and to be honest, he's a congenital liar. And those images of the Queen burying her husband and they're partying at number 10.
How do you feel when you see this guy, Jeremy Corbyn?
He's my friend. He's my friend and always will be. And if he wins tonight, I'll be arguing for him to be restored to the Labour whip. That's what I'll hope to do. That's what they did with Nye Bevan and others who lost the whip. But to finish my point, I think the turning point for the Conservatives was the Liz Truss budget. If Sunak had been elected rather than Liz Truss, I think he would have most probably had more of a chance of a run-in and the losses wouldn't be as great. I still think they would have lost. But they lost economic credibility over Liz Truss, and that was it then. They were out.
Is he going to win?
From what I hear, it's really close.
Labour sources saying to me that they think it's going to be difficult for them to...
Yeah, it's a huge popular support. It's been there 40 years.
I know, I live in the constituency next door, and there has been so many Corbyn stickers and posters and things that I see just wandering around.
You had 1,000 people out.
There's a real irony here. It was the first general election I reported on, and you will remember this, John. Jeremy Corbyn fought that for Labour against a guy called Michael O'Halloran,
that's right,
who had left the Labour Party to join the SDP, and Corbyn came in for Labour, beating a defector from... So it'd be very interesting to see what happens tonight.
Clearing their throat in Nuneaton, as you can see. Waiting to hear from there. Blackpool South as well, we are hearing, is likely to declare very shortly, and the reason for that, interested obviously because it's the Northwest. I'm sure you've been to Blackpool many times before, but also Nuneaton declaring. Here we go.
15216. John Robert Homer, the Workers' Party, 967. Robin Adlington Howard, Reform UK, 9059. Marcus, the Conservative Party candidate, 11737.
Labour.
Keith Anthony Condicore, the Green
I wouldn't have
Party,
thought Greens are going to beat them. So there you go. Conservatives into second place, a Labour gain there in the West Midlands. There are 2 pages. When you see the 2 dots, top right-hand corner, that means there is a second page, but I don't think it's going to impact on the results there. It's an unchanged seat that won some notoriety in 2015 when it was the first marginal to declare. A swing to the Conservatives made it clear that Labour were not going to get close to being the biggest party and that Cameron was going to stay Prime Minister. You can see that Jodie Gosling has taken that seat. Beth.
Yeah, Nuneaton is one of these bellwether seats in the West Midlands. Again, one of the red wall areas.
But the drop for the Conservatives
there is... I mean, that's... Given what the exit poll is, you would absolutely expect Nuneaton to change hands, and there it has. Marcus Jones was the former MP. He'll be glad to come into second place in that seat, given what's going on.
His vote.
But, you know, symbolically, to come in second, not third, will be some crumbs of comfort for him, given what we've seen in other seats.
Beth, just comment on turnout, because if I look at the turnout, 58.7 for a seat like this, that is low.
No, and I think this is what this goes back to what we've been talking about, which is, when you're looking at the seats, all the turnouts are looking, or the ones I've noticed, have looked slightly down. And I really think that one of the themes of this night, as we go through it, will be turnout lower, but majority really big.
Do you know what's interesting?
And that's the question of the mandate.
Is the number of sort of themes that have been discussed during the course of this campaign, that the numbers are kind of bearing out. And one of the kind of conversations have been, there's a real will after 14 years to get the Tories out, you know, to have change, that it is a change election. But the the deal hasn't been sold yet on Labour. And if you're looking at the cumulative vote shares, the Tories are down 22% on the ones that we've seen so far. Massive, massive kick to the Tories. Labour's only up 2 points. Only up 2 points on 2019, which was not a high watermark for Labour.
No, it was not.
So that kind of almost anecdotal, you know, we're not that enthusiastic about Labour yet, but we really want the Tories out. And it does appear that these early figures are playing that out.
Actually down in some constituencies.
In some.
And that's what...
hang on a minute, though, to turn around.
It wasn't in Newcastle, it's down on Nuneaton.
But I'd say cumulatively of all the ones we've seen...
But this is a key seat, isn't it? This is
But to put it into context, if you look at Johnson's 80-seat majority in 2019, he got 43.6% of the vote. In 1997, Blair got 43.2% of the vote. In 1979, Thatcher got 43.9% of the vote. Yes, Theresa May got 42.3% of the vote.
We're likely to win on under 40%, aren't we?
Yes, exactly. And so, if you think this is one of the historic landslides of 79 to 97 to 2019, actually, in which that was the biggest majority.
But the reason for that, though, is we've almost got five parties polling now, haven't we? Which is,
that gives
the Lib Dems are polling, Reform are polling.
Yes, but that's the point, isn't it? That
but you had that in 2015
therefore,
as well.
the share.
Yes, but that's kind of the rise of the other.
They did.
No,
Okay,
the Lib
so
Dems dropped off.
just to let you know,
no, wait a second. The Lib Dems dropped off.
Just to let you know that Jodie Gosling, there is actually she is the leader of North Warwickshire Council. She'll be stepping down from there, and apparently, just to let you know that Labour's lucky seat is Warwickshire North. They've never won an election without winning Warwickshire North, so we'll keep an eye on that for you. Let's talk about how some of the Conservatives' biggest names could fare tonight. Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is in Surrey, where the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, is contesting the seat of Godalming and Ash, and Amanda Akas is in Welwyn, where the Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, is defending his seat of Welwyn and Hatfield. Bear with me just 1 second, John, if you would, because I want to go to John Craig first of all. Is he going to keep his seat?
Doesn't look like it, Kay. All the signs are that Jeremy Hunt, the son of an admiral, is going to sail off into the political sunset tonight with possibly a heavy defeat by the Liberal Democrats, although he insisted during the campaign he thought it'd be 1,000 to 1,500 votes either way. The exit poll that we broadcast suggests a decent win for the Liberal Democrats here. This has been a target seat for the Liberals and the Liberal Democrats for many, many years, going back to when it was South West Surrey, and it was represented by first Virginia Bottomley and then by Mr Hunt. Now, there have been some quite small majorities for the Tories in the old South West Surrey seat. What's happened here, Kay, is that they've carved this seat into two constituencies. Mr Hunt is fighting Godalming and Ash. The other one is called Farnham and Borden. Some here think perhaps he made a mistake in opting for Godalming and Ash because it always looked a bit more marginal than the other seat. He has worked so hard, though, to try and hold this seat. He has campaigned tirelessly when you might have expected a Chancellor of the Exchequer to be in London taking part in TV debates, interviews and so on. He has spent the last 6 weeks pounding the streets of this leafy constituency in the Surrey Hills in a desperate hope of trying and cling on. If he does cling on, it will be an amazing personal triumph for him. And of course, from what we're hearing, he'll be one of the big beasts left in the Tory party in Parliament, one of the grown-ups, if you like, experienced politician. If, on the other hand, it's the end for Jeremy Hunt, he can look back on a 19-year career in Parliament in which he's held 4 cabinet posts, including 2 of the so-called great offices of state, Foreign Secretary and Chancellor of the Exchequer. All the signs are, looking at what's happening around the country, Mr Hunt is probably going to lose here.
Yeah, just also seeing, while I've got you, before we move on to Amanda, a Liberal Democrat source saying school's out for summer for Gillian Keegan. We're confident of clinching a win in Chichester, making her the first Cabinet Minister of the night to lose her seat. Quoting a Lib Dem source here, This seat has been Conservative for 100 years. Winning here is an extraordinary achievement which has unseated the Education Secretary. Your response to that, John?
Sorry, Kay, I didn't quite hear that.
OK, basically, the Lib Dems are saying that Gillian Keegan's lost.
Yes. Well, you're right, that's been a safe Tory seat. It was Andrew Tyree who chaired the Treasury Select Committee for many years, and that is a shock. She will not have been expecting that. The point about this seat is that, I mean, people have said, and in fact Mr Hunt has said, oh, there might be another Portillo moment. Think about Michael Portillo's defeat in '97. That was a shock. Gillian Keegan is a shock. Mr Hunt himself has talked about the prospect of losing here. He told his children a few weeks ago, he told us, Daddy might not be Chancellor of the Exchequer, he might not be an MP. He knows he's in a tough battle here, and if Mr Hunt does lose, it won't be a great shock. Yes, I think Gillian Keegan going is a shock. I mean, this area also, like Chichester, has been Conservative since 1910. Classic blue wall. I mean, you drive around here and you can imagine it's the £5 million homes and so on. The majority of people either own their own home, they own cars and so on. We are talking one of the most affluent areas of the country. And if the Lib Dems do win here, that is a massive scalp for them.
OK, thanks. Amanda Akehouse, Welling. Looks as though the Defence Secretary Grant Shapps is likely to lose his seat.
Yes, indeed. So he's held this seat for 19 years, and during that time he's served in the cabinet of every single Conservative Prime Minister except for Theresa May. Famously, last year he had 5 different cabinet posts, ending up as Defence Secretary. But certainly he's someone who is well known as a campaigner, former Tory party chair, well known for having a long spreadsheet of the views of different Tory MPs, which he used to help get Boris Johnson elected. And indeed, he's been tipped as a possible future Conservative leader himself. Certainly, even just a few weeks ago, there was lots of talks about him as one of the likely contenders. But certainly now, given the results of the exit poll in particular, that doesn't seem that likely. Only a 6% chance, according to that, of him holding onto this seat. And his majority is fairly narrow in the context of the pretty dire polling we've seen. So he's only got a majority of just under 11,000. Labour need just a swing of just over 10% to win here. Indeed, it seems very likely that that's what they managed to do. In fact, this is a seat, though, that they did hold back under the Blair years.
OK, for now, thank you. Ed is here. Ed, is that your food, love? Yeah. What have you got?
Yeah, so I heard you've got a poke bowl coming. They asked me what I wanted. There's some pizza on offer, but this is, I think, some chicken goujons. So there you go. Can I just say 5 minutes until it's halfway through? We've been on here nearly 5 hours.
And
5 hours to go.
the decoration coming up momentarily.
It's flown by.
Lee, coming soon.
Yeah, coming up in just a second.
Great.
Next few moments. Ed,
it really does.
Ed, we're hearing, and you'll want to know this, Trevor, Basildon and Billericay, it's been confirmed that is a recount. Now, the reason that we're interested in Basildon and Billericay is because it's Richard Holden's seat, and it was literally bolted on. He was guaranteed to get that seat.
Parachuted in.
Yeah. I've been fed up of saying parachuted. I was trying to think of another way of saying it, but we can go with that. And there is a recount.
Close. I mean, we'll keep an eye on that one. Do you want charts?
Yes, please. Love a chart, as you know. Can't believe you had to ask me.
Look at the map first of all. OK, look, just you can see how we are starting to get a little bit, because before I was telling you it was all about what was happening in the northeast, but now look, you can see Rayleigh and Wickford over there, and Harrogate as well. We're starting to get some stories telling us a bit of the other dynamics, the geographical dynamics, the demographic dynamics around the country. Let me focus first of all on Nuneaton, OK? I want to look at Nuneaton, because this is kind of interesting here. Again, what we're doing is we're comparing exit poll results with the eventual results. We're not going to do this all night, but it's just giving you a sense of whether that number that we've been focusing on quite so much does look good. And it looks pretty good here in Nuneaton, because look at that, 36 in the exit poll. The eventual result's 36.9. OK, so that's pretty close. Conservatives, 27. The eventual result, 28.5, so slightly stronger. And then Reform more or less the same. So That's a result that looks pretty similar to the exit poll. So again, if you're looking at the exit poll, wondering whether it looks kind of reliable, this result in Nuneaton, of course, a former kind of bellwether constituency. Remember that? Ed Miliband really wanted to win it, but didn't get to win it, and that was really significant back in 2015. But have a look at this. OK, so Nuneaton, what's interesting here about that Labour vote share, is it as high as you might have expected, given that they are winning there? And that's the story here that we're starting to see evolving. Labour winning seats without necessarily having enormous majority shares of the vote. And why is that happening? It's partly because Reform is eating into that Conservative vote. Just look at those two numbers together. Reform really having an impact, even though it's in third place here in Nuneaton. So that's kind of interesting. Also, think about places like Harrogate. So obviously the Lib Dems there, picking up the Harrogate there from the Conservatives. OK, but again, Lib Dems there at the top, OK, increasing their share of the vote a touch. Conservatives down a lot. But look, again, Reform sandwiched in the middle, eating into the Conservative vote. And this is interesting as well. Look at the Labour Party down in fourth place, actually seeing the share of the vote falling. OK, so is this some evidence of tactical voting here in Harrogate that gets the Lib Dems in there? So that's kind of quite a striking thing. But one thing that we've been trying to do is, again, look at the exit poll results, work out whether they are kind of online with what we're actually seeing. I'm going to show you two charts that really underline that. First of all, this is showing you Labour and just how the results are coming in versus the exit poll. Anything above the bar shows the results are better than expected. Anything below the bar shows that they are a little bit worse than expected. And it's kind of a little bit all over the place, but more or less, I'd say it's more or less accurate so far when it comes to the Labour numbers. But have a look at this for the Conservatives. And most of these are North East constituencies. So again, it's telling you one aspect here, one geographical focus. But look at how many of these bars are above the line. The Conservatives doing a touch better, whether it's in Sunderland, whether it's in Blyth, in Gateshead as well, doing a touch better in all of these constituencies around the North East than the exit poll was suggesting. So does that suggest that the exit poll is actually not necessarily not necessarily displaying quite as much Conservative performance as we might have expected? Final thing to note, OK, so again, we're just looking at the average swings so far. And earlier on I was showing you it was kind of getting up towards kind of like 12, 13, 14%. Actually now, the swing from the Conservative Party to the Labour Party is more or less around the 10%, 10.3%, which puts it basically bang in line with what the Labour Party achieved in 1997. So looking like a swing so far of about 10.3%. I won't go into it. There's a whole thing I want to tell you about swings, swingometers, how much we can rely on them, because actually this does look like one of those elections where the swingometer isn't necessarily telling you the full story and why we need to show you it in different ways. But I feel like have I used up my chart quotient? Maybe I haven't, because...
We're just looking at Leeds Western Podsey, which, of course, is Rachel Reeves' seat.
Right.
And Beth and I were just talking about, in fact, yesterday, weren't we talking about how we remembered where all the seat names were? I don't know, do you have a way of remembering whose seat is what?
I just spend a lot of time in a dark room.
Do you?
In front of a spreadsheet.
I do word association.
But that's just for fun. I mean,
so Rachel Reeves, Podsey the Bear.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, Pontefract Cakes is...
Cooper.
Thank you. You see, it works. Do you like
taught me that one.
I get it.
Yeah.
Cooper,
anyway,
Craig.
have a look. Talk me through those figures.
So what have we got here? Leeds West.
Rachel Reeves.
Podsey. Rachel Reeves, obviously, soon to Shadow Chancellor, soon. One that one suspects to be the first female Chancellor. What's interesting about this? OK, so first of all, Conservative share, down 25.1%. Reform up, though, 13.5%. But just have a look at this, OK? So you're not seeing a massive shift to the Labour Party. Obviously, this is kind of, in safe Labour territory. But you're not seeing a massive kind of shift across to the Labour Party. And that, again, is going to be the question. And there's quite some interesting charts I can show you about the efficiency of the Labour vote. Is Labour able to win a lot of seats, which it looks like they are heading towards winning a lot of seats, that's what the exit poll suggests, without necessarily increasing their share of the vote dramatically? Because so far, it's not going up dramatically.
We've got Sadiq Khan waiting, but I just wonder...
Oh, sorry.
Just Sadiq Khan's waiting. Anything particularly that we can see from London yet?
Beth had a question.
No, it's just that's the whole point of the Labour strategy. It's been to not pile up. They've been trying to not pile up the vote in areas where they're already winning, and they've been trying to pile up votes in marginal seats. So that is not a surprise to me, because that's part of the strategy.
Exactly
but I'm going to shut up because there's a more important person that's about to come on.
Yeah, in fact, he's joining us now, the Mayor of London, Labour's Sadiq Khan. I'm sure you'll want to speak to our Manchester Mayor as well in just a moment or two. There you go. In fact, why don't you two just have a chat? Come on.
Yeah, a little.
How are you doing? Can I just give Andy a virtual hug?
Well, you might not want to when you hear what I said about London earlier, Sadiq. There was a bit of a jibe going on about first, second and third cities, but I won't reopen it.
Yeah, he said Manchester was the first city and you were second.
Well, Andy's got a great sense of humour.
How's London looking,
He has
Sadiq?
to, he's an Everton supporter.
Can I just say, Andy, I've been knocking on doors in communities we've not engaged in for 20 years. Yep. It's been quite remarkable. We're delivering leaflets on some streets, Andy, that we've not delivered in for 20 years with any confidence and hope. In central, inner and outer London, it's been quite remarkable. Conversations that you and I remember from the 90s and noughties. Now people are listening to us and people are voting for us, and I think it's going to be a great night, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it already is in some ways, isn't it? You know, just to be in this position, we've not been here for a long time. Do you think that effect is going on in London because people dislike the rhetoric of recent times, the division, some of the hate? You know, is London sort of, if you like, sort of taking a decisive stand against all of that? It feels like it would be.
I tell you what's interesting is, you know, and Trevor and Beth will recognise this as well. In 2015, 2017, 2019, people were unhappy with the Conservatives, but not enough to give us their vote. I think what Keir Starmer's done over the last 4.5 years is transformed our party so people feel comfortable giving us their vote now. But also, I think, you know, Beth is spot on. What we've done in this campaign is actually not work those seats that are already Labour. Our ground campaign in Labour seats has been basically absent because we've been working in those seats. We've got to win to form a government. And when you hear figures of 410 Labour MPs potentially, a majority of 170, I think Keir Starmer's been vindicated for that campaign. But you're right, Andy, people are angry with this government. A lot of those people have voted for Labour in London, and I think across the country, some may have voted Reform. And I think our task over the next 5 years, Keir Starmer's task, the Labour Party's task, the government's task, is also to win over those people who currently vote Reform, to give them the confidence to vote Labour in 4 or 5 years' time.
I agree.
How do you solve a problem like Reform if you're Keir Starmer and indeed whoever might be the next leader of the Conservative Party?
Well, what you'll see Keir do tomorrow outside number 10 Downing Street is speak to the nation, all the nation, not just those that voted Labour, but those that didn't vote Labour as well. He's going to try and heal our country and bring our country together. We had 14 years of communities, of generations, of people being pitted against one another, Remain, Brexit, North, South, old, young. What Keir will do is bring us all together because, frankly speaking, we've got to come together now because our country deserves more. You'll see a Prime Minister under-promising and over-delivering, and I think it's really important.
Can I ask you a question,
Can I just say that we're waiting for Ed Davies' seat to declare momentarily, and Leon Atherton as well.
Yeah, it's Ruth Davidson, Sadiq. Good to speak to you again. You and Andy have quite a bit in common, not just your mayoralty positions now, but that you were both in government, and then when the party went into opposition, when Jeremy Corbyn became leader, I know you supported him in that. Andy didn't. You ran himself. You chose to leave Parliament. You chose to not be MPs while the party was in opposition. Now that it looks like you're on the cusp of government again, is it something you would wish to return to?
Well, actually, I voted for Andy in 2015 to be its leader of the Labour Party. But look, I'm quite clear. I think if the 19th century was a century of empire, 20th century a century of nations, the 21st century is about cities and mayors. And Andy and I both met Keir Starmer on a number of occasions over the last few months. Keir Starmer, Rachel Reeves, Angela Rayner, the Shadow Cabinet are all committed to devolving more powers and resources to cities and regions across the country, and that includes London, includes Greater
You're
Manchester,
using your
includes
Tony Blair
Merseyside and
hands.
elsewhere.
I've watched you speak. I've stood beside you while you've been speaking enough to know when you go into full politician mode, and when you get the hands out, that's full politician mode. And you didn't answer the question, which wasn't, do you like your job now? I get that you like your job now. The question was, would you go back into Parliament for a different job? Now you're back in government.
No, not at all. I've got the best job in politics. No, I will never go back. And one of the reasons why I'm so excited, and that's why I'm using my hands, Ruth, is because we've won a massive victory tonight, a majority of 170, and I can't wait to work with this great Prime Minister in waiting.
I think that's a change in politics, though. You know, people have talked about Westminster as though it's the only thing that matters, the only show in town. They can't believe that someone like Sadiq or myself doesn't want to just scurry back there as quick as we can. And when we say, no, we're actually loving these roles, we actually do things, and it's in the real world. I mean, I just think it's like the Westminster set sometimes can't get its head round why these jobs are so much better.
I get it, which is why I asked it, because I've never been an MP. I've never sat in the House of Commons. I've always sat in a devolved administration. And people say, don't you want to? Would you never want to be Prime Minister? You don't want to go back in? You won't want to go in the front line? And the answer is, actually, no, because politics happens all over the United Kingdom. It doesn't just happen on the green benches.
I think we would both feel, though, that we're going to have an era of really big profile on cities, devolution. Sadiq, that's what we both... Growth won't come without it, will it?
Can I ask Sadiq? Sadiq?
You can. Let me just tell people what they're looking at. Lee, which is Lee in Atherton, the seat that you used to have, waiting for that declaration. South West London, Ed Davies' seat as well. Let me tell you that Labour has gained Blackpool South, you'll say, but it was already a Labour seat after that scandal with Scott Benton. Thank you very much indeed. There was a by-election, but for the purposes of saying who had the seat, we go back to 2019, the by-election subsequent to that. So we are saying Blackpool South has won that seat. Waiting for Lee, waiting for Ed Davey. And Vale of Glamorgan as well, first seat in Wales, waiting for that one to come through in just a second or two, you were saying?
No, I think Trevor was trying to come in.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry, Trevor.
I know you want to shut me up, but anyway...
Yeah, that's what happens when you try and say it's your programme.
Trevor, so early in the night.
Yeah, it was, it was a schoolboy error.
Kay Burley is going to punish me all night for a momentary lapse of judgment.
Yes, I am, because here's Lee. Yes, I am. Here we go. Here's Lee.
I never got... That's not Lee.
Is it not?
Sorry, here's the declaration.
Is it not Lee?
That's Vale of Glamorgan.
That's Vale of Glamorgan, I'm told.
This is the declaration of result of the poll for the election Parliament for Lee and Atherton on Thursday, the 4th of July, 2024. I, James Winterbottom, being the Deputy Returning Officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Buckley Craig Allen, the English Democrats, putting England first, 376. Jones Amelia, the Green Party, 1,653. Platt Joanne Marie, commonly known as Joe Platt, Labour and Cooperative Party, 19,971.
Joe!
Thomas Stuart David, Liberal Democrats, 1,597. Winstanley Michael William, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,483.
Now that's a majority.
Yeah. Second on the hit list,
Ronnie
wasn't it?
George.
It was
for Labour.
fantastic, honestly. It makes me feel whole again that Lee has gone Labour. Honestly, it feels so good.
You
and
have
Joe
to declare an interest. She worked for you.
She did, and I got great affection for Jo. She's been, I say, brilliant for me. But she's worked hard, and there she is. She gets her reward. That is just
Look at that
great
reform
result.
vote again.
Yeah, yes, I would have expected that. And as everyone has said, and I would say, I understand why people feel disillusioned. I understand why they've kind of voted in the way that they have. And as I think Sadiq was saying, there's a job to be done to bring people back, and we need to work at that. But that is a really good result. The Tories won this seat by a couple of thousand last time. Almost 20,000 Labour votes there. Joe Platt deserves every single one.
Do you want to listen to her?
Thank you to the people of Lee. And let's hear from Jo.
Returning Officer, Electoral Services, Council staff and the police for their hard work in ensuring today's smooth operation. And I also extend my gratitude to the people of Lee Atherton, Tilsley, Goulburn, Loughton and Astley, after 14 years of Conservative failure, you've demanded change. We ran this election as a changed Labour Party. Thank you for putting your trust in us to change the country. This is a vote for a Labour Party that is focused on the priorities of working people. We will fight for economic security, cheaper bills, safer streets, the NHS back on its feet, secure borders and better opportunities for our children. I do want to acknowledge James, the outgoing MP. Though our politics differ, he always held these towns close to his heart. Thank you for your service and for representing this great constituency. Losing this seat in 2019 was deeply painful, not just for me personally, but for those who desperately need a Labour government. It was a moment of reflection and realisation for us all. Over the last 4 years, under this Conservative government, things have got worse. The Labour Party has listened, learned from past mistakes and developed policies that speak directly to our towns. The people of this constituency deserve a government that has their back, supports their aspirations and enables grassroots regeneration. Labour is ready to be that government, building on the pride and potential of our towns. We are committed to working with you, hand in hand, to bring about the change that is so desperately needed. But I want to thank my family, my mum, my dad, my sisters, and especially my long-suffering partner, Ian, who can't be with us here today, but Ian, this is for you. Also a heartfelt thank to my 3 children and Cian, who's here with us today. Another thanks goes to the Labour Party team, Claire, my agent, for keeping me organised, to Paul and Sam for managing the campaign, and to the Lee and Atherton constituency Labour Party, thank you for leading a professional and positive campaign. Your efforts are the foundation of this success, and it belongs to each and every one of you.
So, one or two things to update you on. Conservatives have held Broxbourne. Should have come in around about midday. Midnight. Reform are less of a factor there, which means the betting market thought that the Conservatives would hold on. Never bet against a bookie, is what my dad always used to say, and it looks as though that has proven to be the case. Thank you very much indeed. Vale of Glamorgan, former Wales Secretary, that has become a Labour gain. Vale of Glamorgan, first result in from Wales, is a Labour gain. And Colchester, now many of you will, or some of you will know, Colchester was James Cracknell, the Olympic rower.
And what did he say? What did he call the Conservative
I'm sure it was
campaign?
Wasn't it a swear word that we
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
repeat on
Yes,
television?
we cannot
I can do it on the podcast, but
Ruth
not
has been
television.
swearing on television.
I checked the word and it was fine what she said, but some of the other words we can't. Yeah,
Okay,
I did. I did
You know
check.
what we say in our neck of the woods? Snitches get stitches. Don't talk again.
Yeah,
Come on.
but Colchester.
First time I've ever heard a candidate refer to his
Colchester.
party's campaign as a shower of
People.
shower of whatnot.
Yeah, quick, last word from the London Mayor. You wanted to ask him something?
Yeah, if Sadiq is still there, he'll remember. Yeah, Sadiq, you'll remember way back in 1998 when there was a referendum to establish the mayoralty. Those who were in favour of it basically wanted the mayoralty to have control of a lot of things, education, health, as well as transport. Now, the problem was that the then Labour government didn't trust Ken Livingstone to run that. But are you now thinking that with a new Labour government, that the next step is for you to take over other sectors, including, for example, some aspects of health?
Yeah, I think Trevor, one of the things that I think Andy, Steve Rotherham, Tracy Brabin,
Let's
other
go to
mayors across the country.
Hartlepool. I'm so sorry to
including-
interrupt you. Hartlepool declaration. I'm so sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, they're all coming in now. Red car.
OK, so this is the Hartlepool declaration coming out. Oh, great news there for Anna Turley. She's regained red car. The Prime Minister Boris Johnson saying that red car became blue car. I think you'll find it's gone back to red car. Here we go.
The number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Jonathan James Frederick Brash, Labour Party, 16,414, duly elected. Thomas William Dudley, commonly known as Tommy Dudley, Workers' Party of Britain, 248. Samantha Jane Lee, commonly known as Sam Lee, Independent, 895. Peter James Morn, Liberal Democrats, 572.
Oh, there you go.
Gillian Wendy Mortimer,
Reform. So that is Lee Anderson. Lee Anderson's one. Lee Anderson has gained Ashfield from the Conservatives.
Okay,
You're both looking at me in stunned silence.
Yeah.
No, I thought we were listening to the count. So I thought we weren't supposed to be talking.
Yeah,
Sorry.
No. Reform have gained Ashfield. In other words,
That's
Lee
their first gain,
Anderson.
isn't it?
Yeah, there's been a couple that have come in because there's a glut of seats that are all coming in now as people are watching the ticker will see.
Yes.
Two of the ones I wanted to pick out were the two Barnsley seats,
And he's about
Barnsley
to
North
speak. Let's
and
listen.
South.
Let's listen.
Massive thank you to all the staff that's been here tonight helping. I know they worked incredibly hard and all the people that's worked throughout this election campaign. Special thanks to Ashfield District Council. But the biggest thanks of the night goes to my wonderful team over there who have stood by my side and watched me being grumpy over the past 6 weeks. They've been fantastic and I could not have done it without them. I stood in this town, my hometown, 4.5 years ago as a Conservative candidate and won. And I won comfortably, and the people of Ashfield backed me, and they've now backed me again as the Reform candidate for Ashfield. I said a few weeks back that there was going to be a reckoning on election night, and Ashfield, which is the capital of common sense, they are part of that reckoning. Now, this wonderful place, which I call my home, is going to have a massive say in how this country is shaped in the future. I want my country back, and Ashfield can play their part in that. Thank you.
Oh, there you go. First time Reform have ever been able to say that they will have an MP in the House of Commons. Many thought that it was going to be that man, Nigel Farage, but no, it's Lee Anderson. You're shocked?
I'm not so shocked. There was a rumour, wasn't there, earlier that it wasn't going to happen.
Well, the exit poll said it was going to be a Labour.
I mean, it reflects what we've been seeing, doesn't it? In the northeast, particularly. I think in areas that have been neglected in the past, but under all governments, clearly Reform are picking up a lot of support. So these are the areas that were promised that they would be levelled up, and as I say, I think there's a sort of a vote that is sort of coming through as a Reform vote, which I think reflects that anger at the political system.
I think as well, this is symbolically, this is a big moment, right?
Yeah.
Because for the Conservatives, they can see Reform coming in second, and now Lee Anderson, who defected from the Conservatives to Reform, he was a deputy party chair put in by Rishi Sunak. People, when he defected, thought, yeah, you'll go to Reform, but you will lose that seat in a general election. And now he has come back with a big vote,
Beth,
absolutely eclipsing. And he said there will be. He said it just then. There will be. This election will be a reckoning.
But you heard
that's
it from
what he
Andrea
said.
Leadsom before, when I asked her about this. She acknowledged that they should have taken them on more. For instance, if the Conservatives in Parliament had taken on Reform over its position on the NHS, I think people would have understood Reform's position on the NHS. Currently, I don't think they do. And that is their failure.
It goes back even before that. Okay. The idea that Lee Anderson was made a deputy chairman of the Tory party when he was being a right old pain in the backside.
Well, that's why he was
to
made
people
deputy
that were there.
chairman.
Exactly. It's the appeasement doesn't work. You know, you've got to challenge them. You've actually got to take them on and fight them on the issues and see what they actually have to do. And having a parliamentary group might actually expose what they believe, what their party positions are, and some of the things that people care about. Because at the moment, we don't know. They're a blank sheet of paper to anybody.
This is a sick of politics.
OK, let's bring in Charles Walker and Anne-Marie Trevelyan, should we? Hello to you both. Interested to see your immediate reaction to reform gaining its first ever seat in the mother of all parliaments. Anne-Marie, to you first of all.
So yes, interesting to see that Lee has indeed won that seat. Obviously worked hard, charismatic and a very front man for reform. Up here in the northeast, what we're seeing is reform, as you said, coming second. It's a very loud voice for reform. It's in Labour facing and now winning seats here, they're taking Labour vote. What that reform message up here on the northeast doorsteps is about illegal migration. It's sorting it out. My worry for them, to your point about what do they stand for and what will we hear from them in Parliament, is that they have taken away the one party that was actually delivering what they wanted, which was the Conservatives. So I think it's going to be a challenge for them to persuade Labour to do something other than stop the Rwanda flights and allow greater illegal migration. So it's going to be an interesting challenge.
Charles Walker?
I'd just like to point out, because you were looking at the exit poll, that Broxbourne, my former constituency, has just been held with a majority of 3,500. The exit poll had Labour taking Broxbourne when it came out at 10 o'clock. So I'm really interested in the work you're doing on the exit polls. It doesn't seem to be as accurate as it has been at previous general elections.
Well, let me just say, if I may please, Charles Walker, that the Conservative vote was down 27 points in Broxbourne and the Reform vote was up 20 points and they hadn't stood there previously.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that the exit poll that you've been focusing on and saying the Tories are doing a bit better than the exit poll suggested had Broxbourne going Labour, and Broxbourne's been held by about 3,500 votes.
I think on the exit poll and just the way the seats fall, we are seeing some individual results that aren't reflected in that. So in the time that we've been talking, in the last half an hour, we've had both the Barnsley seats come in that were down to be a reform in that poll. They were supposed to be part of the 13. One of them's been held by Labour by 8,000 votes, and one of them's been held by Labour by 5,000 votes. Now, that would indicate what Beth was saying earlier about the campaign to make sure that the votes get piled up by Labour in the right places where they're under pressure. So we might be seeing that while the vote share is right,
Keir Starmer being applauded as he arrives at his seat.
The seats don't necessarily go the right way.
Pancras, hold that thought, please. Carry on, sorry. We just wanted to get the applause.
I was just saying that while we've had, Ed's been showing us great graphics of how close to the mark the overall picture is, what everybody that's been involved in politics knows is that national pictures don't always relate to individual seats. And so that's 2 of the 13 that Reform were due to get tonight by the exit poll, that they've lost, one by 8,000 and one by 5,000. And that's a pretty big whack.
Anne-Marie Trevelyan, I mean, when you saw this exit poll, your heart must have sunk, no?
So I think it reflects what will definitely be a tough night for us as Conservatives. Not as bad as perhaps some have said, and I think we're seeing this 36%, 26% turnout rather than a gap that's more dramatic. It will be interesting to see exactly as you say at an individual seat level, and it's good to hear about Broxbourne that actually those shifts are very variable, and it is the hard work on the ground, it's the incumbency, and indeed it's the effort across the piece. So I think we will have to wait and see as the evening goes on how that rolls out. So you can see, but there's no getting away from it. This is a really tough night for the Conservatives, and we will need to regroup and really pull together on what those key policies are, which speak to our constituents, and we know what they are, and we need to make sure that we're focused on them going forwards.
How much is this down to Trussonomics, would you say, Anne-Marie Trevelyan? I remember chatting to you when I was in Downing Street, and there were rumours that Liz Truss would be losing her title within 44 days, and I said, I'm going on holiday for a fortnight, will she still be in power when I get back? You said absolutely, she didn't even make lunchtime.
So I think, interestingly, on the doorsteps in my campaign, that wasn't what was raised. Issues around migration, cost of living, going forward for challenges, real anxiety about the risk of tax cuts. Small businesses in my patch very worried about what Labour might do in terms of squeezing them. But no, the Truss era was not something that was raised with me at all, interestingly.
OK, Charles Walker, just hearing that Torsten Bell, Chief Executive of the Resolution Foundation, has been elected in Swansea West, former head of policy for Ed Miliband. The Conservatives, 5th.
Yeah, not a great result, that. But just going back to Lee Anderson, the Conservative Party should never have entertained him as a vice chairman. Many of us warned the high-ups in the party that he wasn't a fit and proper person to carry the Conservative flag, and sadly we were ignored, and he's done our party enormous damage, and we're partly responsible for creating him. So I think I owed you a direct response to your opening question, and I've now given it. As far as Swansea's concerned, look, it really doesn't matter whether you're coming 5th, 3rd or 4th or 2nd in a seat if you're not going to win it, and Swansea is a seat that we were never, ever going to win.
Charles, when you reflect on the campaign and the months running up to it, what do you think were the big mistakes? Because I know you felt very strongly about the divisions within the Conservative Party.
I mean, look, no campaign runs like clockwork. The biggest mistake was having the polling day on July the 4th, not sometime in November, December. It is clear that Nigel Farage has ignited reform by his return to frontline politics, and that has done us enormous damage, and there's no hiding place from that. It's a great shame that we went early, and we didn't benefit from what I suspect will be interest rate cuts over the coming months, and the fact that Nigel Farage would have been busying himself in the US with Donald Trump.
Are you angry with Rishi Sunak about that this has been a massive miscalculation? Are you angry with Rishi Sunak because of what's happened to many of your colleagues because of the decision?
I'm not angry with Rishi Sunak. I'm enormously fond of the Prime Minister. I think that it was a strategic error to go early. Obviously, the bones of this defeat will be picked over in the coming weeks. And a post-mortem will be done. But, you know, I'm so tired of being angry. Politics is too often about anger. I'm disappointed. I'm terribly disappointed for my colleagues who are going to lose their seats tonight.
Okay.
And by the way, if we'd had the general election in November, we still wouldn't have won it. Labour would still have won that general election, but I think we would have had a better result.
OK, we must leave it there. Thank you both very much indeed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Labour has gained Rushcliffe, which was Ken Clarke's old seat, stepped down in 2019, waiting for a declaration in Basildon and Billericay. That was a recount, so waiting for that. Meantime, let's bring in Mark Austin, who is at the count in Holborn and St Pancras, I should say, otherwise known as North London. There he is. We heard the applause as he came in. Mark, hi.
Yep, Keir Starmer is in the House or in the Camden Council offices where we are, and he looks very happy, understandably. It's an enormous night for him, and as the next few hours unfold, it will become very clear the responsibility that he now will have to take over. But for the moment, he's worried about his own seat here. Not really worried about it. He's defending, I think, 27,000. He got 64% of the vote last time. So that's another reason for the smile you see there. And his wife, Victoria, there with him, with Labour members, all very happy. And he'll be speaking very shortly. A point worth making here is that he's pulled off this extraordinary recovery for the party. As you've been saying in the studio, as Beth was saying earlier, in 2019, under Jeremy Corbyn, Labour won just 202 seats, their worst result since the 1935 election. So in 5 years, he has turned the party round, and how. But it's not going to be an easy job. Tamara Cohen is with me, and there will be those who say
that this is more an anti-Tory vote than it is a pro-Keir Starmer, pro-Labour vote?
They will, but that is very much pushed back on by Labour and by the team around Keir Starmer, who we now are almost certain will be our Prime Minister in the morning and has just arrived here with his wife Victoria, both of them very much looking on a high, and we will be hearing from him here in the next little while, first reaction as these results come in showing really big swings to Labour and on course for a really stunning result, their first majority from opposition in 27 years. He's pulled it off, and even 3 years ago, we know he contemplated quitting. They lost a by-election in Hartlepool. All looked so bleak, even 2 years into his leadership. But now, having transformed the party, and I think he will be making that point specifically here to say that he transformed the party. It's not accidental. It wasn't just the Conservatives did a bad job. I think his allies are very keen to stress his role in turning things around. And many people thought that would be the work of many years. And he's turned it around.
About to declare. Let's see what's going to happen with George Galloway.
Results of the poll, the election of a Member of Parliament for Rochdale on Thursday, 4th July 2024. I, Steve Rumblow, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at this election is as follows. Paul Simon Ellison, the Conservative Party, 4,273. George Galloway, Workers' Party, 11,508.
Have you seen the numbers on there?
Yeah. 11,000. Let's see. They seem very happy.
Michael David Howard, Reform UK, 6,773. Andrew John Kelly, Liberal Democrats, 2,816. Martin David Savin, Green Party, 1,212. Paul Ward, Labour and Cooperative Party, 13,020.
Paul War has won.
Yeah.
So George Galloway defeated and felt that he didn't need to, as a result, go onto the podium to hear the count. You're offended by that?
I'm not offended by it. I think it's true to form. I mean, we've seen George Galloway move around the country. He is very good at exploiting a single issue, starting a new party with a new name. We've seen him win in by-elections. We've also seen him not then continue to take the seat in the next following general election. I think what's really interesting about this seat is this was where a lot of the conversation about how would the Muslim vote affect Labour came from this by-election that was, earlier in the year. We then saw that play out in some of the local elections in May, and particularly around the mayoral elections. So we heard your reporter in Birmingham talk about that, and if you look at the boxes that came out of Birmingham Yardley, Jess Phillips's seat, she would have lost that on that vote as it was projected. So there was a huge concern within Labour about what that would do, and they moved very quickly to shore up these seats. The fact that this has gone back to Labour, the fact that it's Paul Waugh, who is a candidate who's from Rotherham, but had come to Westminster. Part of when he stood to be the by-election candidate, didn't win this election, was that he was he'd gone London, he'd gone a bit London, and he was coming back, and then the Labour candidate had said some things and wasn't allowed to, had their support withdrawn. He then became the candidate for the general. This is an urbane former journalist, not somebody that's taken a particularly strong view on Gaza. So the fact that he's won it and taken it back off of Galloway, I think, is quite significant and will ease a lot of fears within Labour for some of the other seats.
Swinney is in Perth.
Also,
just have a look at these. Just bear with me, Beth.
OK, sorry.
John Swinney just arriving in Perth.
Yes, so that's a slightly redrawn seat. He sits in the Scottish parliamentary equivalent of this Perth and Kinross seat that Pete Wishart is was the sitting SNP MP for. He is the longest serving MP in Scotland. He's held his seat since, I think it's maybe 92. He's been there a while. He had a strong challenger in Luke Graham, and with the boundary redraws, it was looking quite good for the Conservatives. All the indications that I'm getting is that Pete Wishart has held on.
OK.
Just
Beth?
No, it's just on one of our pivotal seat moments. Wrexham has just been lost from the Conservatives. Labour have taken that. Now, that was the point where Conservatives were going to lose the overall majority when Wrexham goes. So that was just one of our pivotal seats. And we also have it that the Lib Dems are saying they think that they have taken Henley. That was on their 33rd on their target list. I think Boris Johnson stood in Henley once, did he?
He most certainly did.
Yeah.
Back with us, Rochdale.
Back here, and a big result in Greater Manchester, Rochdale, which was lost at a by-election. Paul Waugh, known to many people down here, a brilliant journalist, but a Rochdale lad. I've been with him in Rochdale. He's just well known there.
What do you make of the fact that George Galloway was not on the stage to hear the result?
Well, he's come in and he threatened to challenge me at the mayoral election. He claimed he'd save Rochdale Football Club. He claimed he'd open a new maternity unit. He claimed Rochdale was neglected. If you go to the centre of Rochdale, the place is being rebuilt. I've just put a new public transport system in there. He didn't understand the place. I mean, and everyone, you know what we're like in our part of the world. You know what we're like.
Yeah, I do.
You can spot a chance or a mile off, right? And I just think...
Underestimate me, that'll be fun, as my dad always used to say.
Well, it was extraordinary circumstance of the by-election, wasn't it? Because Labour's candidate was on the ballot paper and then had to stand down. So it's a really good result because he was only seeking to bring division to our communities. And we don't work like that in Greater Manchester. We're a place that kind of thrives on the fact that we are quite unified and we work together, different communities. So I'm glad to see the back of him from Greater Manchester. I think our communities will be relieved to see him gone. So well done, Paul, though. A great result.
Absolutely. We're hearing that there's a recount in Chelsea and Fulham. That's Greg Hand's.
Can I also just add another one in that's come in?
Really quickly.
The Conservatives have held Castle Point.
They have.
Which, might not seem that significant, but that's another one where Reform were supposed to win. It's another one that was supposed to be part of that Reform 13. So if that's 4 now that was in that list that they've not taken...
But the vote collapsed, the Tory vote
completely collapsed. I'm not saying this is a good night for the Conservatives. I think I used the word massacre at the start of the programme.
Ed Davey's declaration, here we go. Let's see whether he comes in on a skateboard. I don't know what he's going to do.
As I said, the Honourable Member for Alton Towers.
I'm just not getting there.
Ready? I, Councillor Liz Green, being the returning officer for the Kingston and Surbiton constituency election held on the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows. Ali Abdizai Abdullah, Workers' Party, 395. Jason Chinnery, the official monster raving Looney Party, 230.
Thank you.
Deberti Das, the Green Party, 3,009. Edward Jonathan Davey, Liberal Democrats, 25,870. Helen Margaret Edward, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,635. Mark David Fox, Reform UK, 4,787. Eugene O'Dame, Labour Party, 6,561.
OK.
Eunice, apologies, Eunice. Yvonne Tracy, Kingston Independent Residents Justice for
We will be listening to the acceptance speech from Ed Davey in just a moment or two. Also stand by for the declaration for the would-be Deputy Prime Minister, and that is Angela Rayner, waiting for that in just a moment or two. He looks happy, he looks relaxed, he looks relieved. He is being returned as the leader of the Liberal Dems. And 61 seats is the projection from the exit poll.
Just while we're waiting for it to come
the
up
turnout's
there,
pretty high as well.
I want to do a big
First
shout
Labour
out.
gain in Scotland.
What's that? The first Labour gain? Where was that?
Kilmarnock.
Great.
Yeah, that's in that central belt that we expect to go almost wholesale SNP to Labour. I want to do a shout out though to local government in England. I always forget, because in Scotland we don't do this, the number of jabos, hats and robes that you guys have. We don't have any of that in Scotland.
Yeah, here we go.
Brilliant.
Here we go.
Thank you. It has been a great privilege to serve Kingston and Surbiton and this great community over many years. And I'm humbled that you've given me the chance to serve you again. So let me start by saying a big thank you. And thank you to Sarah and all the returning officer team, and to all the staff and police who've worked so hard through the night. You are the unsung heroes of our democracy. It simply wouldn't work without you. And thank you to my fellow candidates for making this a campaign we can all be proud of. I wish you all well in the future. Now, I don't know if you could tell, but I've rather enjoyed this campaign. But what I've loved most hasn't been the paddleboarding or the bungee jumping. It's been speaking to people here in Kingston and Surbiton and across the United Kingdom about the challenges they face and their hopes for the future. People who are working hard, raising families, caring for loved ones, playing by the rules, but finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. People who've had to wait hours for an ambulance, weeks to see a GP, or months for urgent cancer treatment. People who are angry at the filthy sewage being pumped into their rivers, lakes, and onto their beaches. People who feel let down and taken for granted and are desperate for change. Many of them have turned to the Liberal Democrats, in some cases for the first time at this election, and we want to be your champions. We've listened to you, and we've heard you loud and clear. We put your concerns...
Let's listen to Angela Rayner.
Can I give my sincere thanks to the returning officer and the team who worked so hard to give this result. And I give the same thanks to the police who have kept us safe and all the other public servants who make our democracy work. I would also like to thank the other candidates, because democracy only works when people put themselves forward for office. I want to also say a few words of thanks to my family, my friends, the whole Labour team, and all those that have supported me, especially my agent, Jed Cooney. You have been such a source of strength to me, not just over the last weeks, but throughout my political life. You've stood by me, you've had my back, and now I hope to do you proud in a Labour government. Finally, most of all, I'd like to thank the people of Ashton-under-Lyne who have elected and re-elected me as your Member of Parliament these past 9 years. From the first day you placed your trust in me, it's been a great privilege to represent you in Parliament. I'm proud to have support right across our community, but I'll never take it for granted. So let me say to all those parents doing the most important job there is, raising the next generation, to the small businesses who tirelessly toil every day in the engine room of our economy, to the working people who are the bedrock of our country, there is no greater honour than to serve you. Throughout my life, I have faced challenges, but I've also seen the power that comes from our community. The people on Bridgehall Estate who have always known me as our Ange, the teachers who have had faith in me,
the carers who I worked alongside and the trade unionists I stood alongside. From all of them, I learned that by working together and never taking no for an answer, we can make change and make a difference. As they helped me when I needed it, I am now humbled to have the opportunity to make the difference for others. Because to represent this constituency is a privilege, but it is also a duty, one that I intend to fulfil. It is a vote for change. It is a vote to an end to division and to bring our country together, to replace self-service with public service, to take what is broken and begin to rebuild it, and to restore the belief to those who have had hope taken away. It is with a real sense of pride that together we have changed the Labour Party to offer that unity of purpose, that vision of renewal that our country so desperately needs. Today is our chance to turn the page and start a new chapter, to tackle the cost of living crisis and to make work pay, to give working people the New Deal we deserve and to provide homes that we need, to rebuild the public services on which we rely and to ensure that every community across our country shares in our national success. I am proud of Ashton-under-Lyne. I am proud of Britain, a great country, a great people, and I am proud to serve you all. Thank you.
For your flash photography, right-hand side of your screen there, Nigel Farage arriving at his count. Worth mentioning that Angela Rayner, of course, was a care worker, and she has talked about her experience. First woman, actually, to represent that seat in 180 years. You can see everybody keen to see Nigel Farage.
And we'll now be going after the Labour vote.
What's a good vote share for reform for tonight? What do you want vote share-wise?
As many as possible.
What do you think about Lee Anderson?
I've no idea. You're the better one.
What do you think about Lee Anderson?
Lee Anderson has won because he had the courage to jump to reform. There are many Conservative MPs who tonight will lose their seats because they lack that courage. And the really big message is this. Geographically now in most of the country, a vote for the Conservatives actually splits our vote and is a vote for Labour. The argument they've used against us can never be used again.
Would you like to be leader of the Conservative Party now, Mr. Farage?
The Conservative Party? What a terrible idea.
Talking at once there, Mary Cray, I should just say, Coventry East. She has been re-elected, old friend of Angela Rayner. Steve Barclay used to be Health Secretary, deaf for now. He has been one of the rare victories for the Conservative Party, waiting for the declaration for Keir Starmer. That will, when we hear his speech, it will be his acceptance speech, but also potentially one or two things that we will hear from him about how he plans to run the next 5 years for this country. That coming up in Holborn and St Pancras. Before that, Gurpreet standing by for us in Clacton. Gurpreet.
Well, Nigel Farage has just made his way over here to the Clacton Leisure Centre. He spent the evening at the local Greek taverna as the exit polls dropped with his team. A few of them peeled over here early. I spoke to them. They were quietly confident, but they were staying calm. But they were quietly planning some of the raucous scenes later if Nigel Farage, as the exit polls suggest, does win here. It won't be an easy feat. It will require overturning a 25,000 Conservative majority. But I've spent the past few weeks with him on the campaign trail here in Clacton, and there is a lot of love for him in Clacton. At the rally on Wednesday, he implored voters to come out and vote for him, and it looks like they may have delivered him a victory. He will no doubt be buoyed by that exit poll, which suggests that he could win here. This is a man, of course, that's attempted 7 times to become an MP. 7 times he's failed despite his outsized influence on British politics. When I asked him yesterday what success would look like, he said that this wasn't just about eating into the Conservatives' vote share, about doing them damage. It was about winning seats, about building a bridgehead in Parliament. And if that exit poll is anything to go by, it looks like that may be achieved. Lee Anderson in Ashfield has already won as the first Reform MP. The polls suggest there could be 13. Crucially, not just winning from the Conservatives, but also gaining from Labour. However, I would caveat that some of the early results that have come in from Barnsley North, Barnsley South and Hartlepool, for example, suggest that it hasn't been smooth sailing for Reform UK, that they may as yet underperform those polls. But another interesting aspect of this is the seats in which they're coming in second. As many as 155 seats they could come in second. I think almost all of the seats that have been declared in the North East, they've come in second, chiefly behind Labour. So for now, while a lot of the framing around this has been what kind of impact or influence Reform UK's potential success could have on the Tories during their period in opposition, what's clear is that there's another aspect to this, which is what kind of impact Reform success could have to Labour in government.
OK, for now, thank you. There's a recount in Basildon, and that is where Richard Holden, who was parachuted in, the Conservative chairman, is. There's been a recount there. I can see pictures of Labour and the Conservatives. It's a three-way marginal, potentially. There's a lot of people. I can see the Labour candidate watching every vote as it's being recounted. Also hearing about 20 minutes' time, Beth, that the Jeremy Corbyn seat is likely to declare Kimmy Baden's Hock's seat as well in about 10 minutes' time.
I'm told that it's now probable that that Jeremy Corbyn will hold Islington North. So it's edging towards that, yeah. Not certain, but
you got
probable.
any more than wow for me, Trevor?
No, it's an extraordinary thing. I mean, it's quite an extraordinary thing. As I was saying to John McDonnell, there's a peculiar historic irony, because he took the seat in 1983 from a guy who had defected from the Labour Party to the SDP, and it's really striking now at the other end, I guess, of his parliamentary career. He's the guy who's been expelled from the Labour Party, but he's won.
Yep.
It sounds like.
Looking at pictures there of Nigel Farage waiting for his count. He will not be, if he does win Clacton, the constituency, he will not be the first Reform MP in the House of Commons. That must sting a little bit, given how many times he's tried to become a Prime Minister. Ruth, of the two results in from Scotland, the average SNP to Labour swing is 20 points. Kilmarnock and Loudoun and Dumbartonshire West. Possible that the SNP will do even worse in the 10 seats that's predicted.
Yeah, we did hear, I think I mentioned around maybe 1 o'clock this morning, that from the people that had written the exit poll, all the psephologists behind it, that the numbers were a bit softer in Scotland on how it projected, because it was looking at Tory gains there. They had the SNP down a lot at 10, but it looks as if that might be on the optimistic level for them if this is played out. However, and I would caveat this a lot, Scotland is not a homogenous group, and you can't really just put a national swing across it. What happens in the Central Belt is very different to pockets of the North East, very different to the Highlands and Islands, and that south of Scotland band as well, right at the bottom, those 3 seats that sit across the bottom.
Ruth, on the face of it, though, this is a big story of the night that
huge.
maybe we're not focusing on enough. This is the collapse of the SNP, isn't it?
But if you think about when the exit poll came out, you suddenly had the third party of the United Kingdom. Now, they only stood in 59 seats, 57 now because of the boundary changes, but they got their question at Prime Minister's Questions every week. They had that platform, they had the short money. They're going to go down to the 5th party in the country. All of that is gone. All of that infrastructure is gone. The ability for them to come back is severely hampered. And we have seen big gains and swings in Scotland before, so we get kind of a bit immune to them. But some of the changes here, if they lose, as the exit polls say, 38 out of their 48 seats, That's enormous.
I mean,
it's almost as big as the 40 out of 41 that Labour lost in 2010.
Actually, you reminded me of something that Andy was talking about kind of Anas Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader. It's true, too, that when you talk to people around Starmer, they said that when he became leader, and they had at that time one MP in Scotland, he said, I want to govern for all of the nations, and was very...
Here's Keir Starmer's declaration.
All right, well, let's listen.
Great. Oh, look, there's Cuddle Me Elmo on the stage. Did you see that? They're all there.
Can you just move a little bit long, so I'm going to just step off for a minute. Lovely.
The Lib Dems have gained Chelmsford from the Conservatives, and Bolsover has gone to Labour.
Ah, good news for Dennis there. He'll be pleased.
Dennis Skinner, of course.
I, Jenny Rowlands, being the acting returning officer at the election held in the Holborn and St Pancras constituency on the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate in the election was as follows. Nick, the Incredible Flying Brick, the official monster raving loony party, 162. Charlie Clinton, Liberal Democrats, 2,236. Andrew Joseph Feinstein, 7,312. Wise Islam Independent, 636. Senthul Kumar Independent, 40. Mireen Malik, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,776. John Edmund Poynton, UK Independence Party, 75. David Roberts, Reform UK, 2,371. Tom Scripps, Socialist Equality Party, 61. Bobby Elmo Smith, 19. David Robert Stansel, Green Party, 4,030. Keir Starmer, Labour Party, 18,884.
Confirmation for you that the new MP for Holborn and St Pancras is also likely to be the next Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. We'll be listening to what he has to say in just a moment or two. I can tell you that Harlow has been a Labour gain. A key Labour target in Essex and a bellwether since 1983 was Robert Halfon's. The Education Select Committee was his old seat. He was standing down.
223, and they were
and you can see 3 pages of people standing, waiting for their moment in the sun by standing with the would-be Prime Minister in Holborn and St Pancras.
I love the idea that we have, and I don't think it's same across all democracies in the world, that you've got incidents that happen, and the way our democracy works, you can have an Elmo character standing on stage with the potentially future next Prime Minister and get 19 votes and has exactly the same rights as everybody else to do so. And some of the vignettes that we had throughout through the campaign itself, there was a lovely Ring doorbell that captured Theresa May, up in Perth and Kinross, just chapping on the door saying, "You're not in."
The next Prime Minister.
It is a huge privilege to be re-elected to serve this constituency, the incredible community of Holborn and St Pancras. My home, where my kids have grown up, where my wife was born. And I have to thank Vic and my family more than anyone for their love and support and for keeping me totally grounded. Thank you, Vic. And thank you so much to the police and the returning officer for making sure every voice is heard and every vote is counted. And thank you to Andy White, a fantastic agent, the campaign team, the local party, and all the volunteers who've worked so hard over the last 6 weeks and beyond. Every door knocked, every leaflet delivered, every conversation had, it makes a massive difference. And lastly, I'd like to pay tribute to my fellow candidates who put themselves forward for public service. Because in this room, right here, beats the heart of our democracy, not in Westminster or Whitehall, but in town halls and community centres up and down the country, in polling stations and voting booths, and most of all, in the hands of the people who hold the power of the vote. It all starts here. And it starts with you. Change begins in this community, with the people who came together to make life better, like the fantastic councillors who work so hard for our area. Service starts in this neighbourhood. The groups, the faith communities, the local organisations who serve week in, week out. And hope starts with that one kid from Somerstown who dares to believe that the future belongs to her. And with Labour, it will. Because I promise this, whether you voted for me or not, I will serve every person in this constituency. The mothers I sat with who've lost children to knife crime, the pensioners who can't get the doctor's appointments they desperately need, the local businesses who've struggled so hard to keep their head above water. I will speak out for you, have your back, fight your corner every single day. Because tonight, people here and around the country have spoken, and they're ready for change, to end the politics of performance and return to politics as public service. The change begins right here, because this is your democracy, your community, and your future. You have voted. It is now time for us to deliver. Thank you very much.
So let me tell you about Sir Keir Starmer. He's been an MP since 2015. He's hoping to go one better, and it looks as though that is going to happen. He's been the leader since 2020. He was a leading member of the Corbyn Shadow Cabinet, knighted for services to law and criminal justice. He has two children, and his daughter has said if he wins, she just wants him to know she isn't moving into Downing Street.
She is,
I think she might be.
She is moving into Downing Street.
He was named after Keir Hardie, first leader of the Labour Party. Presently 216,000 followers on Instagram. I'm just going to say that's probably going to go up a little bit as a result.
I think
Although
so.
it is worth bearing in mind, polls suggested that half of people don't think that he will be a good Prime Minister. Beth.
I think, though, what you got there is a hint of what he's going to say on the steps of Downing Street. You heard it there. His whole campaign is about serving humbly, about putting politics back in the service of working people, about ending performative politics and having politics that is about public service. And that is what his whole rhetoric has been all through this campaign. And I think when you see him tomorrow on the steps of Downing Street, it will all be about this. Is it today? I don't know where I am anymore. But it will be all about, and also about uniting the country, because to come quickly back to what I was talking to Andy about with Scotland, apparently when he became Labour leader, he said to his team, I cannot tolerate having one MP in Scotland. Like, I have to be a PM if I win that governs for the whole country. And so this whole aim to try and win big vote shares in all three nations, and they now think that they have achieved that they will be the biggest party in all three nations where they fielded candidates, is really important for Starmer. But the other flip side of this, Kay, is the vote share is looking like it is going to be pretty low. We don't have a number yet, but if the vote...
at the fact that his vote's down 17%.
Yeah, well,
what is going on?
Well, this because they're not trying to stack up votes in safe seats. So they are the whole strategy, and this was Morgan McSweeney, who is his campaign chief, who came on board with him to become Labour leader many years ago, or 4 or 5 years ago. They're not trying to stack up votes where they think they can win seats. So they've just redeployed resources to all of these target seats to try and win there. And it looks like the strategy is paying off. And that's why you're seeing big drops, I think, in seats where they're not trying to turn out the vote. Because what Corbyn managed to do was get quite a big vote share by turning out the vote, but not turning out the vote in the seats where you need people to switch from Conservative to Labour. And that was all of the strategy that McSweeney and his team tried to execute, which appears to be paying off.
OK, just to say, Worcester woman. Who remembers Worcester?
Sorry to interrupt.
Who remembers Worcester woman?
Sorry, Labour confident of winning Shapps and Mordaunt's seats. I've just got that in.
OK, let's find out what's happening with Grant Shapps' seat.
Declaration of results of poll, election of a Member of Parliament for Welwyn Hatfield on Thursday the 4th of July 2024. I, Annie Brewster, being the returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Aaron Jack Oliver, Reform UK, 6,397. Butcher Sarah, the Green Party, 2,986.
Under pressure from Labour, we should say.
Lewin Andrew Allen, Labour Party, 19,877.
Grant Shapps is in a lot of trouble. Spencer.
Munro John Peter, Liberal Democrats, 3,117. Shapps Grant, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,078.
Bye-bye, Grant Shapps. Bye-bye, Defence Secretary. You are no longer in the House of Commons. Labour, having taken this first Cabinet Minister to fall to Labour.
He's the second.
Yeah, first Cabinet
and Alex
Minister to fall
says the
to
second
Labour.
Cabinet Minister to go.
Well, I mean, obviously, you work with people, and I've got on well with Grant in some ways, but he really started this unpicking of our plans for rail in the north, and he really alienated a lot of people in the way that he went about things, the way that he treated people, particularly my good friend Steve Rotherham. So in our part of the world, there's not going to be many tears shed, I don't think, at this result at all.
Beth, do you want to have a look at that?
Well, I mean, this is a massive blow. Grant Shapps wanted to run as leader. He's the Defence Secretary. He's gone. Look at the vote, down nearly 20 percentage points. And he's the second Cabinet Minister to fall. Now, in 97, 7 Cabinet Ministers lost their seats, and I just wonder if it's going to tick past that tonight. Alex Chalk, who's the former Justice Secretary, also lost in Cheltenham to the Lib Dems.
Let's see what happens with IDS. Ian Duncan-Smith, another big beast in Chingford.
I, Lindsay Roberts-Egan, Acting Returning Officer for the Chingford and Woodford Green constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Chris Brodie, Green Party, 1,334. Ian Duncan-Smith, the Conservative Party candidate, 17,281. Josh Hadley, Liberal Democrats, 1,275. Paul Lugery, Reform UK, 3,653. Faiza Shaheen, Independent, 12,445. Sharma Tatler, Labour Party candidate, 12,520.
So IDS has held on. Looks like IDS has held on.
It has.
Yep.
Well, I think this goes back to something John McDonnell was saying earlier. I think this is where Labour could have played things differently. Faiza, I don't know her well, but I know enough to know that she'd really worked hard in that community and was kind of well known there. And I just don't think this works to sort of try and take someone out like that. You know, if Labour is to be the government we all want it to be, it has to have breadth and depth, and it has to have voices from all sides coming towards it. And there's been a little too much, you know, taking out people who they may consider awkward and putting in others. And that didn't happen in the Blair era. It didn't happen in the Brown era. There was a little bit more kind of live and let live.
But they were doing that.
We would have won that seat, though. If we would have won that seat, Beth.
I know.
If they had not taken it out, we would have won that seat.
But you know why they were doing it. They were worried that they've got this massive majority heading, but at the time they were worried about, in the run-up to the election, certainly, they were worried about having a very narrow majority and Keir Starmer being bounced by the kind of 30 to 40 hardcore of left Labour MPs. But I think that's what they were doing.
It's a misplaced thing, though, Beth, is what I'm saying to you. They didn't need to worry like that. And also, as I say, you need voices from different parts of the party. I think the current government has failed because it went too narrow, because it took away some of those other voices, and it was only talking to the Brexiteer
It's happened in
group.
Leicester East as well. Have a look at these figures.
And I don't make this a major criticism.
Yeah.
I just think they need to rethink this approach to things.
Happened again.
I think your problem...
There you go. Same thing
the
again.
problem here, Andy, is that I don't think the party's quite worked out what to do about the issue of Gaza and Muslim votes, because exactly that, what you've just been saying, is what happened in IDS's constituency, and that's exactly what's happened here.
And other at the bottom, I should just say, is Keith
I think Claudia Webb
and we've seen in some other constituencies, I haven't remarked on it, but we've seen in some other constituencies, and what seems like an unlikely fall in Labour votes, and actually I've been ticking it up. A lot of it are in constituencies which are in the top 20 of Muslim, with Muslim constituents. So I think this is. I mean, it's not enough to have dented Labour very seriously, but it's a problem the party's got stored up for.
I think what's on page 2 of that one as well with Claudia Webb is you've also got Keith Vaz, the former Labour MP.
That's what I was saying
too.
Yeah. He's the other. That's where he is.
That's not a straight read across. I just think the Chingford one stands out slightly different.
8%. That's pictures there of Nigel Farage waiting for his count in just a few moments'
Can I talk about a Labour big beast that's just won a seat in Scotland?
You can in just a second. Let me just tell people what they're expecting in about 5 minutes or so. We are waiting to see the result from Clacton, and if, as is expected, Nigel Farage will take that seat, he will be the second candidate for reform that has won this evening. The first one being Lee Anderson, who was previously a Conservative MP. Before that, he represented Labour, of course. He is reform, wasn't thought to be able to win. He did. Yes, you can.
Yeah, so Paisley and Renfrewshire South, which was Douglas Alexander's old constituency, it was then won by Mary Black from the Labour Party to the SNP, has now gone back to Labour under Joanna Baxter. Now, a lot of people might not know who she is. She's the current chair of the NEC for the whole of the Labour Party. She's also on the Scottish Executive Board. She's a big trade unionist and has been very involved in Labour politics, both north and south of the border, for a long time. She will be, I would expect, at the first reshuffle or second, she'll come into government. She's one of these ones that are going to be fast-tracked for success, I would expect.
I would agree.
Joanna Baxter.
Joanna Baxter.
Dougie Alexander has won his seat. So does that mean that he's
my new MP then?
Yeah.
Because I live in Lothian East, which was the old East Lothian seat. And it was the most marginal in Scotland. He will get lots of casework because it's in terms of the makeup of that seat, there's an awful lot of articulate people that will know exactly where to find his door. Let's put it that way.
They won't want him to be Foreign Secretary then, will they?
Well, they certainly will make sure that if he does that, he's going to come home and still take care of the washing and knitting as well. Okay. So he can, if he wants to play on the world stage, he's welcome to it. Yeah. But he's also got to see to the spuds at home.
I'm glad to see him.
Challenge. It's quite a challenge. Looking at pictures from Clacton on Sea, Nigel Farage just there in the background.
Oh, Hexham's gone.
Yes, we know.
Second safest Conservative seat.
100 years that's been a Tory seat in the North East.
Safest.
Anne-Marie Trevelyan in Northumberland North might be the only Tory left in the North East of England.
Exactly that. Hexham the second safest seat in the North East?
Yeah, I feel for Guy Opperman. He's an absolute powerhouse of campaigning. That won't be for lack of effort that he's lost that.
Swing was about 15 points, thereabouts.
Yeah.
Surprised?
In terms of what I've seen coming in from the North East, not so much. It's one of those ones that it is the fringe of Newcastle, that Hexham seat, but it's been Tory for a long time. He's the right sort of Tory for it, if you know what I mean. He's very down to earth, works hard, hyperactive, family man, very in touch with the seat. He's not, he doesn't stay away in Westminster. He always wants to be back in his constituency patch. That'll be a tough one for him to take.
Yeah, Grant Shapps has been speaking. I just wanted to also tell you, Basildon, Islington North, Clacton, all going to declare momentarily. Let's hear if we can squeeze in Grant Shapps.
I know that you will represent the people to the very best of your ability, and I wish you well as you take up the baton. In addition to representing Welland Hatfield, I have also had the honour to have served in more cabinet posts than most. From party chairman to transport secretary, home secretary, briefly, to business secretary, energy secretary, and of course, currently defence secretary. I want to pay tribute on that last one to the selfless courage of the men and women of this country who served in our armed forces. I've had the privilege to work with them. And there's no more important task for any government than to defend the realm, and my proudest achievement in government has been to secure that very large multi-billion-pound additional funding to increase our armed forces spending. It's clear tonight that Britain will have a new government in the morning, and I am extremely concerned that unless it quickly commits to spend 2.5% of GDP on defence, our armed forces may suffer, and so will our friends in Ukraine. If there's something that I'm incredibly proud about in Britain today, it's our staunch and unwavering support for Ukraine and its democracy. And that must never waver, even...
Right, so here we go. We've got 3 big beast seats coming your way. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Edge of your seats. You were flagging, weren't you? Honestly, sit up, take note. Clacton. Clacton coming up very shortly. Why is that important? Because that is the man in the middle there, as you can see, Nigel Farage. We've also got Basildon and Billericay. That was a safe, an ultra-safe seat, so much so that the Tories thought, you know what we're going to do? We're going to put our Conservative chairman in there. Is an absolute shoo-in. It's had... don't know what he's going to do. Let's wait and see. He's had a recount there. So Islington North as well. And Beth's got news on Islington North for us, just as she's put a sweetie in her mouth.
It is probable that it is going to go to Jeremy Corbyn. He's going to retain the seat. So Labour...
As an independent.
As an independent. And then John McDonnell was saying he should be let back into the party. And Andy, you were sort of intimating a bit of that, weren't you, about making it a bit of a broader church again?
I just think that's what a government needs. It needs voices from all around, and that's what sustains a government in power, when you've got breadth and depth in terms of the voices. But having said that, Beth, to pick up something you were saying before, I can't knock those who've put together this strategy, this general election strategy for Labour. I'm making some points at the margins, if you like, but on the whole, I think it's right for me to recognise Morgan and all the others who've put together. And it has been quite a ruthless strategy in the way that you were describing, not piling up votes where they're not needed.
Okay.
So, but I am just making that point. I think the Blair and Brown governments benefited from allowing those other voices to be part of the mix.
OK. 8th time of asking, can he finally be an MP? Moments away from finding out. Ed, have you got a chart?
I've got a chart.
Great.
I've got the swingometer.
Ooh. I thought we weren't doing that.
Let's just rejoice at that news.
He's got a swingometer.
But I've got bad news, because it's not really...
Working. Not swinging.
Not worth having. It's working, but it's not working. Let me show you, basically. So this is the swingometer. And what's the idea here? It's all about... So these are the seats that at the start of the night were already Labour. These were the seats that at the start of the night were Conservative. And the whole idea is basically, if across the country, there is a uniform swing. So in all of the seats, you're seeing the same movement from the Conservative to Labour or the other way. Then this needle goes like that, and then gradually all of these seats are turned red, and then by the time the needle gets there, it's eaten up enough seats that you get into this majority territory. But here's the thing, OK? So if you look at the amount of swing that we're seeing across the country right now and activate the swingometer, look at what happens, OK? The swingometer, the needle goes up, 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 and we're in hung parliament territory. So actually, the swingometer is basically telling a kind of duff story here. It's saying that Labour's not going to be able to win in these seats over here, but we know it is already. We know it is already. And why is that happening? It's because you're not seeing a uniform swing across the country. If you were seeing a uniform swing across the country, basically with all seats seeing exactly the same change, then you'd expect that seats, for instance, where the Conservatives didn't have much of a majority before, through to seats where the Conservatives had a big share of the vote, you'd expect all of them to be behaving the same way. But let me show you what's actually happening. Look, this is quite interesting. In seats where the Conservatives don't have that much of the share of the vote, they're actually gaining a little bit. So it's going from Labour to the Conservative Party. But the bigger the share of the vote the Conservatives have, the more they're losing. The more they're losing. And that really matters because in areas where previously they could rely on quite a big share, they're losing way above where you would normally expect. And that is part of the explanation for how the Labour Party is heading, potentially, according to the exit poll, but also according to what we're looking at in these numbers, for a big majority. It's going way beyond where the swing would suggest. And in fact, it's going towards historic territory. If we just look again at where we are right now. So this is showing you the change in the share of the vote for all the parties going back through history, and it's showing you the biggest falls, essentially. So when you're going from a vote share, a big vote share, to a small vote share, this is basically showing you that. And the bigger the bars are, the worse you're doing. So that, for instance, that's the Lib Dems in 2015. You can see the Labour Party suffering there. You can see the Conservative Party in 1997. And the key thing here is, look at this. This is the biggest fall in the share of the vote that we have seen from any party going back to 1835. It's worse than the Liberal collapse after the First World War. It's worse than any of these periods in the 1950s. It's worse than anything we saw in 1997 for the Conservative Party. It's a truly historic thing. And what's critical is this is actually based on the figures we have so far.
I'm so sorry, I've got to interrupt you.
This is happening right now, Kay.
Yeah, the Islington North. Jeremy Corbyn, here we go.
Held on Thursday, the 4th of July 2024, to hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Vikas Agarwal, Liberal Democrats, 1,661. That's 1661. Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, commonly known as Jeremy Corbyn, Independent, 24,000.
Yeah, looks like a shoo-in, but we'll just wait for the Labour vote. $24,020. 24120. Karen Ann Harries, the Conservative Party candidate, 1,950. 1950. Paul Dominic Jostling, 3232. Sheridan Virginia Cates, commonly known as Sheridan Cates, Green Party, 2,660. Praffle Nargan, Labour Party. Unlucky, mate. 16,800. As Beth predicted about an hour or so ago, Jeremy Corbyn has gained the seat as an independent in Islington North. Back to you in just a second, Beth. Thoughts?
Well, I think this is a slightly different case than the one I was just talking about before, because obviously that whole issue that was there that needed to be dealt with around anti-Semitism, and Keir Starmer was right to take an uncompromising approach on that, and obviously Jeremy and Keir, ended up in different positions on that, and you can say that this had to be handled in a different way to draw that clear line, but that reflects, I think, if I'm honest, the person that Jeremy Corbyn is in terms of how he's regarded by his community. You can't get a vote like that without putting in the work, being well liked in your area, somebody that people want to support. I mean, that speaks for
first
independent win since 2001.
Jonathan Ashworth has lost his seat in Leicester South. Just coming
my
in
goodness me!
to an independent candidate, and I believe that was one of our Gaza seats. It was one of our Gaza seats.
Let's pause. Listen to Jeremy Corbyn. Come back to that.
Thank you very much for the declaration, and can I first of all thank you and the returning officer and all the staff that have arranged this election for the very hard work and very efficient way in which it's been run. It is a credit to Islington. Thank you very much for the great work that you've done in those respects. I also want to place on record my enormous thanks to the people of Islington North for electing me for the 11th time.
Clacton's declaring.
Bensilem Matthew, Liberal Democrats, 2016. Farage Nigel Paul, Reform UK, 21,225.
Yeah, I think they were reading those, they were weighing them, I think.
Jameson Craig, Climate Party, 48. Mac Tony, Independent, 317. Osborne Natasha, Green Party, 1,935. Owusa Nepal Jovan, Labour Party, 7,448.
So you're thinking of a couple of agitators to have in the House of Commons.
Tassos Heritage Party, 33.
Listen to the Conservative vote.
Andrew, UKIP, No to Illegal Immigration, 116. Watling Giles Francis, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,820.
There we go. So I was saying, if you want a couple of agitators, you'd go for Corbyn and Farage, wouldn't you, Beth?
So Corbyn has held on in Islington North as an independent. That was a hard-fought battle, but he had many people out campaigning. I live near there, and it was a very active campaign. And Farage wins Clacton on the 8th attempt. He finally becomes a member of Parliament, and this matters because he now has a democratic mandate.
Here we go.
Here at tendering. And I have to say, fellow candidates, it's been a well-run, well-fought and remarkably clean election battle. I think we'd all agree on that, and thank you for your services. I promise that I will do my absolute best as a Member of Parliament. I had 20 years as an MEP, but it's not quite the same link or same responsibility with constituents. I will do my absolute best to put Clacton on the map. I'll do my best to bring more tourists. I'll do my best to try and bring some private investment. It's over 30 years ago that I fought my first parliamentary by-election, and I fought lots of them over the years. And I've had big successes in European elections and perhaps less so under first past the post, which is a very demanding, very, very demanding problem for smaller parties. I will say this, it's 4 weeks and 3 days since I decided to come out of retirement and throw my hat in the ring. I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is truly extraordinary. Given that we had no money, no branch structure, virtually nothing across the country, we are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening. It's not just disappointment with the Conservative Party. There is a massive gap on the centre-right of British politics, and my job is to fill it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. But it's not just what we do in Parliament as a national party that matters. It's what we do out round the country. Getting 5,000 people in that room in Birmingham last week, the energy, the optimism, the enthusiasm, the belief that Westminster is just completely out of touch with ordinary people says to me that my plan is to build a mass national movement over the course of the next few years and hopefully be big enough to challenge the general election properly in 2029. What is interesting is there's no enthusiasm for Labour, there's no enthusiasm for Starmer whatsoever. In fact, about half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. I want to thank the team that have helped me do this over the last few weeks, my fellow candidates for behaving as impeccably as they have. Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
Coming for Labour is what Nigel Farage has to say. He does not like this first-past-the-post system. Rather like you, Andy Burnham.
Well,
be careful what you wish for. Hartsmere is going to declare in just a moment. Hartsmere, of course, Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you.
And what else have we got? Life in Horncastle. Sorry, go on.
No, I don't agree with him on barely anything, but on that, I think he's got a point. I think we're seeing tonight that Britain is a five-party political system now. You know, we've got Greens polling in large parts of the country, Lib Dems doing well, Reform now. That kind of second force on the right is established. The Tories, obviously, Labour. You know, how can you reflect that in a first-past-the-post system? You can't. So I think the voices for reform will get louder from not just the left anymore, from the left and the right, it would seem.
Declaration, I think this is Hartsmere, is it? Which would be Oliver Dowden.
Undersigned being the acting returning officer for the Hartsmere constituency at the election held on Thursday, 4th of July, 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate at the election is as follows. Name of candidate: Bolster Raymond, Independent. Number of votes: 536. Dowden Oliver James, the Conservative Party candidate: 21,451.
That's a pretty good result. Let's see what else.
Green Party: 2,267. Maternelle Emma Lillian, Liberal Democrat: 3,710. Selkirk Darren Bruce, Reform UK: 6,584. Tapper Joshua Daniel, Labour Party: 13,459.
Looks as though
the number of ballot papers rejected.
He's safe. There you go. So there was some concern for Oliver Dowden's seat, but he has been returned quite easily. Promoted after Dominic Raab left the party. Long-standing ally of the Prime Minister, played the role as Miliband for Cameron every Wednesday before Prime Minister's questions. Kemi Badenoch has continued to move towards potentially being the next leader of the Conservative Party. She has remained, but she really took a thumping. Kemi Badenoch.
Yeah, I haven't seen her number yet.
No, OK, we'll come back to it.
Yeah, there was some online, some questions about whether enough postal votes were issued in that seat and whether there would be some form of later challenge, depending on how tight the race was. So that's something we might have to look out for further down the track. But that was one of the ones that's a bit indicative of some of those Essex seats that are around there. And it was one where, you're right, she had a big majority going into it, but not an impregnable one. And it was a bit of an indicator of whether it was going to be a bad night for the Conservatives or a pretty catastrophic night.
We're not going to have some inquiry into postal votes after this election, because a friend of mine had to go all the way back from London today to vote in in Tatton, because his vote.
But the big problem with Scotland, there's some trends emerging,
but all over the country.
Very low turnout, by the way.
Yeah.
Average turnout at the moment 58.2.
Yeah. Just to tell people what they're looking at, that's the Home Secretary in Braintree looking at his count.
We're beginning to see the emergence of this thing that I think people in Labour were worried about, which was the impact of Gaza in seats where there's a high number of Muslims. So
can we talk about that?
Let's keep. We're seeing some of that already, and I think we need to keep our eyes out for Birmingham.
Rochdale doesn't reflect that, Trevor.
Well, you say that. Galloway still took 11,000 votes. That's 11,500 votes.
Took the seat, though, didn't he?
He's had a seat, but it's still... Paul Waugh's vote was 30% down on Labour last time. So it is having an impact. And I think this Farage... Lee Anderson said, we want our country back, which anybody who follows politics on the right, we know what that means.
I want to talk us through Leicester South, Beth. And Beth
this
and I
is a
were
big
just,
thing.
Yes.
Beth and I were just
Yes.
debating whether or not this is the Portillo moment.
Well, it was the kind of gasp moment for me when I saw it come up, because that genuinely surprised me. I was shocked by that. In the sense that it is true that we had this seat on our watch list of 16 seats that could be vulnerable to the discontent around Gaza and the way that many communities believe that Labour has handled the issue. And you can see the result there. John Ashworth, he will be absolutely
devastated.
gutted.
He will.
Losing to an independent. But look, there was 2 independent candidates, and between them they racked up over, 19,000 votes. So Jonathan Ashworth has gone, and there's another number of seats, especially around Birmingham, which we're going to have to look at really closely now, right?
As you all know, this is somebody who's given huge service to the Labour Party. He lives and breathes it. And actually, I don't know what you would say, Kay, but one of Labour's better performers in the media comes on, he answers questions properly. He's a very, 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 very capable, talented politician, and it's a result that's going to be hard on him, because I would imagine, I wasn't in the room, but he would have been one of those arguing for a different position on Gaza within the shadow cabinet, and this is where politics sometimes is so
reforms gained in Great Yarmouth, so that's a third seat.
That's a Tory
reform
seat.
gain in Great Yarmouth was Brandon Lewis's old seat.
That is
another former chairman of the Conservative Party.
So that's Great Yarmouth.
There's also that's come in the first bit of good news for the SNP. They've been taking a bit of a thumping. They're down. I think they've down 9 seats from last time. Their leader in Westminster, Stephen Flynn, has held his Aberdeen South seat. That was in the balance there for quite some time. So that'll be a big relief to the SNP, because to lose your Westminster leader is quite a significant moment. We saw it when Angus Robertson went in 2017.
He's one of their big voices, isn't he?
Yeah, he is one of their big voices, and tipped as a future leader of the SNP.
Yeah. Wow. I don't know what you and I are going to do now, Kate. We have Jonathan Ashworth gone and Grant Shapps gone.
Well, Michael Fabrican's gone.
They're the people that both parties feel.
Your programme has both of them.
That's true. Michael Fabricant has also lost his seat.
Yeah.
Michael Fabricant.
Yeah. And
okay. I've got the. This is the reform vote from Great Yarmouth. It's reform 14,385, Labour 12,959, and Conservative 10,000. I've just got this from someone who's sent it through to me. So, reform. I mean, Brandon Lewis is a former party chair, held numerous cabinet positions. Great Yarmouth on the Norfolk coast there, go into reform. That is going to be a big blow to them, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's one of those ones that's a bit of a banker. I mean, you would not in any other election go into that thinking that was a
72% Leave seat.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, so, perhaps...
It's a classic left-behind seat. Coastal...
Yeah,
tourism's
it gets
gone.
worse. Can I just say,
the population, the demographic
Tories
is older.
came third.
Yeah.
In Great Yarmouth. Third. Brandon Lewis is coming in to see us in just a moment.
He's going to be...
I hope he's not going to turn on his heel.
No, he would never do that.
No, but I mean, he was always known as a safe pair of hands, wasn't he? So let's see what he does.
He stood down anyway. I mean,
no, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, but into third place in Great Yarmouth. Ashfield is another reform win, and of course Clacton is another reform.
Jonathan Gullis has lost his seat.
In Stoke.
Yes, Stoke-on-Trent, Labour gain. Jonathan Gullis, one of those very prominent red wall Tories, has gone.
Yeah. Michael Fabricant has also lost.
You look really
his seat.
pleased about that, Andy.
He and I had a bit of a...
Did you? Tell me more.
Oh, God, I'm trying to remember what the issue was now, but he was a bit combative.
He is a combative. He's a spiky character, I think it's fair to say.
Although he did give me some support over technical education, but I think most people
in Labour areas kind of found him a bit, he became a bit of a sort of a...
Kemi Badenoch
figure
as well has kept her seat, as I said, but as we were saying, thumping in the process, only a couple of thousand, I think, but she has managed to hold on. Hey, it doesn't matter. If it's only one, it doesn't matter, because you've still got your seat, haven't you? Ed?
So this is a really quick one, but I know, you were talking about what was happening in the Leicester constituencies, and, real surprise there,
Gaza,
actually. Jonathan Ashworth losing his seat, a safe Labour seat, or so people thought. Here are the numbers there. Look at that, 35-point fall for the Labour Party, 35.2 for Adam Shocker. And it's just worth saying, when you look at these numbers, you have to bear in mind, the demographics of different parts of the country we're talking about here and what's going on beneath the surface. And Leicester South, one of the highest proportions of Muslim voters, and Gaza was a big issue. It was a really big issue in this election for so many people, and we're really seeing that now. And one way of looking at this is not just looking at one constituency, but looking across different constituencies for the Labour vote. And here you can see, essentially, we're showing you different parts, different Labour constituencies, ranked in terms of the Muslim populations. So from more people who are Muslim through to lower Muslim populations. And just look, in lower Muslim population areas, the Labour vote's going up. So up 3.4%. But look, as you move into areas with higher Muslim populations, you're talking about big falls, really big falls. And it's pretty striking, isn't it, just to see that. And that is something that we're seeing, across the UK, different areas, different regions, depending, on what the Muslim population is, some of the urban populations. People are unhappy about the Gaza policy of the Labour Party, and you're seeing that kind of borne out in those numbers. So listen, that was just a quick one, Kay. I won't take up too much of your time.
Oh, it's not my time. It's this gentleman's time.
It's your own time, you're waiting.
Surprise. I don't think, when you sat down, Brandon Lewis, you didn't look surprised at the results in your former seat.
No, we had a good sense of how things were going much earlier today, actually. So, I'm disappointed. By lunchtime, my team up there, who are very experienced, have fought lots of campaigns successfully, including last year's locals, where we did manage to hold off Labour, but they know what they're doing, and they could sense it even at lunchtime today that it was going to be. Basically, we've got a huge amount of data. They work hard in Great Yarmouth. We've always campaigned. So we felt we knew where our potential voters were. And basically, the Conservative voters of 2019, 17, to an extent 15, those who voted today, big chunk of them voted Reform. And it was what they were picking up this morning was people we thought were Conservative and who have voted for us, even last year in the local elections, were saying, I haven't voted yet, I'm voting later, but not saying who for. And that's a pretty good indication, because these are people who have been consistently Conservative voters. And if they're then not answering your question, that does answer the question.
If you'd fought it again, if you'd fought again, would you have held the seat?
Who knows? But with that kind of gap, we all like to think we've got this huge personal vote. I think we all slightly overestimate it, and that's a big gap between where we've come third, thousands of votes behind. I'm not sure any personal vote can make up that difference.
70-odd% leave, wasn't it?
72.5% leave, yeah. And I've gone from that 17,600 majority to a comfortable...
Simon Hart's lost his seat.
Simon, the Chief Whip.
Chief Whip.
The former Chief Whip, that's the third Cabinet Minister. Brandon, you must feel absolutely gutted, don't you, about that seat?
Not just that seat, but we're seeing, people losing seats tonight who have been hard-working MPs and their teams and their staff, all of that. There's a human side to this as well. So, look, this is a really bad night for our party. There's no getting away from it. This is a dreadful result for our party.
Where do you even begin? You're a former party chair, you're a big campaigner, you've sat in loads of cabinet seats. What are the mistakes? How did it get this bad and go so wrong?
I think that's going to be a PhD, let alone an A-level question for the future. I think there's a whole series of things you can go back over a period of time that have built up, not just the cycle of 14 years, but a whole range of things that have happened and done, and the public have taken a view. And what's interesting tonight, I think what will be interesting as the night develops on further, is in certain areas, clearly Reform have done huge damage to the Conservatives. What I would say to my party is we need to see where we end up in a few hours' time with more results, because there will be a temptation to go chasing a hard right-wing vote. I think that sometimes misunderstands why some people are voting for, but also is missing the fact we're losing seats to Liberal Democrats. That's not over right-wing politics, and that dynamic hasn't yet played through until we see the fuller result.
Rishi Sunak's fault?
Sorry?
Rishi Sunak's fault?
Well, ultimately, the Prime Minister chose when to call an election.
And you thought
there
it
are
was a
gonna
bad
be,
idea?
There are going to be a lot of people who wonder why you call... I can't think of a leader anywhere in the Western world who has chosen to call an election when they didn't need to, and they're that far behind in the polls in modern history. But he
Chichester,
chose that.
Gillian Keegan, declaration in just a moment or two. She's in trouble from the Lib Dems.
Yep.
Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah, well, no, as I say, I think we're going to... And that's going to be the challenge,
Wasn't just
I think.
the timing, though, was it?
Oh, no. As I said, I did say,
Should we
there's a
listen,
whole
to the,
range
should we
of
listen
things.
to the declaration and then come back? Here we go, Gillian Keegan. She said she was going to fight to the end. Let's see if she fought hard enough.
Good morning, everybody. I, Philippa Gogarty, High Sheriff of West Sussex, being the returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Chichester constituency, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Brown, Fuller, Jessica, Sean, Louise, Liberal Democrats, 25,540.
25,000 for the Lib Dems.
Yeah.
That's it.
I think you can see from Gillian Keegan's face.
Labour Party, 3,175. DeSantis, Theresa, Reform UK, 7,859. Emerson, Andrew, Independents, 190. Keegan, Gillian, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,368.
13,000. It's all over for one of your colleagues. Gillian Keegan, 12,000 plus behind the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, and that backs up the point I was just making. There's been a period of the evening where you see it on social media and that, where people are talking about what reform is doing on the right of politics, but that doesn't recognise this challenge I think we're going to see from the Liberal Democrats as well. And our party's going to have to take some time to think through how it manages that.
It seems to me, Brandon, that
Suella Braverman's declaration.
Andrew Wannell, being the acting returning officer at the Fareham and Waterloo election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Suella Braverman, 17,561. Kevin Chippendall Higgin, Reform UK, 9,084. Edward Dean, Rejoin EU, 210. Gemma Furnivall, Labour Party, 11,482. Bella Hewitt, Liberal Democrats, 9,533.
So Suella Braverman has held on to her seat. At this rate, she might be the next leader. Brandon Lewis.
Well, I think we're going to have to see who is still standing in a few hours' time. And this, as I say, this is one of the things the party's going to be looking at. Look, Suella's made no secret of the fact that she wants to run for leader. She ran, obviously, in 2022 as well. So I suspect that, there'll be a few people, and over the next couple of weeks, parties first of all got to select a new chairman of the 22 committee. That's process-wise. Because they do that first stage of the process, and then they'll move into the parliamentarians deciding who's going to be the final two.
Let's listen to her, shall we see what she says?
Launch her leadership bid.
I want to start with a few thank yous. Firstly, thank you to Fareham Borough Council, Chief Executive, Returning Officer team, the hundreds of local people who have manned polling stations all day, who have counted votes tonight, and of course to the police. I want to also thank each and every one of my parliamentary opponents for your dedication and for making this a really enjoyable campaign. With these very new and significant boundary changes, this has been challenging.
Answer in just a second. Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes.
Acting Returning Officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Fraser, Edward George Watson, known as Ed Fraser, Green Party, 1,115. Freeston, Oliver Daniel William, Reform UK, 10,533. G. Mark Patrick, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 222. Lawson, John Craig, Liberal Democrats, 1,036. Nietzsche Townend, Leah, known as Leah Nietzsche, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,269. On, Melanie, Labour Party, 15,336.
It's a Labour victory.
Stevenson,
Conservatives in third place.
Party,
again.
108.
Thangham's just lost Bristol.
And Thangham Debonair's just lost Bristol to the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, no, to the Greens.
The Greens.
Yeah,
Of
do you remember?
course,
Yes. So she's a Green
leader.
gain from Labour in Bristol Central. So that's the Shadow Culture Secretary or would-be Culture Secretary. So that's two cabinet ministers now that would have gone into a Labour government that have gone, John Ashworth and Thangham.
And for...
Can I pick up a trend as well that's happening in Scotland
and
that we haven't
for
talked
cabinet
about?
secretaries who have lost from the Conservatives.
And I think one of the things we're seeing, and I think we will see more tonight, is we'll see, I think more than before, more and more outliers. We will see these odd results that where because of what the reform's doing, we've seen independent votes. That's going to give some dynamics that are unexpected. I think we're going to see a lot of that tonight.
I think we're in a five-party system.
Yeah. One of
Which
the
is
things
what exit polls will struggle with because they've not had it before.
Yeah, we're seeing a trickle of the sort of Scottish seats come in, and we're seeing Labour taking seats here and here. What we're not showing is just how big some of these results are, and they're bigger than expected. So we've seen that Falkirk has gone to the Labour Party. The Labour is coming from third there.
Right.
It was the safest seat. That's the SNP's safest seat in Scotland coming into this campaign. Wow. They had a 15,000 majority. They got over 52.5% of the vote last time, and that's fallen. In East Renfrewshire, again, Labour's coming from third. They've gone from under 7,000 votes to 22,000 votes. There, that's a 31.3% increase. It's enormous, 31 points that's gone up. So that exit poll that we saw where the SNP were down from 48 seats to 38, they're losing 38 down to 10. God, it's getting late, isn't it? That could be optimistic, and there are some of the people that are running the exit polls that have now revised down that figure, so it might be an even worse night. Now, I know that I always bang on about Scotland, but they were not just, the biggest party in Scotland. This was also the third biggest party in the United Kingdom. They had a national UK platform as well. This is a big change of the night.
Basildon and Billericay, let's just listen to that. We'll come back to you in just a second. Basildon and Billericay. After a recount.
20 votes in it, I heard.
Yeah.
Did you say that?
I've got
20.
This is a declaration of result of poll for the election of a Member of Parliament for Basildon and Billericay constituency. I, Paula Deary, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Bateman Christopher David, British Democrats, 373. Connolly Stephen, Reform UK, 11,354. Goshawk Stewart, the Green Party, 2,123. Harrison Alexander James, Labour Party, 12,885.
Got it.
No.
Holden Richard John, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,905.
Oh, it looks as though he's just squeaked in. Just squeaked in by 20 votes. I saw you whistle through your teeth there, Brandon Lewis.
In a seat like that, that's far too close for comfort.
Yeah.
But you're the chairman of the party, is.
Yeah.
You still have a chairman.
Yeah. I mean, look, every seat is going to make a difference in terms of the party's ability to really be able to move forward. But when in a seat like that, it needs a recount and it's that close, that's an indication of just how difficult a night this is for us. There's no getting away from that.
And also, can I just say...
20-odd votes there. We're hearing as well that it's going to be incredibly close in Godalming and Ash.
Yeah,
I've just... Have you got the
I've just got...
intel?
A Lib Dem source has just told me that it's too close to call, and they think there are 100 votes.
100.
Okay, here's
That
Richard
is
Tice's... Guys, bear with me. Richard Tice.
All illegal immigrants, 518. Forbert Alexandra, Labour Party, 7,629. Gilbert Michael William, Blue Revolution for People, Not Parties, 397. Lloyd Richard Gordon, Liberal Democrats, 1,375. Moore Christopher Michael, the Green Party, 1,506. Tice Richard, Reform UK, 15,520. Warman Matthew Roberts, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,510.
Richard Tice is the third Reform candidate that will be returned to the House of Commons, 15,520. Into second place is the Conservatives. Reform are going to have to be a party that whoever is the next leader of the Conservatives will need to take seriously.
Yes, well, one of the things we've seen in those early results this evening is even where they're not winning, in what was called the red wall, they're coming second and pushing us into third. And as I say, my own constituency, they've effectively pushed us into third and won the seat. So that this is why this is going to be a real challenge for the Conservative Party in terms of how it balances out and works through what the Reform Party has done in certain parts of the country, and then I think we're going to see a very different result where we're up against Lib Dems.
Brandon, I've asked some of your other colleagues who've been on tonight whether you've made a mistake in sort of almost like cowering in front of Reform rather than actually taking them on their NHS policy, their Putin policy. Do you think you have made a mistake?
Well, look, I think one of the shocks of the campaign is this Reform have come from nowhere in effectively just a couple of weeks. I mean, really, since Farage made his announcement, because before
you've
that, they were not in that
But you've let them build
space.
because you've almost been like, I don't know.
Look at that Boston and Skegness result, down 33% your vote.
Yeah, and as I say, again, the other common denominator between Boston, Skegness and Great Yarmouth is you can correlate that to the Leave vote.
There's a very striking regional pattern. We were seeing, Ruth was talking about Scotland, and we can see something happening there. And in the north and on these coastal seats, something's happening to you.
Which happened to Labour in 2010 from us, in the coastal seats particularly. And I think we'll see something different in that donut, particularly that donut around London, where the Lib Dems, I think, will be successful at our expense as well.
So it's an interesting thing that the least deprived seat in the country, Hampshire North East, you guys should have kept it. It's gone.
Yeah, and as I say, and actually, if you look at in Great Yarmouth, one of the points I made during the campaign in 2016. I mean, I was on the Remain side of the debate, but people were in Great Yarmouth, and it was very strongly pushing around free movement and immigration. Yet Great Yarmouth's got one of the lowest levels of immigration in the country. That dynamic is interesting and is something that is quite challenging for people.
Brandon, have you partly also, it seems to me, when you keep saying wait for the night to play out, wait to see what happens in some of the Lib Dem Conservative battlegrounds, is that because you're worried that your party are going to look at this and decide that the solution is to tap to the right and try and become even more perhaps Reform light, as Joe Johnson would put it, and that's not what you think that they should do?
Yeah, look, I think I'm on the right of centre, certainly economically. But I think we have got to be personally very wary of chasing the Reform vote. I actually think it is more important to challenge it but also remember what got us into power in the first place in 2010,
so is there a battle
15
coming
onwards.
now for the kind of soul of what's left of the Tory party? Because you either go in that direction with reform, and then what becomes is that what's looming
Well,
now?
I think the party's got to say, is it a party that is, and I think the UK is relatively socially quite liberal, actually, but are we a party that believes in the free market, in capitalism, good capitalism, and the free market, and are we going to make the case for that, or are we going to just go chasing and debating one topic?
Have you got enough allies in that, though?
Can I just interrupt you to say that Rishi Sunak's just arrived at his count in North Allerton? He will be looking at these results as they are coming in. He will have seen the exit poll, and he probably, if he was a drinker, would have been crying in his beer. What, if you were still chairman, what would you be saying to him tonight?
Well, I've not served in Rishi's government, but I think there has been a series of issues as a party that we... if I had been chairman over the last couple of years, look, there are a series of issues that I think we needed to have done differently about when we called the election, the type of election. Look, I think people vote for positive reasons generally. People go out and they vote because they want to vote for something. Even tonight, some of the stuff coming out from our party has been about negative campaigning about what Labour are going to do. When it's clear Labour have won. We're not fighting the 2028 election yet.
I'm asking you what you would say to him.
I would say to him, look, he's a Prime Minister, he's made it... And look, I don't think I need to say this to Rishi Sunak. I think Rishi is somebody who will want to own this. He will reflect and recognise that as the leader of our party.
The best thing he could do is fall on his sword tonight, surely.
Well, he won't... He'll be doing... I mean, assuming these results go through in the way they've outlined, he will be doing that tomorrow morning. He will go to the palace and that decision's made, and the exit poll makes that quite clear. I don't think he will shirk responsibility. I don't think he's the type of person who shirk responsibility for where we are and what we've done. He's the leader. He knows that. He's an intelligent man. I don't have any qualms about him
not
shirking
enough not to wait to call the election.
Well, there's a difference between political decision-making and being a smart person who has, you know... He does what he genuinely thinks is right for the country, and I don't think for 1 minute he will shirk responsibility as the leader for the decisions he's made.
But Brandon, the early election call designed to catch reform on the hop that badly backlashed, it's going to go down, isn't it, as one of the greatest miscalculations in electoral history. I mean, what a disaster.
To call an election and try and catch people up when your own party has about 200 seats unselected. I can't explain that. I do not understand
without the
logic
infrastructure,
of that.
it's crazy.
Bring in Anna, should we? Let's bring in Anna, should we?
It will go down as the worst campaign in history, I think.
Jenrick's held.
Yes, I can hear you all talking. Kay, thanks very much indeed. Rishi Sunak's going to a private room. We're told he will be extremely brief. Obviously, he's waiting to hear his own result. Some earlier polling suggested he could be in trouble here. What we're hearing on the ground that he is not. But here we are. We're looking at a history-making Prime Minister, proudly the first British Asian, the first Hindu Prime Minister that the UK has ever seen. And now looks like he's history-making for all the wrong reasons. We know the Conservatives were trying to edge towards 165 seats. That John Major delivered in that crashing defeat in 1997. How close will they get on the night? It's a very difficult night. We've seen the heads rolling. You've listed them throughout the evening. Gillian Keegan, the most recent, Grant Shapps, big supporters, obviously, of Rishi Sunak. It's a man facing a very difficult situation. You're speculating, will he fall on his sword tonight? We know he likes tradition. Rishi in the rain. You know, things can only get wetter. That's why he went outside Downing Street to call this election back in May. But a very tough night here for the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. Holed up in a private room right now. We were expecting that anyway for security reasons. But let me bring in Darren McCaffrey here. And the great debate that we've been hearing from people like Charles Walker, Brandon Lewis there, the strategic error of calling this election 6 months earlier than he had to. Is this defeat his fault?
Well, this is going to be the big argument. There's going to be two big arguments, if you like, Anna. One, looking back at whether it was the right time to call this election. You know, no one's ever called an election so far behind in the polls. If he had waited another 6 months, could things have changed? Could the economic recovery have been stronger? And additionally, the campaign itself. And, you know, I followed Rishi Sunak around for the last 6 weeks. I've been to almost every single visit he's been on. I've spoken to an awful lot of activists. And
Darren, stay there. We're just getting the declaration for Penny Mordaunt down in Portsmouth.
Penny Mordaunt, waiting for Penny Mordaunt to hear her declaration. It is a close one. This we've seen plenty, I think 4 cabinet secretaries losing their positions so far. Penny Mordaunt, who wielded that sword so splendidly during the coronation. Exactly, there's a theme developing here. There she is on the stage. You're running out of people who could lead the party, Brandon Lewis.
Well, I mean, there'll be plenty of MPs who will be looking at their opportunities and whether they think they're the right person, and that's a discussion the party's going to have in the weeks ahead. I think we're going to need to have a leader in place relatively quickly to establish things, but we've got to get that balance right about having a proper debate and a proper discussion and having some space to do that over the next few weeks. But that's the kind of discussion that people will start having privately, if not in the next. Well, some of them will have already been having it while I've been sitting here on this stage. Yeah, absolutely right.
Going already.
And look, over a period of time, I think one of the things we're seeing in these results tonight is a reflection. If you look at, as I come back to what I said before, what we're losing to Liberal Democrats, we're losing to Reform. That means it's not one ideology or another. It's a vote against us, and not least of all because we have spent far too much time in the last few years arguing amongst and with ourselves about who's leading us, what we're doing on various issues. And one of the things that's been consistent, and I remember making this point when I was chairman, for our party is our polling has never hit as hard as it is when we're fighting ourselves. And we are falling into that trap too often.
Simon Clarke has lost Middlesbrough South and East Cleveland by 214 votes, and he got the Reform candidate to stand down in that seat. He'll be absolutely devastated.
Yeah, he will, and he's a very, very good man who's, and I'm a big fan of Simon, not least because he was very pro getting house building going in a positive way, which is something we should be doing for young people. So he'll be a real loss to Parliament, I think.
And Rishi Sunak arriving at his count, as we said, as we bring you news that the Armed Forces Minister, Leo Doherty, has lost his seat. And Therese Coffey has lost. Therese Coffey has lost to the Greens. Former Deputy Prime Minister.
There was a poll earlier in the week that did show that seat was very tight, but that it was going to let potentially Labour in. So
Are you
Greens,
surprised by
that's
that?
not a seat Green. I was with Greens on Sunday on TV. They were not expecting to win that seat.
North is declaring.
That much Greens could end up with more.
Here we go, guys.
Right.
Simon James Dodd, Liberal Democrat, 3,031. Amanda Louise Martin, Labour Party, 14,495. Penelope Mary Mordaunt, commonly known as Penny Mordaunt, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,715.
Lost her seat as well. Lost to the Labour Party, waiting for the Reform result to come in, but they're falling thick and fast now, Brandon Lewis. Do you want to go and lie in a darkened room?
Who will lead this party?
I felt like that for a fair few hours now, but look, I mean, and again, very close. It'll be interesting to see what the Reform vote result is there. But we've lost a very, very good parliamentary performer in Penny as well.
Brandon, do you think if he hadn't left DD early, that a military seat like that, she would have got that extra 800 votes?
Well, she blamed him, didn't she?
I mean, because that is a catastrophic thing to do in a military seat, isn't it?
Again, rather like calling the election when he did, like going out in the rain, I cannot explain why you go to D-Day early, leave it early, and then to come back for the best way in the world, an interview.
Can I just say, sorry, coming quick and thick and fast, Johnny Mercer's lost his seat.
Yeah.
Well, again, a military seat, Plymouth, Portsmouth, big old naval seats with huge veteran communities in there. And what do? You upset the entire military community. I mean,
and to be fair, Labour were very smart. Labour also, had a military person up against Johnny, so balance that. The military.
You can call election timing wrong, but the leaving D-Day thing was just like any politician knows. I mean, what would enter someone's head to do?
And particularly at a time where the country is effectively on a war footing, if you like, with the situation in Ukraine, with what's going on in the Middle East. Our armed forces are every day putting
themselves at risk. And even the explanation annoyed me. Oh, well, I was with the British veterans, but the international... The whole point was you should be there for...
Also,
you can advance a
the
series
entire
of
fortnight, the first fortnight of the Tory campaign was based on security and defence, and the idea that Keir Starmer was going to be a danger, etc., was part of that negative campaign. This will go up there. It'll be worse than the donkey jacket that Michael Foot wore at the Cenotaph. It'll be worse than that bigoted woman. This will go into political folklore as the biggest gaffe of any election campaign.
Standing in the rain was the high
I want
point.
to make the most of Brandon while he's still with us to tell you that, as former Northern Ireland Secretary, Sinn Féin set to win the most Northern Ireland seats at Westminster for the first time.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen Sinn Féin's vote growing in Northern Ireland through Stormont elections as well. And I think in Northern Ireland, the DUP made a big error by stepping away from Stormont in the first place, taking so long to go back, because the people in Northern Ireland were smart enough to know that the situation at Stormont had no reflection or involvement with what was going on with the Brexit debate and the agreement with the withdrawal agreement. It was a separate issue. And I think people in Northern Ireland will not forgive the DUP for leaving Northern Ireland without government, for their mind, for no good reason, really. And I think that's
the party that you did business with.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, my job, I did business with all the parties in Northern Ireland.
It's Theresa May.
Oh, yeah. But as I say, at that point, Northern Ireland Stormont wasn't sitting because of Sinn Féin, but it came back. When it came back and when the DUP left, they left over an issue that was not a Stormont issue. And the people of Northern Ireland felt strongly about that. It was very clear at the time. You could see it on the streets. People were open about that. They felt that the DUP wasn't moving forward with some progressive issues. You know, I made sure we had access to abortion support for women in Northern Ireland. DUP fought against that. Young people in the unionist community couldn't understand it, and I think they're suffering from that. What will be interesting tonight as well is to see how the Alliance Party do, because the Alliance Party have been growing in strength in Northern Ireland, which is again a reflection of people from both Catholic and Republican and Protestant unionist backgrounds not wanting to vote based on sectarianism, but voting for something else.
And that's the strength. Donaldson's seat already.
They take Lagan
and that,
Valley.
in a way, democratically is an interesting move for Northern Ireland.
The key
bellwether
one.
Yeah.
But Brandon, you guys are coming in advancing a whole series of tactical reasons.
Let's hear from Penny Mordaunt. You need to make your questions short.
To those disappointed at the result tonight, let me cheer you up. Democracy is never wrong. I want to add my thanks to all those who have facilitated this election, the count, the police, those who man polling stations, the electoral team at Portsmouth City Council, and also to all candidates who've run in North and South, and in particular my running mate in the South, Sina Biddle. Congratulations, Amanda. You have my assurance that I and my team will do everything we can to assist you in setting up your office and having a smooth transfer of our casework so that the people of Portsmouth have a good service throughout that period. Amanda, you will know that you are now working for the best employer ever. The people of Portsmouth are wonderful, hard-working, big-hearted, and anything that I ever achieved was made possible by them, and I thank them for the opportunities they have given me. I will never stop caring for these people or this place, and in all things I've been guided by them, their common sense, their determination, their ambitions and hopes, their pride in our city and our nation. Tonight, the Conservative Party has taken a battering because it failed to honour the trust that people had placed in it. You can speak all you like of security and freedom, but you can't have either if you are afraid. Afraid about the cost of living or accessing healthcare, or whether the responsibility you shoulder will be recognised and rewarded. That fear steals the future, and it only makes the present matter, and that is why we lost. Our renewal as a party and a country will not be achieved by us talking to an ever smaller slice of ourselves, but by being guided by the people of this country. And if we want again to be the natural party of government, then our values must be the people's. I've lost many good colleagues tonight, but I hope that, like me, they intend to carry on serving their communities with even stronger heart. Our country needs all of us. And finally, I want to thank my campaigners, my team here in Portsmouth, led by Rob New, my parliamentary team, those who supported me, including other political parties, particularly the independent group under George Madgwick, but also the thousands of activists across the country who, in the darkest of times, not of their making, fought like hell for what they believed in and a better future. I've never been prouder of you all.
OK, so let's just pause for a moment to reflect on where we are.
Can I just say typically gracious and classy from Penny then?
Yes.
That's how you do a concession speech.
Yes, you can, but I want to tell our viewers just tuning our way that in 1997 there were 7 cabinet ministers that lost their position. That has now been matched.
Yeah.
Shapps, gone. Chalk, gone. Mordaunt, gone. Keegan, gone. Hart, gone. Fraser, gone. Mercer, gone. And there are still more to come, potentially. Rishi Sunak has arrived at his count. He is the Prime Minister for now. He won't even be, I'm guessing, the leader of his party by tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. Brandon Lewis staying with us until 6 o'clock. Leader of his party, leader of the SNP, is joining us now. Perhaps a reluctant leader of the SNP, some might suggest. It's not looking that great for you tonight, is it?
Not at all. It's been a very tough night for us, Kay, and a lot of my colleagues, I'm afraid, are going to lose their seats, and I'm very sorry about that. We've had a really difficult and damaging result, and we will have to think long and hard about the implications of the results in Scotland tonight.
I refer to my honourable friend here who's been monitoring what's been happening up in Scotland very closely indeed, country very close to her heart. Thoughts?
So, John, you've been in the game even longer than I have. Quite often in Scotland, there's a kind of almost bonus for being in the top 2. I think some of the results that I've been seeing coming in Stirling and Strathallan, in Aberdeen, in Ayrshire North and Arran, in East Renfrewshire, we're seeing Labour vaulting over both of our parties and coming from sort of in the low single thousands into 20,000 plus in some cases. It looks like the exit poll for Scotland may be underestimating the success of Labour in Scotland and overestimating perhaps both of our parties' tallies. Would you think that's fair?
Well, certainly from what I've seen so far, the results are very difficult, and I think the exit poll was tough enough news when it came out at 10 o'clock. I suspect we may not reach that exit poll level, but there's a lot of ground still to be covered tonight. But regardless of where we end up, this is a very difficult night for the Scottish National Party, and we need to look at this carefully, talk, listen carefully to what the public are saying to us, engage with the public, and begin the rebuilding of trust with the public in Scotland, which is the absolute foundation of any political success that's got to be delivered. And I'm committed to making sure that's exactly what we do. We'll listen to the public, we'll learn from this election campaign, and then we point forward with what we can do to deliver for the people of Scotland, because by delivering for the people of Scotland is how you bring forward success.
You inherited a position from your predecessors that winning a majority of seats in this election would be a mandate for another independence referendum. That's clearly not going to happen. I know we've still got a lot of seats to come in, but it's not going to happen. Do you regret keeping that as your party's position when you came in as leader?
No, because there's got to be a means of addressing the democratic wishes of the people of Scotland, which in 2021 elected a Scottish Parliament with a majority that wanted there to be a referendum on independence and a majority that was committed to independence. And I don't think it's healthy for a democracy to have no route for people to express their democratic wish on the future of their country. And that proposition lay at the heart of our election campaign to make sure that that mandate could be taken forward and turned into reality. And I think we've still got a situation today where about half the public in Scotland support Scottish independence, but we haven't managed to ensure that people attach the priority to that to vote for the Scottish National Party in sufficient numbers tonight. And that's one of the things we've got to take away from this election. We've got to think about, we've got to consider, and we've got to engage with the public on how best we take that forward.
OK. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for staying behind for us when they're clearing up all around you. We do appreciate it, John Swinney. Thank you. Just to clarify, Brandon Lewis, when we were saying that Therese Coffey had lost to the Greens, she's actually lost to Labour. But she did
that
still
makes
lose.
more sense, as I was saying, yes.
Exactly that.
I was going to say John Swinney was putting a brave face on it, but I don't think he was. He looked devastated, didn't he, in that interview just now?
I mean, he only became leader for the second time. You know, a few weeks before, pretty reluctantly, and he said just a year before that it was time for him to take a step back when Nicola Sturgeon had gone and he was the deputy leader. He was going to take a step back and he wouldn't be back in the front line at all. When Humza Yousaf fell, he was the kind of natural steady the ship, and in terms of how his campaign had gone, actually he probably did steady the ship. I think it could have been an even worse night where was Humza Yousaf still in charge. But they've taken a battering. The police investigation that's hanging over them has damaged their credibility. Their record in government is not good, and they had no money to fight a campaign.
Are they paying a price for doing too much on independence and not enough on delivering on public service?
Well, how it's always worked in the past is that the caravan, the number of people that support independence has been bigger than the number of people that support the SNP as a party. And by making independence the biggest issue, which they've always tried to do, they've managed to gather up. They have a bigger tent, and it's worked as a vehicle for them. And the pro-UK vote is split three ways between Labour, Lib Dems and the Conservatives. What has happened, he was talking about there, was the proportion of people supporting independence and the union hasn't changed that much. I would say that an 11-point win in a binary referendum, we have since found out, is actually quite a big result. Thanks very much. But what has happened is that the importance isn't there. So the reason that it drives people out to vote, it's gone down the list of priorities from being in the top three to now being below cost of living, below NHS, below public services, below local councils. And that's made a huge difference. That prism of independence being the only thing that decided your vote, that's gone. But for a while, for 2015, 2017, 2019, that was a really big part of what decided people's votes.
And I just think there's an interesting dynamic that you can see in Northern Ireland as well. I think the reason Sinn Féin have been doing well is they do not base their campaigns on their constitutional argument in Northern Ireland. Their campaigns are on local issues, providing housing, the issues people want to care about. It's been really interesting over the last couple of years to watch how Sinn Féin have dropped back. But they still want, obviously, a united Ireland, but it's not the forefront of their campaign. It's almost conspicuous by its absence in their literature and their arguments on the ground.
And what's also interesting is how they're trying to make themselves a progressive party of the left. So they've talked much more about LGBT rights and in a huge counterpoint to the DUP.
So they've learned from the SNP failure.
Absolutely. Brandon, can I just go back? We've got some data out with half the votes counted. The Conservative vote share seems to be down almost 20 points at just 22.3%, a record low, and lost 124 seats, 7 cabinet ministers already gone and counting. How does this reflect on Rishi Sunak? I mean, are you furious with him?
I would expect he'll be furious with himself as well. He should be. He is the leader. And ultimately, the decisions over the last couple of years, if you're the leader, if you're the Prime Minister, you have to own that. And look, I think he will. I think he's the type of person who will respect that. But yeah, absolutely. If you're the Prime Minister, you're the leader of the party, you set the tone, you set the policies, You make the decision on when to go. He has to own that reality.
Is he like the worst politician you've ever worked with?
Well, there's some competition for that.
All right, but what I mean is, as a leader...
Look, to be fair, we've all got culpability. Over the last 14 years, I spent 10 years of that in government, 5.5 in cabinet. I'm sure some of the decisions I made will be decisions people will have played into all of this. We've all got some responsibility for this, but ultimately, if you're the leader of the party who calls an election, as Theresa May did in 2017, you have to own that. She did, Rishi has.
Guys, I'll come back to you in just a second. Here comes Ed.
Kind of like unscientific assessment for tonight, this morning, which is this, it's just weird. A lot of these numbers are just unusual. We were kind of discussing this backstage, and this is just kind of one of the oddest elections in terms of the results. I mean, if you just look at the bottom of your screen, you'll see part of the answer, part of the explanation for that. Look at that change in the share for Labour, up by 1%. There it is now, up by 1%. And yet they are on course for an enormous, whooping majority. Look at the Lib Dems basically not changing at all in terms of the share of the vote, and yet they are about to kind of triple, quadruple potentially the number of MPs, the SNP collapsing as well. And part of the explanation for this, perhaps, is the fact that, this existing system as we know it is starting to fracture. But one thing I did want to talk about is Stoke-on-Trent North. If we can look at Stoke-on-Trent North, there we are. OK, so Jonathan Gullis just defeated in Stoke-on-Trent. What's interesting about this, look, Labour Party in there. OK, so this was a really strong Brexit voting area, and yet the Tories are losing in it, OK? And this brings me on to this trend that we're going to show you. What we're going to do is we're going to take all of these hexes. So this is all of the constituencies in the UK. There's Stoke-on-Trent North. And we're arranging them by the Brexit vote, OK? So those who voted, constituencies where the Remain vote was the most, are over here. And no surprise, you can see the Green Party there. You can see a lot of Labour, a lot of Lib Dems there. These are Remain areas. And then as you move here, this is areas which voted for Leave. And you can see we're seeing more blue here. But what's perhaps most striking is a lot of this was blue at the last election, and it's turning back red. So there you have a lot of the red wall story, and there is Stoke-on-Trent North. It is this Brexit reversion, areas that were strongly in favour of Brexit, which previously went across to the Conservative Party, are now going back towards the Labour Party, although beneath the surface, you look at what's going on there, and you see that the Reform Party is eating into it. So look at this, Great Yarmouth. One of these is Great Yarmouth, OK? We'll bring it up here, and then you can see that really strong Leave vote in Great Yarmouth. And you can see that that has actually been borne out in the results here. So it is really interesting just to see that shift, and that you get a sense of another unusual facet of this election, OK? So you might be kind of tempted to ask, well, does this still mean that the Conservative Party are struggling in terms of their share of the vote right now? Well, the answer is very much yes. This is showing you, from results so far, the Conservative share of the vote at this election compared with basically all of history, OK? So 22% so far, share of the vote for the Conservative Party. Have they ever seen anything like this in the 70s, in the 60s, the 50s, the 1920s, back into the 19th century, the 1850s? We've never seen an election where the Conservative share of the vote has been as low as it is currently, OK? And we're still counting right now. But so far, this is the story. Complete collapse in support for the Conservative Party here. But it's not like you're seeing an enormous increase in Labour support in terms of the share of the vote. It's not like you're seeing an enormous increase in terms of Lib Dem share in the vote. Perhaps, the best overarching explanation for this is that the existing two-party system, as we know it, well, it's fracturing here, and it's fracturing for all of the parties, and what's left is a slightly chaotic result, which allows Labour, we'll finish by looking at this map, allows Labour to completely change the complexion of the political geography in this country. It's not just Stoke-on-Trent North, but it's all of these areas, many of which were pro-Brexit in the past. So it is weird, like I say, Kay. It's weird, it's unusual, but, I mean, some of these numbers, this is totally unprecedented, this collapse in Conservative support, and those bars are something that, as you were hearing from Brandon Lewis, the party's going to spend a long time thinking about.
Yeah. Some stuff that's been coming in, some results coming in while you've been chatting. Ed Miliband has held his seat. Finchley has been, which of course was Margaret Thatcher's old seat, that has gone red to late West Streeting.
But really interesting, I think that is the highest number of Jewish population
Exactly.
in Finchley. And so is that the flip side of the Gaza story? So losing in places like Leicester South?
Trevor wants to talk about that.
Yeah.
Trevor wants to talk about that.
I think there's something very interesting, which we're not used to here, where actually identity is becoming a big deal. Finchley is the most Jewish constituency in the country. It's now returned to Labour, and that probably is a comment on the way that Keir Starmer has dealt with the anti-Semitism question within Labour. But I think West Streeting's constituency is even more interesting. About a third of the voters there are Muslims, and it looks like he's just scraped home, which is astonishing.
What did you say, a couple of hundred votes there?
500.
500 votes.
528 West Streeting,
and it's worth saying that Ilford North is only the 21st most Muslim seat in the country. We haven't yet seen what's coming in from Birmingham.
Yeah, can I just say as well, on the Finchley, which was the Finchley and Golders Green seat back in the day, the reason that it's a new Conservative candidate is because Mike Freer stood down. He'd been the MP there for a while. And one of the reasons that he stood down was the amount of abuse he'd had, the amount of attacks on his office, the amount of anti-Semitic things that were written about him, the pressure and the threats to his family. So this idea of personal and cultural identity spilling over into not just how you exercise your politics at the ballot box, but how you exercise your politics throughout your actions, and sometimes in direct action, is something that's becoming more and more prevalent. And I think it's something that we're going to have to watch as we go forward and find a way in which we can
just to be
explain to people.
Just to be precise, by the way, Mike Freer is not actually Jewish.
No, he's not, but he's been a huge friend to the Labour to Labour community. But he was explicit in his resignation letter about the pressures that had been on his partner and on his family and on his staff and the attacks on his office. There was a fire attack on his office. It was really quite a bad one. So I think these are one of, we've had a couple of MPs that have been murdered in the last 10 years. We really have to look at how heightened the political debate gets in this country, and I take all of the views that people have spoken about people feeling disconnected from their politicians.
Darren Jones has kept his
very
seat
hard to
in
stay
Bristol.
connected when you don't feel safe.
Darren Jones has kept his seat in Bristol. Andrew Mitchell, he of Plebgate and Deputy Foreign Secretary, he has also kept his seat in the Midlands. I need to go to Anna, who's standing by for us in the Prime Minister's constituency. There's not a lot, I'll say that again, it's late. Not a lot of love lost for the Prime Minister from his former, one of his former cabinet ministers, it has to be said, Brandon Lewis, who thinks he'll be gone by the morning.
Yeah, I was listening all about that. Here in Northallerton, Kay, there is that hushed tone of anticipation now, because we're waiting for the Prime Minister to face the public for the first time, having delivered what looks like a historic defeat, when only 5 years ago Boris Johnson gave the Conservative Party their third biggest ever seat tally since World War II. The Conservatives have never fallen below 30% share of the national vote. Now it looks like they have. Plenty of questions for the Prime Minister. For example, will he, as you suggested earlier, or you put it earlier, throw in the towel tonight? And if he doesn't, how will he phrase his speech this evening, acknowledging the losses some of his closest colleagues have had? Will he travel to London and make a speech outside Downing Street? Will he stay on as Conservative leader as that tussle begins to try to work out who will lead this perhaps now unruly party? Plenty of questions. So let me bring in Darren.
Good morning, everyone.
There we go. Sounds like we're getting the returning officer. Should we just have a listen?
Please have your attention. All the counting teams for the Richmond, Northallerton constituency have now been completed and all the votes counted. The control table have undertaken their checks, and we are now in a position to share the provisional results, which, as a part of the process, can only be done with candidates and their election agents. So this will be done in a private area towards the back of the room. So can I ask all the candidates follow me when I leave this stage? We'll go down the centre of this room into that private area. I repeat, only candidates and their appointed election agents, not counting agents or any other guests. Please can you follow me now so we can share the provisional results. Thank you.
So we wait to see Rishi Sunak then for the first time. We know he's been in a private room here with his wife. I was just going to bring in Darren McCaffrey, who's been following the Prime Minister throughout this. The other question I was going to pose is, does he stay in this seat?
Well, so my expectation is that the Prime Minister is obviously going to stay for the current result. He's just about to emerge from the other side of this room, where he's going to find out here he is indeed. This is the Prime Minister with his wife. Walking to the back of the room, he will be told, Anna, in the next minute or so that he remains the MP for Richmond and Northallerton here. He's going to win this seat, we think, relatively comfortably. But he will then take that stage. Fascinating that you've put this question of how is he going to frame his speech tonight. But my expectation is he is going to leave here immediately. He's going to fly down to London, and that later on this morning he will be resigning as Prime Minister. But the likelihood is he will stay on as Conservative leader.
You've been with him throughout the 6 weeks. We heard him say earlier this week that he takes full responsibility for the results. And yet, in the back of his mind, will he look at what Liz Truss did to the Conservative Party, what Boris Johnson did to the Conservative Party, or on this watch, will he blame himself?
I think he will take responsibility publicly, but he knows, as he said to us earlier on this week, that frankly he wasn't dealt 4 races, a recognition that he was dealt effectively a bad hand by some of his successors. I think the big question for the Prime Minister tonight, and we've heard this throughout the campaign, are very, very angry Conservative activists and now former MPs who frankly think that he should not have called this campaign when he did. He called it too early, and second of all, he ran the campaign very badly. Yes, there were the missteps around D-Day, for example, on Sky Television, and yes, there was the Gamblegate, but in the end they felt that the Prime Minister should be bolder, should have had a more radical plan for Britain, should have been more right-wing, if you like. And it's also fascinating listening to guests like Brandon Lewis, listening to Penny Mordaunt's speech and Robert Buckland tonight. There are many in the party who are now concerned about where the Conservatives go next. Do they stay or try and remain in the centre ground, or do they tack to the right that someone like Suella Braverman, who did get re-elected, wants them to go? And that battle has already begun. This man, the Prime Minister, who's now finding out tonight that he will remain as an MP, that battle is already begun. It has already begun. By the way, what I would say is he is committed, he has said repeatedly throughout this campaign, that he will remain an MP for the next 5 years. I'm not entirely convinced he will.
Jeremy Hunt's declaration.
Jeremy Hunt's declaration, here we go. While we wait for that, let me tell you that, let me just say, while we're waiting for the result, I can tell you that Michelle Donnellan, Science Minister, former Health Secretary, Culture Secretary, she has also lost. So that's a record.
They're breaking all the records tonight,
tell us what the record is.
Well, it was 7 in 97, so that's 8 and counting, and we're only just over halfway
that have
through.
lost their seats.
Cabinet ministers who have lost their seats. It also looks like a record low in seats, and at the moment it could be a record low vote share as well. I mean, it is. This will go down as the biggest electoral miscalculation ever in terms of the timing of when he called this. He took the gamble, and he has failed in an astonishing fashion.
And they could also have lost the largest number of seats the way things are going at the moment. There's only been 12 cabinet ministers who have lost their seats since 1974, 10 in one election here. And we're about to hear from the Prime Minister's seat and also from the Chancellor. Jeremy Hunt's declaration.
Being the acting returning officer, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate for the Godalming and Ash constituency is as follows. Drage, Graham Richard, Reform UK, 4,815.
Good morning,
Follows
everybody.
Paul David,
Can I get your attention?
Liberal Democrats,
I, Barry
22,402.
for the election of the member yesterday, Thursday, the 4th of July,
Hunt,
2020.
Jeremy Richard Strensham, commonly known as Jeremy Hunt, the Conservative Party, 23,293.
held on to his seat. Jeremy Hunt has held on to his seat. 23, just, but he's held on to his seat. Hold that thought.
I was hoping for a Portillo moment
Rishi
then.
Sunak.
I heard 22.
Anne Dickens, Workers' Party of Britain, 90. Kevin Foster, the Green Party, 2,058. Rio Sebastian Justin Goldhammer, commonly known as Rio Goldhammer, Yorkshire Party, 132. Jonathan David Harvey, commonly known as Count Binface Party, 308. Graham Nichols, commonly known as Sir Archibald Stanton, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 99. Nicholas Omalana, commonly known as Nico Omalana, 160. Brian Neil Richmond, Independent, 222. Rishi Sunak, Conservative Party, 23,059. Lee Martin Taylor, Reform UK, 7,142. Thomas James Wilson, commonly known as Tom Wilson, Labour Party, 10,874. I hereby declare that Rishi Sunak is duly elected. Congratulations, and he may address the stand.
So the Prime Minister and the Chancellor both keeping their seats.
Good morning. Could I start by thanking the returning officer and all the team who've been working here at the count and at the polling stations today. You make our democracy possible. I'd also like to thank the police who have ensured that we can conduct this ballot here in North Yorkshire, but also across the country in safety. On this difficult night, I'd like to express my gratitude to the people of the Richmond and Northallerton constituency for your continued support. Since I moved here a decade ago, you have made me and my family feel so at home, and I look forward to continuing to serve as your Member of Parliament. It is an enormous privilege. I'm grateful to my agent and constituency team, and I congratulate my opponents here on the energetic and very good-natured campaigns that they have run. The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future. The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss. To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry. I will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister, to which I have given my all. I will then return here, to my family's home, and I look forward to spending more time with you all in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Thank you.
So, Prime Minister basically resigning, saying he's going to go down, see the King, come back up to Richmond, while he's been chatting. Tobias Elwood has lost his seat as well. But
I mean, there was nothing else he could do there.
No, there wasn't.
I mean, it's 304 to 64. Look at the ticker at the bottom of your screen.
One of the better speeches he's made,
it's a drubbing.
to be fair.
Well, I think, I mean, he looks shaken, I have to say.
He does.
He looks as if he's been shaken to his core, actually, by the scale of the losses tonight, because they have been
I don't know why,
huge.
because the writing was on the wall.
Well, I think you always want to believe it's never going to quite happen and that there might be something wrong with the polls, but every single poll has been there. But, you know, he took responsibility, and I'm glad he took responsibility, because there were a number of decisions.
Are you surprised that he stepped down then? Which is basically what he said. I mean, he didn't say, I am resigning, but he,
I mean, if there's going to be a new Labour government, you don't get to be the Prime Minister if you're a Conservative. I mean, I think that
But you don't
was
think he
something
would
he
have
had
waited
to be.
until tomorrow morning, as had been suggested by Brandon Lewis?
I think we'll see the way in which the party decides that they want to choreograph what happens next. But he had nothing else that he could do tonight, but at least he did it well.
He
did it.
What I was told a couple of days ago by someone in his camp was that he wouldn't just walk away. He's not just going to resign and leave the party, probably with post to fill, etc. So he might just stay on as they organise a leadership.
He was scotching rumours there,
contest.
wasn't he, that he was going to head abroad and go to the US.
The expression was, "I look forward to serving you for months and years."
Yeah, but to be fair, guys,
Spending more time with you.
Yeah, they always say that.
I'm spending more time.
They always say
But look,
that. Craig Williams has lost. Betting Man has lost in Monmouthshire.
That's a big moment. He's conceded the election. That is a big moment.
Big moment.
But I think we've talked about Northern Ireland, we've talked about Scotland, and Scotland were very close now to Labour becoming the biggest party. They nearly have a majority of seats there, similarly to nearly having a majority of seats across the country. We haven't talked about Wales. With Craig going, that's every seat that's been declared that was Tory held has gone. We don't know whether this is going to be a 97-style wipeout in Wales. And if you remember in 1997, and I remember it well, it's the first election I was able to vote in. And as a Conservative in Scotland, it was a hugely chastening night because we lost every single MP in Scotland and every single MP in Wales.
Can I just say Monmouthshire hasn't yet declared, which is the former Welsh Secretary, so we'll just have to wait and see.
So there was 14 seats that we held. I think we've lost 9 of them already. So all the ones that have declared so far, we have lost. So there is a chance that we lose every seat left in Wales. And that is big because it comes back to that point that Beth made earlier about because we have devolution, because we've got different settlements in different parts of the United Kingdom, to be a truly national party, you want to be represented in all parts of the country. I know Northern Ireland is different, but if you don't have any MPs in Wales or you have no MPs in Scotland, it makes it very difficult. And it's going to make it very difficult for us to build back after tonight. And we're going to have to start looking at that.
Manchester is a Tory-free zone, I hate to tell you, but Sir Graham Brady's seat has gone to Labour. So, there's large parts of the country now where you did have lots of MPs and they've all gone.
And if when you lose that infrastructure, it makes it so much harder to build back.
I want to tap into your knowledge again because Anna Sauer from Glasgow is joining us now. Hi, where are you? There you are.
Hey,
there
good to
you
speak
go.
to you.
Hi, good to talk to you. Thanks for joining us on the programme. Good night for Labour.
Excellent night, and especially here in Scotland where we have almost doubled our share of the vote, and I want to say thank you to people right across Scotland for putting their faith and trust in the Scottish Labour Party, for voting for change. And that hard work to deliver the change starts tomorrow with the UK Labour government, and we are of course going to ramp up our efforts as we look to the next Scottish Parliament election in 2026 so we can deliver the second stage of that change so we can transform the lives of people here in Scotland.
Anas, it's often said it's better to be lucky than good. How many opportunities were you given to be fighting against two governments that had been in position for so long as they had?
Bottomly.
Well, I think Ruth, we've not had very much luck in the last 17 years, so it's good to get some eventually. If you think about the last general election, we actually came fourth here in Scotland in terms of number of seats. We had our worst result since 1910. And of course, we were lucky going into this election, well, unlucky if you're the people of Scotland, that we had two failing governments, a failing Tory government after 14 years and an incompetent SNP government after 17 years. But as previous elections have shown, as bad as current incumbent governments might be, unless you're giving people a credible alternative and positive destination to vote for, often those governments still continue to win. So that's why we had to change both the Scottish Labour Party and the UK Labour Party so we could, with credibility and humility, look at people in the eyes and say, put your faith and trust in us so we can change our country.
Anas, you've served as an MP in Westminster and you know the difficulties that Labour's had in the past between its Holyrood grouping, where the Scottish leader sits, where you now sit, and its group of Westminster MPs that take the Westminster Labour whip, because sometimes you have that clash that devolution throws up in all parts of the United Kingdom. How are you as leader going to manage your new MP group when they're reporting into Keir and they're thanking him for their seats and not thanking you for them?
Well, a couple of things. One is people can see that there's a really close relationship between myself and Keir. We have both worked together to change the Labour Party, and that's the exact same approach we'll take going forward. We won't just have disagreements for the sake of disagreements. We will have Of course, at times robust conversations, but always in the right spirit and always with the right intention to deliver for the people of Scotland. And in terms of our MPs and our MSPs, I think what makes it really different, Ruth, is you're right to highlight those differences that happened more than 2 decades ago, particularly when the Scottish Parliament was first founded and there became that battle between Westminster and Holyrood. I think given everything that's happened in the last 17 years here in Scotland, there is now a stronger relationship, a new group of MPs going in that understand devolution, have been brought up, if you like, in the devolution era, as well as a new cohort of the MSPs that came in the last Scottish Parliament election. And this is one team that's collectively going to work together to deliver from a UK Labour government, but also deliver, I hope, a Scottish Labour government in 2026 that's delivering change for people here in Scotland.
So as you've been speaking, Anas, it's come in that you have now got a majority of seats in Scotland. You've got 29 seats.
Congratulations, Anas.
Congratulations. Are you calling yourself now the next First Minister? Are you going to be the next First Minister of Scotland?
Still lots of work to do, still feet firmly on the ground, still lots of work to do, and the same humility, hard work and energy we've shown in the last 3 years doesn't stop now that we've won one stage of that change. If anything, we ramp it up because I want to earn people's trust and earn their support so we can win that election in 2026.
Well, I've seen it, Anas. You've been brilliant as Scottish Labour leader. It's Andy here. And you've got the balance exactly right. I remember when the SNP used to say Labour, it was the branch office in Scotland, but you've struck the right balance, constructive with the party and with Keir, but also standing your ground where you felt it's right to do so for Scotland. So you've shown great skill, absolutely brilliant judgment. And I just want to say, from here anyway, and I'm sure a lot of people feel the same, huge congratulations to you on the results you've achieved tonight.
Thank you, Andy. I really appreciate you saying that, and thank you for the very kind comments. You're embarrassing me now on live television. But look, what I wanted to say is, look, and if you look at what you're doing in Greater Manchester, Andy, and what we're trying to do here in Scotland, is, as a party that founded devolution, there are of course always going to be Scottish solutions to Scottish problems, just like there are Greater Manchester solutions to Greater Manchester's problems. But we'll always be done in the right spirit, doing the best case of what devolution is meant to be about, which is all about two governments working together when it's in the national interest, rather than what we've seen in the last 14 years, where two governments have deliberately picked fights and ultimately failed the people of Scotland. That changes from tomorrow.
We must leave it there. You've just had another 2 seats while we've been waiting. 31 seats now in Scotland. I'm not going to let you talk anymore because who knows, you might run the whole country by the time that this programme's finished. It's good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed. Less than 10 seats to go now before Labour.
Yeah, another 2 independents have taken seats off of Labour since we've been speaking to Anas Sarwar.
Let's go to Mark Austin. Who is at a Labour watch party on the South Bank. He's taken his tie off, relaxing, and Labour can finally relax for the next 5 years.
Well, they can, yes. It's a stunning result for Keir Starmer. We were at his count when the result came through there. 18,000 votes from there. That was never in doubt. Now we were told it was a party at the Tate Modern, but in fact it's now being described as a watch event. And Keir Starmer is about to speak to a large number of the Labour Party faithful that has gathered here. What's he going to say? I think we got an idea of what he's going to say from what he said at Holborn and St Pancras during his count, where he said that, well, he started off by thanking Victoria, his wife, and the family for their support and keeping me grounded, he said. But then he went on to say that he promised the voters, whether they voted for him or not, that he would represent every voter in his constituency. And then I think the passage that really mattered, he said, the people have spoken, they're ready for change. It is time for us to deliver. And I think there is a tone here about Labour having to earn the trust of the people. Keir Starmer has pretty low popularity ratings, really, for an opposition leader coming into government. And we're expecting him, as I say, to speak any minute now. Back to Kay.
Let's just pause. One more seat to go.
Can I celebrate again?
Yeah, not yet. Wait for it. One more seat to go, and then Labour have won this election. And what a roller coaster it has been. It's been breaking records left, right, and centre. Beth is nodding at the side of me. We'll be telling you some of that in more detail, but we're just going to pause for a second.
There it is.
There they are.
On it goes.
There we go. Everything's gone red. Andy's doing a little Snoopy dance at the side of me. He's very happy indeed. Labour has won the 2024 election. Not only have they won, they have absolutely smashed it out of the park. It is what they call a Labour landslide, maybe a super majority. Certainly, Keir Starmer, a very happy man. This morning, Rishi Sunak said he is on his way back to London. One can only imagine that he will be speaking to the King. He's already rung, he says, the leader of the Labour Party to concede and to congratulate him. He'll be heading back up to his constituency in, thank you very much, in North Yorkshire a little bit later on today, whereas this man will be heading to Downing Street to be the next leader of this country. I should say. The Prime Minister is that man there, Keir Starmer.
Wow. And when you see it on the screen, it comes home now. It's real. We've waited so long for this moment as a party. It's been a hard 14 years. The struggles people have had, austerity, and then Brexit and all that brought, and the pandemic and the cost of it. It's been a hard, hard time. And, you know, just to see this moment of change come through now, it's just a wonderful moment. As I said before, for young people in this country who've only ever kind of had negativity from politics, this will be a massive moment in their lives. And the fact that we've got a big majority means Keir will get things through Parliament, change can happen. The country needed this moment.
Larry's got a red collar on. He did tweet. Larry the cat has his own Twitter feed. He did tweet to say, "Dear Keir Starmer, do you like cats?" Guessing he does. Beth Rigby.
Well, look,
he's bringing a dog in, I think.
Yes.
It's a historic achievement. Keir Starmer's heading as it looks to be the second biggest majority ever, and with it, he could become one of the most consequential prime ministers that come about every few decades, from Attlee in 45 to Thatcher 79 to Blair 97, depending on what he does with this majority. But he could be heading for a decade of national renewal, as he puts it. For the Conservatives, the worst performance in vote shares and seats, looking like 2 centuries, an absolute record breaker for all the wrong reasons, and they have been roundly rejected by the British people. But really, the big story of this election, I think, will be the rise of the others. Look at what's happening with the Lib Dems, Reform, even the Greens. Other parties taking around 40% of the vote at the moment. Labour, it looks like, are going on a landslide majority. At the moment, they've got 37, 38% of the vote, and that is going to be the other massive story of this election.
OK, let Trevor come in as well. Trevor, your thoughts?
The fact of the matter is, whatever the reason, this is momentous. You have to be at least 45 years old to have voted in an election when this happens. And the median age in this country is about 41. So pretty much half the country has never experienced this. And I think that's the big fact. All the rest of it we'll think about tomorrow.
Okay.
That's the big thing.
Can we, everything thick and fast hit now, guys. While we're waiting to hear from Keir Starmer, we're going to risk it for a biscuit. Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Oh, here we go. This is the Portillo moment.
Here we go.
Election of the Member of Parliament for the North East, Somerset and Hallam constituency.
Oh, come on.
Hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate in this constituency is as follows. Barmy Brunch, the official monster raving loony party, 211. Edmund Stewart Cannon, Green Party, 3,222. Nicholas Hales, Independent, 231. Paul MacDonald, Reform UK, 7,424. Dan Norris, Labour Party, 20,739.
20,000.
Jacob William Rees-Mogg, Conservative Party candidate, 15,400.
Goodbye, Mr. Rees-Mogg. You're happy, aren't you?
That's Moggs it. That he's gone. He's gone.
That was your Portillo moment, wasn't
That's
it?
the Portillo moment, definitely. Moggs it.
Yeah, not only has he gone, I mean, he's been absolutely...
He's been battered,
Yeah.
and he deserves to be, because he just has no clue of what he's inflicted on
Just
people.
going to wait for the Lib Dem vote, just to be on the safe side. But I think
he'll probably be all right.
I think it's probably going to be okay. There you go. So Jacob Rees-Mogg. Dan Norris was the Western Mayor, wasn't he?
He's the Mayor of the West of England,
Yeah.
and I was with him last week.
Okay.
It was clear he was on a real roll, but I just think Jacob Rees-Mogg has epitomised
Keir Starmer
a
arriving.
government that's been out of touch with people.
Okay.
And I think loads of people will be so glad to see the back of him. I certainly am.
Spend more time with his 6 children. There's Ed Miliband, David Miliband, forgive me. And here is the new, soon-to-be new Prime Minister.
Brilliant. Gets better this night.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for that reception. What an amazing reception. We did it. You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now. And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party, ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people. And across our country, people will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back. And I want to thank each and every one of you here for campaigning so hard for change. And not just in this campaign either. Also for these 4.5 years changing our party. The Labour movement is always everything's achieved, past and future, down to the efforts of its people. So thank you truly. You have changed our country. But a mandate like this comes with a great responsibility. Our task is nothing less than renewing the ideas that hold this country together. National renewal. Whoever you are, wherever you started in life, if you work hard, if you play by the rules, this country should give you a fair chance to get on. It should always respect your contribution, and we have to restore that. And alongside that, we have to return politics to public service. Show that politics can be a force for good. Make no mistake, that is the great test of politics in this era. The fight for trust is the battle that defines our age. It is why we've campaigned so hard on demonstrating we are fit for public service. Service is the precondition for hope. Respect, the bond that can unite a country. Together, the values of this changed Labour Party are the guiding principle for a new government. Country first, party second. That is the responsibility of this mandate. You know, 14 years ago, we were told that we're all in it together. I say to the British people today, imagine what we can do if that were actually true. So, by all means, enjoy this moment. Nobody can say you haven't waited patiently. Enjoy the feeling of waking up on a morning like this, with the emotion that you do see the country through the same eyes. Hold on to it, because it is what unity is made from. But use it to show to the rest of the country, as we must, that this party has changed, that we will serve them faithfully, govern for every single person in this country. But also, don't forget how we got here. This morning, we can see that the British people have voted to turn the page on 14 years. But don't pretend that there was anything inevitable about that. There's nothing preordained in politics. Election victories don't fall from the sky. They're hard won and hard fought for. And this one could only be won by a changed Labour Party. We have the chance to repair our public services because we changed the party. We have the chance to make work pay because we changed the party. We have the chance to deliver for working people, young people, vulnerable people, the poorest in our society, because we changed the party. Country first, party second isn't a slogan. It's the guiding principle, everything we have done and must keep on doing. On the economy, on national security, on protecting our borders. The British people had to look us in the eye and see that we can serve their interests. And that work doesn't stop now. It never stops. The changes we've made are permanent, irreversible, and we must keep going. We ran as a changed Labour Party, and we will govern as a changed Labour Party. I don't promise you it will be easy. Changing a country is not like flicking a switch. It's hard work, patient work, determined work. And we will have to get moving immediately. But even when the going gets tough, and it will, remember, tonight and always, what this is all about. Now, I may have mentioned my parents a few times in this campaign, once or twice. But the sense of security we had, the comfort they took from believing that Britain would always be better for their children, the hope not high-minded, not idealistic, but a hope that working-class families like mine could build their lives around. It is a hope that may not burn brightly in Britain at the moment, but we have earned the mandate to relight the fire. That is the purpose of this party and of this government. We said we would end the chaos, and we will. We said we would turn the page, and we have. Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Right.
5 a.m. Here on the 5th of July, Friday morning. It's a new dawn for the Labour Party. It's been a night of big wins, historic losses, and more than a few surprises. Beth Rigby.
Yeah, Keir Starmer will be making a similar sort of speech in a few hours on the steps of Downing Street there with a big party atmosphere. And Tony Blair said back in '97, a new dawn has broken, has it not? And Starmer there with his version of that was walk into the morning, into the sunlight of hope. That speech had 2 or 3 main elements. The first was what he said all along the campaign trail about wanting to govern, to restore government to the service of working people, return politics to public service so it can be a force for good, to fight for people's trust, to put country first, party second. He said this repeatedly throughout the campaign. He also, and he's quite sombre often, had a celebratory moment. He said to everyone, enjoy the moment. He said it feels good, I have to be honest. He said that. And he said he would govern for every single person in the country. He then did another section which I think will be talked about a lot in the coming months, which was the patience. So when he talked about change in the election, I often thought he meant change equals patience, because the whole premise of the Labour manifesto, the campaign they run, the messaging they put out, was that change in the country, as he put it himself, in his words, is not like flicking a switch, it's hard work, it's patience work, and they come with the public finances in a way that it is going to take time, and I think that was the message too. But I go back to the point that this election actually has been a story as much, or could become a story as much, not just of this amazing Labour victory, the second biggest majority they've ever got, it looks like, but the rise of the other, with Reform on the rise, winning some seats and then coming second in dozens of other places, it seems, with the Liberal Democrats on the rise, and indeed the Greens. When we were looking at vote share a little while ago, it looked like 40% of the votes are going to other parties. And it looks like Keir Starmer has won a massive majority on just 1 to 2 points of vote share gain. So that is going to be a massive challenge, to have this huge majority, but not necessarily be taking the whole country with you.
OK. And it's been quite a night of surprises. As I said, we'll get to those in just a few moments. I want to bring in Mark, who was down at this celebratory party right in front of Keir Starmer. What was it like, Mark?
Well, it was quite extraordinary. I mean, the speech that you've just spoken about, Beth was just speaking about, the key, I thought, was that he acknowledged that they had to earn the trust of the people. So he's clearly aware of that. You know, I was there in '97 at the Royal Festival Hall at the beginning of the Blair years, and there was a party, and there was comparisons have been made, but there was a very different feeling here. It is a feeling that there is work to do. Blair set out his rather bold plans, devolution for Scotland, devolution for Wales. He had more money. He knew that the economy was growing. Very different now. It is going to be the hard yards now for the Labour Party and for Keir Starmer. Someone who knows a bit about hard yards is Neil Kinnock. Well, what did you make of his speech?
Oh, well, it says everything about this guy that in 4.5 years, he's taken us from our worst result to our best result. And when we started talking about this, about 60 months ago, something like that, it didn't seem possible, certainly get a majority of this side. He insisted it could be done. And he's got the kind of grit, the kind of grown-up commitment that means people believed it, and it's come true.
Are you concerned that this was more a anti-Tory vote than a pro-Labour, a pro-Keir Starmer vote?
All elections result in governments losing more than oppositions winning. But oppositions have to be credible in order to attract enough votes to become the government. And what Keir's managed to do is make people willing to vote Labour. And then, with the actions and the encouragement and the policies that will be implemented, you'll make people want to vote Labour, more of them.
Well, this is an important point, but I can't remember an opposition leader coming into government with such low popularity, individual popularity ratings. How much is that an issue?
Well, it's not an issue, and he was great not to be distracted by it. Keir's eyes have been on the prize. The prize is to give good government to the British people. He's a deep-rooted patriot. He's a man of great common sense as well as high intelligence. He understands our country and its people, and he's given his life to the service of that. And nothing will alter that focus. I called him last week laser on legs, and that's what he is.
But he won't be able to do many of the things he wants to do without growth in this economy.
That's right.
And that is a big challenge. There's not much sign of growth at the moment.
Well, no, but what you will see is increases in public investment that will, in two ways, foster growth. One is, of course, by restoring the public well-being. That's vital. But secondly, it will also magnetize private investment. Today, you might have seen conclusions amongst brokers in the city saying Britain has become more investable because of stability and certainty in government. And it's that certainty and that stability, crucially, that the new Labour government is offering. That will in itself help to generate additional growth.
And what about the internal divisions within Labour, the left, Jeremy Corbyn getting in? What do you make of that?
Well, it's a pity, and I don't think it's deserved. But nevertheless, in a democracy, you have to accept the result that people give you. However, you fundamentally disagree with it. But that's not going to be even a distraction. And I'm not dismissing it. I mean, Keir's the kind of guy who listens. That's one of his great features, always. And he will listen, he heeds, and he then applies his own convictions and judgment and sets a course. And regardless of the makeup of the Parliament, with the kind of majority he's going to have, he will be able to set the course and steer by it.
All right, Neil Kinnock, appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you.
Indeed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cheers.
So there we are, Kay, Neil Kinnock there. I'm in a great sense of celebration here, but also that acknowledgement, I think, from Keir Starmer that the work really does start here.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how long the honeymoon is. Mark, for now, thank you. It's been a crazy, wild election night, Trevor. Flippin' heck.
Look, you can't rain on their parade. Tonight is it's Andy's going to be floating back to that second city up in the north tonight. But Starmer's pretty clear. He said it's going to be tough. And I think we heard a little bit of that from our friend Mick Lynch early on this evening, that actually it's probably not even going to take the weekend before the challenges start coming thick and fast. But we don't know exactly what the majority is going to be, but it's going to be big. They'll have space, Quite how much time they'll have, I don't know. I suspect there won't be any honeymoon here at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of that speech from Keir Starmer there, the things that I liked about it, somebody had clearly done the visuals. So if you think about the big visual at the start of this campaign was Rishi in the rain, looking awful. Making sure that there was Welsh dragons and Scottish saltires among the Union Jacks there behind him was a really good visual metaphor of what he's trying to represent. So I think his team deserve plaudits for that. I think he's going to very quickly have to pivot once he becomes Prime Minister. To stop talking about how much he's done with the party. And there was a huge section in there about how the party had changed and how we're going to do this and how we're going to do that. Because he's now running a country. He actually doesn't speak to the Labour Party anymore. He has to speak to everyone now. And he has to stop being the Labour Party leader, in a sense, to put on the robes of being the Prime Minister. And we need to see that transition from him. And I think we need to see it quite quickly. But I thought what was a really big signal that he gave was just that point that you're talking about, Trevor. All these pressures that because he's got a big majority, he can do what he's like, he can be bolder, he can shoot for the moon in his first week. He was very clear there that this is going to be step by step. He was absolutely squashing any idea that a big majority means radicalism that he hasn't already laid out. So I think he tried to cover a lot of bases. I think he largely got there. And in terms of what I want as somebody that didn't vote for him, and he's now about to become the Prime Minister of me and everybody else in the country, is I want to see that pivot from being Labour leader to what being the head of a G7 nation looks like. Because the country has changed. A G7 nation has just changed its government. This is a big thing in the world, not just within the Labour Party of the United Kingdom. So let's see that. That's what I want to see.
Well, Beth's going to Washington with them next week.
I love the analysis.
Give me 1 second, because I do want to hear exactly what you've got to say about that, but I do want to tell you that Tom Tugendhat has held on to his seat.
Oh, good lad. Yeah, I am. A really good, moderate, hard-working Tory.
And Esther McVeigh has also just squeaked into Tatton as well. You are less happy about that. OK, talk to me.
That was Andy you were talking to. Just to be very clear, keeping seats in the northwest is important.
Labour wins the general election. 2024.
My analysis is not as insight. I'm just looking at that moment, and I'm looking at all of those young people around Keir Starmer, and I'm thinking of myself 27 years ago in my mid-20s, standing
with
outside.
With the late, great Tessa Jowell, God love her.
With the late, great Tessa Jowell, who I worked for at the time.
I know.
And, who I was sort of...
She'll be looking down today, very
pleased. She would, because that moment was a sort of repeat of that moment. And they don't come along often, do they? Labour majority governments. And you just have to savour that moment. And as I said before, those young people around him, that will just mean everything. The thing that will mean to them is huge. I'm not going to disagree with what people have said, though. There's no honeymoon, Trevor. I get that. This isn't... Although it looked like a 97 moment, it isn't a 97 moment. This is a very different world that Keir Starmer is going into as Prime Minister. I don't think he gets the honeymoon 2 years or whatever you might have expected.
I don't think he'll get the 100 days.
No, it's changed. The country has lost patience with politicians. It wants change. It wants things to work. But this is where we come in.
But you can see...
This is where we come in as mayors. We will be on the phone, not in a we want. We're offering, right, we can help. We've been asking the government, let us take control of the trains. Let us do more
and
around...
you're in a different position. Because you are, generally speaking, more popular. The Labour mayors are more popular than the Labour Party is. So actually, you're in a very different position to where he'll be when he gets into office. He starts with no real political capital. In fact, I think when we do the numbers, what we'll see is that the Labour vote is not particularly much higher than it was. What's happened is that the Conservative or the Conservatives lost votes to Reform.
It will be higher than 2019, because 2019 the Labour vote share was 32.1%.
I mean the actual number of people voting for Labour.
But the point is, it's not going to. Of course, he's not going to have a honeymoon if he piles up a massive majority on the back of a quite relatively low vote share compared to other
I can tell you, though,
PMs that have built that majority.
There's
and this
a really interesting
the Matt Sweeney
I can
strategy.
tell you that we can have more change in this Parliament than we've ever seen before because of the work that the mayors have done to get ready for this moment. We are all transforming public transport. Everyone's going to be putting buses under public control. Everybody wants to take control of rail. Everybody can build thousands and thousands of council homes if we're empowered to do it. I will be launching a new technical education system next week, an equal alternative to the university route for our young people in Greater Manchester.
What are you going to do about green promises?
We honestly, the delivery side of it doesn't worry me. We will bring the delivery to this Labour government, no question about it. And we shouldn't be daunted by the challenge. We've got to get on with it.
Do you think they should reintroduce HS2?
What I think they should do is let us now build the Liverpool-Manchester railway, because that money was left in...
So HS2 is gone, dead?
No, it can't be gone, because at the moment you would get, if things stay as they are, HS2 trains would go from London to Birmingham, and then they go on the West Coast Main Line up to Manchester. There's just no way the West Coast Main Line can take that. They're going to have to go back. List? Well, it will have to be. It's not just a wish list. The country cannot rely on the West Coast Main Line to take all of that traffic. It just can't. So, these are big decisions looming. But I am absolutely confident in saying to you all, working with his Labour mayors, and bear in mind, he has got Labour mayors all over the country now, we can bring more delivery in this term of Labour government, certainly than we saw in the 97 to 2001 Parliament.
Can I get back to the point that Beth just made, because there's an amazing sort of nugget that's come out from Professor John Curtis, the psephologist, who's saying that if you look at the breakdown of the vote share across the country, the Labour vote in England is pretty much unchanged. And the only reason that you're seeing at the bottom of the screen that the percentage has gone up is because of those massive gains in Scotland.
Yes.
Because it's such a big...
So, to interrupt, the Morgan McSweeney strategy was, if you can win big enough in Scotland, you actually don't need a very big swing at all in England. And this has been the strategy, which was target marginal seats, build back in Scotland, and then you can be much more efficient where you win the vote, and then you pile on seats without actually the underlines changing that much.
And what's
for you in terms of
interesting
vote
is
share.
you and I know that there were sort of long beards within the Labour Party, so MPs that had fought hard, had won seats, held seat, increased their majorities, that questioned Morgan McSweeney and the larger Labour picture, and that wondered whether it would work out the way that he wanted it to, and whether they could make it happen. And I think, I don't know the man, I don't carry a torch for him, but I think that there are people within the Labour Party who knew what they were doing in their own patch, that didn't see that national picture, that need to perhaps have a think about maybe the team that Keir has built around him thought of a way to fight politics in this new splintered way.
And just to say...
Let's hear for the Monmouth Declaration, David T.C. Davies, former Welsh Secretary.
Gan bod nifer y pleidleisiau a fwrwyd yn yr etholaeth hon ar y 4 o Orffennaf 2024 yn 50,998.
I, Deborah Hill-Howells, being a Deputy Returning Officer for the Monmouthshire constituency, declare that the total number of votes cast in this constituency on the 4th of July 2024 is 50,998.
Mae cyfanswm y pleidleisiau a fwrwyd ar gyfer pob ymgeisydd fel ag anlyn.
The total number of votes cast for each candidate...
This declaration is in Welsh and also in English, waiting for David T. Davies, Conservative Welsh Secretary, formerly.
1,273.
1,273.
Edward, the Green Party, 2,357.
2,357.
David Thomas Charles Davies, Ceidwadwyr Cymreig, Welsh Conservative Party candidate, 17,672.
17,672.
June Davies, True and Fair Party, 255.
2 pages, remember here.
Catherine Ann Fuchs, Llafur Cymru, Welsh Labour, 21,010.
21,000.
Has lost no seats for the Conservatives in Wales. An absolute total wipeout. And 9 ministers have lost 10 ministers now have lost their seats so far. That is a record. 10 ministers have lost their seats, including David T. Davies, who has lost to the Labour candidate. So just let's sum up where we are. 10 ministers have lost so far, 4 to Labour, 5 to Labour, 4 to the Lib Dems, and Simon Hart to Plaid Cymru. The Chancellor survived. Jacob Rees-Mogg led the backbenchers to fall. Also gone Andrea Jenkins, Miriam Cates, Sir Robert Buckland as well. Labour have gained seats that have been Tory for a century, including Aldershot in the southeast of England. I can feel you wincing over there, Brandon Lewis. Hexham in the northeast, a region where the Conservatives, several gains in 2019, but this year finished with just 1 seat. Stockton West. It's a hard night.
Yeah, it's a very difficult night. It's a very painful night, both on the human level, when you see friends and good people losing seats. But we all know politics is a tough game. You know when you stand in politics that if you're not delivering, or if the tide is against you, these things happen sadly. And I think what's interesting, particularly in Wales, and I don't know the underlying issues in Wales as well as some, but actually there was a couple of polls in the week that showed us winning nothing in Wales. And despite the fact that as a party we've been making this case about what Labour not delivering in Wales, but the public there have differentiated arguably between what they may or may not think of the Senate, the Assembly in Wales, and their national view, and the fact that they want to see a change of government. And we've got to make sure we're listening to that in the debate we have within our party in the weeks and potentially months ahead.
Turnout is down in Wales, is what we're hearing this evening. They've totally lost heart. Labour's vote share as well, though, I have to say, was also down in Wales, 4 points thereabouts. What are we reading into that?
I think one of the things, and we saw this in some of the results earlier, is this vote share issue. I think you might have touched on it earlier on as well, and I think, as Andy was saying earlier, I think the public are frustrated generally with politicians. They're going to want to see their new government deliver. One of the challenges for Keir, coming in with popularity rating, which I know has been put to him with the vote share that he's got, is he's going to have to move to deliver quickly. Because I actually think we're in a different world of politics now, with social media, the way digital media works, going from an 80 majority to a big Labour landslide tonight. The volatility, I think, is going to be there in our politics going forward as well. I think the new generations coming in to vote are not going to vote for a party because that's what they always do. They're going to vote for who they believe can deliver for them today and tomorrow. That could be different next year, let alone in 4 years' time. So if a government doesn't deliver, we could see big changes in elections. So there is going to be an onus on Labour, on the new government, to show that it is working, that it is delivering quickly. And I think that honeymoon period will be short.
This is a redrawing of the political landscape completely, though, isn't it, Brandon? And particularly the Commons. It's just going to feel totally different. Give me you've been in there more recently than me. I'm struggling to kind of even imagine how different it will feel, because you're going to have a significant reform group, aren't you? Conservatives, but not the force that you've been ever. You're going to be much diminished. Liberals and great. How do you sense the next Parliament?
It's this generational thing as well. As Trevor was saying earlier on, that you think about the age of somebody who would have last voted Labour and seen a successful Labour government get elected as a result of that. It's a big generational shift. Look, I wasn't in Parliament before 2010, but I was helping people like Eric Pickles, who was chairman of the run up to 2010. Although we were in opposition, there was a sense that we were on the move, we were moving up. That's going to be very different to a party that's of a size that, even as the main opposition, is going to be hugely diminished on where any one of my generation of politicians can remember. And that's going to take some getting used to for people. And there are going to be politicians and colleagues who will be shocked by tonight, because even if the polls said they were going to lose, the reality as a candidate is you always think you might be the one who's different, or the polls might not be right. And
like
that's going to take a bit of time to settle in. And I think we'll see that in Parliament as well. And it will be a different dynamic. Look, Jeremy has been somebody who has... Look, first of all, the Chancellor's got a different profile, but he has also been working very, very, very hard in that seat. You've only got to look at his social media over the last couple of years to see how hard he has worked locally. That doesn't always make a difference. I've got to say, I've seen a few seats tonight where I know they've had hard-working, campaigning MPs who have been beaten. But I think there's a difference between where there's been this big shift in certain areas, particularly with reform, to this battleground that, as I said earlier on, with the Liberal Democrats, and Jeremy has managed to win.
What's happened with Rees-Mogg? In a minute. What's happened with Rees-Mogg?
Look, I don't know enough about that part of the country, but I think, look, that is an area that it's a different boundary. It's got a different construction to what it had before, and I think we're just seeing, it's that classic phrase a colleague of mine used a while ago: when the herd moves, it moves. And it's very hard to resist that, no matter what you think your personal vote may be.
We're just one
And
seat
yet,
away.
The one thing I would say to that, Brandon, is in terms of being able to plant a flag, there is a lesson there that we've got from IDS, from Ian Duncan-Smith, in a very marginal seat, stayed and fought it. For Hunt, where everybody said all the way through this, Jeremy Hunt, that he was gone. For some of those MPs that had minor boundary changes and used that as an excuse to take a chicken run out to somewhere else and didn't make it over the line, actually staying and fighting in the seat that you hold, there is a lesson there for some of our colleagues.
I agree. I do think, and actually the result in Basildon, I know Rick Holden won, but by the skin of his teeth. And I think and the reaction we saw when he got that seat, I think
we had an MP leave Greater Manchester, Chris Clarkson, lost in Stratford upon Avon.
Absolutely, to say 1 seat away from a landslide victory, which we count as 100 seats, so we're 1 seat away from a landslide victory. Go on.
No, I was just backing up the point. There was a Greater Manchester MP, Chris Clarkson, who went on what people call the chicken run to Stratford upon Avon, and I think has lost.
Nadim's seat.
And to your point, Andy, as well, I think the dynamic in Parliament will be different, not just because there's this big Labour majority, but on the opposition benches, a bigger mix of parties than we've seen before, with reform coming, with the new size of the Liberal Democrats. That's going to be very different.
And the Greens have just taken another seat, so that's both of their co-leaders are going to be in Parliament as well. So they're going to be able to build a profile. They'll do the question times and all these other sort of programmes.
Just to finish off this point that we were talking about the vote share, Labour currently have a lower vote share heading to this landslide than Cameron got in 2010 when there was a hung Parliament. And Blair got around the vote share that they are on now, which was about 32.5% in 2005. And he back then got a majority of 65, which is just it just goes back to this point that the strategy of piling up votes in very marginal seats has worked with absolute precision, but you are going into a landslide on a lower vote share.
It's a Labour landslide,
Officially a
which
landslide.
is fantastic. But I come back to a point that I've made a few times tonight, Beth, which I think we've got to acknowledge. This is now a 5-party system, and
4 at least. And
really can we have first past the post in a 5-party system?
And there's an additional point, which is that the combined Labour and Tory vote it's about 59% right now, which I think has to be the lowest ever, certainly lowest since the Liberals were the second party. And there's going to be a really odd situation where it looks like the exit poll. We're going to have 500 seats on less than 60%
indulge us.
of the
It's a
vote.
Labour landslide. We're marking that on the screen as we speak, which we say is officially a 100-seat majority. There you go. That's us recognising that Keir Starmer will be in number 10 later on today. We know that the Prime Minister is heading back down to London as we speak. He is going to be off to see the King, and then we will see Keir Starmer walking down Downing Street later on today as the new Prime Minister of our country. Ed?
I don't know if we could just have a look at this this map here and just how so many parts of this country that at the start of this process were blue have just turned red. I mean, just look at the political geography of this country and just how much it's changed in the course of the last few hours, in the course of this election. And you see that in vivid terms when you look at the change in terms of the number of MPs lost by the Conservative Party. These are losses. These are gains over here. So the Labour up 191 so far. The Conservatives up only 1, but down 206. Lib Dems up 45 to get that 52. And look at the SNP as well. Look at that story there. Collapse in the SNP vote in Scotland. But I want to show you something that's interesting, OK, because this isn't just a story of the number of MPs. It's the story about the efficiency with which Labour is winning those seats, something that Beth was referring to just a moment ago. What this is showing you here, OK, so this line is showing you how Tony Blair did in 1997 in terms of just the sheer number of votes, OK? So these are millions of votes. And as the count happened in 1997, you saw the line go up like this. Let's compare that line, so Tony Blair and how many people voted for Tony Blair back in 1997 with Keir Starmer this time around. Look at Keir Starmer. Just look at that. look at how much lower the total number of votes for the Labour Party is this time, and yet the Labour Party looks like they are on course for a similar kind of majority as the one enjoyed by Tony Blair. And that tells you so much, doesn't it? It tells you so much about the nature of the two-party system. It tells you so much about the efficiency with which Labour is able to win seats right now with relatively low shares of the vote. So that's really striking there, and that's something that, you know, I don't know if anyone was necessarily expecting that. But another one is this, OK? And this goes back to something Trevor was talking about a second ago. The share of the vote that's held by the two major parties has fallen precipitously. In fact, if you look, and this is kind of saying the same thing, other parties and how much of a share of the vote they have, just look at this. The share of the vote held by other parties, in other words, not the main two parties, is at the highest level that we've seen since at least going back a century. And so this is a complete shift. What we're seeing is a complete shift in the makeup of the party system, at least at this election in this country. And what's eventuated, I mean, if there's one kind of overarching theme here, is that a lot of people around the country have wanted to punish the Conservative Party. But if there's another thing that's going on is there's lots of different parties who are vying beneath the surface, and they are ending up with a system now that is more fractured than one we've had before. And so some really interesting shifts in just the makeup of politics are happening right before our eyes here. And the ultimate impact is here is an enormous, a thumping Labour win, but it's not quite the same as the Blair win in #97.
Describe it to me in one word.
In one word. Landslide?
Bonkers was what somebody has just texted me. Bonkers.
It is bonkers. It's mind-boggling. Just because all of the normal kind of rules, you look at some of these seats and you might expect them, you know, people to be getting a kind of 39% share of the vote with winning these seats, but it's consistently it's lower. It's just really unusual.
What's
and then, of course,
what's bonkers about it though? It's just there are more parties sharing the vote. It's not that complicated, surely.
Yeah.
But it wasn't what we expected.
But the outcome is so disproportionate.
Exactly.
The outcome is of the number of seats is so disproportionate to the.
But that's first past the post is doing that, isn't it?
Of course.
But the fact, what's causing it is that everyone's sharing out vote more, hence everyone's percentage is coming down.
We're agreeing violently. The system is producing a result which is going to feel odd.
Andy Burnham, what do you think of, like, so, you know, that's the Blair story.
Yeah.
And that compares with the Starmer story. And what does that mean for you if you're Keir Starmer? And you can't kind of say that you've picked up
how
the
life
number of
has
votes.
changed, Ed, is all I would say. You know, if I go back to '97, it was mainly just a straight fight between the two parties, wasn't it? It was red on blue. It was.
But Andy, I'm going to interrupt. It's not just that, and you know it. Part of this is because people have not bought into the Labour projects, and what they've done is they wanted the Tories out, and they've split to other parties, and that is part of the story here.
No, but I'm agreeing. But I think I'm agreeing with that as well. I mean, there is a splintering, isn't there, of the vote? But there are now parties that are viable in the way that they weren't if you go back to that period. You know, we've had a situation where the Liberals would come in and would make a show for a while, but it would still go back to a sort of duopoly, wouldn't it, of the two?
I think we're coming to a thing where votes are, in a weird way, despite we've talked about the tribalism and the identity of people and how that transfers into their political choices, we're actually seeing a much more mobile and transactional electorate.
Yeah.
So it's not just that we've split from a two-party system to a five-party system. It's that people are willing to go shopping for where their vote is, and they're willing to take into account, because it's a sophisticated electorate, where they live and what their options are and what the outcome of their vote casting might be. That's why you've seen people being able to come from third and go to first. It's why you've seen people that are independents with absolutely sort of no machinery whatsoever beat incumbents. It's why you've seen big votes piling up in some seats but not in others, and it's why you've seen tactical voting against the SNP in Scotland and against the Conservatives across the rest of the country. It's because this idea of the old cleaving to how I voted is how I'll always vote, it's how my father voted and it's how his father voted, that's gone. You know, we're completely.
Is it not just disaffection?
I don't think that is. No, I think disaffection is part of it. I think there is disaffection.
More cynical. Just a fact of context.
But I don't think even that it's cynical. I think there's a sense that A vote is something that you have to spend, and where you choose to spend it depends on who has earned it, and where you sit tells you, what that earning of that vote can do, where you can change. This idea that there are wasted votes in lots of seats now, the voting public and the herd, as you called it, Brandon, is much more mobile than it was before. So I do think that we've changed.
I think that's also why this point we were saying earlier on is it's going to be so important for the new government to show that it's delivering quickly, because in the same sense, that's why that vote can change again. And I think why people can't now say this is a government that's going to be in for 10 years. It's going to have to earn that right to be, because those votes could move again.
I'm sorry, we're going to have to leave it there, guys. It's like herding cats sometimes. I'm going to have to leave it there for a second because I need to go to Conor Gillis, who's standing by in Glasgow for us, and also Dan Whitehead, who is in Cardiff for us. Gentlemen, thank you for being patient. Conor, it's been quite a night where you are.
A huge night, actually. Breaking news in the last few minutes, Kay. Douglas Ross, the outgoing leader of the Scottish Conservatives, the man who said he was going to depart office slap bang in the middle of the general election campaign, much to the shock of his party. He gambled his political future on standing in the Aberdeenshire North and Moray East constituency in this election. And I can tell you that he has lost that seat. It is the only SNP gain of the night in that part of the world, and he has lost. But the big story of the night clearly has been Labour. Let's remember, in 2019, here in Scotland, they have been in the doldrums of political life ever since the 2014 Scottish independence referendum. They got one MP in 2019. Well, tonight it is a completely different story. They are the largest party north of the border. As it stands, they have 37 seats. Now, contrast that with the once very dominant, most dominant political force here in Scotland, the SNP, have not lost an election north of the border for more than a decade. Well, tonight it is grim, it is miserable, it is a complete disaster for John Swinney's party. The worst case scenario, as one senior source within the SNP has told me this morning, 7 seats is what they stand at so far. John Swinney telling Sky News this has been a difficult, a damaging election night. I think there'll be many questions, much soul searching around what went so badly wrong. 2 big things stand out. Clearly, the SNP is mired in this police investigation examining its funding and its finances, and clearly it is 17 years in power.
OK,
fighting
thank you. To Dan in just a second. Just want to see what's happening in Liam Fox's seat.
OK, thank you all. If I can have your attention. This is the declaration of the result of the poll for the election of a Member of Parliament for North Somerset. Poll taking place on Thursday, the 4th of July 2024. I, Nicholas Brain, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows.
Sadiq Adam Al-Hassan, Labour Party, 19,138.
Sunil Basu, Workers' Party, 133. Ash Cartman, Liberal Democrats, 7,121. Liam Fox, the Conservative Party candidate, 18,499.
Bye-bye, Dr Fox.
Alexander Cocknoftus.
Bye-bye, Dr Fox.
5,000.
That's what Brandon was showing me.
So Liam Fox has lost his seat in Somerset North. There you go. Liam Fox, it's a late declarer, but he may... in fact, he's definitely lost his seat. I'm sorry, I was interjecting because you've got some news for me.
Yeah, no, I mean, Somerset, that's the neighbouring seat, I think, to Rees-Mogg, so there's clearly something happening there. In terms of the east of England, we saw that result where Therese Coffey went not too far away, maybe only 2 seats over. There are some rumours coming out from the count for Liz Truss that she might be in a bit of trouble. It's unconfirmed. But there seems to be some confusion at the count from people that are there. My understanding from senior Conservatives that I've been speaking to is that it is now in doubt. I don't think that was a seat that was necessarily on the risk list.
It wasn't at all.
But it might now have moved into the risk list.
It was a seat where there was lots of talk about heavy tactical voting, and if there was enough tactical voting, would it edge out Liz Truss?
And your buddy, can I just say, Jess Phillips, her results are coming up in just a second. Here we go.
Member of Parliament to the Parliamentary General Election, Birmingham Yardley constituency. I, Robert Connolly, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Clement Yvonne Beverley, the Conservative Party candidate, 3,634. Green Roxanne Harmony, Green Party, 1,958. Harmer Roger Kingdon, Liberal Democrat, 3,634. Kambiri Nora, Reform UK, 5,061. McIntyre Jodie, Workers' Party, 10,582. So, thank you. Thank you. Excuse me, I haven't yet finished. Phillips, Jessica Rose, known as Jess Phillips, Labour Party, 11,275.
She's safe, but only just, Trevor. Is this the Gaza
This has
question
got to
again?
be Gaza.
Total
I think we're
number
going to see this through the whole, all of the Birmingham seats.
Excuse me.
She was anxious, was she, Beth?
Thank you.
She knew it was going to be a battle because we knew that because I was up there in the West Mids mayoral race and Jess was there because obviously it's in her. It was all being held in Central. And it was clear at the time that there was a serious issue in some of the Birmingham's constituencies around Gaza and the Muslim population, and Jess knew that it was going to be really tough. So yes, she was
Down
worried.
26%, 27%,
but she's held
won by
on.
about 700 votes.
So yeah, that's touch and go.
And that's the
isn't it?
difference that somebody that works hard in the constituency and campaigns
Yeah.
hard can do, because a slightly lesser candidate that doesn't batter the doors every single week, not just at election times, might not have made that 800 vote difference.
How much has she held it by?
Right.
About 700 votes.
700 votes.
700
In a way, this sums up the evening, doesn't it? That actually votes, Labour's lost 26.9 of its share, gone straight to the Independent. The Tories have lost 16.7. Most of that has gone to Reform.
OK, let's bring in Dan Whitehead, as promised. Also, David Blevins standing by for us in Northern Ireland. Dan Whitehead, to you, first of all. Tories wiped out in Wales.
Yeah, total annihilation of the Tories here in Wales. Kate, you've got to go back 23 years, back to the 2001 election. The last time the Conservatives held no seats at all in Wales. Just wins for Labour really across the board. David T.C. Davies, of course, the Welsh Secretary, one of the big losses there for the Conservatives in Monmouthshire. We've got Wrexham, Clwyd East, Montgomeryshire and Glyndŵr. Craig Williams, of course, the Tory MP, caught up in those betting allegations during the campaign. He lost his seat there. As I say, 23 years it has been since the Tories had no seats here, and yet again there is not a Conservative presence here in Wales. I've been crunching some of the numbers just quickly, looking through those Labour wins. 27 Labour wins in the constituencies here in Wales, 4 going to Plaid Cymru and 1 to the Lib Dems. But out of 12 of the seats that Labour won, Reform came second. The parties in Wales, especially Labour in the Senedd, are going to be looking very closely at those Reform figures. Could be a big threat for them come the Senedd elections in 2026? We caught up with Vaughan Gething, actually, the First Minister here in Wales, just a couple of minutes ago. He says he's going to take stock and look at those numbers. An incredibly disappointing night for the Conservatives here. A little bit of reaction from them. Andrew R.T. Davies, the Tory leader here in Wales, quote, "Let's be frank, we've let a lot of people down."
Look for the 578, the ones that declared so far.
OK, thanks very much indeed. Of the turnout of those declared so far, 59.4%. Andy making the point that that's very low.
It is low. I think the last time it was in the 50s was in 2001. And ever since, it's been in the 60s. So that is a low turnout. And it does suggest a degree of a lack of enthusiasm for what's been out there, or some confusion, perhaps people just not knowing who they wanted to vote for, and in the end saying, well, they wouldn't bother. Maybe it's Tories. I think I heard a lot that Tories often will not vote for other parties, but they do have a tradition of, nope, I'm just staying at home, I'm not voting, when they're not happy with their party. But that is a low figure, isn't it?
Let's think a change in voter ID affected that at all? There's a lot of talk about it.
At the margins, I think.
Yeah.
But, people are getting used to it now. But I hope it will be removed, because I just don't see the need for it. It's unnecessary.
We'll keep an eye on those figures, because I do want to bring in David Blevins. Sinn Féin, biggest party in Northern Ireland?
Yes, Kay, a historic hat-trick for Sinn Féin. They were already the largest party of local government, and at Stormont they've now won most Northern Ireland seats at Westminster for the first time. The party held all 7 of its constituencies and will now pile the pressure on the new Labour government to set a timeline for a referendum on Irish unity. It's been a disastrous night for the Democratic Unionist Party. Their leader did hold on in East Belfast, but they lost 3 seats, including Lagan Valley, which their former leader, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, had held for 27 years. And it looks like, in a real shock result, Ian Paisley has lost his seat in North Antrim. His late father, the Reverend Ian Paisley, who founded the DUP, first won that seat back in 1970. So it would be the first time in 54 years North Antrim wasn't held by what's often called the House of Paisley. Now, it's worth stressing that the seats lost by the DUP have been won by other unionists. So there hasn't been a huge shift in the share between unionists and nationalists. But the fact that Sinn Féin will now be the largest Northern Ireland party at Westminster means most Northern Ireland seats in the Commons will be unoccupied, because the party refuses to sit there, of course, in opposition to British rule in Northern Ireland.
North Belfast, bitterest battle of 2019. Sinn Féin's John Finucane, I think, his father, murdered by loyalist paramilitaries, won the seat from the DUP. What's happening there?
Yes, Sinn Féin's had an incredibly successful night, especially worth noting also over in Fermanagh, South Tyrone, the most marginal seat in the entire United Kingdom. It was won by just 4 votes back in 2010 and 57 votes in 2019. Pat Cullen, of course, formerly from the Royal College of Nursing, has held that seat for Sinn Féin this evening. That, I think, is where they came closest to losing out. But overall, the party has held its ground. And by holding its ground and the DUP losing ground, Sinn Féin has emerged as the largest party in Westminster from Northern Ireland. And if that doesn't tell you that there has been a shift in the political landscape here, and doesn't put pressure on the Labour government in terms of when there will be a referendum on Irish unity, well, I don't know what does.
OK, for now, thanks so much indeed. Waiting for Banbury, Victoria Prentice's seat, that due shortly.
I was going to come back to that. It came in a slew of announcements, which was the loss of the Aberdeenshire North and Murray seat that Douglas Ross, the leader of the Scottish Conservatives, lost. Now, it's a third of his old Murray constituency that he took back in 2017. He lost it by 940 votes, and it's a fishing area. It was quite a high Leave vote there. Reform got 14.6% of the vote. Just from my kind of knowledge across the country, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the highest Reform vote anywhere in Scotland by the time that this is counted tonight. So by losing by less than 1,000, we've also picked up the new Gordon and Buchan seat. So Gordon's the old Alex Salmon constituency. New young candidate Harriet Cross, never been an MP before, has come in. We've held Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirkshire. We look like we're still in the hunt in the 2 Dumfries and Galloway seats. It might be, there is a scenario whereby the leader of the Scottish Conservatives is the only Scottish Conservative MP who loses his seat tonight, which would be in a night of odd kind of results and anomalous results that's there. But it was such an anomalous way that 3 weeks into the campaign, he announced he was going to quit as the party leader, which took all of the deflation out of his candidacy in that seat. So just in terms of something to look out for, there's lots of stories. There's 1,000 threads in this election, but there is a story developing in Scotland that could be quite an interesting one.
Do you think he lost, Ruth, because of the manner in which he took over that seat? Because there was some poor fellow was in hospital or something.
Yeah, so there was, I think it's 2 parts to this. So the sitting MP in the other part of the seat, because it's a new seat that had to kind of push together, a guy called David Duguid, had a very, very serious...
Banbury Declaration, bear with me. Banbury Declaration.
850. Chris Neville, Climate Party, 242. Victoria Prentice, the Conservative Party candidate, 15,212. Declan Sam Soper, Social Democratic Party, 155. Paul Nicholas Topley, Reform UK, 6,284. Sean Lee Woodcock, Labour Party, 18,400.
Oh, Victoria Prentice gone as well. Victoria Prentice, who had campaigned so hard to keep hold of this seat, basically won quite easily, Sean Woodcock, for the Labour Party. So Victoria Prentice, another one gone. That is a record number of cabinet seats.
Is it 11
gone.
now?
No.
Is it 11?
Nine, and I think
9 or
it's 10,
10,
but one of them is not a cabinet minister, but was allowed to
was
go
attending
to
cabinet.
Yes.
Also, Victoria Prentice, she was the Attorney General, which basically makes her the most senior legal brain in the government. She was very much on the One Nation wing of the party as well. So that's another big figure from that wing of the party that has now lost her seat.
Yeah, do you remember she made a big play of taking her son on the media round when it was half term, saying that she couldn't get childcare. So she brought her son around to all of the TV studios. First member of her family to go to university, she says, daughter of Sir Robert Atkins, former Conservative MP, and Lady Atkins, former mayor. She was a senior cabinet minister. She is no more. It is 6 o'clock. You are watching Election Night live here on Sky News. A night to go down in the history books. Labour wins the general election by a landslide. Sir Keir Starmer will be the next Prime Minister.
You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now.
Across the country, the Conservatives have lost more than 200 seats, including those of Cabinet Ministers Grant Shapps, Penny Mordaunt and Gillian Keegan.
The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory.
But it's also been a good night for Reform, who've won 4 seats, including for their leader, Nigel Farage, in Clacton-on-Sea. Meanwhile, a huge comeback underway for the Liberal Democrats, who've won more than 59 seats. And Beth, Labour are just 8 seats away from 400. They have got a landslide, which means 100 seats more as a majority than any other party. It's been a very good night for Keir Starmer.
It really has. I mean, 400 seats is beyond wildest dreams, really. They were hoping for an improvement on Boris Johnson's majority in 2019, which was 80 seats, and this has gone well beyond that. And Tony Blair got a 179 majority in 1997, and Keir Starmer looks like he could be pulling up just behind Tony Blair with this majority. And when you think of it in the context, as I was saying earlier, of Tony Blair being only the first Labour leader in nearly 50 years to win a majority from opposition, Keir Starmer really has, in just his short time as leader, really turned things around in a very radical way.
And looking at the middle totem there, you can see the Conservatives are made triple digits, and there was
I was watching that tick round, and it's like watching your team score a consolation goal when you're already 6-0 down, but you still are happy that the goal went in.
You used to that watching Scotland, don't you?
Well, I mean, careful. I mean, I do have to say there was a point this afternoon, I was chatting with Beth before we came on air, before the exit poll came out, where there was a scenario where it looked like there was 80 seats that the Conservative had, and there was only maybe another 40 to 60 that were even in play. So it was not a given that we would make triple figures. And the reason that it matters and every seat from now on matters is when you get to Parliament, there is a certain number that you need to be able to form a shadow cabinet, to be able to sit on committees, to do the parliamentary work. And there was a point today where it looked like we might not be able to fill those slots.
To put it into context, I mean, John Major in '97 got 165 seats. That was the worst performance since the war. No, since well before the war, right? And now, you know, 101, you get up to, if you get to 124, you've lost 2/3 of the seats you won in 2019. I mean, it is a record-breaking, terrible result, isn't it? I'm correct, aren't I?
You're
I'm looking
absolutely
at the
correct.
historian there.
It is the worst Conservative result in history.
Yeah.
This is a grave moment for the party, but not unexpected.
Sir Anthony Seldon with us, of course. I must just correct Brighton Pavilion coming in just a moment, which is a green seat, also waiting for the Home Secretary coming in just a moment or two from Braintree. This from a senior former Cabinet Minister now saying, Kay, you're doing wonderfully, watching avidly, but Victoria Atkins came from Sir Bob Atkins, not Victoria Prentice. You're absolutely right. I think that's the least of your worries tonight, is all I am going to say. What a night. What a night.
Yeah, this is truly history. I mean, this is up there with 1945.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, that was such a shattering result because it was the first time that Labour, in its history, formed a majority. They'd formed governments twice, in 1924 and 1929, but never with a majority. And they won nearly 400 then. So this is a better result than Labour's best ever government performance. And the Conservatives, oh my goodness, what has happened and what can they do? As Ruth said, I mean, can they really be a credible opposition party now?
Just count those dots at the top there, right at the top under latest gains. Can you see them there, Ruth? All of those are the latest gains from Labour, mostly from the Conservatives, one or two from others as well.
And we think Cody's Gordon Brown's old seat.
Gordon's seat, yeah.
Oof. Should we just go through all of them, or have you seen enough?
Yeah, I mean, as Anthony says, I mean, this is historic. We're going to be raking over the coals of this. So, I mean, my wish is that the party doesn't win, it doesn't take the wrong lessons from this defeat. There are a lot of lessons that we have to learn. And I think when you're looking at, and I mean this with all due respect, one of the world's most boring lawyers who's tried to tack as centrally as he can from the left,
So the competition.
takes, you know, a stonking majority like this. Our job is not to move to the fringes. It's you know, I worry that my party.
Do you think they will, though?
Yeah, I worry that my party is going to decide that the way in which we come back is to treat Reform as the opposition or to try and cannibalise them, rather than to realise our job is to provide a principled opposition to the government of the day, because good oppositions make better governments,
You've
and
just
to do our job in Parliament.
got to get out of this Brexit mania, haven't you? The country's now got different views about Brexit, whereas the Conservative Party still is judging everybody through that lens. You've got to move beyond that, haven't you, and start to...
And I think the problem that we have is that it runs deep in our party because it predates the Brexit vote. Because you look at the John Major era, and Anthony, you can talk about this. This obsession with Europe has cannibalised our party before, and then we sat on it and we squatted on it for a while, and goodness almighty, we had some success, and then it raised its head, and look at us, we've been routed again. So maybe there's a question here, and obviously as somebody who was a Remainer, who spent their entire political life arguing to be part of wider unions, whether that's in Scotland or in the United Kingdom and Europe, you know, that's a lesson I want to learn. But I also think there's some truth in it. I don't think I'm blinkered here.
No, you're absolutely right. But if you think about business opinion on Brexit, I would say it's probably very significantly hostile now to what's happened. So how can the Conservative Party be the party of business if it's still stuck in this? You cannot say anything bad about Brexit. You know, I don't know. It's not going to work, is it?
I certainly agree with
Can you hold that thought for me, if you would? Because what we want to do is relive the moment that Keir Starmer spoke to not only the people around him, his supporters, but also to the nation. And then we would love to get your perspective on that in just a sec.
We did it! You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now. And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party, ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people.
With apologies to Keir Starmer, you'll hear plenty of him today. Let's hear what's going to happen to Mark Harper.
Is as follows. Matt Adrian Bishop, commonly known as Matt Bishop, Labour Party, 16,373. Stanley Brabant Livingston Goodin, commonly known as Stan Goodin, Reform UK, 8,194. Mark James Harper, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,095.
Oh,
James
he's lost.
Michael Joyce.
He's lost. Once again, Reform doing the business there. As you can see, Matt Bishop has taken the seat of Forest of Dean. I should just, that's 11, now that's 11 cabinet ministers who have lost their positions in a bloodbath this evening, it has to be said, for Rishi Sunak's government. His closest advisors dropping like ninepins. There you go. Mark Harper, Forest of Dean. As I was saying to Beth when we were rehearsing this scenario, at least I'll be able to get into makeup now because he was always in there before me and I could not get him out of the seat.
I mean, to lose by under 300 votes, that's going to really hurt.
That's a tough one. It's going to sting that one, isn't it?
And you know, and look at the Reform vote. You know, you can see this is the example of where the Reform vote takes a massive chunk of the Conservative vote, splits it, and Labour go through the middle. That is going to hurt.
Majority
That's 11
of 278.
Wow.
Still waiting for Mel
I think
Stride.
Labour did have that in 97, though, if I remember rightly. Forest of Dean.
I think that is correct.
Was a Labour
but they'll
seat,
be very bitter because Mark Harper was one of Sunak's most loyal supporters.
And just breaking now, Lib Dems have equalled their highest ever seat total, which is 62, which they got in 2005, which was obviously the last Labour administration.
Yeah, that breaks down to 57 in England, 4 in Scotland and 1 in Wales. We should just say that the Greens have held Brighton Pavilion.
It's just on that point, though, it goes back to the conversation we were having before the Harper result. You know, we're underestimating maybe how much Tory vote is going to the Lib Dems. You know, people who, as I was saying to Ruth, you know, businesses who are...
gateway drug when you want to kick one of the two main parties.
Yeah,
you feel less... Our voters sometimes feel less... It's a smaller step to go from Tory to Lib Dem.
Big result,
some studies on this, though, which some psephology studies where in the 1970 election, Labour were thought to have, Lib Dems were thought to get 10 to 14 seats just from tactical voting, and Labour benefited as well. And that I think that was John Curtis
to finish the point,
so
and maybe
do
I think Anthony might want to come in because I could see him want to come in before. But this thing now, I think I'm going to come back to Brexit again, this thing of the parties not speaking about it. I think that could be really driving a lot of business people towards the Lib Dems because the reality that they're working in has just changed, and I think it drives them mad that nobody speaks about it. And if the Tory party is going to go into another sort of contest where it's all about that issue, I think people are sort of starting to sort of really realign their allegiances here.
I want to hear from Mr. Anstey. Always fascinated to hear what you've got to say.
So, the biggest general election result since 1945, the biggest shock, the biggest transformation of the political landscape. Only 4 times has Labour ever come in from opposition, and this will be the 5th time. And I think it's the second biggest. I think it's up there with Clement Attlee in 1945. And, of course, the big factor is reform. I mean, reform undercutting, smashing Labour Conservative constituency after Conservative constituency. For what, we might ask, what are they going to actually do? Is it a negative vote or is it a vote for something? And if so, what is the reform vote for? I mean, obviously, Brexit, as Andy is saying, is all part of it. I think that the Brexit vote in 2016 is like the Black Wednesday moment in 1992 because it crystallised a certain lack of a sense about what the Tory party actually believed in and whether it had the confidence, not the least to speak for business. I mean, the Conservative Party is the one nation party, it's the one union party, but it's the economy party, it's the party of business. And here you've got half the Conservative Party wanting to go with the pro-business, where's the trade option, where are the jobs, where are the new markets, and another half that is essentially looking back to an era when Britain stood alone, glorious in the world, Britain alone, and not needing these dastardly people in Brussels telling, that was dastardly, by the way, telling them what they could do and not do. And that division, as Ruth is saying, is going to carry on hampering the party and stopping it going forward until it works out that psychodrama. 3 times only has the Conservative Party been riven right down the middle by something like this.
Aren't we concluding it can't work out, that psychodrama, given it's been going on since the mid-90s?
It's going to take a lot longer. I don't know whether Ruth agrees, but I think it's going to lurch to the right now to try and get back those reform votes. It will be seen that they lost because they weren't listening to the right sufficiently. I think that will happen. They'll likely lose the next general election too. And then, what will happen? What always happens with the Tory party. It sees sense and it rebuilds from the centre.
Well, I think the difference is, Anthony, and I agree with a lot of that analysis. I mean, my worry is that, one, we tack right because of this result, because of what Reform has done. We'll pick a right-wing candidate that speaks to the purity of the tribe. We'll lose heavily. We'll then decide that we weren't Tory enough. We'll pick an even further right person, which is what we kind of did.
Is there anybody even further right?
When you looked at IDS, and you went, is there anybody further right? Oh, look, there's Michael Howard. So it has happened before. In the same way as when Labour lost, they went to Ed Miliband, who was to the left of David Miliband, who was the favourite. He lost, so they went even further left. They went to Jeremy Corbyn. And then at some point, a party decides it wants to win power. Because being in opposition sucks, because you can't get things done. And eventually, you want to be able to change the country, because everybody goes into politics with the best of intentions to make a change. Now, we disagree about what those changes are, but the parties are there
James
for
Cleverly's
that.
declaration in Braintree. James Cleverly, the Home Secretary.
OK, good morning, everybody. This is a declaration of a result of a poll for Braintree District Council, election of a Member of Parliament for Braintree on Thursday, the 4th of July, 2024. I, Dan Gascoigne, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Cleverly, James Spencer, Conservative Party candidate, 17,414. Franks Kieran Anthony, Liberal Democrat, 2,879. Heather David Christopher Norman, Independent, 767. Thompson Richard, Reform UK, 11,346. Thorogood Paul Richard, Green Party candidate, 2,878. Wright Matthew, Labour Party, 13,744. There are 167
the Home Secretary, former Home Secretary, has held his seat. You're watching Sky News Election Night Live. It's just after 6:15 in the morning, Friday, the 5th of July. If you are just tuning our way, flipping heck, what a night it has been. Labour has won by a landslide, cantering towards 400 seats, just 5 away. The Conservatives have moved in to triple digits. It looked as though for a time potentially that wasn't going to happen, and they have lost cabinet seats by the bucket load. Beth, go through a few of them.
Well, they're nearly up to losing a dozen cabinet seats now. They're just shy of that. They've lost Mark Harper, the Transport Secretary. They've lost Alex Chalk, the Justice Secretary, Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary, Lucy Fraser, the Culture Secretary, Penny Mordaunt, the leader of the Commons, Grant Shapps, the Defence Secretary, and amongst those, some of the would-be leadership contenders have gone. It has been the worst night ever for the Conservatives in terms of electoral record setting.
Shall we listen to the former chairman of the Conservative Party, former Home Secretary? Here he is.
Too many to mention by name, but I would particularly like to single out my campaign manager and my agent who have worked so tirelessly through this campaign. I'd also like, of course, to thank the other candidates. This has been, I think, a well-mannered and good-natured campaign, as it should be. And I think that shows the Braintree constituency for what we know it to be, which is a wonderful place full of wonderful people. And the fact that the candidates who put themselves forward reflected that, I think, is very much to their credit. And, of course, I would like to thank my family, my long-suffering family, my 2 sons who have seen far less of me over the last 6 weeks. I was about to say than previously, but as a government minister, no one gets to see that much of me. And of course, I want to pay a special level of gratitude to my beautiful and wonderful wife, who has not just had to put up with me being a member of Parliament and a minister, but as you know, has also fought and successfully won her own battle. And I could not have done it without you. So thank you very much. This has been a very difficult night for my party, and losing the position of government of this country is painful, but it is the nature of our democracy that it happens. And when it happens, it is incumbent upon the voters are telling us. I am not going to rush to any quick judgments. I think the right thing to do is be thoughtful and take a short period of time to really assess what the voters are telling us. But it is clear that when you see the voter share of the traditional main parties of government, that many voters are disillusioned with all of us, and we should take that on board. I think it is also right that we have the humility to recognise that there is nothing honourable in presenting simple and thin solutions to challenging and complex problems. And the world is a difficult and dangerous place, and we have to respond to that. But this evening, I will finish as I started, by saying thank you to the wonderful...
Jeremy Hunt arriving back in Downing Street with his good lady to number 11 against all the odds. He held on to his seat at Godalming in Ash. It was nailed on that he was going to be losing that seat. He did not, although many others did, including close on a dozen ministers. Jacob Rees-Mogg also hit the deck. Penny Mordaunt gone, Johnny Mercer gone as well, Robert Buckland gone, Miriam Cates, Andrea Jenkins, and even on the Labour side, Trevor, you know, big beast went Jonathan Ashworth, shadow health secretary at times, shadow paymaster general, I think his most recent position. Did you see that coming?
I didn't believe that would happen, but it was talked about. And this is a Leicester thing, you know. There is an issue to do with Gaza and Muslims. We're seeing it also in Birmingham. Look, both parties are going to have to reflect pretty hard on a couple of things. Tories are going to have to think about what reform means for them. Much smaller problem for Labour, but it's still a real one. 3 million or thereabouts Muslims in this country, clearly demonstrating they did not like the position that Labour took on Gaza. On this one, by the way, I think the Tories will be very, very relieved that Cleverly survived. I think, you know, there's very few of the kind of people they can put on telly to look reasonable. And he was very clear, I think. Simple and thin solutions. He was talking about reform. And that's the battle that's going to start, I would guess, tomorrow. Yeah, and reform, as far as reform is concerned, the hits keep on coming, Beth Rigby. 4 seats is what Reform won. They won Nigel Farage's seat, they won Richard Tice's seat, a lesser-known Rupert Lowe in Great Yarmouth, Conservatives into 3rd place there. And the first one to declare was Lee Anderson.
Yeah. I mean, this is a stonking night for Reform. They've picked up 4 seats. I imagine that they will have quite a large vote share, and I think they'll have piled up a few million votes. And it will all lead into and lean into Nigel Farage's argument when he and his fellow MPs turn up at Westminster, which is that the system is broken, it doesn't represent the people, and it needs reform, hence the name of the party. But he will be pushing for electoral reform and just hammering home this point on lower vote share and a big landslide. It could turn out, as these final seats come in, that Labour could get around 2/3 of the parliamentary seats on just over a third of the vote, OK? And that when you look at it in that context of how they've piled up this big majority on a relatively low vote share compared with other leaders who piled up massive majorities, I agree with you, Anthony, that this is going to be one of the most consequential governments potentially, given the size of the majority, if Keir Starmer can take the win and then turn it into something substantial within government. But the mandate, I would argue, is shallow, and that is going to make it harder work with the public, because I really do believe this election, I don't want to take away from the massive achievement of Labour, but this election is as much about people rejecting the Conservative Party as it has been about embracing Keir Starmer's Labour.
Yes, I agree with that. I mean, the mandate in terms of the popular vote is thin, not obviously in terms of the number of MPs, but also the lack of clarity about what Labour is actually for, not helped by the lack of clarity over the manifesto and the whole Starmer project, and the lack of any philosophical underpinning. We go back to Attlee, we think of Keynes, we think of Beveridge, I mean, giants underpinning them. Wilson had his own really serious philosophers and thinkers, including Tony Crosland. Blair had figures like Giddens. I mean, who are the philosophical figures who are underpinning the whole Starmer project? So lack of mandate, lack of clarity, and yet he has a momentous challenge in front of him to show that government works after 14 years of pretty disappointing Conservative governments, which flip-flopped.
I want to go down to Downing Street now.
OK, sorry.
Murray is standing by for us. Murray, we have seen the Chancellor arrive just a few moments ago. We've trained on the door of number 10 there. It started in the pouring rain. That's how it's ended.
Absolutely, Kay. Morning from a wet and rainy Downing Street, where later today Rishi Sunak will tender his resignation. He will go to the King and he will essentially say, I'm done. Then Keir Starmer will be officially appointed by the King and he will walk through that door and be our next Prime Minister, officially appointed by the monarch. This is a momentous day. Labour has managed to carry that Ming vase all the way to Downing Street without dropping it. An incredible achievement by the Labour Party, and something that many people thought was not possible just 5 years ago with a historic defeat under Jeremy Corbyn. So now we are waiting for not only Rishi Sunak to be coming in here and leaving for the last time, no longer Prime Minister, but also Keir Starmer to be moving in. We now have a new inhabitant of Downing Street.
Yeah, Tories have lost the seats of several former Prime Ministers: Whitney, Cameron, Finchley, Thatcher, Henley, Boris Johnson. Still trust to come in Norfolk. So lots to still keep an eye on. Coming to you, Ruth, in just a second, because I just want to pause. Just tuning our way. You're watching Election Night Live, even though it's the morning. It's almost 6:30, a night to go down in the history books. Labour has won the general election by a landslide. So Keir Starmer will be the next Prime Minister.
You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now.
Across the country, the Conservatives have lost more than 200 seats, including those of Cabinet Ministers Grant Shapps, Penny Mordaunt and Gillian Keegan.
The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory.
But it's also been a good night for Reform, who've won 4 seats, including for their leader Nigel Farage in Clapton. The Greens also winning 4 seats. Meanwhile, a huge comeback underway for the Liberal Democrats, who've won more than 60 seats. Birmingham Ladywood Declaration coming up.
Election of Member of Parliament to a general election, Birmingham Ladywood constituency. I, Robert Connolly, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Chandler Zoe, Green Party, 3,478. Darg Lee James, Liberal Democrats, 1,711. Mahmood Shabana, Labour Party, 15,558. Same applies over there. Muzal Shazaz, known as Shaz Muzali, I do beg your pardon, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,218. Yaqub Ahmed, Independent, 12,137.
Safest Labour seat in the West Midlands.
Excuse me, I haven't finished. Thank you.
Second in the whole
Young
country.
Henry Irene, Reform UK, 1,477. Total rejected ballot papers is 203. This represents a majority of 3,421 with a 43.9% turnout. As such, I do hereby declare that